Chapter 1. In the third year of the Qiyuan era, on the Blue Star, within an opulent riverside villa, a treacherous scene was unfolding. Lin Feng lay weakly on the bed, coldly observing a man and a woman conversing by the door. "Did you give it to him?" The man inquired, his face ashen. The subject of his inquiry was a stunning woman clad in a black and white maid outfit, her alluring figure accentuated by the high-end Balenciaga adorning her long legs, capped off with a pair of black stilettos. The maid, her gaze cast downward upon her tattered black stockings, was hesitant to respond. It was evident that those stockings had endured unimaginable torment moments prior. "You truly did give it to him?" The man asked incredulously, as if struck by lightning, his eyes suddenly glistening with rage. "I did it so that Hao Ian could gain control over Storm City. If I don't break his indestructible defense, even the poison you provided would be ineffective against him," the beautiful woman replied, her frustration palpable. Her emotions surged, causing her to tremble with distress, and besides, wearing it doesn't count as giving, she added in a whisper. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, who was paralyzed by soul-devouring poison, could not suppress a chuckle. "Ah, you bastard. I haven't even touched you yet." The man completely lost his composure. After venting his frustration for a moment, he suddenly approached Lin Feng, pulling a dark long gun from an alternate space, thrusting it mercilessly between Lin Feng's legs. Already on the brink of death from the soul-devouring poison, Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock before he fell silent. In a towering office building in City H, Lin Feng stared blankly at his surroundings, disbelief etched across his face. The bright office, the bustling colleagues, and the plump Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was vigorously waving his hands before him. Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, then suddenly pinched Zhang Xiaoqiang's arm and inquired, "Does it hurt?" Zhang Xiaoqiang jumped in pain, exclaiming, "Have you gone mad?" He cradled his arm, pacing in discomfort. "Even if your confession was unsuccessful, you cannot resort to violence. I understand you are feeling down, but a real man should not hang himself on a single tree." The sensation was real, not a mere illusion before death. A tumultuous wave surged within Lin Feng's heart had he returned to that fateful day 3 years ago, when he had confessed to Lu Shishir and faced rejection. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to ramble. "While Lu Shishir is fair-skinned, beautiful, and possesses long legs, with a high education and a good family background, you are not lacking. Either, what kind of woman won't you find in the future? Women like Lu Shishir are not that hard to come by." His voice trailed off, for even with his eyes closed, he could not utter such nonsense. Lin Feng looked at him helplessly. Even having experienced this once before, he found himself at a loss for words in response to his friend. Lu Shishir is widely regarded as the goddess of the company, renowned not only for her beauty, but also for her seemingly impressive background. It is rumored that her employment here is merely a requirement for her academic internship. However, only Lin Feng knows that this seemingly pure white lotus is not as simple as she appears. Within a month of their acquaintance, he confessed his feelings for her, driven by both her allure and her exceptional team-making skills. In this company, Lin Feng is undoubtedly a technical backbone. Being young and single, having recently taken out loans for a car and a house, he works tirelessly, shouldering the responsibilities of 7 departments. To the general manager, Zhao Sihai, Lin Feng is akin to an indefatigable nuclear-powered donkey. Yet if all goes as expected, he's about to be laid off. Before long, he was summoned to the chairman's office. Harassment of female colleagues, dozing off at work, and last night participating in a Warcraft Gold League, truly a case of mud not sticking to the wall. The company cannot afford to keep someone as useless as you are terminated. You have half an hour to gather your belongings and leave, Chairman He Shaoling announced while perusing documents, not bothering to lift her gaze. Lin Feng observed He Shaoling seated at her grand office, attired in luxurious garments, her features exquisitely refined. Although she had passed the age of 40, she appeared to be in her early 30s, her figure impeccably maintained, and her skin smooth and translucent, with certain parts of her body resting on the desk, obscuring some documents. Now, she feigns propriety? Lin Feng recalled certain things he had seen through the surveillance cameras earlier that morning. However, he understood that this was neither a tale of urban retribution nor a frivolous narrative. He ceased his reminiscence. Calmly, he replied, "Very well, though I expect to receive my full salary and severance pay today. You wouldn't want this to escalate to arbitration, would you?" He Shaoling nonchalantly responded, "You will receive what is rightfully yours, not a cent less. You may leave now and ensure a proper handover of your work." Throughout their exchange, she had not once deigned to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Accustomed to a life of luxury, she is the wife of a prominent figure, mingling with the affluent and elite, a quintessential high society lady. Individuals like Lin Feng hold little interest for her. In fact, She treats the company as a mere side venture, preferring to spend her time at a spa rather than managing affairs. Lin Feng opened his mouth to speak but ultimately remained silent, turning away in resignation. The vast disparity in their statuses made him realize that any words he uttered would only serve to humiliate himself. He had no desire to naively proclaim that fortunes change with the passage of time, for he knew that afternoon the following day, everything would transform. Currently, he Shaoling stands at the pinnacle. Yet, who knows who will occupy that position in the future? Lin Feng clenched his fists. He returned to his desk, tidied up slightly, and prepared to leave the company in light of the impending chaos. He needed to procure supplies and weapons to survive the initial phase. Always so arrogant. Yet look where it got him fired, a tall, slender young man whispered derisively to a companion nearby. Beside him sat a plump young lady, adorned with spectacles. Indeed, professing his feelings to Lu Shishir in such a manner, he must be a lazy frog yearning for a swan. The chubby girl, named Wang Qingqing, remarked with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Wang Qingqing frequently sought Lin Feng's guidance on professional matters. Yet ever since her confession to him was met with rejection, she harbored a lingering resentment. Today, seizing the opportunity, she was determined to take advantage of the situation. Just because he has achieved a modicum of success, he thinks the company revolves around him. Who would not thrive if the company ceased to exist? Some individuals believe themselves to be exceptionally talented, unaware that it is merely a lack of effort from others. Lin Feng cast a cold glance at his former colleagues, who had once treated him with courtesy and respect. The mocking voices abruptly ceased, the atmosphere in the office seemingly solidified. Everyone fell silent, feigning diligence. These were the very individuals who habitually sought Lin Feng's expertise. He had long established his authority among them. A bunch of useless fools. Lin Feng chose not to engage further with them. He had no desire to stir up unnecessary conflict. He was preoccupied with preparing supplies to face the impending apocalypse. After tomorrow, how many of you will still be alive? With this thought, he exited the office, nearly colliding with Lu Shishir, who approached him. Lin Feng regarded Lu Shishir, who was clad in a flowing white dress, her figure accentuated in her long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate features bore a striking resemblance to a celebrity named Lu Shishir, with an air of innocence tinged with allure. He could see that moment. Her large, glistening eyes seemed to shimmer with unshed tears. I'm so sorry, Lin Feng. I never anticipated the severe consequences of my actions. Lu Shishir spoke, her voice quivering with emotion. You never anticipated? Are you truly that oblivious? Lin Feng's thoughts were as clear as day. No need to apologize, it's nothing, Lin Feng replied coolly. Inside, Lu Shishir couldn't help but scorn him. What a pathetic sycophant, behaving like a lapdog. However, unexpectedly, Lin Feng added, your disappearance from my sight would be the most sincere apology you could offer. Lu Shishir was taken aback. Lin Feng, you get lost. A good dog should not obstruct the path. Without allowing her a moment to respond, Lin Feng rebuked her and walked away, denying Lu Shishir the chance to retaliate, leaving her fuming in his wake. In his previous life, amidst the struggle for survival, he had uncovered the truth. The person he had ruthlessly defeated in the Warcraft Gold League, Wang Yibo, was Lu Shishi's idol. After his defeat, Wang Yibo, humiliated and enraged, spread rumors in the fan support group, claiming Lin Feng had cheated and employed illicit tactics to secure his victory. Upon seeing this, Lu Shishir felt Lin Feng deserved punishment for upsetting her beloved idol. Thus, she meticulously adorned herself today and deliberately enticed him, hoping to throw him off balance, leading him to confess his feelings in front of their colleagues. She then dramatically changed her demeanor and rushed to complain to the chairwoman, He Shaoling, resulting in Lin Feng's dismissal. Lin Feng certainly would not grant him a pleasant demeanor. Were it not for his pressing need to prepare for the impending apocalypse, he would not have so readily overlooked this tea girl. As he departed from the company, memories of his previous life flooded back. January 1st, 2025, which is tomorrow, was originally a day of national jubilation for the people of the Dragon Kingdom. However, at precisely noon, a reverberating whisper from the divine echoed through the air. I am God. This world is far too comfortable. Such ease breeds no formidable warriors. I shall bestow upon you nightmares, suffering, calamity, power, and the hope of immortality. From that day forth, the world was plunged into ceaseless torment. First came the resurgence of spiritual energy, a phenomenon that should have been beneficial. Yet over 60% of the populace, due to their inadequate physical constitution, grotesquely transformed into zombies on the spot. Moreover, Blue Star began to gradually merge with various otherworldly realms, inhabited by civilizations steeped in martial arts, cultivation, and magic, as well as realms. Dominated by monstrous races, and even worlds of the dead, ruled by skeletons and spirits. The divine altered the rules of Earth. The efficacy of firearms was drastically diminished, and all nuclear weapons and electronic devices were obliterated by the divine hand. In a stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune, the resurgence of spiritual energy enabled a portion of individuals to awaken supernatural abilities, and certain cultivation methods became accessible due to this revival. Some fortunate souls grew powerful through awakening or cultivation, leading survivors to establish bases and fend off external threats, which allowed the survivors of Blue Star to persist against the odds. Lin Feng gazed at the bustling streets, alive with the New Year festivities, but his heart sank. Tomorrow would be January 1st, and among the throng of diverse individuals, he pondered how many would survive. In his previous life, luck had granted him 3 years this time. Fortune may not be so kind. What about himself? He had only survived 3 years in his past life. How would he manage to endure in this one? In his previous existence, prior to discovering the indestructible skill, Lin Feng had lived in constant peril. Unlike other reincarnated protagonists, he was unaware of where opportunities lay. Upon mastering the indestructible skill, Lin Feng rapidly grew in strength and fortuitously joined Lin Haoshan's base. Thanks to the formidable combat prowess of the indestructible skill, Lin Feng earned numerous accolades in various battles. In the apocalypse, power signified the ability to survive. Lin Feng garnered the loyalty of a considerable following. Eventually, upon his ascension to the 6th tier of the extraordinary, Lin Haoyan, at the 5th tier, found himself outmatched in both strength and influence, ultimately yielding. His position under pressure in this world. Might and brute force dictated survival. Lin Haoyan could not even breach Lin Feng's defenses. Yet, having once ruled a base, Lin Haoyan was deeply ensnared by ambition and desire for power. He could hardly resign the leadership willingly. By chance, he uncovered the weaknesses of the indestructible skill. Thus, while feigning submission to Lin Feng, he orchestrated for his girlfriend, Hu Jiaojiao, who had awakened her fox lineage, to seduce and distract Lin Feng. The exquisite fox maiden, in her perfect form, releases an intoxicating allure to men during the full moon. Lin Feng, having cultivated the indestructible diamond body technique without release for an extended period, found his vitality in turmoil. Thus, on that fateful night of the full moon, he succumbed to temptation. Lin Haoyan had long anticipated that his girlfriend would lose her virtue, feigning indifference merely to instill a sense of guilt within Hu Jiaojiao. Lin Haoyan and that scoundrel are oblivious to the fact that the indestructible diamond technique I stumbled upon is incomplete. He reflected bitterly. They are aware that a single release of my essence before mastering the technique would leave me weakened for an hour. Yet they remain unaware that due to the technique's flaws, my days are numbered. As this thought crossed his mind, an image of slender, black-clad legs flashed before him. What am I thinking? He chastised himself. I cannot let the grudge against Lin Haoyan go unpunished. Lin Feng seethed, recalling the final moments of his past life, feeling a twinge of discomfort. However, his immediate concern was how to survive the impending wave of zombies. In the midst of his frustration, a haze enveloped his vision, revealing an operational panel, accompanied by a synthesized electronic voice echoing within his mind. Ding! Your golden finger has arrived. The Warcraft system is at your service. Lin Feng found it hard to believe. Golden finger? System? Warcraft? Was this a mirage brought on by his transmigration? The electronic voice persisted. Would you like to activate the Warcraft system? Regaining his composure, Lin Feng gazed into his mind's eye, where lay the familiar interface of a game he had enjoyed for many years. Warcraft. After 3 arduous years of survival in the apocalypse, Lin Feng could scarcely believe that such fortuitous luck had finally graced him. Warcraft had once captivated Blue Star, with 9 out of 10 individuals in internet cafes engrossed in the game. It was a strategy game akin to Red Alert and StarCraft, featuring 4 distinct races, each with its own heroes and formidable units. With a mere expenditure of gold and other resources, one could mass-produce troops. Frost dragons, mountain giants, chimeras, even the lowest-tier undead ghouls could easily decimate the zombies of the apocalypse. After a moment, Lin Feng regained his tranquility and began to explore the system. Oh, bases for all 4 races can be constructed? He mused. The first town hall and the king's altar are complementary. Delighted, Lin Feng navigated the operations of the 4 races with remarkable ease. The human town hall is vibrant, while the bases of the other 3 races are drab. He tentatively manipulated the game interface. System, what is the reason for this? No response came, prompting him to attempt communication with the electronic voice. After a lengthy pause, The synthesized voice remained silent. Resigned, Lin Feng continued to delve into the intricacies of the Warcraft system. After a period of exploration, he discovered that the mere thought of Warcraft conjured an interface in his mind, allowing him to browse its contents at will, accompanied by a simplistic user guide. The reason the human hall was the only colorful aspect was that the blue star had yet to merge with other realms, thus lacking the primordial essence of other races. Aside from the complementary human hall, the system generously provided 500 units of silver coins, 200 units of timber, and 5 peasants. In reality, silver and gold could be exchanged with the system's currency to procure various formidable troops. However, the exchange rate remained unspecified, and due to the absence of constructed buildings, further information awaited subsequent exploration. This moment, Lin Feng, guided by memory, effortlessly located his unredeemed, loned Wuling Hongguang, and with a swift press of the accelerator, he drove to the Chow Tai Fook jewelry store. Upon entering the jewelry store, he was spared from the cliched indignities of condescension. The staff treated him with utmost normalcy, showing no disdain for his attire, but rather an abundance of warmth. "Good sir, may I assist you with anything today?" A saleswoman clad in the store's professional attire approached him with genuine enthusiasm. "Do you sell silver here?" Lin Feng inquired directly. "Excuse me? Selling what?" The saleswoman's cheerful smile faltered, leaving her momentarily perplexed. "Is it possible that such a large jewelry store does not offer silver for sale?" Lin Feng's urgency began to surface as he contemplated seeking alternatives elsewhere. Yes, we do," the saleswoman replied, now fully aware of the misunderstanding. "You are quite the tease, sir. The current selling price for silver is 6 yuan per gram. How much would you like?" Lin Feng did not respond and continued to inquire, "What about the gold? How is it sold?" The saleswoman, exhibiting a high level of professionalism, discerned Lin Feng's urgency as if he were pressed for time. She promptly set aside her thoughts and replied, "The gold is priced at 500 yuan per gram." Lin Feng estimated that his savings, combined with the recent payment from the company, amounted to approximately 150,000 yuan. The money has already been transferred? How efficient. It seems that our chairman, he truly wishes to avoid my presence. Lin Feng mused with a quiet chuckle. Without further ado, he invested his entire balance in gold and silver, acquiring a total of 50 grams of gold and 20 kilograms of silver before accelerating out of the city. The human town hall occupies an expansive area. It could not be situated within the city, as there is no sufficiently spacious land available. The inability to set it up within the urban confines is one concern. Additionally, even though the apocalypse looms on the horizon, there remains a bit of time. The sudden emergence of such an unusual structure would undoubtedly provoke alarm and unrest. In such a scenario, whether the base is destroyed or he himself is apprehended, or even if he attracts unwanted attention, these are outcomes Lin Feng wishes to avoid. After all, modern firearms pose a lethal threat to him. Equipped with enhancements, he is destined to ascend to the pinnacle amidst the apocalypse, yet it is prudent to exercise caution in the early stages. To recklessly indulge before adequately developing would be a folly of the highest order. Lin Feng, filled with excitement, drove out of the city, his car zipping along the road with remarkable speed. With a swift press of the accelerator, he overtook a Subaru and a BMW, leaving the two drivers in stunned disbelief as the red taillights of his vehicle vanished from their view. Lin Feng's destination was the Qinling mountain range. City, nestled at the foot of the Qinling Mountains, could be reached in less than half an hour by taking the highway out of the city, followed by a 10-minute drive to Shanjin town. Subsequently, by traversing the rural roads for less than 5 minutes, one would find themselves enveloped by the endless expanse of the Qinling mountain range. In the previous era, following the convergence of realms, the Qinling Mountains had transformed into a forbidden zone for humanity. It was said that within the depths of these mountains lay countless otherworldly races, tribes, and formidable magical beasts. In the core regions, there were even extraordinary creatures such as titans, dragons, and behemoths. However, these were mere legends. In his former life, Lin Feng had never ventured deep into this mountain range, let alone its central areas. The only beings he had encountered were the low-tier monsters like trolls, goblins, and kobolds that resided at the mountain's edge, along with some lesser magical beasts. Although the Qinling Mountains, prior to the world's fusion, still stood majestic and grand, they paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring heights of the post-convergence range. Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the primordial forest park he once visited. It was now afternoon, and the rays of the setting sun adorned the entire mountain range, transforming it into a scene reminiscent of a painting. Lin Feng did not indulge in excessive admiration. He recognized the inherent beauty of the surroundings, and with the merging of worlds, the entire blue star would expand in size. The Qinling Mountains would continue to grow, their peaks soaring into the clouds, adorned by plants that emanate mysterious glows of magical elements, enhancing the landscape's allure. However, this transformation would also render the area exceedingly perilous. Recalling his past experiences, he remembered a vast clearing near the cliffs and beside the water in the Qinling Mountains, an ideal location for the establishment of a town hall. According to his recollection, Lin Feng drove for approximately another 10 minutes before finally arriving at his destination. Gazing at the towering cliffs that reached for the heavens and the small stream flowing beneath them, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. Currently, the stream was modest and posed no threat to adversaries. However, as various realms converged, it was destined to transform into a grand river, serving as a natural moat. Thus, Lin Feng, brimming with anticipation, eagerly commenced the construction of the town hall. Lin Feng commanded within his mind. Lin Feng was a remarkably composed individual. However, when confronted with a matter that could profoundly alter his destiny, even his voice quivered with excitement. If the system were indeed genuine, he could not only thrive in this apocalyptic world, but perhaps also uncover the truth behind the merging of realms, paving his way to immortality. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed, and before him materialized a grand town hall, sprawling over 1,000 square meters. Reminiscent of a Central European castle from a bygone era, its magnificence truly awe-inspiring. While he had previously observed such a colossal fortress within the confines of a game, witnessing it in reality was nothing short of breathtaking. Ha 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 ha. The sight of the human town hall materializing before his eyes was an exhilarating revelation. Lin Feng finally felt a weight lift from his heart as he clenched his fists and gazed upward at the sky, tears shimmering in his eyes. The apocalypse? I have arrived. The human town hall serves as the foundation for all human development in the realm of Warcraft. It is capable of producing peasants, storing resources, and upgrading technology. In reality, it also provides daily sustenance in the form of food and water for 12 individuals, making this structure the cornerstone of Lin Feng's rise. In his previous life, when the apocalypse began, Lin Feng lived for a prolonged period like a rat scurrying through the sewers. During the days before he acquired the indestructible skill, he could only evade zombies, goblins, and other monstrous beings. An ordinary person stands no chance against such creatures. Thus, upon his rebirth, he felt a deep sense of frustration, despite having experienced it once before. He still lacked confidence in navigating the early days of the apocalypse as an ordinary individual. Fortunately, I possess an advantage, emulating his previous endeavors. He constructed a Grand King's altar adjacent to the town hall, styled similarly to the Parthenon. At the center of the altar stood a colossal statue holding a torch, flanked by 2 stone pillars soaring over 10 meters high. The King's altar is capable of summoning 4 heroes of the human race. Upon the death of a hero, their spirit returns to the altar, allowing Lin Feng to expend resources to resurrect them. Much like in the game, the first hero is granted as a gift. Lin Feng pondered quietly. The heroes that could be summoned at the human king's altar were the Archmage, the Paladin, the Mountain King, and the Blood Mage. He contemplated which hero to summon. It was hinted that after this summoning, upon upgrading the human base to level 2 and the castle to level 3, he would be able to summon another hero. After much deliberation, Lin Feng made his decision to summon the Archmage. Indeed, no resources were deducted. The first hero was free. The summoning commenced, requiring a duration of 45 minutes. As the system's voice faded, flames suddenly ignited on the stone pillars flanking the altar, and a mysterious chant resonated around it. Beneath the colossal statue, a figure began to materialize slowly. 45 minutes? If the summoning of subsequent soldiers also took this long, it would not bode well. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Since acquiring this system, he had been acutely aware that his strategy would revolve around a relentless tide of soldiers. If the production speed of the soldiers was excessively slow, the efficacy of his overwhelming strategy would undoubtedly diminish, which diverged significantly from his expectations. Lin Feng shifted his gaze towards the 5 farmers standing nearby and opened their attribute panels. Race: human. Occupation: human farmer. Level: 1 attributes, strength 7, agility 7. Intelligence 3. Skills: backpack, sound the mobilization bell. These farmers possess the ability to mine, construct, and fell trees, serving as the resource-gathering units for the human race. In times of insufficient manpower, they can utilize the skill of sounding the mobilization bell to rush to the town hall and arm themselves as militia. However, the combat prowess of the militia is inferior to that of human foot soldiers. All five exhibit the quintessential features of the Han Chinese, standing between 175 to 180 meters tall, sporting short hair, and dressed in ragged tops and black trousers. Their physiques are robust, rivaling those of typical gym instructors. Regrettably, their gazes and expressions appear somewhat vacant, suggesting a lack of intellectual acuity. Lin Feng glanced at his attributes panel once more. Name: Lin Feng. Occupation: Commander of the Four Races. Base: Passive ability, for each level gained. The commander receives attribute points equivalent to their current level. Race: Human. Level: 0. Attributes: Strength 4, Agility 5. Intelligence 7. Skills: None remaining skill points. 1 remaining attribute points. 0. Note: the commander of the Four Races base can gain experience points by defeating enemy troops. And the troops' victories also yield a small amount of experience for the commander. With each level gained, attribute points equivalent to the current level are awarded. The average values for a typical adult male should be around 5. It seems that my prolonged hours of coding and playing Warcraft have resulted in lower strength and higher intelligence, Lin Feng mused. However, as long as I can level up, the foundational attributes are not of paramount importance. You 2, scout the surroundings and report any anomalies immediately. You 3, proceed to chop down the nearby trees and level the ground. Lin Feng began to command with urgency. For the foremost task was to develop the base and endure the fragile initial phase. The fusion of worlds was set to commence by noon tomorrow, causing Lin Feng to feel a growing sense of urgency. He hurried towards the town hall, passing through the heavy castle doors, where an electronic prompt resonated in his ears. Master, you have entered the castle. Resources in your possession can be converted into base resources. Shall we proceed with the conversion? Without hesitation, Lin Feng converted the silver and gold he carried into base resources. Resource list: food, 12, stone, 120, wood, 150, silver, 20, 500, gold, 50, spirit source, 0. The spirit source was essential for producing extraordinary units or units of a higher caliber, and it was indispensable for upgrading the main city. Currently, the only method known to acquire spirit source was through the conversion of spirit stones. In reality, the conversion rate for silver to base silver was 1 gram to 1 unit. Fortunately, both production units and building construction could utilize silver. Otherwise, this meager amount of gold would be of little use, Lin Feng mused silently. Then, with a decisive stroke, he commanded, Ding. Produce 100 farmers, consuming 500 units of silver. At present, the market price for 1 gram of silver was between 5, 8, and 6 yuan, meaning the cost to produce a single farmer was approximately 450 yuan. Despite having anticipated this, Lin Feng was still astonished by the favorable price. He watched as the farmers began felling trees. Among them, one stood out as the shortest yet still measuring 178 meters, with a physique brimming with muscle. Wielding a long-handled axe taken from the castle, he could fell a tree of a bull's width in merely 4 to 5 strikes. It was evident that not only did he possess great strength, but also remarkable skill. Hiring a lumberjack of such caliber in the outside world would surely exceed 450 yuan for a day's wage, Lin Feng thought, his excitement igniting within. As he pondered, he noticed farmers continually emerging from the castle, gathering outside. How can they be produced so swiftly? He wondered, instinctively starting a timer. The production time for a single farmer was merely 30 seconds. Lin Feng let out a great sigh of relief, his concerns about the speed of troop production dissipating. While he remained uncertain about the production times for subsequent units, he realized that human farmers could be trained into militia. Once transformed into militia, the farmers' combat capabilities would leap dramatically, qualifying them for use as combat units. Lin Feng continues his operations. The timber is still relatively close to the base, allowing for a delay in the construction of the logging camp. The farmers have only just begun their production and will not require water or food in the immediate future. Thus, the farm can also be postponed. 2 barracks will be constructed, consuming 500 units of silver and 150 units of timber, with a construction time of 30 minutes. Lin Feng opted for a dual barracks strategy to train infantry, placing utmost importance on safety. The human barracks can produce human foot soldiers, dwarven riflemen, and knights, while also providing skill training for these combat units. However, at present, the barracks are limited to producing only human foot soldiers. Dwarven riflemen can only be trained once the blacksmith has been completed, and knights require the human town hall to be upgraded to a castle. Humans can expedite the construction process by having multiple peasants participate, though this incurs additional resource costs. Before Lin Feng received any new resources, he opted to wait for 30 minutes, for the presence of over 100 muscular men surrounding him provided him with a profound sense of security. Undoubtedly, the waiting period felt interminable. Lin Feng assigned 80 farmers to venture into the forest to fell trees and clear the surrounding land. Meanwhile, he transformed the remaining 18 farmers into militia, sending them out to patrol and maintain vigilance. Although dusk was fast approaching, one could never be certain if anyone might wander into these remote mountains. At this moment, Lin Feng preferred to remain inconspicuous. With all arrangements in place and the barracks constructed, he eagerly commanded the barracks to produce human infantry. 60 soldiers were produced at the cost of 100 units of silver. Thus, I am left with only 400 units of silver, which I shall reserve for unforeseen circumstances. Within Lin Feng's heart, calculations were quietly made. The production time for human infantry is 1 minute per unit, and with 2 barracks at his disposal, it would take merely 30 minutes to complete the assembly of 60 human soldiers. As he pondered this, the first human infantryman emerged. Clad in armor reminiscent of the medieval European plate, he stood approximately 185 meters tall, exuding a strength surpassing that of a mere peasant. In his left hand, he wielded a half-body shield, while his right grasped a sword extending about 1 meters in length. His helmet, which revealed only his eyes, adorned his head, and at his waist hung a water flask. The crimson plume atop his helmet swayed gently with each step he took. The infantryman approached Lin Feng, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of respect and allegiance to his lord. Lin Feng could not help but gaze upon the panel of the human infantry. Race, human. Class, human infantry. Level, 1. Attributes, strength 12, agility 13, intelligence 6. Skills, available for learning defense, reduces piercing damage by 50. With a 30 chance to completely reflect the damage, though it slows their movement speed by 30. The strength and agility attributes far exceed Lin Feng's, suggesting that a single human infantryman could easily contend with 5 of his current self. Is this truly the human infantry often relegated to the role of cannon fodder in the game? It is absurd. The human infantry serves as the fundamental ground combat unit for humanity, intended to assist heroes in their early leveling, ultimately becoming mere fodder in the later stages. Yet, Lin Feng was astounded by the formidable attributes of the human infantry. Thus, his gaze towards the infantrymen grew more fervent. Their attributes surpassed those of ordinary individuals by more than double, and they had directly attained the first tier. He recalled that in his previous life, it took him over 2 months after the apocalypse to reach the first tier. And this was the pinnacle achievable by ordinary humans after enduring the baptism of spiritual energy and rigorous training. In his past life, after 3 years of an apocalyptic struggle, survivors categorized creatures that had interacted with humanity into tiers from 1 to 9, based on their strength. Tier 1 was the weakest, while Tier 9 was the strongest. Rumor had it that there existed beings of a 10th tier, demigod level. Yet humanity on Blue Star had never encountered them. Perhaps some had, but they had perished. Nevertheless, even the weakest Tier 1 represents the zenith of ordinary humans. A typical Tier 1 powerhouse, in terms of physical prowess, could be likened to the champions of contemporary sports, easily lifting burdens nearing 300 pounds. During the 3 years of apocalyptic elimination, the strongest echelon of humanity, including both espers and cultivators, consisted of merely a handful of Tier 6 individuals. Yet, it was these few who carved out a sliver of survival space for humanity amidst the amalgamation of realms. For a Tier 6 powerhouse had undergone a metamorphosis. The spiritual energy had cleansed their very marrow, elevating their existence to a new level of life. Thus, survivors referred to the Tier 6 powerhouses as the Transcendents. Lin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement upon discovering his ability to mass-produce first-tier champions. Even more astonishing was the realization that these were merely infantry units, the cannon fodder of the human race in Warcraft. What if he could also produce formidable units such as frost dragons, chimeras, and mountain giants? It is worth noting that any dragon possesses power that transcends the ordinary. The frost dragon, too, belongs to this exalted category. The prospect of mass-producing extraordinary beings ignited a fervent anticipation within Lin Feng as he envisioned the skies filled with elite forces. Suddenly, the king's altar shimmered with a brilliant golden light, and with the sound of a horse's neigh, a towering figure, mounted upon a white unicorn, stood majestically upon the altar. He dismounted and approached Lin Feng with a deliberate grace. The archmage stood nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with a blue mage's hat that obscured much of his face, revealing only a portion marred by deep lines and creases. His rugged right hand grasped a staff that nearly matched his height, topped with a gem pulsating with an enigmatic glow, draped in a flowing blue robe of magic. The garment concealed all but his right hand and the fragment of his visage that was visible. Lin Feng felt the magical aura emanating from the archmage. Powerful, mysterious. Even though he was aware that this was a subordinate he had just summoned, the overwhelming presence still instilled a sense of unease within him. However, he maintained an air of composure, betraying no emotion on his face. Despite being quite familiar with this heroic figure, witnessing the archmage in person left Lin Feng utterly astonished. "Archmage Magellan, at your service, my lord." The towering mage approached Lin Feng, bowing slightly, one hand grasping a staff while the other rested gracefully across his chest. His head lowered in a gesture of respect. Lin Feng secretly let out a sigh of relief. Everything was well within his control. A calm voice emerged from his lips, as if he had remained composed and unconcerned throughout the entire ordeal. Lin Feng gazed at Magellan's attribute panel, which unveiled a comprehensive interface regarding the Grand Sorcerer. It was filled with details of the Grand Sorcerer's current attributes and several game skills. Name: Magellan. Profession: hero. Passive ability: child of destiny. Engaging in battles beyond one's level is as effortless as eating and drinking. Race: human level. 1 attributes: strength 14, agility 17, intelligence 19. Skills available for learning: Blizzard. Summon water elemental, glorious aura, mass teleportation. Requirements not yet met. Remaining skill points. 1 special note: Magellan is a grand wizard of the human race, representing the pinnacle of water-based magic, possessing 4 fixed rule-based magical skills, alongside elevated growth attributes and self-awareness, capable of gaining experience points through defeating enemies to level up. Self-awareness? That is indeed advantageous. Otherwise, as the influence grows, managing everything alone would undoubtedly become overwhelming for Lin Feng. Remaining skill points for the Grand Sorcerer stand at 1. Would you like to allocate them? Inquired the system's voice. What skill should I learn initially? If this were a game, I would undoubtedly opt for Summon Water Elemental, as water elementals are ranged units with high attack and substantial health, capable of both offense and defense. However, this is reality. As long as resources are sufficient, Lin Feng could swiftly assemble a formidable infantry legion capable of enduring and striking. What he currently lacked was a broad offensive capability. Blizzard. Without hesitation, Lin Feng commanded the learning of Blizzard. Instantly, the skill appeared in the Grand Sorcerer's skill bar. Blizzard. Level 1. The Grand Sorcerer can expend magical energy to summon shards of ice within a designated area, inflicting damage upon all units within that region. As the skill level increases and the Grand Sorcerer's magical power grows, the number of ice shards, the damage inflicted, and the area of effect will all enhance. I can also learn hero skills? It must be skills that the hero has already mastered. Lin Feng was persistently engaged in exploration. Each time he unlocked and constructed a new race hall, he would earn a skill point. Once utilized, this skill point could not be exchanged unless he obtained a tome of relearning. This meant, in essence, that he could at most learn 4 hero skills. Lin Feng felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. It seemed rather inadequate. It was a case of reaping benefits while being overly modest. After all, heroes could only learn 4 fixed skills, yet he had dozens of skills at his disposal. He did not lack combat power. What he truly required was the ability to ensure his own survival. He decided it would be prudent to wait until he summoned the paladin to learn his holy light. Lin Feng thought cautiously. Had he known he could learn hero skills, he would have chosen the paladin as his first summoned hero. The paladin's holy light grants the user an invincible shield, impervious to level restrictions. After all, as long as he could survive the early stages, his future would be infinitely bright. With the ability to spawn troops indefinitely, he need not charge into battle. He merely needed to safeguard himself and develop gradually. Currently, to summon the paladin, he would have to wait until the town hall reached level 2, thereby becoming a capital city. Magellan, could you please demonstrate a storm? Lin Feng inquired. As you wish, my lord, Magellan replied, immediately brandishing his staff. In an instant, the sky transformed ominously, the temperature plummeted, and numerous hailstones, each the size of a fist, plummeted from the heavens, striking a clearing approximately 30 meters in radius, leaving the ground pockmarked. Lin Feng was quite pleased with the special effects of his skills, yet he found the power somewhat lacking. Magellan elucidated, "My lord, while rule-based skills can be unleashed without magical elements, their potency significantly diminishes. However, with the convergence of various realms and the resurgence of spiritual energy tomorrow, spiritual energy being synonymous with magical elements, the power of the blizzard can be amplified twofold." Lin Feng's furrowed brow finally relaxed. After the 60 human infantrymen emerged from the barracks, he let out a sigh of relief. He assigned Magellan to lead these soldiers in establishing a vigilant defense while the farmers set out to gather resources. Then he proceeded into the castle, where a grand hall awaited him. The hall, soaring over 5 meters high, was designed in a style reminiscent of Central Europe. A crimson carpet stretched from the entrance to the imposing seats at the far end. The seats themselves were both majestic and spacious, flanked by 2 towering warrior sculptures, one wielding a long spear and the other brandishing a formidable axe. Lin Feng approached the seat with the dignity of a sovereign ascending to the throne, taking deliberate steps before turning to settle into his chair. Leaning against the backrest, he surveyed the expansive hall, a surge of intense ambition swelling within him. Just then, the sound of his phone rang out, cutting through the moment. Lin Feng glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Zhao Sihai. After a brief moment of contemplation, he discerned the reason behind the call. "Hello? Hello? Lin Feng, where have you gone? Hurry back to work. The project with Ollie must be completed tonight. If it isn't finished, you can forget about receiving your salary this month." The portly Zhao Sihai adjusted his tie and imperiously commanded Lin Feng. He had been out negotiating business during the day, and upon returning to discover Lin Feng had been dismissed, he was almost driven to the brink of fury. Lin Feng is an indispensable pillar of the company. He alone comprehends that should he depart, the company would falter significantly. He is acutely aware that Lin Feng's monthly loan repayments tether him to his position, and thus he has resorted to workplace manipulation, compelling Lin Feng to undertake multiple roles without corresponding remuneration. In Zhao Sihai's mind, individuals like Lin Feng should be kept in a state of half-satisfaction. For if they were fully content, they would become unmanageable. However, it never crossed his mind to dismiss Lin Feng. The decision to terminate Lin Feng rests with the chairman, leaving Zhao Sihai feeling utterly powerless and frustrated. Habitually, Zhao Sihai continues to assert his authority over Lin Feng, even while needing his assistance. Ordinarily, he would have already unleashed a torrent of insults directed at Lin Feng's family. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng could not suppress a cold laugh. "Oh, Zhao Sihai, I appreciate your call, but the tone you adopt is displeasing to me." Just as Zhao Sihai was about to respond with vulgarity, Lin Feng's mocking voice interrupted him. This morning, some delightful events transpired in the chairman's office. On the chair, on the desk, on the sofa, on the balcony. "Mr. Zhao, your talents may be limited, but your skill in mimicry is remarkable. You are not monitoring me. Rather, you are observing the chairman." A cold sweat instantly drenched Zhao Sihai's shirt. He feigned composure and threatened, "Shaolin, do you realize this is illegal? I advise you to pretend you know nothing. Otherwise, if Chairman He finds out, you will be doomed. You must understand that Chairman He's husband is the mayor of H City. Should he desire your demise, it would be a mere word. You are aware that Chairman He's husband is the mayor, are you not? Spare me the pleasantries. By midnight tonight, prepare 10 million in gold or silver and deliver it to Shanjin town. Otherwise, await your demise." Lin Feng, uninterested in his ramblings, brusquely interrupted him. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, the video recorded this morning alone could sustain Zhao Sihai for a lifetime. Since Lin Feng joined the company, despite possessing the most exceptional skills, he has been ostracized due to having displaced a distant relative of Zhao Sihai upon his arrival. He receives a salary below the average line and frequently faces unjust deductions imposed by Zhao Sihai under various pretexts. He has long harbored thoughts of retribution and, having recently observed the covert exchanges between Zhao Sihai and the company's chairwoman, He Xiaoling, he infiltrated He Xiaoling's office computer. Indeed, he captured a dramatic scene that morning. However, in the grand scheme of things, it matters little. As the world converges, the majority will perish, becoming mere background figures, while the surviving few will confront a reorganization of power. Undoubtedly, in this cannibalistic, strength-centered apocalypse, power equates to brute force. With the Warcraft system at his disposal, Lin Feng is destined to become the most formidable force in the future. Lin Feng hung up the phone, indifferent to Zhao Sihai's anxious fidgeting or his furious outbursts. Since his reincarnation, he had not experienced a moment's respite. Between the trials of rebirth, the demands for wages, and the relentless pursuit of bases, He finally found a brief reprieve, sinking into a chair and drifting into slumber. In his dream, he commanded the forces produced by the system, leading them to conquer lands far and wide, unifying the entire world. Kings from various races bowed their noble heads before him, and the most beautiful maidens from all tribes surrounded him, just as he reached the pinnacle of his existence. A divine voice resonated within the hearts of all beings on Blue Star. How dare the insignificant insects usurp the power of the gods? You shall perish. Then, from beyond the Blue Star, emerged a Buddha, colossal in stature, far exceeding the size of the planet itself. With a face etched in rage, the Buddha raised a gigantic hand, descending from the depths of outer space to strike Lin Feng. The enormity of the hand was unfathomable, both in length and breadth, hurtling towards Earth at a terrifying speed. Upon contact, it shattered the outermost layers of the atmosphere surrounding Blue Star, rendering the planet perilously vulnerable beneath its might. The friction between the giant hand and the atmosphere ignited a cataclysmic blaze, and from the back of the hand, billowing black smoke rose, capable of engulfing the entire Blue Star. Lin Feng and his subordinates exerted every effort, employing their extraordinary abilities, yet beneath the weight of that colossal hand, they could not stir even a ripple. They could only watch helplessly as the intricate patterns of the giant hand became increasingly distinct, and then, boom, the entire Blue Star shattered under that hand. Lin Feng awoke from the terrifying nightmare, gasping for breath. No, although I am practically invincible at this stage. The mere thought of that terrifying deity capable of conjuring apocalypses and merging worlds with a mere wave of its hand, coupled with the increasingly dreadful array of otherworldly races, creatures, tribes, and factions emerging as the realms intertwine, presents an insurmountable dilemma. Some alien races possess terrifying strength yet are insatiably bloodthirsty. Wherever they tread, a wasteland often follows. Others are driven by chaotic whims, obliterating entire cities on a whim. Even those benevolent or neutral otherworldly races look down upon the frail humanity of Blue Star. When the people of Blue Star encounter them in the wild, they may suffer unprovoked attacks, akin to how one might instinctively crush an anthill upon sight. Reflecting on this information, Lin Feng felt an urgent sense of foreboding. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. It was time to head to Shanjin Town to gather a fresh supply of resources. Lin Feng stepped out and summoned 4 human infantrymen, along with the Grand Sorcerer Magellan. As they set off in a vehicle towards Golden Flash Town, it was not that he wished to limit his entourage, rather, his life had become more precious than anything else. He was the sole driver capable of operating the vehicle, which could accommodate only a limited number of passengers. Although he no longer cared for points deductions or fines, the heavily armored infantrymen each weighed at least 200 pounds, and with the towering Magellan aboard, he genuinely feared that the tires might burst under the strain. Nevertheless, the cautious Lin Feng guided all the infantrymen under the cover of night and the forest towards Golden Flash Town, where they would rendezvous with him in approximately an hour. After about 15 minutes of travel, Lin Feng arrived at the outskirts of Golden Flash Town. He refrained from driving directly into the town in his Wuling Hongguang, fully aware that Zhao Sihai lacked the audacity to risk exposure by hiring someone to eliminate him. However, cautiousness prevailed in Lin Feng's mind. Having narrowly escaped death once before, he instructed one infantryman to remove his armor, don civilian attire, and wear a mask while driving into Golden Flash Town for a reconnaissance. After circling the area, he settled in a prominent restaurant. 5 minutes later, nothing untoward occurred. Subsequently, he sent a text message to Zhao Sihai, indicating that the transaction at the Ice City in Golden Flash Town was to be settled in full. Lin Feng, accompanied by Magellan, cautiously concealed himself behind a grand tree along the route to Shanjin Town, observing intently. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Feng spotted Zhao Sihai driving into Shanjin Town. As soon as he entered the Mi Shui Bing Chong, Lin Feng made a phone call, inquiring about the items he had requested. There in the car, Zhao Sihai replied, "You and that burly individual clad in a white down jacket should drive out together. I will be waiting for you by the shore of Shanjin Lake." Lin Feng's tone rendered his current mood utterly inscrutable. Zhao Sihai, at a loss for words, remarked, "Brother, we are not in the midst of a popularity contest. Must you complicate matters so? If you wish to live, refrain from needless chatter," Lin Feng coldly retorted, ending the call, as was his customary practice. When it came to Zhao Sihai, he had no desire to engage in superfluous dialogue. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng and Zhao Sihai finally convened at Shanjin Lake. Renowned as a picturesque tourist destination in H City, the lake's surface shimmered under the moonlight, its waters clear and translucent. "Shaolin, we can discuss this amicably." There's no need to escalate the situation. Zhao Sihai's booming voice shattered the tranquil atmosphere of Shanjin Lake. How about this? Return. And I will appoint you as vice president, offering you a monthly salary of 100,000. Zhao Sihai continued to attempt to obfuscate his intentions. Lin Feng gazed at him with an expression of disbelief, causing Zhao Sihai's lingering hopes to gradually dissipate. Have you brought the silver and gold? Lin Feng inquired. I must first see the film of the videotape. Otherwise, I shall not provide you with anything, Zhao Sihai conceded, abandoning his earlier optimism and reverting to the demeanor of a professional elite. Without obtaining the film of the videotape, no matter how much he offered, he remained susceptible to Lin Feng's coercion. As for the imposing figures accompanying Lin Feng, he perceived them as mere embellishments to bolster Lin Feng's presence. Believing they would not dare to take any action against him, Lin Feng turned around, his hands tucked into his pockets, gazing at Shanjin Lake, and softly remarked, "Let our general, Zhao, be made aware of the prevailing circumstances." As his words settled, Magellan brandished his wand and struck Zhao Sihai's leg with fervor. "Ah, my leg." Zhao Sihai immediately collapsed onto the beach, rolling in agony while clutching his leg. "Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? And you lot. What has Lin Feng offered you? I shall pay you double." Zhao Sihai still failed to grasp the reality of the situation, accustomed as he was to a law-abiding society. He dared to threaten Lin Feng, yet it was merely bluster, for he had never witnessed such a scenario firsthand. Magellan, however, paid no heed to his protests and continued to unleash a barrage of strikes upon Zhao Sihai with his wand, leaving him wailing in despair. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched, his heart filled with exasperation. "My esteemed sorcerer, I did not instruct you to personally engage in battle. I merely requested that you send these foot soldiers to carry out the task. Are you not concerned about damaging your precious wand? Cease this commotion. We are within the confines of my vehicle." Zhao Sihai was hardly a paragon of masculinity. He had merely been caught off guard, unable to comprehend the brutalities unfolding upon him. Magellan struck a couple more times before turning his gaze towards Lin Feng. "Enough. Have 2 individuals bring the silver and gold to my vehicle," Lin Feng commanded. "Let us also invite our esteemed General Zhao to join us." Lin Feng was once again engulfed in worry. If only the units summoned by these systems could drive. Zhao Sihai took a seat, and it was evident that the space within the vehicle was decidedly insufficient. As Lin Feng was about to get into the car, a cacophony of noise erupted from a distance. "Help! Help!" A portly man cried out, his voice reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Trailing behind him were more than 10 burly figures clad in black. Upon spotting Lin Feng, the overweight man hastened towards him, shouting, "Brother, help! These individuals are engaged in a drug transaction. Please call the police." Lin Feng initially wished to remain uninvolved, but upon hearing those words, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. There was no escape. Indeed, more than a dozen men clad in black swiftly approached, encircling Lin Feng and his companions. At that moment, the portly fellow was also captured and brought forth. The leader of the black-clad men stood approximately 1.8 meters tall, a long scar running diagonally from his left eye to the bridge of his nose on the right side of his face. He adorned himself with a large golden chain, and a myriad of chaotic tattoos graced his neck. "On the streets, I am known as Scarface," he declared, fixing his gaze on Lin Feng and his companions. "Brothers, consider tonight's events as if you have not witnessed them. Understood?" The scarred man then spoke in a commanding tone, instructing them to present their identification cards for a photograph and to leave promptly. Scarface had long danced with danger, engaging in lethal dealings. Lin Feng, with his delicate complexion and refined demeanor, appeared to be nothing more than an earnest office worker. Furthermore, the positioning of the others suggested that they subtly regarded Lin Feng as their leader, which led Scarface to dismiss them altogether. Lin Feng smiled and said, "No problem. Scar brother, I would like to ask you something. Is this gold chain genuine?" Scar replied, This person must have some issues." "What did you say?" Scar's tone grew impatient. Lin Feng smiled as he reiterated, "I am indeed asking you, is that golden chain real?" At this moment, Scar realized that Lin Feng was merely seeking to provoke him. Having spent years navigating the underworld, he had never been subjected to such mockery. Thus, he commanded, "This kid seeks his demise. Brothers, grant him his wish." Upon hearing this, Scar's lackeys drew their machetes and baseball bats, preparing to charge at Lin Feng and his companions. However, just then, the sound of synchronized footsteps approached rapidly. Dozens of armored soldiers, wielding great swords and bearing shields, swiftly surrounded Scar and his men. The distance from the base camp to Shanjin Lake was not particularly far, and these infantrymen had actually arrived long ago. Yet, the cautious Lin Feng had chosen to conceal them in the grass by the lakeside to avoid drawing attention. In truth, with Magellan and a few infantrymen, it would have been a simple task to overpower this gang of ruffians. Nonetheless, having heard tales of the ruthless nature of drug traffickers throughout his life, Lin Feng opted for caution. He summoned these soldiers through the interface of his mental game, considering the possibility that the thugs might be armed. Our esteemed Lin Feng would not be reckless enough to endanger himself. At this moment, Scar stood utterly dumbfounded. Was this some sort of performance? Had he stumbled into a film set? Did they believe he was an actor too? In an instant, a flurry of speculations raced through Scar's mind, and he could not help but exclaim, "Are you all actors?" Lin Feng was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Was he a fool summoned by a monkey? He no longer wished to squander time and promptly commanded his infantry to launch an assault. One soldier charged swiftly towards the nearest ruffian, bringing down his sword with a decisive strike. The ruffian barely managed to evade to the left, yet in an instant, his right arm was severed at the root by the longsword. Despite his injury, the ruffian retaliated fiercely, swinging his knife towards the soldier's neck, only to have it effortlessly deflected by the soldier's shield. The soldier then plunged his sword directly into the ruffian's heart, causing the latter to feel an immediate loss of strength before collapsing to the ground. The infantry faced these ruffians as if they were merely slicing through vegetables. Although most of these thugs were desperate outlaws, the disparity in strength and equipment was insurmountable. In but a single encounter, 4 or 5 lay lifeless in pools of blood. Upon witnessing this, Scar instantly became enraged, drawing a pistol from his waistband and firing 3 shots at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had already been encircled tightly by shield-bearing soldiers, and Scar's bullets struck the shields, ricocheting back and injuring 2 of his own men. This exemplified the defensive capabilities of the human infantry. Shield defense reduces piercing damage by 50% and possesses a 30% chance of completely reflecting the damage, albeit at the cost of reducing their movement speed by 30%. Had spiritual energy not yet been revived, Scar's small-caliber pistol would have been ineffective against the shield. Even a Barrett rifle might struggle to penetrate it. Nevertheless, the immense force of the Barrett, even if it could not breach the shield, would still inflict some damage upon the shielded infantry. Scar found himself at a loss. As his pistol, his greatest asset, proved futile, he was uncertain of what to do, helplessly watching as his men fell one by one. With the last of his subordinates succumbing, Scar sank into utter despair. His pistol was confiscated, and he was forced to kneel before Lin Feng, restrained by 2 soldiers. Lin Feng regarded the kneeling Scar with a sardonic gaze. He crouched down, gently tapping Scar's face with the confiscated handgun. "Scar, can you answer me now? Is your golden chain genuine?" At this moment, Scar was on the verge of tears, his initial surge of adrenaline having cooled, leaving him feeling utterly frigid, purely out of fear. "Brother, it is well known that we drug dealers lack humanity and are ruthless. But no one has ever slaughtered so many people at once using cold weapons. Even if I were to desecrate your ancestral grave, it wouldn't warrant such deep enmity, would it?" Scar's heart was filled with indignation, yet it was overshadowed by dread. How could he know that Lin Feng, having endured 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, had witnessed far worse scenes of brutality? His heart had long since hardened, colder than steel. To him, anyone who struck against him was a mortal enemy, with no possibility of mercy. "Scar, how much longer must I wait?" Lin Feng called to him with a disarming smile. Scar forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. "BB brother, just call me Little Scar." He stammered. "This chain is merely gold-plated on the outside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hang around my neck." "Oh, what a pity. Then you hold no value. Kill him." Lin Feng expressed his disappointment. If that chain had been pure gold, it would have weighed over 10 pounds. Scar, terrified to the point of losing control, desperately attempted to cling to Lin Feng's leg, but his hands were firmly restrained by the soldiers, causing his face to bury itself into the ground. Brother, I am of use. I still have a batch of drugs. I don't want drugs. I need gold or silver. Do you have any?" Lin Feng inquired. Yes. We often conduct transactions in gold and silver. I have some stored." Scar replied eagerly. "Magellan, take this little Scar, brother." "Oh no, Scar, to fetch the gold." Lin Feng mimicked Scar's earlier haughty introduction. Scar, forced to wear a smile, looked more pained than ever. Lin Feng struck his face with the butt of the gun, stating, "If you manage to reclaim the gold you traded away tonight, I shall grant you a chance to survive. Do you understand, Scarface?" Scarface nodded vigorously. Magellan summoned 4 infantrymen and, accompanied by Scarface, set off to retrieve the gold. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the corpulent figure sprawled on the ground, feigning death. "Let me see," he remarked. "How's tonight's other protagonist faring?" He prodded the fat man with his foot, but the man remained steadfast in his charade. Lin Feng exclaimed loudly, "Come here, cut these corpses into 18 pieces and toss them into the lake to feed the fish." At this, the rotund man could no longer feign death. Brother Feng, it's me, Xiao Chang. I'm not dead yet." He hastily stood up, brushing off the dust from his behind. It turned out that this portly fellow was Lin Feng's colleague, Zhang Xiaochang, who had comforted him earlier that morning. "Lin Feng, what brings you to this reservoir at such a late hour?" Zhang Xiaochang said hesitantly. "I had arranged to meet an online acquaintance in person, waited for quite some time without seeing any sign of them, so I decided to take a casual stroll to alleviate my boredom. Little did I know, I stumbled upon them engaging in a drug transaction, and then..." Lin Feng was rendered speechless. What normal person would invite a girl to meet by the lakeside on a wintry night? Do you still believe that women today embody the same artistic charm as those of the past? Enough of this idle chatter. Since you have witnessed this matter, come with me. You shall drive Zhao Sihai's vehicle. Lin Feng commanded. This corpulent individual is quite amiable, ensuring his safety while accompanying me. However, his incessant prattling is quite irksome. Thus, Lin Feng decided to instill a sense of fear in him. "Brother Feng, where are we headed? I am your steadfast comrade. You cannot possibly consider my demise as well." Zhang Xiaoqiang was undeniably terrified, particularly upon witnessing the carnage strewn about. "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Everyone is accounted for. Let us return home." At 3 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng returned to the base, followed about an hour later by Magellan and Scar, who brought back approximately 10 kilograms of gold and 1 kilogram of silver. Scar had managed to preserve his life for the time being. Lin Feng arranged for Scar, Zhang Xiaoqiang, and Zhao Sihai to stay in a farmhouse, assigning 4 infantrymen to keep watch over them. He then began to tally his resources. This outing had proven immensely fruitful. Zhao Sihai had delivered to Lin Feng 1,000 kilograms of silver and 8 kilograms of gold, along with the gold seized from Scar. The total amounted to 18 kilograms of gold and around 1,000 kilograms of silver. Beholding such a substantial bounty, Lin Feng felt a surge of elation. Indeed, risk and reward are often intertwined. He firmly believed he had taken significant risks this time, although he encountered no genuine dangers throughout the ordeal. The cautious Lin Feng held a different perspective. A child born to wealth does not sit idly in the hall, does he? Furthermore, the bullets that whizzed past were indeed terrifying. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng promptly commanded his men to hang Scar up for a couple of days to dry, and likewise, to do the same with Zhao Sihai. Lin Feng immersed himself in the system's operational interface, initiating a series of actions. He converted all available resources into system assets. Ding! The exchange was complete. He now possessed 18,050 units of gold, 1,004,000 units of silver, 192 units of food, 120 units of stone, and 15,000 units of wood. Oh, is there truly such an abundance of wood? Upon his departure, he had instructed the farmers to construct 30 farms and 2 blacksmiths. He had not anticipated such a surplus of timber. It seemed the farmers were indeed quite efficient in their logging endeavors. Ding! The current count of human farmers stands at 105, human infantry at 60, and there is one hero. Lin Feng gazed upon the meager number of his combat units, a pitiful sight indeed. It is crucial to remember that reality is not akin to a game. A mere handful of infantry from the human race could traverse the landscape freely. At the onset of the apocalypse, there may well be a nest of monsters or a tribe of otherworldly beings emerging in close proximity to his base. With such a scant number of combat units, a single charge from the enemy could spell doom for him. With less than 8 hours remaining until the cataclysm begins, Lin Feng resolved to convert all available resources into combat power. After meticulous calculations, he commenced his operations. First, he decided to produce 1,000 farmers, as they would serve as the backbone of construction and could also take up arms in dire situations. The more, the better. However, he was mindful not to fell all the surrounding trees, for where would be the space to erect barracks? Ding! Production of 1,000 farmers commenced, consuming 75,000 units of silver. Next, he set about constructing 20 barracks, aiming for maximum efficiency in troop generation. Ding! The construction of 20 barracks was completed, expending 3,000 units of wood and 5,000 units of silver. Then came the Pi de assistance. He ordered the production of 5,000 human infantrymen. Seeking a profound sense of security. Ding. The production of 5,000 human infantrymen was successful, consuming 675,000 units of silver. Indu, dwarf gunmen. I require the production of 200 of you. Ding. The production of 200 dwarf gunmen was finalized, consuming 4,000 units of gold, 40,000 units of silver, and 4,000 units of wood. Ding. In no time, Lin Feng had expended the majority of his resources. Observing the scene from above as the fruits of his labor began to take shape, the trees surrounding the Lin Feng town hall are vanishing at an alarming rate. In their stead, farms, barracks, blacksmiths, watchtowers, arrow towers, mysterious towers, lumber yards, and hidden treasure chambers have emerged. Given the expansive area of the town hall, Lin Feng has thus far constructed only one. The crux of the matter lies in the insufficient resources. After arranging everything, Lin Feng succumbed to fatigue. Having endured a plethora of experiences throughout the day, Lin Feng firmly believes that by tomorrow noon, his stronghold and countless troops will deliver a tremendous surprise to the apocalypse. When Lin Feng finally awakens, it is already 11:30 a.m. Exhausted from the previous night, he has overslept, but fortunately, the end of the world has yet to commence. Lin Feng gazed at the map of power dynamics in his mind, taken aback. Had it truly expanded over 10 square kilometers? Surely, this would be captured by satellites in an instant. Yet, as he pondered further, a smile crept onto his face. The apocalypse was imminent. And even if an army were to assault the beast's stronghold now, it would be too late. Lin Feng stood up, stretched leisurely, and stepped out of the town hall. Immediately, the hard-working farmers, infantrymen, dwarven musketeers, and Magellan all knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "All hail the sovereign." Their voices surged like waves, reaching the heavens. This resounding proclamation left the suspended individuals astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief, having been hoisted up not long after their exhaustion had overtaken them the previous night. They awoke to find their surroundings transformed in such an extraordinary manner. They even began to question whether they had traversed through time and space. Lin Feng gazed upon the multitude of his subordinates kneeling before him, amidst the towering arrow towers and the enigmatic spire of the base. The barracks continued to dispatch infantry and dwarf musketeers in an unceasing flow. He was suddenly filled with an overwhelming sense of ambition and pride. His grand undertaking was on the verge of fruition. Lin Feng could no longer conceive of any obstacle preventing him from uniting the Blue Star. He was liberated from trepidation and meticulous caution, and from this moment forth, he truly soared as high as the sky and swam freely in the vast ocean. No formalities. Return to your respective posts and continue your diligent efforts, Lin Feng commanded, and then he commenced his study of the new buildings and units. Discerning their differences from the game. Dwarven gunner race. Human level. 2 attributes. Strength 22, agility 18. Intelligence 15 skills. Long-range sniping remarks. The Dwarven gunner serves as a ranged attack unit for humans, wielding powerful magical firearms crafted by the Dwarven race. Once the Dwarven gunner masters the long-range sniping skill, their range becomes a nightmare for adversaries. Mystic Tower, a unique structure of the human race, capable of launching magical orbs to attack enemy units within a kilometer. The magical orbs possess dispelling effects. Construction requires 100 units of stone, 50 units of gold, and 100 units of wood. Arrow Tower, a distinctive building of the human race, capable of firing large arrows at enemy units within a distance of 1.5 kilometers. Featuring a rapid firing rate. Construction requires 100 units of stone, 30 units of gold, and 120 units of wood. Lumber Yard, a facility utilized by humans to upgrade building defenses and store timber. Construction requires 200 units of silver and 120 units of wood. Mystic Shop, here. One can acquire magical items such as potions of magic and life. Construction requires 120 units of silver, 20 units of gold, and 120 units of wood. All of the above bear little distinction from the game, save for the blacksmith's forge. Although the forge has upgraded the iron sword technique. Soldiers must personally visit the forge to switch their armaments, unlike in the game where upgrades automatically equip all soldiers with new weapons. Furthermore, should weapons or armor sustain damage, they can be repaired at the forge. Indeed, with sufficient ore, Lin Feng could even venture into the weapon trade. Additionally, the farm refreshes provisions of food and water for 6 individuals daily. The absence of housing for system soldiers adversely affects their combat prowess and fatigue recovery. This is decidedly more reflective of reality. Lin Feng picked up a sword forged at the blacksmith's forge, instantly feeling a surge of strength. He then plucked a few strands of Zhang Xiaoqiang's hair and placed them upon the blade. Immediately, the hair snapped in two and fell away. Hiss! A hair can be severed by the blade. A fine sword. Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. A fine sword indeed, but why are you pulling my hair? Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered, feeling aggrieved. Does it hurt when I pull your hair? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Yes, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, dazed. Then how many people are here? Lin Feng continued to inquire with a smile. The two of them, Zhang Xiaoqiang, still responded in a daze. Then tell me, why would I pull your hair? Am I to pull my own? Lin Feng gazed at him with an expression of incredulity. Your reasoning is remarkably sound. Zhang Xiaoqiang was momentarily rendered speechless. Yet under the eaves, one must bow their head. He had no choice but to continue to endure his predicament. As noon approached, Lin Feng ordered that Zhang Xiaoqiang be restrained to prevent him from succumbing to the zombie plague and turning against him. He donned a suit of armor and, alongside Magellan, retreated into the town hall, awaiting the impending apocalypse in silence. Indeed, as the clock struck 12, the voice of the deity resonated punctually. I am the deity. This world is excessively tranquil. Such a placid environment cannot nurture formidable warriors. I shall bestow upon you nightmares, suffering, the end of days, power, and the hope of eternal life. The content mirrored that of the previous life precisely. The resurgence of spiritual energy had commenced. Lin Feng sensed an enigmatic essence permeating the air, sharpening his mind and invigorating his body with an exhilarating lightness. Lin Feng stepped outside and was astonished to find that Zhang Xiaoqiang and the other two had not transformed into zombies. He couldn't help but ponder whether there truly exists a divine will guiding fate. However, Zhao Sihai and the scar-faced man, one who had once oppressed him and the other a notorious drug trafficker, were two individuals he could not bear to keep alive. If the heavens would not take them, then he would bring them forth, execute them, raise the flag. At this moment, Lin Feng's demeanor was imbued with an unparalleled authority, with nothing left to compromise. Not even the heavens themselves. You are untrustworthy. You promised not to kill me. The scar-faced man was on the verge of collapse, his words tumbling out in a chaotic mix of pleas and curses. Yet, it was all in vain. The infantry swung their swords, and two once vibrant heads fell to the ground, severed. Lin Feng, devoid of a glance toward them, focused intently on the direction of the Qinling Mountains, where the haunting howls of wolves echoed through the air. The wolf howls. In a previous life, refugees fleeing from the direction of Shanjin town had mentioned that on the third day, they were attacked by a tribe of works, whose numbers were nearly incalculable. Moreover, the work chieftain was said to be extraordinarily powerful, possibly even transcendent. It appeared to be true. This was indeed a predicament. Lin Feng cast a glance skyward, questioning whether this was the counterstrike the heavens had bestowed upon him. All troops on high alert. Prepare for battle. Magellan, take 200 infantry and 20 musketmen to scout the enemy. In this moment, Lin Feng felt acutely the lack of capable personnel. While ordinary human infantry excelled in combat, their low intelligence rendered them ineffective as commanders. Reluctantly, he turned his gaze to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang, you are to lead 500 infantry, 30 dwarf musketeers, and 50 farmers to establish defenses towards Shanjin Lake. There will certainly be mermen coming ashore to invade. This was not merely a possibility, it was a certainty. This was the source of Lin Feng's concern. Following the convergence of realms, Shanjin Lake had expanded almost tenfold, growing from less than 60 square kilometers to over 500 square kilometers, and this lake was now occupied by a tribe of mermen. Although mermen were ill-suited for terrestrial environments, their aggression was formidable. Now, amidst this great upheaval, the mermen would inevitably venture ashore to explore. If the base of magical beasts and the worgs were locked in a fierce struggle, a surprise assault from the merman tribe could lead to catastrophic consequences. And me? Xiaoqiang, I spoke to you last night about the changes in the world. If you do not evolve, you will soon be left behind. Lin Feng interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's self-doubting words. You have played Warcraft, so now I present to you a mission to establish a sentinel post. All you need to do is tell me whether you can do it or not. I can. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted loudly. In that moment, he realized that even if he felt incapable, he had to declare his ability. He glanced at the two soldiers standing behind him, their swords already drawn, and feared that a negative response would result in his immediate demise. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Lin Feng shared a tight embrace, and with tears in his eyes, he led his troops towards Shanjin Lake. The reason for his tears was of little importance. Lin Feng observed that both Magellan and Zhang Xiaoqiang had departed, prompting him to retreat into the castle, where he began to manipulate the entire situation. Any troops generated by the system within a 50-kilometer radius were visible to him, allowing for remote control, akin to playing a video game. Thus, sending Zhang Xiaoqiang to deploy defenses at Golden Lake was indeed a means of training him. As the scale of operations expanded and the number of soldiers multiplied, it became increasingly impossible for him to manage alone. Presently, the only subordinates with higher intellect were Magellan and Zhang Xiaoqiang. Suddenly, a warning erupted from the control interface facing the Qinling mountain range. Lin Feng concentrated his thoughts to investigate and discovered that Magellan's forces had already engaged in combat with the Ward tribe. The Qinling Mountains, having undergone a fusion of realms, finally revealed their majestic visage. Towering peaks pierced the clouds, merging seamlessly with the skyline, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The mid-mountain area was shrouded in mist, reminiscent of a mystical paradise that evoked reverence. Lush vegetation flourished from the base to the summit, adorned with an array of extraordinary trees. Some emanated an aura of magic, radiating mysterious luminescence, while others soared into the heavens, some reaching heights of several hundred meters, with diameters exceeding 100 meters. Among the canopies, one could faintly glimpse elves weaving through the foliage. In the forest traversed various beasts and enigmatic magical creatures. Although he had long anticipated that the Qinling Mountains would expand tenfold following the fusion of realms, witnessing it firsthand, particularly from an aerial perspective, left Lin Feng profoundly astonished. Yet, he had pressing matters to attend to, as his troops had already begun to engage with the Northern Ward tribe. It turned out that the Grand Mage Magellan had commanded the infantry to infiltrate the Ward tribe systematically, forming a linear deployment. The soldiers navigated the primordial forest with caution. In areas with fewer obstacles, their infiltration progressed swiftly, whereas in more obstructed regions, their advance slowed. Consequently, the sprawling line of scattered troops, extending approximately 2 kilometers, became distorted, with pairs of soldiers spaced about 20 meters apart. At this moment, the infantry at the forefront had spotted the warg hunters. Lin Feng recognized the creature before him. Possessing the head of a wolf and a body and limbs akin to that of a wolf, they stood upright, towering around 7 meters. With only a handful of wolfman poachers equipped with crossbows, while the majority were unarmed. These poachers occupied the lowest echelon within wolfman society, lacking sufficient combat prowess. They typically served as scouts, trackers, or sentinels. Due to their inadequate strength, poachers generally opted to utilize their bows and arrows from behind cover or in the shadows, striving to avoid close-quarters combat. Their aim was commendable, ensuring they would not mistakenly hit their fellow wolfman brutes engaged in melee. As the poachers spotted the human infantry, conflict was imminent. With a howl, 2 wolfmen lunged towards the infantry, engaging in a 1-on-2 confrontation, yet he felt no fear. The infantry, equally undeterred, charged forth. As the poachers closed in, one leapt into the air, aiming to pounce on the infantryman with jaws wide open, targeting his neck. Thud. The wolfman's assault was thwarted by the infantryman's shield, resulting in a resounding thump that left him dazed. A longsword pierced through his throat, sending him to meet the wolf god. Have you always been this courageous? Lin Feng mused, astonished that a mere low-tier soldier could exude such an aura of heroism. Meanwhile, across the infiltration line, Lin Feng's troops clashed with the scouts and sentinels of the wolfman tribe. Primarily, the unarmed poachers were no match for the fully equipped infantry, collapsing under the pressure. A few poachers, concealed behind trees or atop branches, attempted ambushes with their crossbows. Their bolts bore a power comparable to modern rifles, yet struggled to penetrate the infantry's shields. Only 2 unfortunate infantrymen were struck in the thighs, sustaining injuries and subsequently sent back to the farm to recuperate under Lin Feng's command. In less than 10 minutes after the initial engagement, the Wolfman tribe had incurred losses of over 100 poachers, with the front line advancing an impressive 300 meters. Observing Magellan eliminate yet another poacher hiding in the trees with a fireball, Lin Feng could only shake his head in disbelief. Brother, I sent you to scout, not to launch a full-scale invasion. However, given the favorable circumstances, Lin Feng decided to deploy an additional 2,000 human infantry to the front line, prepared to strike decisively and annihilate the tribe should they prove incapable of resisting. Meanwhile, within the largest tent of the Wolfman tribe, their leader, Hawk, continuously received reports from his subordinates regarding the frontline engagement. Sensing an urgent shift in the battle line toward his tribe, he summoned several elders to convene. Hog succinctly outlined the situation, emphasizing the urgency of their deliberations, for if they delayed, the enemy would soon be at their doorstep. Elders, I invite your insights. A wolfman, adorned with a tuft of violet fur upon his nape, was the first to exclaim, "What is there left to discuss? Slay them. Seize their provisions." The other elders promptly echoed his fervor, chanting, "Kill, kill, take the women, take the food." Indeed, this was their mode of deliberation, not strategizing tactics, but merely debating whether to engage in combat. In their eyes, humans were feeble creatures, the losses merely comprising the most menial hunters of the tribe, not even reaching the first tier of prowess. To them, such hunters were scarcely distinguishable from beasts. These wolfmen, the watchers of the tribe, represented the rare intellect among their kind. The violet hue of their fur signified their magical abilities, and they endeavored to eschew any extraneous armor so as not to impede their spellcasting, preferring not to engage in close combat. The Watchers fortified the strength of their barbarian kin with magic or struck at their foes directly, all while shielded by the might of the barbarian warriors. The Wolfman chieftain, Hog, revealed a bloodthirsty grin, his elongated jaws parting in a fierce roar. "Warriors, advance. Let us hunt with abandon this night." With Hog's command, the Wolfman tribe erupted like boiling water poured into oil, surging forth with fervor. Young wolves of all sizes poured out, joyously charging toward the front lines. Some, overwhelmed by their youthful zeal, scampered on all fours, embodying the essence of their lupin nature. Many of these wolfmen emerging from the tribe bore little resemblance to the impoverished hunters of their kind. Among them were towering figures, nearly 2 meters tall, wielding massive crossbows. These were the Warg assassins. Typically, Warg assassins are relatively smaller members of their kind, possessing a darker complexion compared to their tribe. They serve as the ranged strike and fire support units within the Warg forces, often employing poisoned arrows, the toxins of which are predominantly derived from spiders. Warg assassins are classified as Tier 2 combat units. Additionally, there exist Warg brutes, standing over 4 meters tall. These formidable behemoths, though not overly corpulent, appear exceptionally robust. They predominantly carry enormous flails, though some wield great hammers or spiked clubs, also categorized as Tier 2 combat units. The elite among the brutes are known as shock troops, reaching heights of up to 6 meters, often equipped with the finest weapons and armor. Fear is an alien concept to them, and their presence inspires courage in their fellow combatants, elevating their prowess to Tier 3. Warg leader Hog emerged from the tent alongside the Council of Elders, striding towards the front line. Hog towered over 3 meters, surpassing even the height of a building, with muscles as hard as steel, each defined and brimming with strength. His fur was a deep brown, and his gaze was fierce and untamed, his hands adorned with claws as sharp as adamantine. His steps were steady and powerful, each footfall causing the earth to sink beneath him, leaving exaggerated footprints in his wake. From his center, a rippling, pale yellow aura expanded outward, reaching a maximum radius of 500 meters. Within this aura, a gentle yellow glow enveloped the Wargs, augmenting their size. Lin Feng understood that this was the aura skill of the Warg leader, Command Aura. It could augment the strength of all allied units within the aura's range by 10. Do not underestimate this enhancement. A third-tier early-stage Warg elite, bolstered by the aura, could directly reach the mid-tier of level 3, representing a substantial increase of an entire minor tier. Under the leadership of the Warg leader Hog, the Warg tribe had become the most formidable presence in their territory, and his name struck fear into the hearts of many. His power level stood at an impressive level 5. From a divine perspective, Lin Feng observed the formidable horde of wolfmen and their towering leader, cursing under his breath. Have I inadvertently disturbed a den of werewolves? I merely aimed for a trifling challenge, yet they responded with an overwhelming assault. Is this how one plays the game? Could they not allow my Grand Sorcerer to gradually gain experience? Although Magellan could obliterate one or even several wolfmen marauders with a single fireball, the lowly rank of these marauders grants them minimal experience points. Since the onset of the conflict, he had been relentlessly slaying foes. Yet he had only ascended to the 2nd tier, with a considerable distance still to the 3rd. Perhaps this is the survival strategy of the wolfmen. Their intellect is generally lacking, and in their original realm, they could never outmaneuver other tribes in terms of tactics or strategy. However, once combat ensues, they charge forth en masse, relying on their formidable ferocity and bloodthirst to vanquish their adversaries, emerging victorious time and again. Yet this time, they may find themselves outwitted. Lin Feng did not curse and despair over his inability to conquer the Wolfman tribe. Rather, all infantry and gunmen have completed their initial equipment upgrades at the blacksmith's forge. The infantry's attribute panel has been fully upgraded. Race, human class, human infantry level, 1 attributes, strength 18, agility 16. Intelligence 6 skills, available for learning defense, reduces piercing attack damage by 50 with shield defense, and has a 30 chance to completely reflect the damage. However, it slows down movement speed by 30. Note, following this round of re-equipping, the human infantry has reached the pinnacle among first-tier beings. Meanwhile, the attributes of the Dwarven gunman have also been upgraded. Race, human class, Dwarven gunman level, 2 attributes, strength 27, agility 25. Intelligence 15 skills, long-range sniping remark. The Dwarven gunman serves as a ranged unit for humans, wielding powerful magical firearms crafted by their kin. After mastering the long-range sniping skill, their shooting range becomes a nightmare for enemies. With over 5,000 fully equipped first-tier pinnacle infantrymen, alongside 200 second-tier pinnacle Dwarven gunmen capable of extraordinary long-range shots, Lin Feng remains undaunted by the Wolfman tribe, even in the wilderness. Moreover, one must ponder, how do you suppose Lin Feng expended such vast amounts of gold? Once the Wolfman forces arrive, they shall behold the grand surprise Lin Feng has meticulously prepared for them. Lin Feng cursed in frustration, having underestimated the strength and determination of the werewolves. Engaging in battle with the werewolf forces in the wilderness would undoubtedly result in significant losses, even if victory was achieved. Moreover, the impoverished werewolves likely possessed scant resources, which did not align with his interests, nor did it yield the outcome he desired. He promptly commanded all troops to retreat. Magellan, taking the reins, led the soldiers in a swift withdrawal. However, the heavily armored human infantry retreated at a noticeably slower pace compared to the agile werewolves. Some infantrymen were ensnared by the pursuing werewolf battalions and had no choice but to halt and defend their comrades. A towering 2-4-meter-tall werewolf barbarian struck a human infantryman's shield with a mighty blow, forcing the soldier to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, a werewolf hunter lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the human infantryman's neck. In a desperate counter, the infantryman plunged his sword into the heart of the werewolf. Yet he too succumbed to exhaustion and fell helplessly. During the retreat, another human infantryman was ambushed by a werewolf assassin's poisoned arrow, which merely grazed his arm. However, it was not long before the soldier collapsed, succumbing to the effects of the poison. Lin Feng watched the fallen infantry with a heart heavy with sorrow. These were resources he had painstakingly acquired. Yet, this was not the time for lamentation. If the situation persisted, he could only imagine how many more of his soldiers would perish, especially with the 2,000 reinforcements he had dispatched now in retreat. It was time to make the difficult decision to sever ties. Magellan, you will cover the rear with the remaining 200 infantry, Lin Feng commanded in his mind. Magellan immediately turned his horse around, and with a flourish of his wand, summoned a towering water elemental giant, standing 3 meters tall, poised to confront the approaching enemy. The water elemental, a warrior conjured from the realm of water, unleashed massive magical water arrows for long-range attacks, possessing power of the 3rd tier. Subsequently, he directed the remaining infantry to stand shoulder to shoulder, tightly clustering together, raising their shields to block the narrow path of retreat. This was a small canyon flanked by sheer cliffs, with only a single route through which they now formed an impenetrable barrier. After a brief interval, approximately 60 wolf-like assassins arrived at this location. Upon seeing the infantry obstructing their path, they hesitated not a moment, drawing their bows and releasing a volley of poisoned arrows that struck forcefully against the soldiers' shields. The tremendous impact forced the infantry to stagger backward. Lin Feng gazed intently, his expression turning grave. Truly, they were formidable 2nd-tier warriors. The ogre-like wolfmen followed closely behind, brandishing their spiked clubs and flails, leaning back to gather momentum before delivering powerful blows against the human infantry shields, the tremendous force nearly toppling the soldiers. The 2nd row of infantry hastily stepped forward, while Magellan unleashed another fireball that struck one of the ogre-like wolfmen, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as his body was charred black. Yet, Magellan's countenance darkened. He had not achieved an instant kill? It is vital to note that heroes are akin to the chosen of the heavens, and it is customary for them to engage in battles beyond their tier. Slaying foes of the same rank is as effortless as consuming a meal. The water elemental giant specifically targeted the lower-tier wolfmen, easily dispatching one with a single magical water arrow. Observing the wolfmen now crowded alongside the human infantry, Magellan commanded the rear 2 rows of infantry to retreat while simultaneously pointing his wand towards the sky of the gorge, invoking the skill blizzard. In an instant, the skies above the gorge transformed, the temperature plummeting rapidly as hailstones the size of human heads cascaded down, striking the area where the human infantry and ogre-like wolfmen were densely packed, covering a diameter of a full 60 meters. These hailstones, imbued with magical energy, smashed upon the wolfmen's heads, reducing them to mere pulp. Those that struck the shields of the infantry, while leaving the shields intact, left the soldiers' hands crushed. The wolfmen, who had been so eager to batter the human infantry shields, found themselves unable to flee in their tight formation. This deluge of hail persisted for 20 seconds, ultimately leaving only a few elite ogre-like wolfmen alive, their robust physiques having endured the onslaught, but they were left battered and bruised. They gazed in disbelief, terror etched upon their faces as they beheld Magellan, mounted in the distance, the initial excitement and arrogance now completely extinguished. The remaining wolfmen gradually retreated, forming a fan-shaped formation at the gorge's opposite exit, all paralyzed by the astounding might of the blizzard. From his vantage point, Lin Feng was equally astonished. He had previously witnessed Magellan demonstrate the blizzard. At that time, Magellan had mentioned that after the awakening of spiritual energy, the power of the blizzard would increase by more than twofold. Was the skill's diameter indeed doubled? Its potency had seemingly increased by over 5 times. A pitiful lot. A wolfman's sentinel, distinguished by a tuft of purple fur at the nape of his neck, pushed through the throng of his kin. The losses of his subordinates pained him. Yet the sight of so many wolfmen shrinking back in fear before a single human left him feeling as though he had tarnished the honor of the wolfman tribe. Watch closely, he commanded, as I demonstrate how to vanquish this human mage. Hawk, the esteemed elder of the wolfman tribe and the most proficient spellcaster among the wolfman sentinels, possessed an impressive prowess rated at the pinnacle of level 4. Today, he was patrolling the territory nearby, which enabled him to arrive swiftly at the scene. Upon witnessing a large contingent of wolfmen cowering in fear before a mere second-level human mage, he was seized by a surge of indignation. A pack of inept fools. How they disgraced the honor of the hog tribe. He promptly unleashed a purification sphere, and due to the 2-level disparity, the elemental giant summoned by Magellan was effortlessly transformed into a mere puddle of water scattered across the ground. How dare a second-rate mage exhibit such arrogance? Who bestowed upon you this audacity? With a sense of triumph following his successful incantation, Hawk taunted Magellan, his voice amplified by magic, resonating throughout the battlefield. In that moment, the morale of the wolfman forces soared, and they howled in unison, eager to engage. Magellan, undeterred by the taunts, dismissed them with a wave. Enough of your blathering. Send your forces forth. Charge, my kin. Reclaim your honor. At Hawk's command, the Wolfman battalion surged toward Magellan, while the remaining human infantry hastily raised their shields to block the oncoming tide. Blood and flesh collided once more. Magellan, employing his previous tactic, conjured a blizzard. In an instant, the canyon was enveloped in a frigid tempest. As Hawk cast enhancement spells upon his wolfmen, he again unleashed a purification sphere into the sky. However, this time, he was left utterly astounded. The blizzard remained unperturbed, and his wolfman forces began to wail in agony. He cast several more purification spheres in rapid succession, but the outcome was unchanged and utterly ineffective. The magic wielded by the wolfman sentinel bore a resemblance to sorcery. He could enhance his own troops or dispel the magic affecting the enemy. Yet, his spells lacked the capacity to directly inflict harm through elemental magic. With his purification attempts failing, he found himself powerless to intervene, helplessly watching as his wolfman forces suffered grievous losses, retreating in disarray. Observing this, Magellan could not suppress a smile as he taunted, "Dear canine brother, just moments ago, you were so full of bravado. Now your subordinates, under your command, are enduring catastrophic losses. How does that make you feel?" He had not forgotten Hawk's earlier mockery. The expression on the face of the elder wolfman darkened, and he yearned to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. Silence engulfed him. Magellan had no intention of letting him off easily. Hawk's earlier arrogance had left him seething. Why the sudden quiet? Where has your bravado gone? I much preferred your previous demeanor, so do indulge me and return to form. You. The elder wolfman's face flushed crimson, nearly choking on his own blood from indignation. Yet, he remained utterly powerless. The situation is more formidable than the individual. Under these circumstances, if he is unable to thwart the enemy's spellcasting, no matter how many words charge forth. It would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, Hawk can only stare helplessly. Humph, a group of inept fools. Are you also intimidated by a mere second-tier wretch? You have brought disgrace upon the faces of our works. A voice, heavy with indignation, resonated through the air. Hawk and the other words changed their expressions, however. This utterance seemed hauntingly familiar. The word leader, Hog, has arrived. With each of his thunderous steps, the earth reverberated with a resounding thud. Standing over 3 meters tall, Hog's muscles bulged ominously as he wielded a colossal iron hammer measuring over 2 meters in length, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Lin Feng noticed that Hog had arrived, and the main force had already returned to the base, lying in ambush. He immediately ordered Magellan to retreat, as he was not yet prepared to confront the formidable Hog head-on. Hog wasted no time, charging at the shield wall formed by the human infantry with his massive hammer. With a resounding crash, he struck down. The force of the blow drove the legs of the soldiers into the ground, causing them to bleed from their orifices and perish, while the shield shattered into fragments. The nearby human infantry were also affected, sent flying by the shockwave. Despite the heavy toll on the lives of the Wolfmen soldiers, the seemingly impregnable shield wall crumbled under Hog's might. A fifth-tier powerhouse. So terrifying. The Wolfmen's elder, witnessing the disarray of the human formation, swiftly commanded his troops to charge in and reap the spoils. With Hog breaching the shield wall, he almost felled one or even several human soldiers with each swing of his hammer, and soon, the remaining 100 infantry were entirely annihilated. After the battle, Hog gazed at the countless Wolfmen corpses that outnumbered those of the human soldiers, his expression darkening as he cursed the lot of them as worthless. Elder Hawk seethed with indignation but dared not voice his grievances. After a brief regrouping, the Wolfmen forces continued their onslaught towards Lin Feng's base. From a divine perspective, Lin Feng observed how Hog's infantry fell like mere vegetables under a cleaver, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Such terror. Truly, this leader template, second only to the hero archetype, wielded a power nearly transcending the extraordinary at the 5th tier. Lin Feng lamented the terrifying combat prowess of Hog. Nevertheless, when he contemplated his own arrangements, a sense of confidence surged within him, even igniting a flicker of anticipation for Hog's imminent assault. After all, witnessing his subordinates being mercilessly slaughtered had left him seething with indignation. The loss of 200 infantrymen in one fell swoop stung him deeply. Yet he recognized that this was indeed the best outcome possible. Currently, the Wolfman army surpassed his own in both numbers and rank. Had it not been for his decisive retreat and Magellan's adept use of the narrow canyon terrain to secure ample time for withdrawal, the casualties might have escalated significantly, potentially crippling their future development plans. Lin Feng commenced his post-war reflection. However, in the recent skirmishes against the Wolfmen, despite the apparent losses of numerous human infantry and the absence of tangible resources, it seemed as though they had incurred a significant setback. Yet, in truth, Lin Feng's forces had inflicted far greater casualties upon the Wolfmen. The initial encounter with the scouts was a one-sided massacre, resulting in the deaths of over 300 Wolfmen hunters. In the subsequent canyon ambush, without even accounting for the casualties among the human infantry, the mighty Mage Magellan alone, through 2 blizzards, claimed the lives of more than 50 Wolfmen brutes and 150 Wolfmen hunters. Even the final infantry, in their last stand, managed to take down a considerable number of Wolfmen troops. Engaging the enemy with fewer forces and weaker units, they achieved a casualty ratio of 1:3, which could hardly be deemed a loss. More importantly, through these numerous battles, Mage Magellan had personally slain over 300 Wolfmen, accumulating enough experience to advance to the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Lin Feng also gained experience and ascended to the 2nd tier, resulting in a modest profit when all was accounted for. Without the luxury of examining the changes in his attributes, he promptly focused his attention, bracing himself for the impending conflict. The system announced that the formidable army of Wurgens was already at the gates. He exited the town hall and ascended the nearest enigmatic tower, gazing out at the approaching Wurgen forces. At that moment, the Wurgen army halted approximately a kilometer from Lin Feng's base. From his vantage point, the Wurgen battalion appeared vast and densely packed. Through the omniscient perspective afforded by the system, Lin Feng made a rough estimation of the number of Wurg troops. It appeared that there were nearly 10,000 common Wurg hunters. The count of Wurg assassins approached 1,000, while the brutish Wurg warriors numbered around 600. With over 80 elite Wurg warriors among them, in a mere dozen work sentinels. As the adage goes, when the numbers reach 10,000, the horizon seems boundless. Yet, the scene observed through the system's divine vantage could never evoke the same awe and sense of oppression as witnessing it in person. Nevertheless, Lin Feng felt no trepidation. Setting aside his meticulous preparations, the mere sight of the disarrayed formation of the opposing Warg troops assured him of victory. The Wargs, known for their untamed nature, lacked a coherent training regimen for their ranks, resulting in a chaotic amalgamation of units at this moment. Lin Feng even witnessed numerous wolf-like assassins armed with crossbows eagerly poised at the forefront of the troops. Lin Feng felt a deep sense of urgency for the other party. "Brother, what on earth are you trying to do? Shouldn't you take a closer look at whether the weapon you wield is a mighty hammer or a crossbow?" In the context of a grand military engagement, discipline and formation often outweigh sheer strength, unless one possesses an overwhelming advantage in power. At that moment, the werewolf leader, Hog, gazed contemplatively at Lin Feng's base, sensing the faint whiff of a conspiracy brewing. Hog, alongside several elders, stood at the forefront, scrutinizing Lin Feng's stronghold. The direction and objectives of their assault needed to be clearly defined in advance. Before them lay rows of farms, each standing approximately 3 meters high, 10 meters long, and 8 meters wide, constructed of a mixture of soil and timber. The farms, established by the Warcraft construction system, resembled spacious, one-story cottages. Thick thatch covered the roofs, and the farms were spaced just 2 to 3 meters apart, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. In between them rose several stone towers, the purpose of which remained a mystery. This entire area of unevenly distributed towers stretched nearly 300 meters in depth and approximately 1 kilometer in width. Beyond this cluster of structures lay Lin Feng's town hall, and further back loomed cliffs soaring over 1,000 meters high. To the left of the tower area flowed a river about 30 meters wide, while to the right lay a dense forest. Prior to the merging of realms, this river was merely 5 or 6 meters wide, and the ground where the werewolf forces now stood had once been a forest, recently cleared by Lin Feng's farmers. The only route for an offensive would be through this cluster of towers, yet the area appeared desolate, devoid of life. The forest to the right was eerily silent, save for a few birds circling above. A sense of unease began to stir within Hog. Lin Feng observed their prolonged inactivity. Neither did they advance nor retreat. This was intolerable. After all this preparation, the stage was set for them, and yet these protagonists were still reluctant to make their entrance. Magellan, our esteemed guest has traveled a great distance. Hasten to welcome him. Otherwise, they may accuse us of being miserly. As you wish, my lord. The Grand Mage Magellan leisurely rode forth upon his steed. He halted before the ranks, adjusted his magical robe, and then launched into a caustic taunt. "Wolves traverse great distances for meat, while dogs scavenge for filth. You little pups have come from afar. My master is most hospitable and has prepared a sumptuous feast for you. It is all piping hot and reeking. What are you waiting for? Delay too long, and the warmth will fade." The wolfmen loathed being compared to dogs, let alone being insulted with such crude references. "You motherer, I'll be damned." The wolfmen, unable to contain their fury, surged forth, their eyes ablaze with rage. Hog was powerless to intervene, for nearly half of the wolfmen had evolved from beasts, and in their primal days as wild wolves, they had indeed resorted to eating excrement when famished. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched, a harbinger of impending turmoil. "My great sorcerer." Although Magellan's household registration could not be preserved, the objective had been achieved. Observing the futility of resistance, Hog hurriedly joined the fray. Magellan's steed appeared thoroughly startled, hastily retreating towards the base with its panicked rider. Within a mere 5 minutes, the formidable horde of Wurgens surged into the range of the arrow tower. Yet Lin Feng refrained from hastily directing an assault. The vanguard of the Wargen forces had infiltrated the agricultural zone, with some of the smaller ones scaling rooftops and leaping forward, while the larger Wargen warriors were confined to navigating the narrow alleys formed between the fields. These alleys, a mere 2 or 3 meters in width, proved cumbersome for the Wargen warriors, who struggled to pass even 2 abreast. Moreover, the labyrinthine layout of the alleys led some disoriented Wargen to inadvertently retrace their steps, nearly clashing with their comrades upon encountering one another. Consequently, as the Wargen battalion entered the farm zone, their momentum distinctly waned. The front ranks became entangled, while the rear, eager to surge forward, exacerbated the chaos, transforming the already disorderly Wargen formation into utter disarray. Some irritable ones resorted to brandishing their weapons and striking the nearby structures. Though the farm appeared frail with its timber and masonry construction, it was, in truth, remarkably resilient. Ordinary Wargen warriors would require a full minute of relentless assault to breach a single wall. Progress was agonizingly slow. Now was the moment. Lin Feng observed the unfolding scene and recognized that the moment had arrived. Attack. With a single command, the 3,000 infantrymen concealed in ambush surged forth, obstructing the advance of the werewolf pack. Behind the human soldiers stood 150 dwarven musketeers, cleverly hidden behind various farm structures, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Simultaneously, hundreds of towering arrow towers and over 100 mysterious towers rained down massive arrows and dazzling magical orbs upon the werewolf marauders below. The moment these arrows and magical projectiles struck the werewolf hunters, they faced either death or grievous injury. Some arrows even sent the relatively smaller werewolf hunters soaring into the air. Even the werewolf assassins and brutes, upon being hit, suffered immediate and severe wounds. The incessant sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed through the battlefield, leaving the werewolf forces in utter disarray. My eyes. My hand. Ah, no. My. One werewolf cried, clutching his groin in agony, as screams of despair reverberated around them. Some werewolves, unfortunate enough to be struck in the neck or heart, met their demise instantly. The werewolf leader, Hog, seethed with rage, smashing his fist against a nearby mysterious tower. With a resounding crash, the tower cracked and swayed precariously. After several more strikes, the tower crumbled into ruin, destroyed in less than 10 seconds. However, Hog's desire to continue demolishing the towers was abruptly halted by Elder Hawk's urgent plea. Chief, stop. There isn't time. By the time you finish destroying these towers, our kin will be annihilated. We must either charge in and capture their leader to force a surrender or retreat. Gazing across the battlefield, Hog grimly noted the heavy casualties among his werewolf forces. The arrow towers and mysterious towers continued their relentless assault. Even those who sought refuge in the farms found the thatch insufficient to shield them from the arrows. Yet, retreat was not an option. He could not bear to accept such a devastating loss. With a fierce howl, he rallied his kin, all werewolves. Charge forth and seize their leader. However, as he led his clan through the rain of arrows, they barely advanced a mere 100 meters before the human infantry had already raised their shields, blocking every alleyway. He was still nearly 100 meters away from the town hall. With a powerful strike, Hog dispatched a few infantrymen blocking the passage, only to find a farm obstructing his path. He was compelled to veer left down another alley. Yet, as he dispatched the soldiers within that left alley, another farm loomed before him. The other werewolves faced similar predicaments. To press onward, they would have to brave the deluge of ranged attacks, risking their lives to breach the steadfast shield wall of the human infantry. What left the Wargens in despair was the narrow alleyway, which permitted them to engage only 2 or 3 infantrymen at a time. Thus, this mere 100-meter labyrinth of alleys transformed into a veritable meat grinder for the Wargens. Some of the Wargens, in their misguided cleverness, leapt onto the rooftops, attempting to traverse directly between them. However, as soon as they ascended, they were riddled with arrows. Without the cover of farm walls, the Wargens atop the rooftops became living targets for archers, musketeers, and the enigmatic towers. This maze-like agricultural expanse was the brainchild of Lin Feng, who drew inspiration from his previous life playing tower defense games, adept in the architecture of Warcraft. By arranging rows of farms into a labyrinth, he effectively extended the originally short offensive distance of a few hundred meters several-fold, while compressing the nearly kilometer-long defensive line to less than 100 meters. This was the stage he had meticulously constructed for the Wargens. Yet the actors who were to perform upon it would receive no reward and risk their very lives in the process. Lin Feng indeed possesses remarkable military prowess, which is one of the reasons he was able to become the leader of the base in his past life. After several convoluted turns, Hog witnessed the rapid decline of the work troops, filling him with both urgency and rage. These were valiant warriors of his tribe, yet they met such a tragic demise. As yet another farm blocked his path, he finally lost his composure. With a mighty blow, he shattered the wall before him and leaped onto the roof of the farm, launching himself toward the town hall. He had always believed that the enemy's leader was concealed within the town hall. However, the thatched roof could not withstand his weight and collapsed beneath him. The flying straw obscured his vision, plunging Hog into a state of utter fury. Unheeding of the consequences, he charged forward, smashing through infantry, dwarven gunmen, and walls alike with his hammer, disregarding even friendly fire. His singular focus was to eliminate Lin Feng and bring this battle to a swift conclusion. Sometimes, reckless aggression may indeed be the only path to victory. Remarkably, Hogg soon carved a path through the labyrinthine farm. Yet, at the entrance of the town hall stood 10 ranks of shield-bearing infantry. The bells of the town hall tolled incessantly as countless farmers surged toward it. Each farmer, upon nearing the town hall, transformed in mere seconds into a militia clad in iron armor, wielding finely forged axes. This was the farmer's unique ability to sound the call to arms. Gazing at the town hall, surrounded by layers of enemy protection, despair washed over him. A neat row of gunmen stood atop the town hall's walls, firing simultaneously as he burst forth from the farm's maze. The crack of gunfire rang out. He barely managed to deflect a few lethal magical projectiles with his massive hammer, but the majority struck him squarely. The tremendous force sent him staggering backward. Meanwhile, the surrounding towers unleashed a torrent of fire upon him, akin to a tempest. His subordinates struggled to keep pace, ensnared within the confines of the farm's labyrinth. Without the farm's obstacles, he had become a target for concentrated fire. He had yet to ascend to the extraordinary. Although several elders were bestowing various enhancement spells upon him, he was far from invincible. In a fleeting moment, Hogg found himself battered and bruised. He realized that despite his reluctance, retreat was his only option. Otherwise, he might perish today. With a lingering glance at the town hall, he decisively withdrew. Unbeknownst to him, even if he had stormed into the town hall, it would have only deepened his despair, for Lin Feng had already emerged from it. Now, Lin Feng was observing him from a nearby magical tower. The decapitation tactic? Lin Feng remained utterly composed, for he possessed a scroll of town portal provided by the Archmage himself. During the casting of this scroll, he was invincible, capable of transporting himself to any location within the confines of his base. Hogg's beheading tactics had no chance of success. He retreated into the labyrinth, gathering his subordinates while withdrawing from the vicinity of Lin Feng's stronghold. The path of retreat was devoid of human infantry, far easier to navigate than the route of assault. They swiftly emerged from the farm labyrinth. Just as Hogg believed he could retreat unimpeded, 800 human infantrymen surged forth from the woods on his right. With enemies in front and pursuers behind, the arrow towers and magical towers, collectively referred to as magical towers from now on, relentlessly claimed the lives of the wolfmen. The wolfmen found themselves ensnared in despair. Blue Star, outskirts of the Qinling Mountains. The 800 infantry soldiers of Lin Feng blocked the retreat of the wolfmen. Yet they did not seal it completely. Instead, they left a narrow gap. As the military strategy states, surrounding 3 but leaving 1. Lin Feng's objective has never been to engage in a relentless struggle against the wolf-like tribe. Such a confrontation holds little advantage for him. The sole benefit would be the experience gained for both Lin Feng and Magellan. However, ample opportunities for leveling up exist in the southern town of Shanjin, which is currently overrun by at least tens of thousands of zombies. Moreover, as the apocalypse has only just begun, these zombies pose no significant threat, with the strongest among them being merely first tier. At this stage, their attack methods are simplistic, limited to biting and clawing, and they lack even the ability to kick. The true danger of zombies lies in their toxic essence, which is effective only against opponents of the same or lower tier. Against higher tier human infantry, their toxins merely induce mild symptoms akin to a cold. Consequently, Lin Feng's human forces are currently able to decimate these feeble zombies with ease. Why would he choose to ignore these harmless little undead and engage in a fierce battle with Hogg, who is on the brink of becoming extraordinary? Lin Feng was not foolish. Thus, he left Hogg a means of escape, preventing Hogg from acting out of desperation and leading his work pack into a scenario where both sides would suffer greatly. As a fifth-tier elite creature embodying the quintessential leader, Hogg was currently too formidable. The threat he posed to Lin Feng's forces was immense. The optimal strategy was to prolong the Word clan's retreat while maximizing the extermination of their living strength. After all, a mortal enmity had been forged. Lin Feng needed to inflict substantial pain, instill fear, and even incapacitate the Word clan. This way, when Lin Feng's higher-tier units emerged, the reckoning would be considerably more manageable. At that moment, Hogg, commanding a Word force of fewer than 6,000, charged fiercely toward the gap, with a storm of gunfire and arrows raining down behind him. Alongside pursuing infantry, Wurgs fell by the dozens. Yet, the Wurgs had completely lost the momentum they once possessed, resembling hapless dogs bereft of their homes. Lamenting their fate and regretting their lack of speed. Once Hog led the strongest contingent of wargs through the opening left by Lin Feng. Lin Feng commenced directing the infantry to tighten the encirclement. From his vantage point, the werewolf forces appeared akin to a crooked club, whereas Lin Feng's troops resembled a grand gourd, with the club moving away from the gourd's direction. As the foremost tip of the club breached the encirclement, the mouth of the gourd began to close. The Archmage Magellan unleashed a blizzard upon the gourd's mouth, plunging the werewolves still within into utter despair. This included Elder Hawk, who, witnessing their leader Hog flee without a backward glance, felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness and lost the will to resist. The other werewolves offered only a brief resistance before surrendering and laying down their weapons. Lin Feng watched as Hog fled in disarray, murmuring to himself, "I shall grant you a reprieve this time. In a few days, your grandfather Lin Feng shall return to settle the score." Hog had managed to bring forth a mere 2,000 wolfmen, which was only about 1/6 of his original force. Upon Hog's return to the tribe, he was met with the sight of his battered and broken soldiers, causing his heart to ache with sorrow. Of the 1,000 wolfman assassins, only 300 remained. From the 600 barbarian warriors, merely 200 survived. The elite of the barbarian ranks, due to their tough hides and higher levels, had suffered fewer losses, leaving over 50 standing, while only 6 of the sentinels remained, with the rest being wolfman hunters. Hog, once a formidable figure in the Wolfman Mountains, was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect by surrounding tribes, where his mere presence commanded reverence and compliance. In the past, any tribe that dared to provoke him would face swift retribution, their villages burned and families annihilated. Yet today, he had encountered a crushing defeat. He had heard whispers of the divine, initially dismissing them, but now he truly comprehended the meaning of nightmares and suffering. Cunning rodents. They dare not confront my tribe openly, resorting instead to deceitful tactics. In his former world, tribal warfare was direct and straightforward. Lin Feng's recent maneuvers had imparted a valuable lesson to him. However, he remained unconvinced. Believing that Lin Feng's forces were not particularly formidable, having merely triumphed through subterfuge, he felt that none among Lin Feng's ranks could match him in a fair fight. Deceptive humans, this matter shall not be left unresolved. He resolved to gather the remnants of his shattered army and incorporate the nearby Wolfman tribes into his domain. Once he had amassed sufficient strength, he would return to avenge today as humiliation. Unbeknownst to him, in his previous life, he too had expanded his influence from the outskirts of the Qinling Mountains, conquering several towns, including Shanjin Town, and attaining a formidable 6th-level extraordinary status, earning a fearsome reputation in H City as a true regional sovereign. Lin Feng paid no heed to whether Hog would return for revenge. To him, "You are currently no match for me. You are a defeated foe, and harboring thoughts of vengeance is utterly futile." What? You intend to quietly develop your strength and seek to redeem yourself in the future? How laughable. Lin Feng merely wishes to convey that, regardless of how swiftly you develop, you shall never surpass my pace. Lin Feng was engaged in post-war inventory. In this battle, due to Lin Feng's strategy of preserving strength, he only incurred losses of 300 infantry and over 20 musketeers, most of whom fell victim to the poisoned arrows of the warg assassins. These warg assassins, though lacking in intellect, were skilled archers, often able to pierce through the gaps in the infantry formation to strike the musketeers at the rear. Subsequently, Magellan ascended to level 4. With 2 skill points available, Lin Feng, considering the already formidable power of the blizzard, opted not to enhance it further. Instead, he elevated Summon Water Elemental to level 2 and acquired a level 1 Glorious Aura. The level 2 Water Elemental now possessed the strength of a peak level 4. Glorious Aura, a passive skill that continuously enhances the mana regeneration rate of allied units within a 500-meter radius. The higher the level, the greater the amplification. Current effect: increases mana regeneration speed by 75. At this moment, the Archmage's panel data transformed into name, Magellan class, hero, class passive, Child of Heaven. Capable of fighting above his level with the ease of consuming food and water. Race, human level. For attributes, strength 35, agility 29, intelligence 49 skills. Blizzard, level 1. Summon Water Elemental, level 2, Glorious Aura, level 1, Mass Teleportation, not yet learned. Remaining skill points. 0. Magellan truly exemplified the hero archetype. Upon leveling up, his primary attributes were nearing level 5. Meanwhile, Lin Feng also ascended to level 3. His panel data now read: Name, Lin Feng class. Commander of the 4 races base, class passive. The commander gains attribute points equal to their current level with each level gained. Race, human level, 3 attributes, strength 21, agility 20, intelligence 31 skills, none remaining skill points, 3 remaining attribute points. 6. Lin Feng had previously hesitated to allocate his attribute points indiscriminately, but it had become abundantly clear that intelligence was his primary attribute. Thus, he distributed 4 points to intelligence, 1 point to strength, and 1 point to agility. Instantly, Lin Feng felt a surge of intellect and a slight increase in physical strength. Lin Feng could not help but marvel at the remarkable strength of his occupational passive skill. Moreover, the higher the level, the more potent the effects of the passive skill become. Upon reaching level 10, this passive could bestow him with a total of 55 attribute points. Recently, Lin Feng, through his exploration of the system, discerned that the attributes displayed by the system possessed varying degrees of power, depending on the level. For instance, each point of strength represents the ability to lift an additional 10 kilograms. When a human farmer is at level 0 with 7 points in strength, he can lift a weight of 7 multiplied by 10, equating to 70 kilograms. However, should the farmer reach level 1 while retaining those 7 points in strength, his lifting capacity transcends 70 kilograms, amounting to 77 kilograms. It can be deduced that the enhancement ratio for human farmers is 1 per level. Thus, at level 2, if the farmer still possesses 7 points in strength, he would be able to lift a weight of 77 multiplied by 1, resulting in 7 kilograms. The exact enhancement ratio is contingent upon the occupational template. For example, the leader template boasts a ratio of 1:5, while the hero template offers a ratio of 1:8. The commander template of the 4 races base yields an enhancement of 1:9. This is also the reason why heroes can engage in battles beyond their levels. On the surface, the attributes of a grand mage may not appear significantly different from those of a common infantryman. However, in reality, the disparity in foundational attributes such as strength and speed is staggering. Lin Feng found the algorithm too difficult to memorize, so he opted to remember a straightforward conclusion. The attribute panel cannot determine everything. One must also consider the level and the profession template. Even when the attributes are identical, the disparity in strength between high-level and low-level profession templates is striking, and as levels increase, the gap between the two widens even further. Lin Feng had yet to acquire any skills. The abilities of a grand mage were not what he desired. Given the attributes of his current physique and the enhancements conferred by the 4-clan commander template, he could effortlessly vanquish a 4th-tier strength-based ability user. There was no need for him to rush into learning new skills. The pressing concern for Lin Feng at this moment lay in how to deal with the captured wolfmen. There were approximately over 2,000 of these captives, who had always been defiant, but now surrendered out of fear. However, it was likely that they would cause trouble again in a few days. Therefore, he needed to assign a portion of the infantry to guard them. Should he simply eliminate them all? Lin Feng is entirely capable of such deeds. Having endured 3 years of the apocalypse, he regards human life as mere fodder, let alone that of these alien races. In his previous life, these extraterrestrial beings showed no mercy in their slaughter of humanity, even deriving pleasure from it. Lin Feng was reluctant to squander this surge of power. It is no exaggeration to assert that anyone who commands these 2,000 werewolves in the current context of H-City could traverse it with impunity. Lin Feng summoned the great mage Magellan. "What do you propose we do with this batch of wolfman captives?" Lin Feng inquired. Magellan, a cunning old fox, understood that if Lin Feng intended to execute these captives, he would not have called him over. He would simply have carried out the act. Since execution was not the plan, it was evident that they were to be utilized. "My lord, the wolfmen possess considerable strength. If managed wisely, they could become a valuable asset. However, their wild nature makes them difficult to tame. If you trust me, I can reorganize this group of captives. It would be ideal to have someone take on this responsibility." "Very well, I entrust them to you. I shall await the results. For now, let us set this matter aside and discuss our next course of action. I wish to expand towards the south. Do you have any insightful suggestions?" With the wolfman issue in the north largely resolved, Lin Feng's gaze shifted southward. The southern regions were primarily inhabited by humans, and wherever there are humans, there lies gold and silver. Currently, neither the humans nor the zombies in that area pose any significant resistance to Lin Feng. It could be said that the towns in the south are his gold and silver mines. Moreover, Lin Feng required subordinates with higher intelligence to assist him, and the human survivors in the north undoubtedly fit his needs. My lord, I suggest we adopt a strategy of gradual encroachment. As the various factions merge and the Blue Star expands, all routes have lengthened considerably. What once was a mere dozen miles from here to Shanjin town has now transformed into nearly 100 miles, Magellan pondered before beginning his analysis. If we were to directly seize City H, the supply lines would be excessively long, fraught with numerous uncertainties that would hinder our development. Therefore, I recommend a steady and methodical approach, advancing step by step. Lin Feng found Magellan's words to be quite insightful. Initially, he intended to seize H City while the spiritual energy was just beginning to revive and before anyone had fully developed, thus avoiding any prolonged uncertainties. However, upon further reflection, he recalled the adage, no matter how swiftly one develops, it cannot surpass my own pace. Why invite instability upon oneself? The recent battle had tempered Lin Feng's mindset somewhat. Although the current zombies posed a considerable challenge, the tribes and factions from other realms were no less formidable. Very well. You shall lead 500 infantry to train the wolfmen at the base. The remainder of the forces will accompany me to expand our territory. Lin Feng made a decisive choice. Kill. A resounding battle cry erupted as a line of human infantry swung their great swords downward in unison. The glimmer of blades swept through the air, severing the corpses of all nearby zombies. They then shifted aside, allowing the rear line of soldiers to step forward, raising their shields to thrust against the oncoming undead, sending them flying. Once again, they braced themselves, and when the zombies charged, the great swords descended in a synchronized strike. Crack! Another row of zombies met the same fate. Their bodies cleaved apart. The soldiers who had been resting at the back raised their shields and advanced once more. This cycle repeated, as the human infantry swiftly pushed forward along the street. Meanwhile, zombies that suddenly emerged from the gaps between the buildings were swiftly dealt with by dwarven gunmen, their heads shattered by precise gunfire. This was Qinling village, the nearest settlement to Shanjin town. Lin Feng led his troops to be the first to sweep through this village. However, upon witnessing the feeble zombies, he contemplated a shift in his offensive strategy. I could easily divide my forces to expedite our progress, Lin Feng mused. In a village like this, with merely a few thousand low-level zombies, 300 infantrymen, supported by 20 musketeers, would be more than sufficient to overwhelm the foes. Deploying over 3,000 troops to clear village after village seemed an extravagant use of resources, bordering on excessive caution. Before long, the zombies in this village were almost entirely eradicated. Gather all the survivors in the village square, Lin Feng commanded, addressing Qin Anmin, the village chief of Qinling village. When the apocalypse commenced, Qin Anmin and several village officials were conducting an anti-explosion drill at the village office. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, one female village official transformed into a zombie. As a retired soldier, Qin Anmin had faced many challenges in his youth. He quickly assessed the situation and, alongside the other officials, used a riot shield to force the transformed female official into the restroom, securing the door. Uncertain of the events unfolding, he witnessed numerous villagers succumb to transformation, relentlessly pursuing others to bite them. Those who were bitten soon underwent the same fate, rising to join the ranks of the undead. Consequently, he firmly locked the village office doors and barricaded them with tables and benches, holding steadfast in anticipation of rescue. By the time Lin Feng and his troops arrived, it was already the morning of the second day after the apocalypse, and Qin Anmin and his companions were on the verge of collapse from hunger. Lin Feng led his troops to rescue them, and the profound gratitude he felt for saving their lives was overwhelming. Thus, upon hearing Lin Feng's commands, they promptly complied. Soon, the villagers gradually gathered in the square. From a community of over 2,000, merely 300 remained. Many appeared dazed and bewildered, having recently endured a cataclysm that claimed their loved ones. Some had even been forced to take the lives of their own kin who had transformed into the undead, an experience that shattered their minds, cultivated in a civilized society. Some wept inconsolably, for only those who have lived through such despair truly comprehend the brutality of an apocalypse. Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Feng. You may address me as commander or leader. I have just rescued you. Lin Feng had little time to squander. He needed to proceed to the next village, so he got straight to the point. As for sympathy, that emotion had long eluded Lin Feng. In the 3 years of the apocalypse, he had witnessed far too many heartbreaking farewells and had grown utterly numb to it all. Lin Feng coldly continued. I shall present 3 points. First, as you all can observe, The apocalypse has arrived. Second, heed my commands and follow my lead, for I possess the means to ensure your survival. Third, those who defy my orders shall face death. Is this understood? If there are any dissenting opinions, you may express them now. I consider myself a rather democratic individual. In truth, during these dire times, such straightforward and unyielding rules serve the greater good. These survivors, by aligning with Lin Feng, at the very least, can continue to exist. The survivors exchanged glances, questioning whether this could truly be deemed democracy. What then? Could be classified as tyranny? A few young individuals felt quite displeased with Lin Feng's tone and assertiveness. However, upon noticing the heavily armed infantry surrounding them, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. The rest remained silent, aware that the first to speak out could be the first to face repercussions. No one was willing to provoke Lin Feng at this precarious moment. Lin Feng observed that there were no dissenters among the crowd and continued, his expression unyielding. Very well. I hereby announce my first decree. All gold and silver shall be nationalized. Private ownership is strictly prohibited. At this proclamation, a wave of dissent rippled through the assembly. Two elderly women stepped forward, one adorned with a golden bracelet and the other draped in a gold necklace. By what right do you make such demands? Who are you to seize our private property? Bellowed the woman with the bracelet, her sharp tongue and domineering presence well known in the village. Indeed, young man, you are merely taking advantage of our misfortune, she continued. Do not presume that because you have rescued us, you can act with impunity. Even without your intervention, the government would soon dispatch troops to our aid, echoed the other woman, her voice growing more assertive as she placed her hands on her hips, spouting her rhetoric with fervor. And who knows what those monsters truly are? Perhaps it's you who brought this upon us. The village chief, Min, could no longer endure their baseless accusations. They saved your lives. How can you speak so maliciously? He interjected. The woman with the golden bracelet spat back. It was not I who summoned him for help. Let him seek out those who did. The woman with the necklace went even further, directly attacking Min. Oh, Min, you support this outsider. Have you received some benefit? You're constantly visiting Widow Wang's house. I've long suspected you of being untrustworthy. Min's face flushed with indignation. He wished to clarify the situation, but Lin Feng raised his hand to silence him. Is there anyone else unwilling to surrender their gold and silver? Step forward. A few villagers exchanged glances and hesitated, yet some began to emerge. Min's wife also contemplated stepping forward, but was met with a fierce glare from her husband. Is there anyone else? This is your last chance to safeguard your possessions. As if sensing Lin Feng was not as unreasonable as they had presumed, over 20 individuals stepped forward this time. They huddled together, whispering among themselves. In times of trouble, one must lend support. It is only natural for him to assist us, is it not? Indeed, he has not incurred any losses. What right does he have to demand our belongings? This is simply ingratitude. He truly is a despicable character. Ultimately, their attachment to their possessions prevailed, listening to their murmurs. Min felt a flush of shame for his fellow villagers, though he too found Lin Feng's demeanor somewhat overbearing. The reality remained that Lin Feng had saved the entire village. Instead of expressing gratitude, these individuals were hurling insults. This weighed heavily on Min's conscience. He longed to console Lin Feng, but was once again interrupted by Lin Feng's gesture. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Feng calmly declared, "Those who uttered such foul words shall be eliminated." In rapid succession, gunshots rang out, the magical firearms of the dwarven marksmen exhaling plumes of black smoke. The women adorned with gold fell lifeless to the ground, their faces etched with regret and disbelief. Yet, it was too late. An inescapable darkness enveloped them. The remaining survivors stood in stunned silence, fearfully gazing at Lin Feng. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's lips. Your lives are all in my hands. I can reclaim them at any moment. I believe you now possess a more profound understanding of the 3 points I have articulated. He paced back and forth among the ranks of survivors. Those who defy my orders shall face merciless retribution. Now, go and gather gold and silver for me at once. Should I discover anyone hoarding treasures? He chuckled ominously. Lin Feng gently polished the long sword of infantry in his hand. At this moment, the crowd truly felt fear, scattering in a frenzy as they hurried home to rummage through their belongings for gold, silver, and jewels. Some even withdrew cash and bank cards. Panic led them to mistakenly believe that Lin Feng intended to plunder their wealth. Min, you shall remain here. I am about to reclaim Shanjin Town, and you are responsible for the collection of the village's gold and silver. Once gathered, Organize the villagers to deliver it to my base. I shall ensure that my subordinates escort you. Qin On Mean, bold and meticulous, held a certain prestige within the village. Such valuable labor should not be squandered. He then instructed the other 3 surviving village leaders, each to lead a contingent of troops, to reclaim the neighboring villages in 3 separate directions. These village leaders not only provided guidance but also facilitated better communication with the survivors, precisely the talents Lin Feng urgently required. As for the fear of rebellion, the soldiers produced by the system were 100% loyal to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could command the troops at any moment to behead those who harbored rebellious intentions and use their heads as night pots. Once everything was settled, Lin Feng led the remaining over 2,000 infantry and 100 dwarven musketeers towards Shanjin Town, nestled at the foot of the Qinling Mountains. Shanjin Town is a renowned tourist destination where most adventurers choose to reside during their explorations. Prior to the apocalypse, the town boasted a permanent population exceeding 100,000, encompassing 39 villages and 4 communities. Shanjin Town features a quaint street known as Yiqin Street, celebrated for its ancient charm and once a favorite spot for young travelers to take photos and share their experiences. At the onset of the apocalypse, Wang Yitian, the most renowned beauty of H University, was dining with several friends in a restaurant along this very street. Just as the whispers of the divine faded, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy engulfed the entire Yiqin Street, permeating every living being within its confines. While some individuals exhibited no immediate changes, the majority of pedestrians grotesquely transformed into creatures reminiscent of cinematic zombies. Their eyes became devoid of color, veins darkened and twisted across their bodies, and their consciousness swiftly faded. Within 3 minutes, they morphed into mindless husks driven solely by a thirst for flesh. Their bodies contorted in unnatural ways as they lunged at those who remained unaltered. What are you doing? Help! Someone's gone mad. There are monsters. Call the police. The peaceful serenity of Yiqin Street was shattered by countless screams and cries of despair, reverberating through the air. Wang Yitian and her companions, fortunate enough to remain human, were dining on the 2nd floor of the restaurant. What is that noise? One of the boys rushed to the window, peeking down. The sight that met his eyes left him utterly stunned. An army of what appeared to be zombies roamed the street, attacking anyone in sight. The ground was strewn with corpses, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. A middle-aged man was pinned to the ground, being devoured by several grotesque figures. Blood poured from his mouth as he gazed vacantly at the sky, his throat torn and unable to utter a single plea for help. One of the boys suddenly recognized the man. It was none other than the restaurant owner, Dingjin. What's happening? Another boy inquired. Zombies! Zombies! Dingjin exclaimed in terror. His face drained of color. Initially met with skeptical glances, the reality of the situation quickly dawned upon them as they witnessed the horror firsthand. They narrowly escaped from their private room to the kitchen's cold storage. In the chaos of their flight, a frail boy lagged behind and was caught by a transformed restaurant employee, meeting a grim fate. A girl clad in a sailor outfit found her skirt snagged on a table, and she too was devoured by the undead. They initially intended to escape, but the entrance of the restaurant was besieged by a multitude of zombies. Consequently, Dingjun led everyone into the cold storage of the restaurant. The door to the cold storage was crafted from thick stainless steel, and it contained some food, which could maximally enhance their chances of survival. Before entering the cold storage, Dingjun meticulously turned off the power supply. Once the door was securely closed, the remaining 3 men and 3 women collapsed in exhaustion. They were all university students from H University, sheltered blossoms who had never encountered such a dire situation. After a prolonged silence, they finally regained their composure. My phone seems to be dead. It won't turn on. Does anyone have a phone with battery to call for help? Dingjun attempted to make a call, only to find his screen dark. The others hastily retrieved their phones, only to discover that, like Dingjun's, theirs too were completely unresponsive. Unbeknownst to Wang Yitian and the others, this phenomenon was not limited to Goofing Street. The entire Blue Star was enveloped in the same grim scenario. Calling for assistance was futile. At this moment, no one could come to their aid. What was happening? Had the apocalypse arrived? Chun Yao was overwhelmed with fear, yearning for someone to assure her that this was all a figment of her imagination. I think that might be the case, Dingjun said, cradling his head in his hands. Did any of you hear that sound? The atmosphere grew heavy as an ominous premonition settled in their hearts, triggered by the echo of a noise that had just resonated within them. A girl with short hair and a doll-like face began to weep. Her name was Lulu. Wang Etienne's roommate. No one offered her comfort. The weight of despair hung heavily over them all. Wang Etienne, too, felt a tremor in her lashes as she hesitantly spoke. Has anyone been bitten by a zombie? I saw someone who was bitten transform into a zombie almost immediately. She was renowned at H University for her striking beauty, tall and slender, with skin that seemed to glisten, a straight nose, and an exquisite visage framed by lustrous black hair. At school, she often bore an air of aloofness. Upon hearing her inquiry, the group exchanged uneasy glances and instinctively distanced themselves from one another. Fear and distrust permeated the air, and no one dared to respond, plunging them into an uncomfortable silence. Zhang Jian, Wang Etienne's devoted admirer, quickly chimed in, yes. The bitten should step forward sooner rather than later to spare the rest of us. Wang Etienne furrowed her brow in disapproval. Another boy, Wang Song, tensed at this remark. He was a well-known rich heir and a notorious playboy. He had organized the trip to the Qinling Mountains with the intention of winning over Wang Etienne. The two who had perished were actually his companions. Ding Zhen proposed. Let us conduct a cross-examination. Men check men, women check women. For the sake of safety, everyone agreed. Fortunately, after the mutual inspection, they found that none bore any wounds. As time relentlessly passed, the sounds of the zombies pounding on the door gradually faded, yet none dared to venture outside to assess the situation. After 7 or 8 hours, hunger began to manifest itself among the group, and Lu Xiaomi turned her gaze towards Ding Zhen. Ding Zhen, do you still have any food in your backpack? Ding Zhen, unwilling to engage, remained silent. I saw you. When we passed the hotel reception, you stuffed all the food from the counter into your bag. Hurry up and share it with everyone. Lu Xiaomi demanded, her tone accusatory. Are you really planning to hoard it all for yourself? Lu Xiaomi, do we even know each other well enough for you to speak to me like that? Besides, I risked my life to bring back this food. What does it have to do with you? Ding Zhen retorted coldly. He had never been fond of Lu Xiaomi, whose selfish nature and frequent promotion of misguided beliefs had left a sour impression on him. Moreover, she had carelessly bumped into him while he was collecting the food, nearly endangering his life. Classmate Ding, you shouldn't say that. We all ventured out together, forming a team. We should face challenges together as well. You should share the food to keep everyone's spirits up. Only with strength can we hope to fight our way out, Wang Song interjected. On the surface, his argument appeared rational, seemingly for the welfare of the group. However, upon deeper reflection, the notion that they could fight their way out if they were well-fed seemed far-fetched. If they had the courage, they would have already made their move after lunch. Yet Ding Zhen found himself in a predicament. The odds were 1 against 5. Although the others remained silent, it was clear they too wished to share the food. If he stubbornly refused to distribute it, their growing hunger would inevitably turn against him. Thus, he reluctantly decided to share the meager rations, which, given the urgency of the situation, consisted mainly of spicy strips, gum, and chocolate. As they consumed the paltry offerings, their hunger only intensified. Time continued to elapse, and eventually, Lu Xiaomi retreated to a corner of the cold storage. Turning her back to the group as she crouched down and began to weep, dabbing at her tears intermittently. Wang Etienne considered approaching to offer comfort. But she halted him with a terse, "Don't come over. I need to be alone for a moment," her words muffled as if something obstructed her mouth. Lu Xiaomi had a particular fondness for chocolate, often carrying some with her. Though she appeared to be sobbing in solitude, she was surreptitiously indulging in the chocolate. There are only a few pieces. I can scarcely satisfy my own cravings, let alone share with others, she rationalized, completely forgetting the self-righteous demeanor she exhibited when demanding Ding Zhen distribute the snacks. Fortunately, it was winter, and everyone was clad in warm attire. The cold storage, having lost power, gradually saw the temperature rise. Otherwise, they would have perished from either hunger or the cold. At last, as a few individuals contemplated consuming the frozen raw meat within the cold storage, the zombies outside erupted in chaos. The sounds of battle, gunfire, and the anguished cries of survivors filled the air. After a while, tranquility returned. The occupants of the cold storage dared not breathe, their ears attuned to the commotion outside. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of leather boots striking the floor grew closer, until it halted at the entrance of the cold storage. Then came a knock. Is anyone in there? Who are you? A few individuals exchanged glances, and ultimately, Ding Zhen bravely inquired. The zombies outside have been dealt with. You should come out. Lin Feng did not respond to his question. After departing from Qinling village, he had made his way towards Shanjin town, having reclaimed 2 villages along the way. And by the time he reached Shanjin town, it was already evening. Lin Feng now merely wishes to swiftly eliminate the zombies in Shanjin Town, so he can finally enjoy a well-deserved rest. If no one comes out, I shall take my leave, he remarked, growing increasingly impatient as silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, with a creak, Ding Zhun was the first to emerge. Following him, several others filed out in succession. Upon witnessing their arrival, particularly the tall and graceful Wang Yitian, a playful smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. Ah, the illustrious campus belle Wang. In his senior year, Lin Feng became acquainted with Wang Yitian, who had just entered her freshman year. She gained immense popularity at H University through a candid military training photograph, quickly becoming the object of affection for countless male students. At that time, Lin Feng was already familiar with her. In a previous life, Wang Yitian awakened a high-level ice crystal ability, akin to a leader's template. Reaching the 5th tier, she established the Ice Crystal Society, becoming a formidable presence in H City, revered by many as the goddess of snow and ice. The Ice Crystal Society exclusively admitted women, and for reasons unknown, it attracted numerous female martial artists from the pre-apocalyptic era. These women exhibited extreme hostility towards men, often resorting to violence, and within the society, men were relegated to the status of slaves. When Lin Feng was still weak, he fell victim to their bullying. Merely because Wang Yitian appeared familiar, he received a brutal beating from her subordinates for stealing a few glances. Had it not been for Lin Feng's stroke of luck, he would not have survived to experience the subsequent treacherous betrayal, facing death that very day. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, a wounded weakling is tantamount to a doomed soul. However, the current Wang Yitian bears a significant disparity from the ice goddess of his past life. Having left her lunch unfinished yesterday, she embarked on a heart-pounding escape, spending nearly an entire day and night in a cold storage, leaving her no time to arrange her appearance. Now, she appears somewhat haggard and disheveled, lacking the grace of the ice goddess from a previous existence. What a twist of fate indeed. He harbors no desire for revenge against Wang Yitian. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their payers. The beating he endured in his past life was not commanded by Wang Yitian herself, but rather carried out by her subordinates acting on their own accord. Nevertheless, he can seek out the instigator among Wang Yitian's circle. Lin Feng remained composed, observing the individuals before him. The group opposite him was also scrutinizing him carefully. This building had been secured by infantry and was undeniably safe. Lin Feng entered alone. Moreover, even if there were any overlooked threats, his current prowess would render him entirely safe. Clad in the garb of a bygone era, he wore the remnants of the past, clothes akin to those found at street markets. In the haste of urgency, he had not taken the time to wash or tidy himself, and the remnants of blood adorned his attire, lending him an appearance that was somewhat disheveled. To be fair, Lin Feng possessed a certain charm, yet at this moment, he appeared rather unremarkable. As Lin Feng assessed Wang Yitian, she caught his gaze. Yet, Wang Yitian merely glanced at Lin Feng before diverting her attention. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared exceedingly ordinary, even somewhat disheveled. Such a Lin Feng could hardly attract the attention of a prominent beauty. Zhang Jian looked at Lin Feng and eagerly inquired, "Brother, do you have any food? We are on the verge of starvation, and Yitian has a delicate stomach. If you have anything to eat, please bring it forth. There will be ample gratitude." It was now the second night of the apocalypse. Wang Yitian, Chen Yao, and others had not consumed a single grain of rice for nearly 24 hours and were famished. Had Lin Feng not come to their rescue, they would have been left with no choice but to resort to raw meat. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Chen Yao repeatedly expressed her gratitude, feeling as if she had survived a calamity. Lin Feng. Wang Tsungsung scrutinized Lin Feng's face, incredulously asking, "Oh, young Master Wang." It was no surprise that Lin Feng's attention had initially been captivated by Wang Yitian and Chen Yao. After all, the appreciation for beauty is universal. Even though Lin Feng had encountered countless stunning individuals, the allure of Wang Yitian and Chen Yao would rank among the top 10, each scoring approximately 9.5. Consequently, he had entirely overlooked He Xiaoling's son, Wang Tsungsung, the heir of the company where Lin Feng worked. For Wang Tsungsung, he had met Lin Feng a month prior. However, for Lin Feng, their last encounter had been 3 years ago. Wang Tsungsung breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lin Feng was an employee of his family, matters would be much simpler. "Rest assured, everyone, this is an employee of my company, sent by my mother to rescue us," Wang Tsungsung declared. "Lin Feng, please swiftly inform me of what transpired. Are there others?" He immediately adopted a commanding tone, instructing Lin Feng. He felt that Lin Feng's rescue was an obligation. Additionally, hurry and help me find something to eat. I am on the brink of starvation. Lin Feng's expression was peculiar, and he remained motionless. Hurry up. What are you standing there for? Under normal circumstances, Wang Tsong would not display such a lack of composure. He was simply famished and eager to showcase his abilities before the goddess. However, it was at that moment he realized just how profoundly mistaken he was. Smack! Lin Feng delivered a resounding slap to his face, instantly leaving a vivid crimson imprint upon his cheek. What a peculiar family you are, always maintaining such an air of superiority, Lin Feng remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. Lin Feng, you are finished. I shall have my mother expel you. Wang Tsong shouted, clutching his face. You truly deserve a lesson. Lin Feng could not help but recall that upon his arrival in this new realm, he was dismissed by He Xiaoling, who regarded him with utter disdain, exuding an air of superiority. Let us start by collecting some interest from your son, she had said. Lin Feng lifted Wang Tsong, striking him with resounding slaps. In no time, Wang Tsong's face swelled to the size of a pig's head. The others were rendered speechless and paralyzed with fear by Lin Feng's actions, too intimidated to intervene. Bring Wang Xiao here and hang him up to dry for a few days to regain his senses. Several soldiers rushed in and dragged Wang Tsong away. At this moment, Wang Tsong was left in a daze, having been thoroughly beaten. Lin Feng cast a glance at the others. A wave of unease washed over them. Lin Feng was exceedingly ruthless, and they were uncertain whether emerging from the cold storage was a fortuitous decision or not. Everyone, come along. If anyone lags behind and falls prey to the zombies, I shall bear no responsibility. Lin Feng currently had no time to engage with them, leading his infantry forward. As a few of them exited the restaurant, they were met with a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, scattered corpses littering the ground, rendering every step a challenge. While a foul stench assailed their senses, Lu Xiaomi immediately retched, and the others fared no better. After regaining composure, Lu Xiaomi speculated, he is actually a squad leader? Wang Etian, who should have taken the initiative earlier, clutched his stomach, feeling a pang of regret. In such dire circumstances, brute strength reigned supreme. Forging an alliance with a formidable ally was undoubtedly wise. We should follow him, Dingjin suggested. In Shanjin town, with a resident population of 100,000, at least 80,000 of them had succumbed to the undead. The zombies, drawn by the commotion, surged forth in a relentless tide. In the streets adjacent to Gufeng Street, the undead swarmed like a tsunami, crashing towards their destination. Meanwhile, more zombies continued to converge from the distant roads. Confronted by this overwhelming wave of corpses, Lin Feng's infantry stood resolute as an unyielding fortress. The onslaught of the undead failed to disrupt their formation, as they were systematically cut down in waves. The dwarven riflemen, with each synchronized volley, managed to push the infantry several meters against the tide of zombies. From above Shanjin town, one could observe the dark wave of the undead perpetually advancing towards Gufeng Street. In the midst of Gufeng Street stood an immovable boulder, steadfast against the relentless onslaught, each thunderous impact allowing it to advance a few meters against the tide. As Lin Feng and his companions pressed forward, they soon arrived at the battlefield where his troops clashed with the undead. The breathtaking sight left them momentarily speechless. Before midnight tonight, I must rest at Lufeng Hotel. You have just over 2 hours left, he declared. Lin Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, resembled a formidable emperor issuing commands to his subordinates. Recent skirmishes had revealed to him that the soldiers produced by the system seemed to possess a heightened intelligence, particularly on the battlefield. Certain morale-boosting phrases could unleash a more fierce combat prowess within them. Zhang San, you and Lu Wu go gather the survivors, Lin Feng instructed with authority. As in the village, collect all the gold and silver you can find and concentrate them here at Ancient Wind Street. Zhang San and Lu Wu were recent recruits under Lin Feng's command. As he reclaimed various villages, he took in any clever and courageous survivors he encountered. After they departed to fulfill their task, Lin Feng continued to direct operations on his own. Block that alley on the left. The zombies in this tavern have not yet been cleared. Send a squad of infantry to eliminate them. Wang Etian had initially thought Lin Feng was merely a small squad leader, but to her astonishment, he appeared to be the leader of this entire army. Chen Yao observed Lin Feng commanding the troops, his bold gestures captivating her. Having been saved by him, her admiration had already begun to blossom. Now, Witnessing his decisive leadership and the way he orchestrated the rescue of survivors exuded a commanding presence that left her utterly enchanted. Most women are inherently drawn to strength, a trait inscribed in their DNA. They seek a protector to ensure the survival and prosperity of their offspring. In Chen Yao's eyes, Lin Feng epitomized this ideal. Wang Yitian sensed the way Chen Yao looked at Lin Feng, stirring an odd feeling within her. Truth be told, she too felt a flicker of attraction towards him. The current circumstances were uncertain, yet given the situation in Shanjin town, the apocalypse might indeed be upon them. In such dire times, a man with a formidable army was exceedingly appealing to women. However, that was where her interest ended. In her view, Lin Feng had now earned the right to pursue her. Whether she would accept his advances would depend on his future actions. As for the possibility of Lin Feng not reciprocating her feelings, she harbored no concerns. With her charm, a mere beckoning of her finger would draw all men to her like eager puppies. Indeed, this was Wang Yitian, the most renowned icy beauty of H University. A woman brimming with self-confidence. After 2 hours of combat, the zombies in Shanjin town had been largely eradicated, and the battle reached its concluding phase. At the Fengye Pavilion Hotel, in the presidential suite before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Feng reclined in his office chair, a glass of red wine cradled in his hand, gazing out the window at the entirety of Shanjin town. My lord, during the recent battle for Shanjin town, we suffered the loss of over 20 infantrymen. Fortunately, the dwarven musketeers sustained no casualties, though some zombies evolved into first-tier undead. These creatures mingled with the ordinary zombies during the assault, catching our brothers off guard, resulting in 2 of them being bitten and transformed. A breach appeared in our defenses. Had it not been for the timely fire support from the dwarven musketeers, our losses would have been far greater. An infantryman stood respectfully behind Lin Feng, relaying the outcome of the battle. He seemed to possess a sharper intellect than his fellow soldiers. First-tier zombies have emerged? Lin Feng mused, perceiving the undead as the favored offspring of this merged world. Despite their limited intelligence, their rate of evolution far surpassed that of the survivors. Fear not, Bingyi. You have performed admirably, clearing over 80,000 zombies in a short span while losing merely 20 infantrymen. This brings me great satisfaction. He bestowed the name Bingyi upon the astute soldier. Bingyi, I entrust you with an important task. Gather all the human survivors and escort them to the square below, instructing them to form a line and await my arrival. Can you manage this? As you command, my lord, Bingyi replied, striking his sword against his shield with a resonant hum. Lin Feng gazed at the departing figure of Bingyi, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This Bingyi had indeed bestowed upon him a remarkable surprise. He had initially presumed that the intelligence of these human infantry would remain at the level of a 10-year-old child, capable only of executing simple commands while struggling to comprehend more intricate instructions. However, it now appeared that their intellect was gradually on the rise. Although the other infantry members remained oblivious, Bingyi distinctly demonstrated the ability to carry out more complex commands. Let us first examine the bounty of silver and gold. Wang Hong, enter. A middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s and clad in a tailored suit, stepped inside. Wang Hong was the general manager of Maple Leaf Pavilion Hotel, having been ensnared in his office when the apocalypse struck. The relentless presence of wandering zombies, the severance of communication, and the scarcity of food enveloped him in despair, pushing him to the brink of starvation, yearning to venture out in search of sustenance. Lin Feng arrived, accompanied by a contingent of infantry, effortlessly clearing the remaining zombies within the hotel. As the general manager of the establishment, Wang Hong displayed remarkable acumen by promptly aligning himself with Lin Feng. He assisted Zhang San and his companions in their endeavor to amass gold and silver. Lord, how fares our collection of gold and silver? At present, we have successfully gathered all the gold and silver from the jewelry stores. Upon weighing, we have approximately 50 kilograms of gold and around 500 kilograms of silver. The collection of gold and silver from other residences is still ongoing. Such swiftness. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had long instructed Zhang San and his companions to gather silver and gold, yet their progress was rather sluggish. To his surprise, with Wang Hong's addition, the pace had accelerated significantly. I still have a few employees in my hotel who miraculously survived, and seeing that they had little to do, I organized them to assist in the gathering as well. Moreover, I instructed them to consolidate all remaining food, medicine, and other essentials from Shanjin town. Oh, it seems your reputation is quite formidable, Lin Feng remarked lightly, indicating that everyone heeds your words. With a sudden thud, Wang Hong knelt down. His forehead pressed firmly against the ground. My lord, I shall never dare to do so again. He had witnessed Lin Feng's prowess in dispatching zombies, as well as the scene with Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying, a Japanese-Chinese national, had boasted in front of Lin Feng, relying on her status as a foreign guest when he had stormed into the presidential suite. Without uttering a single word, Lin Feng delivered a swift slap, and Zhang Ying's head was no more. At that moment, Wang Hong, who was peering through the crack of the door, was nearly paralyzed with fear. Thus, he resolved to follow Lin Feng unconditionally. In an attempt to curry favor with Lin Feng, he made the grave error of bypassing him to appoint his former subordinates directly, an exceedingly perilous mistake in the realm of professional conduct. Thud, thud. Lin Feng gently rapped on the tabletop, each strike resonating like a hammer pounding against Wang Hong's heart. After a prolonged silence, Lin Feng finally spoke. Listen, you. The three women outside the door, including everyone in Shanjin Town, they're all saved by me. You are all my private property. Only I have the authority to dispose of my possessions. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Wang Hong exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve, bowing repeatedly. Very well. You've done well. Rise. Now go and assist the soldiers in comforting the survivors. Yes. Wang Hong wiped the sweat from his brow as he exited, truly feeling the weight of his precarious position. Little did he know, Lin Feng was indifferent to his encroachment on authority. In fact, he believed Wang Hong was executing his duties admirably. After all, Lin Feng had even forgotten about consolidating food and supplies. In truth, Lin Feng harbored no concerns that Wang Hong would harbor treasonous intentions. With the remaining survivors in Shanjin Town, he could dispatch 100 infantrymen to eliminate them completely within an hour. His admonishment of Wang Hong stemmed from the fact that individuals like him were often too astute. If not regularly reminded of their place, they might commit foolish acts that, while not significantly troublesome for Lin Feng, could jeopardize their own lives. In a sense, Lin Feng was safeguarding him. It remained to be seen how much Wang Hong could comprehend. Today, Lin Feng, weary from a long day, resolved to indulge in a bath before taking a moment to rest. As he reclined in the expansive tub, he deftly manipulated the system. The distance between the headquarters and Shanjin Town had once been a mere few kilometers. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, this separation had expanded to over 50 kilometers. With vehicular travel rendered impossible, the journey on foot would take an entire day. Such an extended time frame for military support posed a significant security risk to Lin Feng's faction. Moreover, the silver and gold amassed in Shanjin Town could not simply await transfer back to the headquarters for conversion. Urgently, he needed to exchange resources to forge his troops. Thus, he resolved to establish a town hall just outside Goofing Street. The construction of the town hall demanded an exorbitant amount of resources: 500 units of gold, 10,000 units of silver, 10,000 units of wood, and 1,000 units of stone. This was indeed exorbitant. Lin Feng lamented the expense. Had it not been for the first town hall being a gift from the system, amassing such a fortune would have taken an eternity. The construction commenced. With a duration of 5 hours announced by the system, 5 farmers taking the same amount of time? Lin Feng was taken aback. Resource tally: 56,000 units of gold, 4,200,000 units of silver, 5,150,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, and 500 units of spiritual essence. Furthermore, the various resources continued to rise. This was due to the additional 3 armies Lin Feng had dispatched, tirelessly reclaiming the villages surrounding Shanjin Town and converting the resources through the town hall at the headquarters into system resources. It seemed that dividing his forces into 4 was indeed a wise decision, and Lin Feng commended himself for his sagacity. And what of this spiritual essence? Where did it originate? He pondered briefly but could not discern the cause. Never mind, that could wait for another time. For now, it was time to spend. The most joyous consumption phase was about to commence. Barracks construction, 20 units, consuming 10,000 units of silver and 3,000 units of wood. Blacksmith S shop construction, 5 units, consuming 1,000 units of silver and 1,000 units of wood. Magic towers, arrow towers. Lin Feng's system resources were diminishing at an alarming rate. He had brought along 200 farmers, and under his command, they worked fervently, reminiscent of their frenzied construction efforts back at the base. Buildings sprang up at an astonishing pace, as if by some miraculous force. Just as he was diligently managing the system to expand his influence, a graceful figure stealthily entered the bathroom. With a waist as slender as a willow, eyes sparkling like stars, and a face as gentle as water, the enchanting presence was none other than Chen Yao. Outside, 3 individuals awaited her return. Among them were the twins, Li and Shuang. Both were strikingly beautiful, with an uncanny resemblance that left those unfamiliar with them unable to distinguish between the elder sister and the younger. Before the apocalypse, they had served as the face of the reception department at Maple Leaf Pavilion. This time, Wang Hong had persuaded them to attend to Lin Feng's needs. However, having just been thoroughly intimidated by Lin Feng, Wang Hong dared not overstep his bounds and ultimately left with the 2 sisters. Should Lin Feng discover this, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of scolding. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Yao approached the edge of the bath and began to scrub Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng opened his eyes and turned his head, gazing at Chen Yao in puzzlement. A hint of shyness appeared on Chen Yao's face. Yet she did not cease her actions. "Sir, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. There is no way for me to repay you, except—" Her subsequent words fell to a whisper, barely audible. "You possess quite the audacity. State your intentions." Lin Feng harbored doubts. He believed that Chen Yao possessed ulterior motives. Having endured betrayal once, he remained exceptionally wary of the advances of beautiful women. I wish to survive." Chen Yao, flustered, instinctively articulated a reason. She refrained from disclosing that, in truth, she had developed feelings of affection for Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and gently caressed Chen Yao's face. At that moment, he realized that she was completely barefaced. The flickering candlelight illuminated her delicate features, making her look strikingly beautiful. Her eyes sparkled like a clear spring, and her finely chiseled features bore a playful charm, exuding boundless youthful vigor. "What is your name?" "Chen Yao." I didn't realize you were so captivating. Please be kind." Meanwhile, downstairs in the plaza, over 10,000 survivors had gathered. Wang Hong, accompanied by a few others, shouted for the survivors to maintain order and form a queue. However, his efforts proved futile, as many continued to act as they pleased. They shared their harrowing tales with those around them, and upon spotting distant relatives and friends, some ran forward, embracing each other in tears. Certain survivors had gone a day and a night without food, loudly demanding sustenance. "Where is your leader? Call him out." A group of boisterous young men with colorful hair shoved the staff members sent by Wang Hong to maintain order. "What is going on?" Wang Hong approached with a few companions. "I recognize you. You are the owner of Maple Leaf Pavilion." Zhao Jie, the leader of this group, boasted of his father's position as the captain of the inspectorate in Shanjin town. Before the apocalypse, Zhao Jie and his gang had terrorized the town, causing ordinary citizens to steer clear of them. "Just now, your staff member pushed my brother, and now he is dizzy. What do you propose we do about it?" "Nonsense. When did I push him?" Wang Hong's staff member quickly stepped forward to clarify. Smack. Zhao Jie retaliated with a slap, leaving a vivid red handprint on the staff member's face. "I said you pushed him. Thus you did. Dare to retort? Beat him." Zhao Jie's henchmen brandished steel pipes, ready to strike at Wang Hong and his companions. Wang Hong, momentarily at a loss, was a savvy businessman, adept at understanding people's hearts, thriving in the commercial realm. Yet, he found himself helpless against the unreasonable Zhao Jie. Unbeknownst to him, this entire situation was a scheme orchestrated by Zhao Anghua, the captain of the inspectorate in Shanjin town. Zhao Anghua had instructed his nephew Zhao Jie to deliberately provoke a confrontation with Wang Hong and others. Meanwhile, his subordinates spread rumors that Wang Hong and his companions were oppressing innocent citizens and plotting rebellion, stirring the survivors against Lin Feng. As Lin Feng found himself overwhelmed by the chaos among the survivors, Zhao Anghua planned to emerge as the inspectorate captain, soothing their emotions and assimilating Lin Feng's troops. Once Lin Feng's forces were incorporated, combined with the over 10,000 survivors, Zhao Anghua envisioned establishing himself as a local tyrant in Shanjin town. Less than 48 hours into the apocalypse, Zhao Angua's ambitions had begun to swell. At that moment, he concealed himself within the crowd, watching his nephew's stellar performance unfold. As Zhao Jie struck Wang Hong and others, he vociferously proclaimed the oppression of the common people by capitalists. "You have unjustly broken my brother's arm, Wang Hong. I shall fight you to the bitter end. Brothers and sisters, we must unite. These capitalists, having oppressed us before the apocalypse, are now demanding our compliance even as the end times have arrived. This is utterly unacceptable. We must stand together and resist. The agents arranged by Zhao Angwa joined in the uproar, exaggerating the events and spreading rumors through the crowd. Yes, they have seized our provisions. They have looted the jewelry stores clean. Gathering us here is merely a ploy to excavate our homes for food and wealth. If we do not unite in resistance, we shall have no means of survival. Everywhere, rumors are being disseminated, inciting the survivors against the Lin Feng troops. Thus far, the effect has been notable, as many have begun to feel a righteous indignation, as though they have truly been wronged. They have completely forgotten that the Lin Feng forces have just rescued everyone from the jaws of the undead. These individuals, lacking in intellect, would follow the crowd, even before the apocalypse, easily swayed by any mysterious article they encountered online. Now, amidst the chaos of the end times, their minds are even more restless. Any instigator can easily manipulate them, and they remain oblivious to being used as pawns. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Angwa felt a surge of satisfaction within. A faint smile graced his lips, as everything unfolded seamlessly according to plan. His ambitions of becoming a local tyrant had moved a step closer. As for the possibility of failure, Zhao Angwa believed that failure was not an option. Even if it were to occur, what could Lin Feng, the inspector general of this nation, do to him? His scheming mindset remained mired in pre-apocalyptic thinking, unaware that in this new world, the paramount truth lay in brute strength. When the soldiers observed the survivors beginning to stir, with some even turning against Wang Hong, the soldier frowned. He had promised the commander that the survivors would line up to wait. However, over an hour had passed, and the survivors showed no inclination to comply. The soldier resolved to take matters into his own hands. Without hesitation, he led a small squad of infantry through the crowd, heading towards the fray between Wang Hong and Zhao Jie. Anyone foolish enough to obstruct their path, regardless of the reason, would meet swift retribution. With a single stroke of his sword, the instigator fell lifeless. Simultaneously, the infantry began to shout in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. By the Lord's decree, those who incite rebellion shall be mercilessly slain. Those who cause unrest without cause shall be mercilessly slain. By the Lord's decree, those who incite rebellion shall be mercilessly slain. Those who cause unrest without cause shall be mercilessly slain. In the blink of an eye, those who had been the most raucous became mere corpses. The fully armed soldiers surrounding me exuded an overwhelming aura. Under such pressure, all whispers immediately vanished. The survivors were so terrified that they scarcely dared to breathe. The shouts of infantry surged like tidal waves, and the soldiers were merciless in their slaughter. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Angwa sensed a grave predicament. The soldiers charged towards Zhao Jie, and he hastily attempted to warn Zhao Jie to flee. Yet, it was all too late. The soldier darted forward with the swiftness of lightning, arriving before Zhao Jie in an instant. Before Zhao Jie could comprehend the situation, the blade struck down with a swift motion, and with a chilling sound, his body was cleaved in two. Zhao Jie saw someone rushing towards him, but failed to react. Suddenly, he felt himself soaring weightlessly. He glimpsed his uncle Zhao Angwa shouting something, and he noticed the terrified expressions of those around him. Ultimately catching sight of a headless figure. Was that me? Why did he kill without uttering a single word? Zhao Jie's consciousness forever remained suspended in that moment. He had been betrayed by his own uncle. The soldier continued to swing his sword, dispatching Zhao Jie's companions as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables, sending them to meet the king of Hades. Then, standing firm, he proclaimed with an ominous aura, "Those who dare to cause trouble shall die." The surviving onlookers were nearly deafened by the force of his voice. The entire square fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Zhao Angwa gazed upon his nephew's lifeless body, his heart filled with dread. He was utterly paralyzed by the soldier's cruelty and decisiveness, too afraid even to feel anger. Gradually, he retreated into the crowd. The heads of the slain were hung upon the central flagpole of the square as a grim warning. The soldier sheathed his sword, maintaining a stoic expression, and calmly instructed Wang Hong. When Wang Hong caught the soldier's gaze, he felt his blood run cold. He hastily replied, "Yes, master." Fearing that the soldier might inadvertently take his life as well, he was relieved when the soldier finished his orders and began to patrol. At last, the survivors in the square settled down, instinctively lining up. Wherever the soldier went, the survivors stood tall, heads held high, avoiding any sideways glances. Their posture was more precise than that of soldiers at attention. Once the soldier departed, they felt their legs weaken. Such terror, The soldier's patrol momentarily halted as he turned his gaze towards a corner. It was Wang Etian and a few others. Lin Feng had rescued these individuals, and the soldier remembered them well. Under his scrutiny, Wang Etian and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. Lu Xiaomi hid directly behind Wang Etian, while Zhang Jian kept his head down, afraid to meet the soldier's gaze. They were utterly terrified of this merciless demon. "Is Qin Yao with your commander?" Wang Etian summoned the courage to inquire, convinced of his own privileged status. Just moments ago, Qin Yao had called for her to join in the search for Lin Feng, which she had declined. She believed that not receiving an invitation from Lin Feng made her approach him seem rather undignified. Wang Etian could not tolerate such a loss of self-respect. "Stand in line properly and manage your own affairs," Bing Yi coldly remarked before resuming his patrol. A wave of embarrassment washed over Wang Etian, her face alternating between shades of blue and red. She felt humiliated, acutely aware of the shifting gazes from those around her, each one potentially mocking her. "Humph, when Lin Feng comes to find me next, I'll make him regret it," Wang Etian thought resentfully. She remained convinced that no one could resist her charm, Lin Feng included. After all, when he had just rescued her, hadn't he been gazing at her intently? It was clear that he was captivated by her beauty. Lin Feng must have been preoccupied with important matters. Recovering such a significant town surely entails numerous crucial responsibilities. Wang Etian consoled himself with this thought. Lin Feng was indeed occupied, yet the nature of his busyness was likely different from what she had anticipated. After a couple of hours had passed, the survivors in the square were on the verge of collapse. Many had only just been rescued and had not yet eaten. Just as the survivors were growing increasingly anxious, Lin Feng finally descended from the upper floors, appearing refreshed as he approached the hotel plaza. He was flanked by a throng of followers, among whom was Qin Yao, who walked with a peculiar gait. Qin Yao had initially been reluctant to attend. She had just endured a tumultuous storm and found it challenging to rise from her bed. However, Lin Feng insisted that an important announcement required her presence, compelling her to join the gathering. All the infantry, including the 1st Battalion, knelt before Lin Feng in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay homage to our Lord." In that moment, the survivors gazed at Lin Feng with a mix of trepidation and astonishment. Who was this individual? Such grandeur. Could it be that he is the leader of this army? How impressive. He appears so youthful. If only one could align with him. Dream on. Just look at the beauty beside him. She is truly a celestial being. The survivors whispered amongst themselves, all envious of Lin Feng's commanding presence. "Look, is that not Qin Yao?" Lu Xiaomi, with keen observation, immediately spotted Qin Yao closest to Lin Feng. At that moment, Qin Yao had just bathed, donned luxurious attire, and applied a touch of makeup. Having recently been favored by Lin Feng, she radiated an extraordinary beauty, undeniably the center of attention in the crowd. Noticing Wang Etian's silence, Lu Xiaomi turned to look back. Wang Etian's expression was cold and rigid, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Yao and Lin Feng, and a troubling suspicion began to brew within her. This vixen, that position should have been mine. How dare she? Initially, she had only regarded Lin Feng as an admirable young man, without any particular desire to be with him. Yet now, witnessing the attention lavished upon Qin Yao, her heart was a tumultuous mixture of emotions. After 2 days of hunger, her complexion was not at its best, and she had not even had time to tend to her hair, let alone her makeup. She felt somewhat disheveled. Although her beauty remained undeniable, it paled in comparison to Qin Yao's splendor. Before Wang Etian could dwell further on her thoughts, Lin Feng had already reached the makeshift podium. "Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Feng. Just moments ago, I led my subordinates to eliminate the zombies throughout Shanjin town and rescued you all. Now, I have 3 important points to share. I ask that you listen attentively and remember them well." Lin Feng's voice resonated throughout the entire square with an enchanting force. "First and foremost, for the sake of our collective survival, I hereby declare myself your leader. I have saved your lives. Moreover, it is only I, Lin Feng, who possesses the ability to guide you through this apocalyptic world and ensure your continued existence." In a certain light, although Lin Feng's demeanor may be perceived as tyrannical, his words ring true. He wields the beast war system, and only by following him can one hope to thrive in this desolate era. Secondly, those who defy my commands will face the ultimate consequence, death. The recent fate of others should serve as a stark reminder. I urge you all to cherish your lives. Thirdly, from this moment forth, the town of Shanjin shall be divided into 3 divisions. The combat division, led by Bing Yi, will be responsible for all external combat affairs. As Bing Yi approached the stage, he bowed to Lin Feng and pledged, I shall be your sharpest sword, my lord. With his vow, a brilliant golden light radiated from him, causing his form to swell in size, while purple magical runes appeared on his weapon and armor. Has he leveled up? Lin Feng pondered, still unaware of the reason behind Bing Yi's advancement. He glanced at Bing Yi's status panel. Name, Bing Yi race, human class, human infantry commander, leader template, level, 3 attributes, strength 37, agility 30, intelligence 16 skills, available for learning defense. Chi slash emits a sword-shaped energy, capable of attacking any enemy within 100 meters, delivering tremendous power. Human infantry commander, leads human infantry in battle, enhancing the combat prowess and marching speed of infantry by 10. Lin Feng was utterly astonished. He had believed that the capabilities of Bing Yi had been sufficiently exaggerated. Yet he was still taken aback by Bing Yi's magnificent attributes. As a leader class template, Bing Yi could effortlessly engage in one-on-one combat against ordinary Tier 4 powerhouses. The key was that he also possessed a group amplification aura skill. Now, the impact Bing Yi could have might surpass even that of the great Mage Magellan. After regaining his composure, Lin Feng proceeded to make an announcement. The Department of Life will be led by Wang Hong, who will be responsible for post-disaster reconstruction, equipment repair, regional planning, and more. Wang Hong could hardly believe it. He had just endured a harsh reprimand from Lin Feng, and now he was tasked with organizing the survivors, only to encounter various unforeseen circumstances. He had thought that merely avoiding punishment was a stroke of luck, but to his astonishment, Lin Feng intended to place his trust in him once more. In that instant, a surge of loyalty swelled within Wang Hong, fueling a fervent desire to lay down his life for a leader who recognized his worth. Tears glistened in the corners of his eyes as he approached Lin Feng, emulating Bing Yi's posture, and knelt partially, declaring with heartfelt conviction, "My lord, I shall defend your honor with my very life." His words resonated powerfully. Lin Feng looked at him with approving eyes and nodded. "All right, stand up." Wang Hong moved to Lin Feng's left rear and stood in line with the soldiers. The logistics department is led by Chen Yao, responsible for the daily supply of materials for everyone. Minister Chen, there is no need for formalities. Please greet everyone. He was aware that Chen Yao was currently feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Yao was genuinely bewildered. Was she, a delicate girl yet to graduate from university, really in such a position? Although a bit insecure, she was astute enough to recognize that this was not the time to voice any dissent. Therefore, Chen Yao mimicked Wang Hong, facing Lin Feng with a semblance of seriousness, and declared, "My lord, the logistics department is under my care. Rest assured." Lin Feng's unwavering trust in me compels me to rise to the occasion. Chen Yu silently encouraged herself. "Everyone, regardless of your previous status, from this day forth, you must labor diligently and contribute to the development of Shanjing Town. I, Lin Feng, will not support idleness. The 3 departments will allocate points based on your contributions. If you wish to avoid starvation, then work diligently. Of course, if you aspire to achieve greatness, opportunities abound. With sufficient points, you may exchange them at the logistics department for anything you desire: food, daily necessities, weapons, even the flesh of magical beasts, and precious materials. This includes hiring my forces to fight on your behalf." Lin Feng has just granted amnesty to 3 ministers and painted a bright future for the survivors, allowing many to momentarily forget the looming shadows of the apocalypse. They fervently clenched their fists, vowing to embark on a grand endeavor. Lin Feng opines that an employee devoid of ambition is akin to a stagnant fish, languishing without purpose. However, once this fish develops a fervent goal, it transforms into a powerhouse, akin to a nuclear-powered donkey, fueling the aspirations of its capitalist overseer. Having endured oppression from capitalists, Lin Feng is acutely aware of how to extract greater value from his subordinates. Having weathered the storms of adversity, he seeks to dismantle the umbrellas of others. At this moment, Wang Yitian pays no heed to Lin Feng as subsequent remarks, her gaze fixated in astonishment upon Chen Yao. A minister? By what right? Chen Yao and Wang Yitian share a close sisterly bond. Wang Yitian, hailing from affluence, adorns herself in high fashion and meticulously crafts an image of aloof elegance, while Chen Yao, from a humble background, often dons thrift shop attire and appears barefaced. Consequently, within the school realm, Wang Yitian consistently eclipses Chen Yao. Her friendship with Chen Yao serves merely to accentuate her own superiority, akin to how a lowly green tea girl may seek to highlight her beauty by standing beside an unattractive companion. Yet, Wang Yitian stands apart. utilizing the slightly less appealing Chun Yao to elevate her own status, achieving remarkable effect. Is Chun Yao not beautiful enough? Standing beside me, she pales in comparison. Yet now, this once overshadowed Chun Yao has unexpectedly soared to prominence, capturing the attention of many and wielding significant influence. Lu Xiaomi, ever the instigator, chimes in. Indeed, Chun Yao is far from your beauty, nor does she share your privileged background. Her association with Lin Feng must surely stem from her shameless advances. Having long harbored jealousy towards their beauty, Lu Xiaomi seizes the moment to sow discord, hoping to ignite Wang Etienne's competitive spirit to pursue Lin Feng, thus ensuring her own path to a more prosperous life. However, it appears her efforts may have backfired. Once the ceremony concludes, the crowd disperses to rest. Meanwhile, let us not dwell on Lin Feng's indulgent pursuits with the inexperienced Chun Yao, as they continue their battle for the continuation of humanity at this juncture. By the shores of Shanjin Lake, Zhang Xiaoqiang stands atop a watchtower, pondering, why has Brother Feng stationed me here? Is it merely to enjoy the breeze? He finds himself perplexed by Lin Feng's decision to assign him to guard this location alongside such a large contingent. Aside from the initial clearing of zombies from the lakeside, no further skirmishes have occurred. The surface of Shanjin Lake lies tranquil, the moon hanging high in the sky. Brother Chang, stop staring. There is nothing to see. Come down and join us for drinks and barbecue. Beneath the watchtower, a vibrant bonfire blazes, encircled by a group of young individuals who are grilling delicacies. These individuals are tourists who found themselves here when the apocalypse struck, and the majority are in their youth. By the expansive shores of Shanjin Lake, where space is ample and they maintain a safe distance from the sluggish zombies, their chances of survival are notably higher, with nearly 100 souls enduring the chaos. Once Zhang Xiaoqiang and his troops arrive to eradicate the undead, the survivors, hesitant to act independently, choose to follow him. Unlike a seasoned veteran of the apocalypse, Zhang Xiaoqiang lacks the ruthless edge that would compel him to monopolize the surrounding resources. Consequently, over 80 individuals have taken refuge in a nearby inn by the lake, opting not to accompany him. Among the dozen or so gathered by the bonfire are those with nimble minds. Though they harbor concerns for their families and fear the end of days, they also recognize the futility of worry. Survival is their true path. Zhang Xiaoqiang commands a formidable force of unknown origin, making him an ideal ally. Thus, they frequently gravitate toward him, bringing offerings of beef and beer from a lakeside restaurant to entice him with a barbecue feast. Please, enjoy first. I shall observe Zhang Xiaoqiang for a while, he remarks. Despite his typically carefree demeanor, he is acutely aware of priorities. The lake before him stretches endlessly, its vastness akin to that of an ocean. Standing atop the nearly 20-meter watchtower, illuminated by the moonlight, he gazes across the water where it meets the sky in a distant horizon. Fortunately, Feng's subordinates prove to be exceptionally capable, displaying remarkable combat prowess and fearlessness. With 500 infantry taking turns to rest, currently, 250 are diligently constructing defensive fortifications along the lakeshore. What they term fortifications are essentially trenches, felled trees, and various traps, all conjured from Zhang Xiaoqiang's recollections of every film he has ever seen. Meanwhile, 30 farmers labor tirelessly to establish a farm and maintain the watchtower. Observing this scene, Zhang Xiaoqiang cannot help but marvel at their industriousness, pondering whether Feng possesses some hidden advantage. Nevertheless, he dismisses the thought. After all, following Feng guarantees stability. He utilizes the telescope attached to the watchtower to survey the lake before descending. Brothers, I have arrived, he announces with a smile as he approaches the bonfire, where two perceptive young individuals promptly offer him skewered beef and a refreshing beer. One young man wipes a chair with his clothing and enthusiastically beckons Zhang Xiaoqiang to sit. Brother Chang, please take a seat. Experience our culinary skills. As soon as Zhang Xiaoqiang settles down, a woman of alluring figure and striking beauty addresses him. Brother Chang. This seems rather unfair. Her words, though claiming unfairness, are laced with a playful charm that renders Zhang Xiaoqiang utterly disarmed. Oh, and how, pray tell, is it unfair? If you cannot articulate it, I may have to teach you a lesson. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the woman with a mischievous glint in his eyes. The onlookers were equally curious about what she might say, hoping she wouldn't inadvertently flatter him inappropriately. Indeed, Ma Rongrong, if you fail to speak, you shall have to penalize yourself with 3 cups, remarked a young man in his 30s, of rather unremarkable appearance. When Brother Xiaoqiang arrived, he only called out to the brothers, forgetting about our sisterhood. This is quite unfair. Ma Rongrong fixed her gaze on Zhang Xiaoqiang, her eyes nearly brimming with intensity. What an insufferable tease. Ugh, I almost felt nauseated. The people around them silently lamented their discomfort, though they themselves possessed skin as thick as city walls. Yet, compared to Ma Rongrong, they felt utterly insignificant. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaoqiang seemed to revel in this banter, laughing heartily. Yes, I was wrong, come. I shall penalize myself with a drink. The crowd found this absurd, yet they felt compelled to join in the raucous cheer. I propose we have Ma Rongrong serve Brother Chong some wine. What do you all think? Yes. Zhang Xiaoqiang's grin was as radiant as a blooming flower. Subsequently, the young people persistently toasted him, while several women playfully teased him, with one audaciously sitting on his lap and feeding him wine with her mouth. Ma Rongrong felt overshadowed, exclaiming that there were always those who surpassed her. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as glasses clinked and cups exchanged, showcasing the art of sycophancy. This was merely the beginning of the apocalypse. Soon, food would become scarce. The dignity of men and the virtue of women would gradually lose all value. Some women, for the sake of a single packet of instant noodles, might spend the night with strangers. Many, when faced with the powerful, would cling desperately to them, hoping to survive better in these dire times. Those who fancied themselves above such measures, living in luxury, and reluctant to curry favor with Zhang Xiaoqiang, would likely not endure long in the impending chaos. Unbeknownst to the revelers, less than 50 meters offshore, a creature resembling a human-fish hybrid, crowned with a fish head and possessing limbs akin to those of a human, surfaced, observing them intently before slowly submerging back into the depths of the lake. Its skin reminiscent of a frog, causing not a single ripple in the water. The following day, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, Lin Feng awoke leisurely. Upon glancing at the beautiful figure beside him and feeling the silky smoothness of her skin, a smile crept onto his face. Truly, she was a vision of youthful beauty, embodying grace and allure. Gently, he caressed Qinyao face. All right, it's time to rise for breakfast. Qinyao, already awake but feeling a touch bashful, kept her eyes closed, though the blush on her cheeks betrayed her. After all, she and Lin Feng had known each other for less than a day. Sometimes, love is truly wondrous. One may endure a decade of longing for an unattainable affection, while a relationship forged in mere hours can feel profoundly intimate. Chen Yao reminisced about some of her admirers. With her beauty, she was certainly not lacking in suitors. She made her way to the bathroom, where she quickly refreshed herself with warm water. By the time she entered the dining area, Lin Feng was already enjoying his meal. The breakfast spread was quite lavish, featuring a steaming cup of milk, fragrant toasted bread, perfectly fried eggs, and 2 bowls of beef noodles. At that moment, Lin Feng was savoring his noodles, while Wang Hong respectfully stood behind him. You've worked hard all night. You should take some rest. Thank you for your consideration, my lord. Wang Hong replied with a slight bow before stepping away. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Wang Hong was truly meticulous in his work. At this moment, all the electrical equipment had been destroyed, and the presence of hot water was undoubtedly due to Wang Hong's early rising and his arrangement for someone to prepare it in advance. Lin Feng's instincts were not mistaken. From the moment he was rescued by Lin Feng last night, Wang Hong swiftly assumed his role. He busied himself collecting hot water for Lin Feng's bath and organized a team to gather firewood in the early hours of the morning. Recognizing Lin Feng's Xiangnan accent, he even sought out a chef from the survivors to prepare authentic Xiangnan beef noodles for him. One could say that Lin Feng's experience today surpassed even that of a stay at a 5-star hotel before the apocalypse. Wang Hong's meticulous care significantly enhanced Lin Feng's perception of him. Chen Yao, on the other hand, was less contemplative. After consuming a pack of instant noodles last night, she had been restless throughout the night. Now, her stomach was growling with hunger. This noodle dish is incredibly authentic, Chen Yao exclaimed enthusiastically. Are you also from Xiangnan? Yes, I'm from a city in Xiangnan. People from our area love to have a city rice noodles for breakfast, she replied with a cheerful laugh. The discovery of these city rice noodles provided a welcome relief to her tense nerves. Who would have thought she would encounter a chef from a city here? What a stroke of fate. Lin Feng simply smiled without elaborating, too lazy to explain that this was the result of Wang Hong's tireless efforts throughout the night. Once you've finished eating, you will need to assemble your own team. From now on, all resources in Shanjin town will be your responsibility, and there will be no shortage of tasks. Feel free to express any needs you may have. Lin Feng observed that Chen Yao had nearly finished her meal before he began to organize the tasks ahead. I am certain that there will be more than just this one Shanjin town in the future. You must grow swiftly. Chen Yao, being his woman, was entrusted with managing the supplies, which gave Lin Feng a sense of reassurance. Her capabilities could be refined in due course. Understood, my lord. Chen Yao replied eagerly. At home, she would call him husband. Lin Feng maintained a stern expression, for strictly speaking, Chen Yao was his first woman. Hu Jiao harbored intentions to harm him. Men often possess deeper feelings for their first love. Although they had already shared intimate moments, Chen Yao still felt a tinge of shyness. Husband, she shyly called out. As everything had unfolded rather swiftly. That is more like it, Lin Feng said, affectionately ruffling Chen Yao's hair before leading her outside to inspect their surroundings. As soon as Lin Feng stepped out, a refined gentleman adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles approached him. My lord, I am the secretary to Minister Wang. The minister has gone to rest. Ah, Wang Hong has informed me. Please, accompany me. Lin Feng completely delegated authority, allowing the three ministers to decide personnel appointments and dismissals within their respective departments. He merely required direct accountability from them. Along the way, Lin Feng observed numerous survivors diligently cleaning the streets, disposing of both zombies and human remains. At the entrance of the administrative building in Shanjin town, survivors queued orderly to receive supplies. Everything appeared to be in perfect order. Each individual was entitled to only a single packet of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water. Chen Yao noticed that the survivors, waiting in line for provisions, received merely a meager allocation. Minister Chen, last night you were rather preoccupied, yet many have gone over a day without food. Thus each was granted a packet of noodles and a bottle of water. For any further supplies, they will have to rely on a points redemption system. Chen Yao felt a surge of embarrassment. In contrast to Wang Hong, she deemed herself a rather inept minister, utterly uninformed. Stealing a glance at Lin Feng, she feared disappointing him. Lin Feng remained non-committal. The ultimate aim of all his subordinates' endeavors was to serve him. Wasn't Chen Yao providing him with service just last night? Wang Hong received a commendation from Lin Feng. This Wang Hong is meticulous and organized, ensuring that every task is executed with precision. How many people are currently in your department? Including the minister, there are a total of 15 individuals, all selected through individual interviews conducted by the minister last night. How many survivors remain in Shanjin town? There are 324 survivors, comprising 124 females and 20 males. Are there any talents proficient in electricity and water resources? Indeed, there are 4 professionals in electricity, one of whom is a professor from the Longhua Electric Power University, as well as 2 experts in water resources. Lin Feng posed several inquiries, to which the secretary responded with remarkable eloquence. Lin Feng realized that he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. And this treasure was not the electric power professor, but rather Wang Hong and his secretary. In just one night, not only were all the arrangements meticulously organized, but a comprehensive assessment of the town's talents and resources was also conducted. Such individuals are the cornerstone of any force, akin to Xiao He for Liu Bang or Zhuge Liang during the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Many who have viewed the romance of the Three Kingdoms have misunderstood Zhuge Liang. In truth, he, like Xiao He, was a talent in administrative management. The greatest strategists achieve their victories without ostentation. These talents can maximize a nation's overall strength, enriching its foundation and enabling it to conquer without conflict. Their significance far surpasses that of military personnel. What is your name? Lin Feng inquired. Replying to my lord. I am Zhuge Mingji, the secretary answered. Zhuge, are you a descendant of the esteemed Zhuge Kongming of the Eastern Han? Indeed, he affirmed. Very well. Lin Feng nodded in approval. Zhuge Mingji felt a surge of excitement. Before the apocalypse, he had been an overseas PhD, earning numerous world-class awards. Yet he nearly perished from hunger when the end times arrived. In that moment, he realized that possessing a brilliant mind was insufficient. He required the protection of force to showcase his talents. Now, with Lin Feng's recognition, not only was his life safeguarded, but he was also confident in assisting Lin Feng to reach the pinnacle of success. Yao Yao is a university student with limited work experience. Can you help her establish the foundation for the logistics department? My lord, I assure you I shall not fail in my mission, he proclaimed, adopting a more refined demeanor, as was customary in his family. Very well, Yao Yao, you should first assemble the team and then draft a set of rules for earning and redeeming points. I shall go check outside the town. Yes, my lord, Chen Yao felt a twinge of anxiety. She had not yet graduated and was already appointed as a minister overseeing logistics for tens of thousands. You can do it, Chen Yao. Don't let Feng go down, she encouraged herself. At the recruitment interview for the logistics department in Shanjin Town. What is your name? Wang Etian. Educational background? I am in university. Still yet to graduate, but I am in my 4th year. Major? Chinese painting. Height? 1.72 meters. Measurements? Huh. Do we need to disclose that too? Of course. Hurry up. There are others waiting behind you. 86-61-80. Wang Etian reported her measurements, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The recruiter, a beautiful woman, finally concluded her mechanical questioning. She lifted her gaze to Wang Etian's chest and then glanced down at herself. Is this for real? Of course not. Wang Etian replied, slightly irritated by Zhang Xueting's invasive inquiries. Isn't this a recruitment for the logistics department? Where is Chen Yao? Zhang Xueting rolled her eyes. Do you think you can just meet Minister Chen whenever you want? I haven't seen her myself yet. She and I are classmates and also good sisters. You say it, and I will believe you. Why don't you claim to be the leader's girlfriend? As soon as the words left her lips, Zhang Xueting regretted them. The leader was not someone she could casually mention. Cautiously glancing around, she noticed everyone was fervently engaged in the interview, and no one paid her any mind. Phew. She quietly exhaled in relief. Feeling slightly guilty, she said to Wang Etian, given your looks and physique, I will suggest to Minister Mingji that you be assigned to the life department. Why? I want to go to the logistics department, and isn't that department hiring? Though reluctant to attend the recruitment, Wang Etian was not foolish. She still wanted to cozy up to Chen Yao, who was an established figure. You are not suited for the logistics department, Zhang Xueting patiently explained. The logistics department requires strong boys and professionals in accounting and finance. Your major does not align. Furthermore, the logistics department is nearly fully staffed, all personally interviewed by Minister Chen. She thought to herself that with Wang Etian's beauty and figure, if Lin Feng took a liking to her, she could very well become another minister. Hence, she suppressed her frustration from a long day's work and continued her patient explanation. So what work will I be doing in the life department? Wang Etian tentatively inquired. You will most likely be assigned to the maid division. As for the specifics, I'm not entirely sure in truth. Zhang Xueting had her suspicions about the maid division's duties. Isn't it just about stocking the harem? Upon hearing this, Wang Etian nearly choked with indignation. A maid? You want me, a campus beauty, to serve others as a servant? Chen Yao became a minister in one leap. How am I inferior to her? She could not fathom the idea of being a maid for someone else. But I only want to go to the logistics department. Wang Etian's expression grew cold. The logistics department is no longer hiring. You can wait and see. Zhang Xueting reminded her that those who failed the interview and were not accepted still needed to earn points through work daily, suggesting she could go to the miscellaneous division for tasks. Wang Etian's face darkened further. She had already spent an entire morning sweeping the streets in the miscellaneous division, earning merely 10 points, enough to trade for only 2 packets of instant noodles. The town of Shanjin is so small, if I can just encounter Lin Feng. With my charm, capturing his attention would be effortless. With a cold expression, she stood up and left, at the very least. I just need a chance to meet Chen Yao, and I could enjoy a life of luxury alongside her. Her morning spent sweeping the streets made her dismiss the thought that Lin Feng was unworthy of pursuing her. I can't even aspire to be the leader's maid. Why must I suffer in the miscellaneous division? Zhang Xueting watched Wang Etian storm away, reminding herself not to act spoiled like her. I must not behave like her. Throwing a temper like a little princess. Before beginning work today, Zhuge Mingji not only trained his staff in their fundamental duties but also took them on a visit to the ancient style street. Currently, the windows of the ancient buildings lining both sides of the street are filled with people. According to Zhuge Mingji, these individuals are those who have defied authority, attempted robbery and assault, or sought to escape. The punishment for such transgressions is 3 days of hanging. Those who survive will be relegated to the status of 5th-class citizens. 5th-class citizens endure a fate more pitiable than that of slaves, as they are afforded virtually no opportunity for redemption in their lifetimes. Zhang Xueting gleaned some fragmented information from her boyfriend, who works in the judicial department. It is said that Minister Wang Hong is personally overseeing the drafting of laws for Shanjin Town, working late into the night with the Justice Department. In the future, survivors, aside from those nobility-bestowed titles by Chief Lin Feng, will be categorized into 5 classes of citizenship, ranging from 5th to 1st class. The status of a 5th-class citizen is even less favorable than that of ancient slaves. They are required to work over 18 hours a day and are permitted only a meager amount of sustenance. 1st-class citizens and those of higher status can kill 5th-class citizens with merely a monetary compensation. Second-class citizens are also afforded leniency if they kill fifth-class citizens. One must be cautious, for a careless act could lead to being labeled as defiant. Zhang Xueting shuddered at the thought. Etienne, how did your interview go with that department? Zhang Jian, the sycophant, hastily approached upon seeing Wang Etienne return. Wang Etienne impatiently replied that they wanted her to join the maid department, which she declined. What? The maid department? Those scoundrels. Just watch how I deal with them. Zhang Jian was visibly agitated, rolling up his sleeves as if to confront them. Wang Etienne merely regarded him with cold indifference, offering no resistance. This left Zhang Jian feeling quite awkward. Etienne, do not be angry. A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years hence. Let us give them a pass for now. Zhang Jian sheepishly smiled, halting his theatrical display. Those who had caused trouble were left beaten and hanging on ancient-style street. He, with his frail physique, was hardly suited for confrontation. Ignoring this ineffectual sycophant, Wang Etienne made her way toward the General Affairs Department, hoping to find a more manageable position. After all, 2 packs of instant noodles would scarcely suffice. And under the new regulations, housing in Shanjin Town also required points. Even the most basic room demanded 2 points per night. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the newly constructed town hall. Last night, he had built numerous barracks and arrow towers, and he was now fully committed to producing combat units. Remarkably, the system resources had increased rather than diminished. Resource inventory: 156,000 units of gold, 14,100. 000 units of silver, 150,000 units of timber, 15,000 units of stone, and 800 units of spiritual essence. Truly, as a renowned tourist city, Shanjin Town boasts a wealth of gold and silver reserves, with nearly 20 jewelry stores within its bounds. Before the apocalypse, they profited immensely from tourists under the pretense of selling souvenirs, yet after the world fell apart, all their riches became Lin Feng's. Observing the continuous stream of individuals entering the town hall, burdened with bags filled with gold and silver, Lin Feng felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Nothing could bring greater joy than witnessing the steady increase of his wealth. At that moment, a survivor, head bowed, approached the base while carrying a bag, triggering a notification from the system that detected fragments of spirit stones. Should they be converted into spiritual essence? Curious, Lin Feng recalled that during the resource conversion in Qinling village, he had encountered unidentified objects that could be transformed into spiritual essence. But he had not yet found the time to investigate further. You there, empty the contents of your bag for all to see. The survivor, startled, hastily spilled the contents onto the ground. To his astonishment, amidst the heap of treasures lay not only gold and silver, but also a few jade pendants and bracelets. Could it be that spiritual essence could be exchanged through jade? Perhaps, after the resurgence of spiritual energy, the jade had absorbed this essence, thus turning into fragments of spirit stones. In the previous era, certain ancient martial families had access to spirit stones early in the morning, rapidly enhancing their strength. The spirit stones contained spiritual energy, which, regardless of the system, could be absorbed to bolster one's power. Upon further research, he discovered that approximately 10,000 grams of pure jade could be exchanged for 1 unit of spiritual essence. Although the conversion ratio was modest, this revelation filled Lin Feng with delight. He had always assumed that spiritual essence could only be derived from spirit stones, and at the onset of the apocalypse, the spirit stone veins were still in gestation, with fully formed veins not expected for at least 3 months. As he contemplated upgrading the base, he realized that the other 3 factions also required spiritual essence, or spirit stones, for their advancement. The 800 units of spiritual essence he possessed would suffice to illuminate the base of one of the 3 factions in his mind, or elevate the human faction's base to level 2. How should he make this choice? Lin Feng pondered internally, weighing the options of establishing a new faction base versus upgrading his existing human base, contemplating which course of action would be more advantageous at this juncture. Firstly, should he choose to found a new race, be it the orcs, elves, or undead, he would be granted the authority to summon a new hero, along with an additional skill point. Furthermore, the newly summoned hero would come equipped with skills, of which Lin Feng could select 3, excluding the extraordinary skills. Lin Feng has now ascended to the 4th tier, but has yet to acquire any skills, as he is eagerly awaiting a life-saving ability. Among these, the most coveted is undoubtedly the Holy Light of the Paladin, one of the 4 heroes of the human race. Upon casting this skill, The user becomes invulnerable for a certain duration, rendering even extraordinary foes incapable of breaching the sanctity of the holy light. It is truly the most formidable life-saving skill. Another option is the wind walk of the Orc Blade Master. Once this skill is activated, the caster gains enhanced movement speed and becomes invisible. Furthermore, the first attack launched while invisible inflicts additional damage upon the enemy. However, the effect of wind walk dissipates after the caster strikes. It is a skill that beautifully balances offense and defense. Choosing the orcs means that the first-tier base can only produce orc footmen and headhunters, a unit specializing in ranged spear attacks. This is quite similar to Lin Feng's current human forces in terms of effectiveness. Given the current resource scarcity, investing such a significant amount into these units yields returns that leave Lin Feng somewhat dissatisfied. When resources are limited, selecting the other two races presents similar challenges. And their heroes' life-saving skills are even less impressive. What about upgrading the human base? The advantages are glaringly apparent. Firstly, Lin Feng can summon the Paladin, thereby learning the long-desired Holy Light. Upon reaching level 2, the Paladin can learn the Healing Light spell, which, as long as he remains alive, can rejuvenate an ally instantly. Moreover, the technological advancements afforded by the level 2 base allow Lin Feng's army to become more diverse. He can now deploy priests capable of casting healing spells, sorceresses who can slow enemies, dispellers who are immune to magic and specialize in countering spellcasters, and mortar teams with extraordinary range and explosive damage. Unlike the diminished technology of the mortars found in the Blue Star, these are enchanted mortars crafted by dwarves, possessing astonishing power, as well as aerial units like Dragonhawk Riders. Each of these units possesses the potential to alter the course of battle significantly. Addressing the deficiencies in Lin Feng's army, which currently lacks spellcasters, air support, and long-range offensive capabilities, will yield a monumental enhancement to his forces. The technological upgrades from the human base also comprehensively enhance the abilities of various buildings. The blacksmith can produce Tier 2 equipment, meaning that once the human footmen and dwarven riflemen are outfitted, their strength will elevate by a tier. This implies that the peak Tier 1 human footmen will advance to the early Tier 2 status, while the peak Tier 2 dwarven riflemen will progress to the early Tier 3 level. The lumber mill can enhance the lumberjack's efficiency and upgrade the armor of all structures. Once these upgrades are completed, it would be utterly impossible for Hogger, the wargen leader, to smash a mysterious tower with a few blows. The Mystic Shop can offer a wider variety of magical items. The benefits are numerous and overwhelming. With all this in mind, what hesitation could Lin Feng possibly have? He directly operated the system, upgrading the human base outside the ancient-style street. The enhancement of the human base consumed resources and required a time frame of 24 hours. The pace of this upgrade was rather unsatisfactory, Lin Feng commented. However, he did not remain idle. He continued to manipulate the system to produce infantry and gunmen. The previous conflict with the Wolfmen tribe had instilled in him a profound fear of insufficient military strength. If only his forces were numerous enough, he could have easily overwhelmed those Wolfmen with a sea of infantry. How could it have come to the point where they dared to encroach upon his home? A mere Wolfman tribe forced me to arm farmers. What a disgrace. As he executed his commands, infantry wielding swords and shields, along with dwarven gunmen carrying large-caliber firearms, emerged from the barracks. The 20 barracks in flashing Gold Town commenced full-scale troop production. Simultaneously, the two bases tirelessly produced farmers. Each farmer required a mere 75 grams of silver for production. This cost-effective approach allowed them to be armed as initial-tier warriors in critical moments. Previously constrained by resources, he was now liberated. Lin Feng had plundered an entire town's worth of resources. The silver reserves alone amounted to several tons. He was now extravagantly wealthy. Suddenly, a survivor, who had been carrying a jade stone bag, cried out in anguish, clutching his head. Lin Feng gazed over, sensing that his aura was intensifying. Has he awakened? It is noon now. Indeed, in his previous life, at noon on the third day after the apocalypse, the first batch of survivors began to awaken their extraordinary abilities. These fortunate individuals, if they manage to survive, are likely to ascend to the 5th tier. Lin Feng recalled the information from his previous life. After approximately 3 minutes, the awakened survivor no longer exhibited signs of distress. Ding Zhen lay on the ground, his eyes filled with astonished delight. The Eye of Truth? Indeed. Ding Zhen was the very survivor burdened with jade. He had failed his interview with the life department earlier that morning and, famished, sought sustenance. resorting to exchanging labor for points. In desperation, he had accepted a task to transport gold and silver to the base outside the town. At this moment, he awakened his extraordinary abilities, disregarding the need to feign ignorance in front of Lin Feng, and instead surveyed the surroundings. Zhang Xiaoyu, power level 0, slight benevolence. Lu Feng, power level 0, neutral by Xiaoyu, power level 0, slight benevolence. Lines of information streamed from his eyes to his mind. A golden opportunity? Am I the protagonist now? He often observed such scenes, and the current scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to those in which protagonists acquired their extraordinary powers. Ding Jun could scarcely believe it. He then turned his gaze to the soldiers on guard. Lin Parker, power level, peak stage 1, slight benevolence. Lin Dessa, power level, peak stage 1, slight benevolence. All at peak stage 1. No wonder slaying zombies felt as easy as slicing through vegetables yesterday. He pondered briefly, yet failed to notice that Lin Feng had approached him. What extraordinary ability have you awakened? Lin Feng inquired in an undeniably authoritative tone. Ding Jun lifted his gaze to Lin Feng, his mindset shifting slightly, believing he had awakened a golden opportunity. He considered Lin Feng merely a minor antagonist in his unfolding narrative. How dare you attempt to exert dominance over me? How many chapters do you wish to survive? Nonetheless, he resolved to first assess the situation. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. Let me gauge your strength, Ding Jun thought, as he activated his ability against Lin Feng. Lin Feng, power level. Danger. What does this mean? Before Ding Jun could comprehend, the two soldiers swiftly kicked him to the ground, their long swords poised at his throat. What extraordinary ability have you awakened? Do not compel me to ask a third time. Lin Feng's seemingly mundane words were imbued with an inexhaustible sense of authority. Ding Jun felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed over him, jolting him from his unrealistic fantasies. I apologize, Chief. I have just awakened my extraordinary abilities and have been lost in thought. He continued. The ability I have awakened is called the Eye of Truth, but at present, I can only use it to perceive the strength of creatures within my sight and their affinity towards me. Ding Jun lowered his head, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He poured out everything he knew, for the pressure emanating from Lin Feng was overwhelmingly intense. Memories of the rows of corpses hanging in ancient Wind Street flooded his mind, as did the recollection of Zhao Jie and others being ruthlessly suppressed the previous night, a scene he had witnessed with his own eyes. Moreover, even his golden finger, or rather, his extraordinary ability, could not pierce through Lin Feng's enigmatic nature. This was a man both ruthless and steeped in despair, as Ding Jun assessed him internally. Upon hearing his words, Lin Feng, as always, responded with a calm demeanor. What is your name? Chief, my name is Ding Jun, he replied. Lin Feng approached Ding Jun, gazing down upon him with a commanding presence. I encountered you last night. Perhaps it is fate, he remarked. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Do not let the overwhelming surge of power cloud your judgment, leading you to commit irrevocable foolishness. This world is far more perilous than you perceive. In his previous life, Lin Feng had witnessed countless instances of this nature. Many of the first batch of awakened supernatural beings were overwhelmed by the sudden surge of their newfound powers, believing themselves to be the protagonists, the favored children of fortune. Originally, they possessed exceptional advantages, and with mere perseverance, they could have easily become fifth-tier powerhouses within 3 years, at the very least attaining the status of elite fifth-tier warriors. Such prowess placed them just below the foremost echelon, rendering them akin to prominent figures within the strongholds of the apocalypse, undeniably fortunate in their circumstances. Yet, a majority of these fortunate souls acted with reckless arrogance, asserting their dominance without regard for consequences, frequently engaging in conflicts and fostering enmities recklessly. As a result, most met an untimely demise, becoming mere dust scattered across the earth. In his previous life, Lin Feng had never heard of a person named Ding Jun, likely having met an untimely demise early on. Now, return and convey my orders to Wang Hong. The Department of Life shall establish a new division of spiritual energy. All awakened survivors with extraordinary abilities must report to the Division of Spiritual Energy within a day to await further instructions. Anyone who conceals their powers and fails to report will be executed without exception. Understood. Are there others who have awakened their abilities? Ding Jun, filled with skepticism, accepted the command and departed. Lin Feng remained unfazed by these extraordinary individuals. The initial group of awakened powers would require at least a month to advance to the second tier. However, Lin Feng, upon the completion of the base upgrade tomorrow, would immediately elevate all infantry to the second tier. Second-tier extraordinary beings? They shall serve merely as cannon fodder under my command, Lin Feng thought disdainfully. Nonetheless, several ancient martial clans in H City possessed considerable strength. The elder practitioners of these families had approached the second tier even before the apocalypse. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, they had directly broken through to the pinnacle of the second tier, and with their ancient martial arts, they were not to be trifled with even by ordinary third-tier practitioners. In his past life, a young scion of the Shangwan family had apprenticed at the Huashan sect, successfully mastering the Huashan sword technique, and was hailed as the foremost individual in H City beneath the extraordinary. One wonders if he has encountered Ling Huchong by now. The two share a connection, for without his assistance, Lin Feng would never have attained the indestructible skill. Lin Feng halted his reverie and resumed his operations, constructing buildings, producing troops, and developing his strength. Before he knew it, dawn broke. Wang Yitian awoke, roused by hunger, after a long day of toil. She had earned a mere 20 points. Her meals yesterday consisted solely of instant noodles, 1 pack per meal, which, while insufficient to satiate her appetite, cost her 15 points. With the biting winter chill outside, sleeping on the streets was not an option, so she had to rent a room for the night, which further cost her 2 points. After finishing her meager dinner of instant noodles, Wang Yitian caught a glimpse of her disheveled hair in the bathroom mirror and could no longer endure the sight. Thus, she spent her remaining 3 points on a comb. After grooming herself, she felt a momentary surge of joy, but by 6 the following morning, hunger once again stirred her from sleep. Having spent the entire day sweeping the streets, she was not only exhausted but also disheartened by the paltry few packs of noodles she had exchanged for her labor, which did little to stave off her hunger. Grasping her growling stomach, she was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "I cannot endure this life any longer." Once a wealthy heiress, accustomed to a life of luxury, she had never experienced such hardship. In her previous life, she wouldn't have even glanced at instant noodles, which she deemed unpalatable and excessively caloric. As a strikingly beautiful schoolgirl striving to maintain a perfect figure, how could she indulge in such junk food? Yet now, all Wang Yitian desired was another pack of instant noodles. Even half a pack would suffice. She made her way to the task distribution hall of the General Affairs Department. This hall, once the employment office of the town, had been repurposed to provide job information for laborers. Now devoid of electricity, the electronic screens were dark. Wang Hong had instructed each department to post available tasks on paper, affixed to the walls of the hall. Survivors seeking work could search for suitable tasks and register with the General Affairs Department, completing the task before signing off at the issuing department and finally logging their points at the logistics department. While this method was inefficient, it was the best solution under the circumstances of lacking electrical equipment. At that moment, Wang Yitian furrowed her brow as she surveyed the task board. Repair the transformer station, 50 points per day, requirements. Must have worked in the electrical industry for over a year. Transport corpses, 40 points per day, requirements. Male? Investigate residential buildings. 5 points for each previously unexamined residence. Requirements. None. Warning, some residential buildings may harbor zombies, posing significant danger. Please choose with caution. A wave of despair washed over her. Wang Yitian found that either she did not meet the requirements, or she was too afraid to undertake the tasks, or the points awarded were woefully inadequate. The remaining tasks either required male participants or offered insufficient points, which she perceived as blatant discrimination against women. I protest. This is a form of discrimination against women. We, as capable beings, can also transport corpses. Why must this task be reserved for men? A sharp voice echoed, articulating the collective sentiment of the women in the task hall. Wang Yitian observed the individual who proclaimed herself a little fairy. She stood at a height of no more than 1.5 meters and likely weighed around 200 pounds. Indeed, women can hold up half the sky. Why should men be capable of tasks that women cannot accomplish? Lu Xiaomi, ever the seasoned advocate for women's rights, chimed in. This is workplace bullying. The women present began to stir restlessly. The head of the hall, lacking experience, looked at the agitated little fairies, sweat beading on his forehead as he implored them to calm down. He explained that the reason for restricting the transportation of bodies to men was based on an analysis of yesterday's data, which indicated that women were moving only 13 bodies for every 100 that men handled. If women continued to transport bodies, their daily points would barely suffice for a cup of instant noodles. However, The logic of the little fairy was beyond the understanding of ordinary minds. Lu Xiaomei, the 200-pound little fairy, retorted, "Why not distribute points according to the same standards as the men?" The hall manager was taken aback. "But your work efficiency is only 13 compared to the men's. If points were allocated equally, wouldn't that create chaos? What if the men also learned to slack off? Are you suggesting we are lazy?" Lu Xiaomei quickly seized upon this new point of contention. For someone like her, who had long been battling online, this was an effortless task. "Stop twisting my words. When did I ever say you were lazy?" The hall manager struggled to defend himself, insisting, "Our point distribution is entirely fair and just. The effort you put in determines the points you earn. Now you speak of fairness. Yet you fail to acknowledge the pain women endure during childbirth. Why don't you mention that? We marry into men's families and become full-time caretakers. Why is that not addressed?" Wang Etian, a woman, was taken aback by this line of argument. How could childbirth even be relevant here? What business is it of others? It is not their child. We women are physically weaker, and you men are stronger. Shouldn't you exert a bit more effort? There is not an ounce of chivalry present. Lu Xiaomei unleashed her online rhetoric, leaving the hall manager at a loss for words. Lu Xiaomei gazed at her with admiration, impressed by her formidable debating skills. The other women joined in, voicing their support. "If you men do not resolve this situation, what purpose do you serve? Do you not have wives? If I were your wife, I would have left long ago. Forcing women to do arduous tasks. What kind of men are you?" In an instant, the entire office hall was filled with the clamorous cries of women advocating for their rights. Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed through the chaos. Wang Hong, with an air of authority, descended the staircase, pointing at the most vociferous among the crowd. "What is this ruckus in the office? How disgraceful! Someone, throw these loud women out and hang them up." Wang Hong had been upstairs refining the task assignment system when Lu Xiaomei's piercing shrieks interrupted his thoughts, igniting his fury. Having experienced the failure of maintaining order that fateful night, Wang Hong has come to the realization that there is no point in engaging in dialogue with such individuals. A direct display of authority is the only course of action. In tumultuous times, stringent measures are essential. In this apocalyptic era, to achieve his objectives and fulfill the tasks entrusted by Lin Feng, he cannot afford to be lenient. "Minister Wang, you cannot treat us this way. We are merely advocating for the legitimate rights of women." Lu Xiaomei and her companions attempted to continue their defense, but before they could finish, the guard silenced them and dragged them outside. Panic ensued as they realized that if they were truly hung in public for days, starvation would be their inevitable fate. "Minister Wang, I promise I won't do it again. It's not my fault. It's all Lu Xiaomei's instigation. Please spare me. I am willing to do anything for you." The pleas of the young women echoed, yet Wang Hong remained impassive. He cast a disdainful glance at the woman who claimed she would do anything for him. So unattractive. Tang Yo. The thought repulsed him, and he instructed his subordinates to administer 10 lashes first before the hanging. "Yisha, save me. Help." Wang Yisha opened her mouth to speak, but upon seeing Wang Hong's cold visage, she swallowed her words of entreaty. Before long, the young women were dragged away, and the hall was filled with the sounds of whips striking flesh, accompanied by their agonized cries. The remaining women in the hall looked on in terror, their eyes fixed on Wang Hong, who remained expressionless. "Is there anyone else who wishes to cause trouble? Step forward now, so I may resolve this matter swiftly." He had no intention of reasoning with them, yet none dared to speak up. When dealing with these unruly individuals, one must never show them a hint of leniency, otherwise, they would take advantage. "The tasks in this hall have been agreed upon by both myself and Minister Qin Yao. You have no grounds to negotiate. If you find it unfair, you may undertake the task of exploring civilian residences, open to both genders, with a higher reward to boot. But who among you dares to take that on? You lot lack both capability and courage, merely desiring to enjoy privileges without shouldering responsibilities. What do you think you are? No one will coddle you overgrown infants any longer. This is now a post-apocalyptic world. Were it not for Chief Lin Feng, you would have perished long ago. If you still possess a shred of conscience and wish to survive a little longer, it is best you devote yourselves wholeheartedly to serving Chief Lin Feng and demonstrate some value. Otherwise, our base does not support useless trash." Wang Hong's scathing reprimand left the women blushing in shame. He had long been incensed by the antics of these young women before the apocalypse, and now he seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Finally, he glanced at Wang Yisha and, with a pointed remark, added, "However, as long as you can demonstrate sufficient value, The quality of life you enjoy may well surpass that of the pre-apocalyptic days. Some individuals must promptly alter their mindset. Otherwise, they may find themselves filled with regret. Indeed, having received reports about Wang Etian from his subordinates, he now gazes upon her in person and cannot help but exclaim, "What a captivating ice-cold beauty!" He resolves to cultivate Wang Etian diligently, intending to present her to Lin Feng. Although Wang Hong feels weary these days, the intoxicating allure of power is undeniably addictive. Before the cataclysm, he was merely a hotel manager, often forced to wear a facade of servility. Yet, in recent days, his subordinates treat him with utmost reverence, as he effortlessly determines the fates of several individuals. This authority bestowed upon him by Lin Feng must be fortified, as he strives to solidify his standing in Lin Feng's esteem. After reprimanding others, Wang Hong ascended the stairs. The remaining women in the hall exchanged glances, pondering the uselessness of their once effective martial prowess in this new world. What shall we do now? Most of them had been idle before the apocalypse, thriving off their boyfriends and backup partners, but now they had sacrificed those whom they deemed worthless during the calamity. Deprived of these so-called burdens, they could scarcely secure a meal. They reminisced about better days, yet it was too late. Of course, this did not pertain to Wang Etian. "Etian, you must be starving. This is the bun I traded for you. Please have one." Zhang Jian appeared punctually, his smile ingratiating as he extended a bun to Wang Etian. The women in the hall gazed at Wang Etian with envy. Only when one loses a devoted admirer does one realize their true worth. Wang Etian was indeed famished, but her foundation in tea art was solid. "Zhang Jian, thank you for your concern, but I know you must be hungry too. I cannot let you suffer," she said with a pitiful tone, feigning concern for Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian had devoted 3 years to her, yet he had never experienced such care from her. His excitement rendered him tongue-tied. "And no, it's fine, Etian, I've eaten." "Then thank you, Zhang Jian. You truly are a good person," Wang Etian replied, accepting the bun with a perfunctory expression of gratitude. Observing the sweat on his forehead and his restless hands, a fleeting look of disdain flickered in her eyes. Internally, she compared Zhang Jian to Lin Feng, one timid and submissive, the other commanding and supreme. Zhang Jian was simply inadequate. The man Wang Etian aspired to marry must possess the power akin to that of Lin Feng, a true dragon among men. As she consumed the bun that Zhang Jian had saved for her, her contempt for him grew, and she resolved to align herself with Lin Feng. After all, accepting gifts does not equate to consenting to a worldview that had long been ingrained in her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, the very man she wished to attract, was encountering a minor predicament. Chen Yao lay feebly on the sofa, her eyes glazed. "Darling, I truly cannot go on. Please, let me be." Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He found himself in a state of limbo, utterly uncomfortable. However, considering his status as a fourth-tier powerhouse, he realized that the ordinary Chen Yao could not possibly endure the torment he inflicted upon her. Lin Feng, in a moment of frustration, struck the area of Chen Yao's body with the most fat, producing a sharp sound. "You're useless. Don't go to work this morning. Take a break." "Thank you, darling," Chen Yao replied indistinctly, for she was utterly exhausted. Lin Feng donned his attire and hurried towards the town hall located outside the village. Just as he arrived at the town hall, a notification chimed, announcing, "Ding! Your town hall upgrade has been completed." With a resounding roar, the town hall, originally covering an area of over 1,000 square meters, had been mysteriously expanded to over 10,000 square meters. Every time Lin Feng witnessed the system's intervention, he marveled at the boundless power of this enigmatic force. The originally 5-meter-high city wall, like bamboo shoots sprouting after a rain, inexplicably soared to a height of 15 meters in mere seconds. The thickness of the wall expanded from 2 meters to 6. Not only the wall, but the entire town hall's clock tower, lookout tower, and arrow tower also grew taller and larger out of thin air. Such occurrences defy the laws of conservation in nature. At this moment, the survivors laboring nearby were left astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. A miracle? Many pondered whether leader Lin Feng was a divine being sent to rescue humanity. It was no wonder such an extraordinary event, completely contrary to common sense, unfolding before their eyes, would lead anyone to question if it was indeed a miracle. The second-level base of the human race serves as the main city, and once it ascends to a level 2 main city, my strength will experience another explosive surge. Lin Feng paid no heed to their astonishment and existential doubts. He eagerly manipulated the system, First, he summoned a paladin. He was filled with anticipation for the paladin's arrival, for with the paladin's sacred light ability, he would indeed be fearless. Even in the face of the extraordinary, Lin Feng would ensure that his adversaries understood the meaning of invincibility. Summoning the paladin required a cost of 450 units of gold, 2,000 units of silver, and 200 essence, taking 45 minutes. The system's notification chimed. More essence was needed? Lin Feng glanced at the hard-earned 300 essence, now abruptly reduced to a mere 100. Thankfully, the requirement was not excessive. Otherwise, he would be unable to summon the paladin at all. He could only reassure himself with this thought. While the paladin's summoning was underway, he continued his operations. He constructed 20 mystic temples, consuming 3,000 units of gold, 30,000 units of silver, and 2,800 units of wood, with a construction time of 70 minutes. The mystic temple of the human race could produce various magical units such as priests, witches, and spell breakers. It served as the mage barracks for humans. In addition to producing these magical units, upgrading the mage troops also required resources for research within these temples. He also built 20 mechanical workshops, consuming 2,800 units of gold, 28,000 units of silver, and 2,800 units of wood, with a construction time of 70 minutes. The mechanical workshop was the factory for producing mechanical units, capable of manufacturing aircraft, tanks, and mortar squads. The mortars and tanks produced here were far superior to the original tanks of Blue Star, after the divine beings altered the world's rules. The original mortars were weaker than a first-tier warrior's full strike. The mortar squads produced in the mechanical workshop unleashed magical shells, boasting an attack power exceeding Tier 4. And with future upgrades to skills and equipment, they could even reach Tier 5. In terms of destructive capability, the mortar squads were the strongest offensive force among humans. Aside from heroes, the technology of a Level 2 main city could only support the research of splash damage for aircraft and illumination skills for mortar squads. And during the Level 2 main city phase, the mechanical workshop could only produce mortar squads and aircraft. He constructed 10 griffin pens, consuming 2,000 units of gold, 18,000 units of silver, and 1,400 units of wood, with a construction time of 75 minutes. The griffin pen could produce two types of aerial units, Dragonhawk Riders and Griffin Riders, providing them with training and upgrades. Currently, only Dragonhawk Riders could be produced, while the production of Griffin Riders required the main city to be upgraded to a Level 3 castle. Thus far, Lin Feng had constructed all varieties of buildings available to the human race. He was ready to visit the mysterious shop to procure some life-saving items. Lin Feng had completed the construction of all human buildings. Next, he aimed to upgrade to a Level 3 castle, allowing him to enhance his troops and unlock the skills of various units. Meanwhile, he needed to stockpile some life-preserving items. Everything he had built depended on the assurance of his safety, as he enchanted all structures in the logging yard with protective spells, thereby enhancing their defensive capabilities. He simultaneously browsed through the mysterious shop for items. The life potion, capable of instantly restoring 150 health points to the user, is priced at 150 gold units. 150 health points? The implications in reality are uncertain, but he decided to purchase 2 bottles for now. It was not that he wished to buy more. The inventory of the mysterious shop was limited, and for instance, only 2 bottles of the life potion were available. Once purchased, he would have to wait until the next day for restocking. The mana potion, which instantaneously replenishes 150 mana points, was available for 100 gold units. He opted to acquire 2 bottles of this as well. Additionally, the return scroll allows the user to transport allied forces within a radius of 500 meters back to any human city. When activated, the user is placed in a state of invulnerability for 10 seconds, rendering them immune to attacks. What Lin Feng desires most is indeed this. He will first purchase 2 copies. Lin Feng procured additional healing scrolls and minor potions. The inventory of the mysterious shops was insufficient, and he contemplated the necessity of increasing their stock. Thus, he constructed 10 more mysterious shops around the main city and instructed Soldier E and the Grand Mage to visit these shops each morning to acquire a variety of items. Lin Feng's attention turned to the resource list, and he noted a significant reduction in system resources compared to the last time he had checked. Over the past few days, he had been tirelessly producing infantry, dwarven gunmen, and farmers, simultaneously constructing arrow towers and magical towers at a frantic pace. Along the several dozen kilometers from the first base to Shanjin town, there were 4 arrow towers and 2 magical towers every 300 meters. with the number of towers doubling at strategic locations. The attacking power of an arrow tower was equivalent to a full strike from a peak second-tier warrior, while the magical tower's assault matched that of a nascent second-tier warrior. However, the magical towers boasted a quicker firing rate, and their magical projectiles could sap the enemy's mana upon impact. These towers could autonomously engage in combat, with a range exceeding 800 meters, meaning that along this route, for every tower the enemy attacked, at least 30 arrow towers could simultaneously unleash a retaliatory barrage. 30 second-tier warriors continuously launching full-force strikes. Lin Feng could hardly conceive of anyone, aside from the Wargen Chief Hog, who could withstand such an onslaught for more than 3 seconds. Currently, Lin Feng commanded over 30,000 human infantry, more than 5,000 dwarven gunmen, and in excess of 12,000 farmers. Yet, his resources were dwindling. 88,000 units of gold, 6,100,000 units of silver, 77,150,000 units of wood, 25,000 units of stone, and 800 units of spirit essence. The resources in Shanjin town had been thoroughly scavenged by Lin Feng, and he anticipated no new influx of resources in the short term. However, with the increasing number of farmers, both wood and stone were being consumed even more rapidly. System resources were meant for true production, so why hold back? If not utilized promptly, would they be saved for the next life? Lin Feng quickly assuaged his pangs of regret over the substantial loss of resources. Thus, he promptly resumed the production of new forces. He produced 1,000 priests, consuming 20,000 units of gold, 150,000 units of silver, and 30,000 units of wood. Priests were the core healing units of the human race, and upon their creation, they would immediately employ healing spells. As technology advanced, they would later master dispel magic and the skill of mind fire. It could be said that 1,000 priests working in tandem with 30,000 infantry could effortlessly defeat 60,000 infantry without priest support. Next, he produced 1,000 witches, consuming 30,000 units of gold, 150,000 units of silver, and 30,000 units of wood. Upon their creation, witches would acquire the slow spell, significantly diminishing the attack and movement speeds of their opponents. A second-tier warrior afflicted by slow might even struggle against a first-tier warrior. Additionally, witches could later learn invisibility and polymorph spells, making them exceedingly formidable. However, like priests, despite their extraordinary magical capabilities, witches themselves were quite fragile. At a third-tier level, they could scarcely fend off even a first-tier warrior in close combat. To produce 1,000 spell breakers, it requires the expenditure of 28,000 units of gold, 200,000 units of silver, and 45,000 units of timber, adorned in magical armor. These spell breakers possess immunity to magic and the ability to reflect magical attacks, rendering them formidable against mage units, though slightly deficient when confronted with physical warriors. Subsequently, they can acquire the skill of magical theft, allowing them to seize enhancement abilities from enemies and transfer them to their own forces, as well as commandeer control over summoned creatures. Alas, the gold reserves have dwindled to a mere 10,000 units, leaving Lin Feng in a state of resignation. While other resources remain sufficient, the necessity of air forces at this stage is not paramount. Thus, I shall produce fewer Dragonhawk Knights and increase the production of aircraft, which do not deplete gold reserves. I will manufacture 500 aircraft, consuming 100,000 units of silver and 100,000 units of timber. Currently, aircraft are only capable of engaging aerial units, yet they excel in reconnaissance. Furthermore, I shall produce 50 Dragonhawk Knights, consuming 500 units of gold, 10,000 units of silver, and 10,000 units of timber. These Dragonhawk Knights serve as the aerial mages of the human race, wielding the ability to unleash magical orbs and obscure areas with fog, rendering enemy anti-air defenses ineffective. They will later learn the skill of aerial chains. Next, I shall focus on the most potent firepower, producing 300 mortar squads, which will require 500 units of gold, 60,000 units of silver, and 75,000 units of timber. This leaves the gold reserves critically low at merely 1,000 units, which I shall reserve for purchasing items tomorrow. Lin Feng muses with a shake of his head. He finds no cause for concern regarding resources. In this apocalyptic world, how can one possess a formidable army and lack resources? What Lin Feng was unaware of was that, while he was frantically amassing his forces, a tempest was brewing not far from him in the heart of Shanjin Lake. At the very center of this lake lies a small island, approximately 30 square kilometers in size, adorned with magical corals. In the heart of the island stands a grand temple, where a group of Naga, each possessing 4 arms, are seated in a circle. At the center of this circle is a 6-armed Naga named Vaski, the chieftain of the Moon Lake Naga tribe. Ordinary 6-armed Naga possess strength above the 5th tier, while their 4-armed counterparts are at least at the 4th tier. The 2-armed Naga typically hover around the 3rd tier. Vaski, belonging to the Naga royal lineage, embodies the leader template, with power extraordinarily close to the 6th tier. He began to speak, his voice steady. The world is undergoing a profound transformation. The very fabric of reality is shifting. To ascertain the changes in our territory, I have recently dispatched scouts to meticulously survey Moon Lake and its surrounding areas. He paused, noticing the rapt attention of the 4-armed Naga around him, and nodded in satisfaction before continuing. According to our scouts, the magical essence of Moon Lake has become increasingly abundant. The spawning rate of fish in the lake has surged dramatically. As he spoke, his uppermost right hand caressed the staff held by his middle right hand. With a rudimentary assessment, it is clear that, at this breeding rate, the fish in Moon Lake can easily sustain an army of 100,000 mermen. Henceforth, we need not worry about food supplies, and through the Naga evolution pools at the lake's bottom, we can extensively convert our forces into merman warriors. Vaski's excitement grew with each word. Once we amass an army of 1 million, we shall reclaim our rightful place. I must inquire of my elder brother who is unworthy of possessing the bloodline of the Naga royalty. A ghastly expression marred his face, veins pulsing visibly. Ever since the failed bid for the throne, he and his supporters had been expelled from the Naga Sea by his elder brother. They could only scrape by in Moon Lake, which had been insufficient to support many followers. His merman subordinates often went hungry, subsisting on mere seaweed. This was his humiliation, and he dreamt fervently of returning to trample his brother beneath his feet. With the recent merging of realms, the area of Moon Lake had expanded significantly, and its magical energy had surged. This heralded the possibility of him amassing strength to return to the Naga Sea. Your Highness, to transform more merman warriors, we require an abundance of life energy. Untamed beasts lacking intelligence cannot meet this demand, spoke a remarkably robust 4-armed Naga. He was Sloy, Vaski's right-hand man, tasked with guarding the Naga evolution pool brought from the Naga treasury. The evolution pool is the treasured heirloom of the Naga royal family, of which there are only 2. By introducing fish weighing over 10 kilograms, along with vital life energy, and with the invocation of special incantations by Naga with 4 arms or more, ordinary fish beasts entering the Naga evolution pool can be transformed into fishman warriors. The strength of these transformed fishman warriors ranges from 1st to 3rd tier, with their potency dependent on the quality of the fish beasts and the amount of life energy infused. There is no need for concern. My scouts have discovered a wild human tribe along the southeastern shore. Vaski revealed a cruel smile. Humans? Ha ha ha, that is splendid. The Naga Sea now holds hope. Your Highness, allow me to take the lead. To hell with it. I haven't feasted on humans in ages. I shall lead the charge. What are you all fighting for? Your strengths are inferior to mine. Let me take the forefront. Upon hearing of the humans, the 4-armed Nagas were filled with excitement. In their world, humans were feeble. Yet the life energy they offered was unparalleled among all races. A common human could yield 3 fishman warriors. It is well known that possessing great treasures without the corresponding strength is perilous. Hence, whenever humans appear in their realm, they are hunted to extinction by various races as resources. Except for a few large clans and tribes that domesticate humans for sustainable development, wild humans have become nearly extinct. Ha ha ha. Vaski was equally exhilarated, envisioning the scene of leading a 1 million-strong army back to the Naga Sea. Sloy, I want you to lead 100 2-armed Nagas and evolve at least 10,000 fishman warriors within 3 days. Can you accomplish this? No problem, Your Highness. Sloy, the 4-armed Naga, pounded his chest proudly. Before the troops move, supplies must precede. Slong, you shall lead 200 2-armed Nagas and half of the fishman warriors to hunt with all your might. You are responsible for the provisions of our warriors. Can you manage this? A pained expression crossed Slong's face. Hunting again. He had grown weary of the life of hunting. He yearned to prove his valor on the front lines. Yet, he could only nod in acquiescence. Slow, the remaining half of the Fishman warriors, as well as the newly evolved warriors, will be under your command for training. 3 days from now, while I do not expect them to move with the grace of a master, they must charge at the sound of the horn and retreat at the sound of the conch. Can you achieve this? Your Highness, this. The strongest four-armed Naga felt a weight in his heart. This was no simple task, perhaps the most challenging among the three. The newly emerged Fishman warriors from the evolution pool possessed very low intelligence, akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old human child. To train 10,000 such children, he truly felt uncertain. Vasky discerned Slal's concern. Worry not, Slal. I shall mobilize 1,000 two-armed Nagas to assist you. You merely need to manage these two-armed Nagas effectively. If you can accomplish the task, then the mission to assault the human base will be entrusted to your command. Vasky coaxed, knowing that his most formidable subordinate was the Naga. As a four-armed Naga, her strength had already reached the initial stage of level 5. He envisioned honing Sloth's skills, transforming him into the indomitable vanguard that would reclaim the Naga SC. At your command, Your Highness. Sloth immediately acquiesced, finding the task rather simple. Currently, there are approximately 15,000 Murloc warriors in Moonlight Lake, half of which amounts to 7,500. Even with the addition of 10,000 newly transformed Murloc warriors, the total would be less than 20,000. Sloth only needed to assign each two-armed Naga to train around 20 Murloc warriors, while he himself would command the two-armed Nagas. Under the ambitious guidance of Vasky, the entire Moonlight Lake operated as a war machine, its gears turning seamlessly. One by one, Murloc warriors of various sizes and peculiar appearances emerged from the Naga's rebirth pool. Many warriors, who had been hunting and on guard, began to converge towards Coral Island. Their heights varied from less than 1 meter to nearly 4 meters. Their weapons were rather rudimentary. The stronger wielded iron tridents, while the weaker could only brandish wooden spears or fight barehanded. As for armor, that was a privilege reserved for the Naga lords. However, even the Naga donned merely a layer of leather armor, as the scarcity of iron in the water rendered heavy armor detrimental to their agility. In no time, Coral Island was bustling with oddly shaped Murloc warriors engaged in training, with war imminent. On the morning of the 5th day of the apocalypse, Lin Feng stood in the changing room, arms outstretched, while Lily and Shuang assisted him with dressing and grooming. Chen Yao, the little slacker, remained stubbornly in bed. As the logistics minister, she might not even recognize all the department heads, and Lin Feng had to grant her leave each day. Sleeping throughout the day and working tirelessly through the night was exhausting her to the brink of collapse. Why have I never seen you before? Lin Feng inquired. Reporting to the Lord, we were assigned by Minister Wang this morning. Oh, are you two twins? Lin Feng asked, glancing at the remarkably similar and strikingly beautiful pair. Then at Chen Yao, who was blissfully asleep in the room, and a thought crossed his mind. Chen Yao could no longer handle it alone if this continued. She would truly wear herself out, and Lin Feng himself was feeling quite distressed. Yes, my lord. Lily and Shuang replied in unison, their voices melodious and pleasing. Observing the twins clad in identical maid outfits, Lin Feng felt a surge of irritation. I am quite irritable right now. Do you understand? Of course we do, they responded, having already sensed it while assisting Lin Feng with his trousers. They exchanged a glance, and Sister Shuang, blushing, crouched down. After Li and Shuang assisted Lin Feng in dressing, they proceeded to the office hall of the General Affairs Department. They required some fabric and ingredients to craft garments for Lin Feng. As the leader, Lin Feng's attire was not only ill-fitting but also unworthy of his esteemed position. The arrival of the two young ladies stirred quite a commotion. The head of the hall personally welcomed them, inquiring if they were there to accept a task. Indeed, we have come to prepare some provisions and fabrics for the leader. The surroundings are too noisy. Please allow me to escort you to the VIP room for a more detailed discussion. Upon hearing this, the head's demeanor became even more respectful, his face alight with a smile as he guided the twin sisters into the VIP chamber. How delightful the aroma is. They appear impeccably clean, and their garments are pristine. Absolutely stunning. Once inside the VIP room, whispers circulated among the survivors in the hall who were exchanging tasks. The two ladies had evidently styled their hair that morning. Their complexions were radiant, their makeup exquisite, and even from a distance, one could discern the fragrance of high-end products from before the apocalypse, making them seem as if they had never endured the trials of the end times. The staff from the miscellaneous department did not seem as fresh and tidy as they did. Who are they? Why is Section Chief Li treating them with such deference? Wang Etian was also present. Having just completed her street cleaning assignment, she approached to exchange points and couldn't help but feel puzzled by the sight of the twins. Typically, Section Chief Li paid little attention to them, yet here he was, being exceptionally cautious. They are from the maid section. Oh, that explains it. The crowd suddenly appeared enlightened. How enviable. From their appearance, they seemed to be living more comfortably than before the apocalypse. The round-faced girl, Shen Xiaoxiao, expressed her envy. I can attest to this. My cousin works in logistics, and he told me that the leader arranged for the repair of several generators. Now, the hotel where the leader resides has restored its power. Aside from the lack of internet, conditions are hardly worse than before the end times, declared a bespectacled man with conviction. Does that mean we can take hot showers? I long to enjoy a hot bath. Shen Xiaoxiao's envy deepened. Wang Etian glanced at her. She too yearned for a hot shower. Having not bathed since the onset of the apocalypse, a hot shower costs 10 points. She barely managed to secure enough points for sustenance with Zhang Jian's assistance, leaving her with no surplus for bathing. Hot showers. On the day the leader arrived, Minister Wang organized dozens of people to gather firewood for heating water and recruited several chefs to work at the hotel. The bespectacled man relished the attention he was receiving. How much can the leader consume alone? What can he possibly need? It's these young ladies who were truly enjoying the comforts. Realizing he had spoken too freely, he quickly ceased, aware that the leader was not a subject for his commentary. The surrounding crowd paid him no mind, continuing to marvel. They appear to be living more comfortably than we did before the apocalypse. If only I were taller, I would have passed the interview for the maid section, remarked a petite and charming girl wistfully. Enough. Surviving is already a blessing. How enviable. I too wish to join the maid section. Brother, have you lost your mind? You are a male. Gender roles should not be so rigidly defined. Wang Etian, upon hearing the surrounding conversations, felt an increasing sense of regret. Her initial reluctance to abandon her pride and serve Lin Feng as a maid now seemed utterly ridiculous. The past few days had been immensely challenging for her. She was compelled to complete an arduous workload merely to survive, yet these tasks were, in essence, a form of servitude to others. She noticed some women, driven by insatiable hunger, stealthily slipping into men's rooms at night. Zhang Jian's gaze towards her had also grown increasingly peculiar over these days. Was she destined to live in such a manner? The vibrant and lively twin maids starkly contrasted with the emaciated women around her. A strong impulse surged within Wang Etian. She could no longer passively await her fate. With a resolute glance back at the VIP room, she turned decisively away from the bustling office, determined to apply for the maid position. Continuing to sweep the streets would forever bar her from entering the VIP area. Yet, fate had other plans. What? No vacancies? After mustering her courage to set aside her dignity for an application, she was met with the disheartening news that the maid department was already fully staffed. How could this be? What was she to do now? Wang Etian found it utterly unacceptable, murmuring to herself in disbelief. The staff member, Zhang Xueting, was the same as before, and this time she showed no mercy, retorting, "What will you do? Just deal with it. Last time I recommended you, you appeared unwilling. Regretting now is too late." Wang Etian chose not to argue. She felt engulfed by despair as she walked out, her world dimmed. If she could not even enter the maid department, did she still have a chance for a turnaround? Would she, Wang Etian, forever struggle at the brink of survival? Her heart brimmed with confusion. At that moment, a voice called out from behind her, "Are you Wang Etian?" Meanwhile, on Coral Island at the center of Shanjin Lake, a multitude of fish warriors stood in formation. After several days of training, although their ranks remained somewhat disorganized, a fierce determination radiated from their faces. Notably, they had ceased the practice of larger fish devouring the smaller ones. This marked a significant advancement. Previously, due to their limited intelligence, powerful fish warriors would randomly consume weaker ones when hunger struck, adversely affecting the morale of the entire fish army. After all, even unrefined fish beasts would flee from predators. How much more so for these fish warriors, who possessed the intellect of 7- or 8-year-old children. When faced with the threat of being eaten by stronger fish, the significantly weaker ones would flee, while those not too far removed in strength would retaliate. Thus, the past scenes of the fish army mobilizing together were vividly imagined. Confronted with this phenomenon, the Naga found themselves at a loss, even harboring the belief that the feeble fishmen warriors possessed limited combat prowess and were of little significance. Perhaps serving as sustenance for the formidable fishmen warriors would better exemplify their purpose. Vasky, however, was visibly elated as he extolled the beauty of Slock's achievements. Slock, I never anticipated such a delightful surprise. How did you manage this? As a member of the Naga royal lineage, Vasky was quite astute. A faction prone to internal discord was destined to falter. Currently, tens of thousands might be subdued through the sheer might of the Naga. But should they expand their ranks to 1,000,000, how would he resolve this dilemma? His fishmen lacked the formidable strength of abyssal demons. Thus, he found himself intrigued by Slock's methods. Your Highness, it is nothing extraordinary. It is through my unwavering dedication and relentless instruction day and night that we have achieved this outcome. Slock was not inclined to divulge his techniques. Such an act would not serve his interests. Hoarding knowledge was the path to distinction. Ha ha ha, young Slock. Surely you do not intend to keep secrets from us. Your comrades. Vasky sought to extract further information. Was Slock deceiving him? After merely 3 days of training? A few four-armed Naga chimed in to bolster Slock's stance. Surely. You are not so petty. Our esteemed Lord Slock, even your Highness wishes to be kept in the dark. Could it be that he harbors ulterior motives? They too desired access to this knowledge. Upon hearing this, Slock hastily knelt. A look of desperation etched upon his face as he implored, I am wholly devoted to you. Your Highness, as for the methods of training the fishmen, I swear by the heavens that I harbor no secrets. He was taking a gamble, banking on Vasky's reluctance to replace his general on the eve of battle, having already secured command over this fishman army. Vasky would still depend on him to launch an assault on the human tribes. Vasky's eyes narrowed into slits, a smile gracing his features. Though none perceived it as genuine amusement, the entire hall fell silent, the stillness palpable as everyone awaited Vasky's verdict, and Slock could not help but feel trepidation. Had he miscalculated? Ha ha ha. Vasky's hearty laughter broke the tension. Do not be alarmed, young Slock. We were merely jesting. He possessed a modicum of magnanimity. Who among them was without secrets? As long as one was of use to him, that sufficed. As for any potential disloyalty from Slock, even if it existed, it must remain concealed for a lifetime. Should it ever surface, he would ensure Slock understood why the Naga royal family had dominion over the Naga Sea for millennia. Ultimately, he still required Slock to fight on his behalf, and he was entirely confident in his ability to manipulate Slock. Now, Slock, step forward to receive your orders. Slock discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and took a step forward. Your servant is here. I hereby appoint you as the commander of the Grand Army for this forthcoming battle. We shall depart at noon tomorrow to assault the human tribes, and within 3 days. You are to establish our dock along the lake's shore. Your servant obeys. Slock exhaled in relief, having successfully navigated the situation. In the human capital beyond Shanjin town, Lin Feng was convening a meeting comprising ministers and deputy ministers. Due to Chun Yao's confinement to her bed, the attendees included the Grand Mage Magellan, the Paladin Uther, Bing Yi, Wang Hong, and Zhuge Mingji, among others. Lin Feng reclined upon the throne, while the other personnel, led by the Grand Mage, stood arranged at the foot of the dais. My lord, after gathering the survivors from the surrounding villages, the total number of survivors under our command now stands at 25,432. Among them, there are 11,232 men and 14,200 women. Wang Hong reported respectfully. We have centralized the management of food and other supplies. Although our power supply is insufficient to operate multiple large warehouses for refrigeration, the current winter season allows for adequate preservation of our provisions. As it stands, our food reserves can sustain approximately 50,000 individuals for about a year. Here is a detailed inventory of personnel and supplies. If you have a moment, you may wish to review it. Observing Lin Feng's apparent lack of interest, he prudently chose to remain silent. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Returning to reality from the vivid recollections of the morning, he casually inquired about the demographic structure of the survivors. In truth, he held little regard for them. At present, they appeared more like burdensome liabilities. However, from a long-term perspective, some of these survivors would gradually awaken their latent abilities, and with the baptism of spiritual energy, rigorous training could forge a cadre of formidable warriors. Moreover, these survivors could enhance his quality of life. The delectable Xiangnan rice noodles from the morning, along with other unforgettable experiences, were gifts that the system's manufactured troops could never bestow upon him. Thus, he feigned a semblance of concern to avoid dampening Wang Hong's enthusiasm. Reporting to the Lord, the apocalypse has eliminated a vast number of the elderly and children. Currently, 95 of the remaining population consists of laborers aged between 12 and 50. What is the current strength of the spiritual energy department? Reporting to the Lord, due to the lack of effective detection methods. The spiritual energy department presently comprises only 5 individuals, all of whom volunteered to join. 5 is commendable. Here is a list I have compiled based on the potency of their abilities. Take it back and assess their levels accordingly. Lin Feng handed Wang Hong a chart drawn from his memories of a previous life. I wish to emphasize a few additional points. Please take note. First, divide the survivors in each village into 2 groups, alternating their presence in the villages. Those not stationed should return to the town for rest, with a daily reward of 10 points for those on duty. Given the scarcity of personnel, dispersing them would be detrimental to development. Concentrating them would facilitate progress. Nonetheless, each village must not be entirely abandoned, lest they fall prey to weaker creatures such as goblins. The station survivors can at least serve as sentinels and aid in restoring agricultural production in the villages. Thus, Lin Feng devised a compromise. Currently, resources will be managed and supplied centrally. Villagers will bring their supplies to the designated village during their rotation, alleviating the logistical burden of transport. Secondly, as the population increases, instability may arise. Thus, we shall establish a security team to maintain order, headed by the chief of the spiritual energy department. By the way, who is the current head of the spiritual energy department? Reporting to the Lord, it is Ding Zhun, who conveyed your message. Wang Hong replied. He possesses the ability to discern others' true sentiments, making him well suited for the position of department head. Lin Feng responded noncommittally. Great mage. Have the training and organization of the werewolf captives been completed? Yes, my lord. To what extent have they been trained? Aside from their reluctance to attack their former leader, Hog, they can now follow commands with precision. Excellent, excellent. Lin Feng exclaimed twice, a testament to his satisfaction. This battalion of over 2,000 werewolves, now fully trained, had effectively saved him a considerable amount of resources. My lord, among the captives resides Hog, the esteemed elder of the Wolfman tribe. A meeting with him could yield more fruitful results. However, I request that you have Hog bring the Wolfman captives to me, for I have tasks I wish to assign him. Magellan has arrived on horseback, his steed being his contracted magical beast, effortlessly traversing 1,000 miles in a single day. He rides from the base in the Qinling Mountains to Shanjin Town in less than an hour. Lin Feng is currently in urgent need of resources. Following a period of explosive growth, the result has been an acute scarcity of resources. Lin Feng found himself in dire straits, unable to afford even the props for tomorrow. Thus, his gaze turned towards the neighboring villages and towns, contemplating the rescue of the survivors therein. Surely, the survivors of each village would greet him with joy and hospitality upon learning of his arrival. In the heart of Shanjin Town, Lin Feng's main city, a maid unfurled a map of Shanjin Town and affixed it to the wall. Lin Feng approached, wielding a command stick to delineate 2 offensive routes. Following the convergence of realms, although the paths and mountains had elongated and expanded, the original map still held its relevance. Usher, you and Bingyi shall each command 10,000 infantry, 2,000 dwarven gunmen, 300 priests, 300 witches, 300 dispellers, and 100 artillerymen, divided into 2 routes. Lin Feng is currently in dire need of talent, particularly capable generals. He commands an army of over 30,000 troops, yet the number of commanders he can trust to lead a division is exceedingly limited. Usher, you are to launch an offensive from the southeast of Shanjin Town, capturing Waqiao Town, Lushui Town, and Huaxi Town along the way, and reach the eastern outskirts of Jiaonan County within 5 days. Bingyi, you will lead an assault from the southwest of Shanjin Town, seizing Xiqing Town, Liya Town, and Qifeng Town, also arriving at the western outskirts of Jiaonan County within the same time frame. Your primary objective is to occupy villages and towns. Any who dare to resist shall be dealt with swiftly and without mercy. After 5 days, we shall encircle Jiaonan County, and until I issue further orders, you are to maintain the siege without launching attacks. The subordinates acknowledged the command, Bingyi and Usher clasping their fists in respect. Wang Hong, Mingxi. Lin Feng called out to the other 2. At your service. Qin Yao is unwell. Mingxi will temporarily assume the role of logistics minister. You 2 departments must collaborate effectively to organize 15,000 survivors to accompany the army, responsible for transporting supplies, accommodating the surviving villagers, and collecting gold, silver, and precious stones. The subordinates responded affirmatively, Wang Hong and Zhuge Mingji clasping their fists in compliance. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng's true military strength remained a mystery. In recent days, a multitude of various forces had appeared with remarkable suddenness, as if by divine intervention, revealing an unexpectedly vast main city and towering mysterious spires. These occurrences had fundamentally altered their understanding, and by now, they had grown accustomed to these phenomena. Anything associated with Lin Feng was deemed reasonable, and they had unconditionally pledged their trust and obedience to him. If Lin Feng possessed the extraordinary abilities of Dingzhan, he would undoubtedly perceive that the loyalty of these two was at a perfect 100%. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and then added to Zhuge Mingji. During this period, Minister Chun has been unwell. Mingji, you have worked hard. Once we reclaim Jianan County, I will consider removing the acting from your title as deputy minister. It is essential to offer a glimmer of hope to capable and loyal subordinates. Moreover, it is evident that Qin Yao is not quite suited for the ministerial role at this time. Upon reflecting on the circumstances that prevented Qin Yao from assuming her duties, Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Thank you, my lord. Zhuge Mingji expressed his gratitude with fervor. Before the apocalypse, he possessed remarkable abilities but had never found a platform to showcase them. After the cataclysm, following Lin Feng, not only were his basic needs met, but his status and power also grew daily, providing him with an ever-expanding stage to fulfill his ambitions. At that moment, a tall maid standing at the back, with her head slightly bowed, was wide-eyed with unspoken astonishment. Her name was Wang Etian, participating for the first time in serving Lin Feng, and she stood in the far corner. Figures like Wang Hong and Zhuge Mingji, whom she seldom encountered, were being commanded by Lin Feng, whose words could determine their fates with ease. She longed to gaze upon Lin Feng, but dared not. Remembering Wang Hong's words echoing in her ears, "You are quite beautiful and possess an admirable demeanor, but every woman by the leader's side is chosen from the finest. Set aside your presumptions and remember your place. Attend to your duties as a maid sincerely. Perhaps one day, if the leader takes an interest in you, an opportunity may arise. Remember, do not act out of line. The leader does not tolerate it." Wang Etian truly did not dare to look up. The power surrounding this man felt as if it could crush her spirit. As long as she remained alive, opportunities would eventually present themselves. She yearned to catch Lin Feng's attention but hesitated. She had only recently tasted a hearty meal and enjoyed a warm bath. She feared returning to her former life. Just yesterday, she had resolutely sought a position as a maid, only to be told by the staff that all vacancies were filled. In that moment, she felt profound regret. Just as she was about to return to the streets, Wang Hong had called out to her and arranged for her to join the maid department. Here, she finally savored the long-missed warmth of cooked meals, enjoyed a hot shower, and used shower gel and shampoo. Only through loss does one learn to cherish. The commonplace comforts of the pre-apocalypse had become luxuries unattainable for most ordinary people in these dire times. Once the arrangements were completed, Wang Hong and the others took their leave, and Lin Feng rubbed his temples. Seeing this, Shuang and Lily hurriedly approached to massage his legs. Lin Feng reclined, resting his head upon Shuang's ample thigh. As he felt the soothing pressure on his various acupoints, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped him. Awake to the affairs of the world, yet intoxicated by the beauty at his side, how delightful. Lin Feng comfortably squinted his eyes, gradually drifting into a slumber. After approximately an hour, he opened his eyes, and the maid simultaneously gestured for the other attendants to withdraw. The impending events were likely unsuitable for too many observers. Wang Etian and the other maids performed a respectful bow and prepared to retreat. Though reluctant, she found herself with no alternative. However, having only recently commenced her duties that morning, Wanfuli had attended merely one lesson, resulting in her movements lacking the precision of the other attendants, thereby causing a slight discord in their formation. It was precisely this discord that caught Lin Feng's attention. Is that Wang Etian? He pondered. Halt! Lin Feng commanded, and all the maids immediately ceased their movements and looked up at him. At that moment, Wang Etian felt her heart racing in her throat, for when she raised her gaze, she discovered Lin Feng observing her with an expression of amusement. Has he recognized me, or have I somehow displeased him? Just as Wang Etian was engulfed in a whirlwind of anxiety. However, Lin Feng suddenly withdrew his smile, furrowing his brows. In the mental map of his mind, it revealed that the outpost stationed by Zhang Xiaoqiang at the shimmering golden lake was under siege. So many fishmen. Wasn't it merely small factions that attacked in the previous life? The system's map was inundated with a multitude of crimson dots, each representing an enemy. Lin Feng could observe the battlefield within a radius of 50 kilometers through the interface in his mind. He focused intently, and at that moment, the sky over Shanjin Lake appeared ominously dark, as if a storm was imminent. Along the shores of the lake, numerous robust fishmen warriors cradled their tridents against their chests. Their heads bowed slightly, faces adorned with cruel smiles. The fishmen who emerged from the water were tall and muscular, their thick, sturdy scales resembling armor that reflected a dark silver sheen. Behind them loomed an endless army of fishmen and Naga warriors, some lurking beneath the surface, while others towered atop the waves. The Naga, favored children of the ocean, possessed an innate ability to command the tides, and some among them were adept in water elemental magic. These two-armed Naga relentlessly battered the makeshift defenses constructed by Zhang Xiaoqiang with the crashing waves. The sound of water slamming against the earthen walls was thunderous as 3 to 4 meter high waves struck, causing the sandbag and dirt fortifications to tremble precariously. "Brother Chong, what on earth are those?" one of the younger subordinates inquired. "These must be the fishmen that Feng Gus spoke of?" Zhang Xiaoqiang responded gravely. Since Lin Feng had assigned him to guard this location at the onset of the apocalypse, several days had passed without any enemy incursions, leading him to grow complacent. Over the past few days, he had indulged in revelry with his new recruits. As he gazed ahead, the entire shoreline was densely populated with fishmen warriors, some towering 3 to 4 meters high, their weapons surpassing Zhang Xiaoqiang's own height. He grimaced at the thought that a single blow could cleave him in two. "How can we possibly defend against this?" he thought darkly. "Brother Chong, when will our reinforcements arrive?" Several of his subordinates, frail and timid, fretted, noting that 4 of them together might not even match the size of a single fishman warrior. "Should we withdraw?" they suggested in a flurry of anxiety, seeking reassurance from Zhang Xiaoqiang. However, the usually affable Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly adopted a stern demeanor, bellowing, "Nonsense! Whoever dares to speak words that sow discord among us shall be executed without mercy." His chubby face, now set in a grim expression, lent him an air of authority. The surrounding subordinates, intimidated by his outburst, lowered their heads in silence. "You lot, take a squad of infantry and summon all the survivors holed up in the civilian houses. We have trained them for 1,000 days, now it is time for them to fight for their lives. I saved them once and provided them with sustenance for days. Now, they must step forward to repay that debt. This applies to everyone. Who dares to be a coward at this moment? I shall be the first to deal with them, lest I lose face." The latter remarks were directed at a few of his closest subordinates, and Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared transformed. His words imbued with undeniable authority. He is usually carefree and integrates seamlessly with everyone, yet when it truly matters, he does not falter. Lin Feng had anticipated the situation well in advance, instructing him to guard this place days prior, indicating that he had foreseen tonight's events. Should he choose to retreat without resistance, it could jeopardize Lin Feng's grand plans. Based on his understanding of Lin Feng, if he dared to undermine his efforts, Lin Feng might very well ensure he does not witness the moon tonight. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Since Brother Feng had already foreseen that these fishmen would come seeking their demise today, he must have devised a strategy to deal with them. Today, none of these fishmen shall return alive. Zhang Xiaoqiang resolutely rallied his subordinates, fully believing in this outcome. After all, Lin Feng is extraordinary. Do these insignificant fish dare to challenge him? They are merely courting death. Lin Feng observed the performance of Zhang Xiaoqiang through the infantry produced by the system, and he couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. The reason he stationed Zhang Xiaoqiang here was not because he believed that with 500 infantry and 30 musketeers, Zhang could withstand the onslaught of tens of thousands of mermen. He had no backup plan either. In his previous life, small detachments of mermen frequently landed from the direction of Shanjin Lake to harass the area, leading Lin Feng to assume that the mermen around Shanjin Lake were not numerous. It was only now that he realized that back then, the mermen must have landed at a moment that coincided with the southern invasion of the wargs, resulting in a fierce battle between the two factions, which left them wary of each other and ultimately prevented a large-scale invasion of City H. Otherwise, given their strength, an invasion of City H now would have been a complete rout. Now, with Lin Feng having repelled the warg tribe, he had unwittingly taken on their role, making him the first opponent the mermen encountered upon landing. How ironic fate could be. Watching the mermen surge forth like a relentless tide within the infantry's line of sight, Zhang Xiaoqiang's outpost resembled a fragile skiff amidst a tempestuous sea, teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Feng gazed with a solemn expression. "Xiaoqiang, hold on. Your brother will avenge you." At that moment, Zhang Xiaochang stood atop the watchtower, shouting, "I cannot betray Brother Feng's trust. As long as I am here, the tower stands." This Zhang Xiaochang, though often appearing less astute, proved quite dependable in critical moments. Magellan, lead the 2,000 wolf warriors to reroute directly to Shanjin Lake. Sound the mobilization bell. All farmers within 10 kilometers of Shanjin Lake must immediately gather armed at the town hall. Usher, return to support Shanjin Lake. Command the army of Zhao under the full authority of Soldier 1. Such a fortuitous opportunity for harvesting experience must not be missed by Usher. All infantry, musketeers, priests, witches, Dragon Eagle Knights, and light artillery in Shanjin town must assemble outside the town. All aircraft are to take off. I need you to monitor the entirety of Shanjin Lake and provide real-time reports on enemy movements. Currently, the aircraft lack ground attack capabilities, as they can only accommodate a single pilot, yet they serve well as scouts. Lin Feng swiftly mobilized his troops, refraining from summoning the entire army for reinforcement, as it was deemed unnecessary. The station forces were more than capable of vanquishing the mermen. Under Lin Feng's command, an air of tension enveloped the entire town of Shanjin. Thud, thud, thud. A regiment of infantry and dwarven musketeers marched in perfect formation, converging towards the outskirts of the town from various directions. Woo! The sky was filled with the fluttering of aerial vessels. What was happening? Had they all retreated, abandoning us? What shall we do now? What is there to do? Their departure is indeed a blessing. We can distribute the supplies and live comfortably. Unlike the current plight of tirelessly toiling each day, barely able to fill our stomachs. Are those helicopters? The leader is remarkably powerful. He even possesses helicopters. The survivors, witnessing the mobilization of the army, murmured amongst themselves, some expressing joy while others were filled with dread. Caw! A colossal dragon eagle soared through the sky, its piercing cry echoing through the air. This third-tier magical beast, possessing a trace of dragon lineage, naturally exerts dominance over lower-tier creatures. The survivors of Shanjin, upon hearing the sound, felt their hearts constrict with terror. Looking up in fright, they beheld a flock of enormous beasts with wingspans exceeding 10 meters circling above. These magnificent creatures, with eagle bodies and dragon whiskers, boasted powerful claws, and on their backs sat knights adorned in magical armor. The Dragon Eagle Knights shouted in unison, declaring, during wartime, any who cause disorder shall be executed on the spot, regardless of their transgressions. 20 Dragon Eagle Knights descended at the main city gate of Shanjin. Lin Feng emerged from the city, striding towards the Dragon Eagles, while a maid bent low before one of the creatures, reminiscent of ancient eunuchs who served emperors. Lin Feng stepped onto the back of the maid, using her as a slight leverage to ascend onto the eagle's back. With the strength of the Dragon Eagle, carrying 2 individuals was a mere trifle. Indeed, you have displayed keen insight. Henceforth, you shall be appointed as the head of the maid department. Lin Feng addressed the still prostrate maid, expressing no fear of ambition or cunning among his subordinates. He favored those with discernment, as such individuals often understood his intentions and meticulously arranged every detail. Thank you, Chief Xie. Zhou Kiki immediately knelt in gratitude, her delicate face radiating uncontainable joy. Inform Wang Hong that our forces face a 2-front battle. Chaos in the rear is absolutely prohibited. Having finished his instructions, the Dragon Eagle Knight patted the back of the eagle, which then flapped its wings and soared towards the Shanjin Lake battlefield. By the way, the maid department will henceforth be renamed the attendant department, a more pleasing title. The words of Lin Feng echoed from the heavens, gradually fading away. As commanded, Chief. The gamble has paid off. Zhou Kiki was ecstatic. Though her appearance was not extraordinary and she was not among the earliest to join the maidservant ranks, lacking the backing of a powerful figure like Wang Hong, she realized that to stand out, she must exhibit qualities and abilities that others lacked. In the early days of the apocalypse, a woman raised in a modern civilization, even after undergoing the most rigorous training, could hardly relinquish her dignity to serve a man. This was her opportunity. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. On the battlefield by the shores of the Golden Lake, some agile mermen had already scaled the earthen walls, charging toward the watchtower and encampment. The dwarven musketeers relentlessly pulled their triggers. Upon upgrading to the second-tier main city, their firearms had been significantly enhanced at the blacksmith shop. The power and accuracy had seen a remarkable improvement. First and second-tier merman warriors were easily dispatched with a single shot, while a direct hit to the head of a third-tier warrior would surely lead to their demise. The merman's scales, when faced with magical firearms, were as fragile as paper. Only a few of the mermen that crossed the earthen walls managed to survive long enough to reach the trenches. However, their newly evolved feet bore duck-like webbing, making walking a challenge, and leaping over the trenches proved to be an insurmountable obstacle. Once they jumped down, it was nearly impossible to climb back out. Fortunately, under the relentless efforts of the Naga, the obstructive earthen wall was finally toppled. Crash! With a roar, the lake surged like a rampaging beast, violently crashing toward the encampment. The merman warriors surged forward alongside the torrent. The barbed wire and trenches laid out by Zhang Xiaoqiang had little effect, as some trenches filled with water. The mermen could swim through them while the dwarven musketeers were rendered impotent, effectively negating their defenses. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched as the tide washed away the earthen wall, and the mermen descended upon them like a swarm of locusts, his heart tightening. Where was Feng Gu's backup? Yet, he maintained a calm facade. Speaking to the recently captured survivors, the mermen at the forefront are merely fodder, no different from ordinary fish. You survivors, if you can slay one, you will have repaid my debt for saving you. Should you manage to kill two, you can join my ranks. His voice was laced with persuasion. However, the 80 or so survivors were not fools. Brother Chong, spare us. Brother Chong, I have elderly dependents and young ones. I truly do not wish to die. Brother Chong, I am skilled. If you let me go, I will repay you tonight. Faced with the overwhelming tide of mermen, no one felt confident enough to take such a perilous risk, had it not been for the immense suffering endured on their way to capture. Several had already lost their heads due to their fierce resistance. They would never beg in anguish. Instead, they unleashed a torrent of curses. Zhang Xiaoqiang waved his hand, and the infantrymen gathered around, demanding either to descend and confront the fishmen or to meet their demise at that very moment. How do you choose? The survivors, upon hearing this, were expressions of utter despair. Someone inquired about their fate. Why were they not compelled to battle the fishmen? He pointed at Zhang Xiaoqiang's subordinates. Them? They are all my underlings, naturally privileged. Upon hearing this, the crowd clamored, I want to be your underling too. My rear is ample. I can bear you offspring. My family is wealthy. I will give you everything. Zhang Xiaoqiang could not help but glance at the woman who had boasted of her ample backside. Indeed, it was quite substantial. Time is running out. You have 5 seconds to descend and slay the fishmen, or face execution. Zhang Xiaoqiang maintained a clear perspective. As long as one clung tightly to Lin Feng's support, there were plenty of ample rears to go around. The survivors sank into despair, filled with regret. Just days prior, they had scorned others who sought to curry favor with Zhang Xiaoqiang, deeming them spineless. Yet now, they realized how astute it would have been to cast aside their dignity. They could no longer barter their pride for a chance at survival. If only they could start anew. They would eagerly vie to flatter Zhang Xiaoqiang more fervently than anyone else. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. In desperation, they grasped the watermelon knives and similar weapons bestowed upon them by Zhang Xiaoqiang and charged toward the army of fishmen. Big rear. Zhang Xiaoqiang called out to the woman with the ample backside. Brother Chong, can you spare me? I promise to repay you well. The woman quickly turned to express her intentions. Don't overthink it. My word is my bond, and once spoken, it shall not be altered. Zhang Xiaoqiang resolutely declared. The woman's expression fell. Here, take this. If you survive, I shall allow you to bear my offspring. Zhang Xiaoqiang handed her a first-level longsword discarded by the infantry. Is this a declaration from a straight man? Even Lin Feng, seated upon the back of the dragon eagle, was taken aback. The woman was moved to tears. She accepted the longsword and rushed headlong into the fray without looking back. From a distance, the experience of witnessing the battlefield was vastly different from being amidst it. Chun Min, with her ample backside, felt the weight of this truth deeply. From the watchtower, she had regarded the fishmen as merely large figures, thinking there was a glimmer of hope for survival. However, upon reaching the battlefield, she nearly cursed in disbelief. A fishman, towering higher than a building, wielded a trident that dwarfed even him, as if tormenting a child. With a simple thrust, he lifted a man, standing at 185 meters. As though he were a mere chick. The trident pierced through the man's chest, yet he was not dead, screaming in despair. Meanwhile, the fishman wore an expression of sheer exhilaration. Lord Sloth did not deceive. This seemingly feeble creature exudes an exquisite aroma. As he spoke, the merman sank his teeth into the head of a robust man, savagely savoring his conquest on the battlefield. A female survivor, stealthily concealed behind a tent, seized a boning knife and lunged for the merman's neck as one of them, towering at less than 2 meters, passed by. The knife pierced the merman's throat. Yet he remained undaunted, viciously grasping the survivor's shoulders and lifting her effortlessly. In one swift motion, he bit into her neck. Blood gushed forth. The survivor's hands fell limply to her sides, still clutching the boning knife, but devoid of strength to continue her resistance. The chasm between an ordinary person and these advanced warriors was insurmountable. Even a first-tier warrior was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual to defeat. Survivors on the battlefield found themselves helpless against the merman. Those who attempted to flee were swiftly caught and slaughtered after just 2 or 3 steps. Min, witnessing the fate of her fellow survivors, felt a chill of despair wash over her. Yet the battlefield showed no mercy for fear. A slightly shorter merman approached her, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. "Humans," he proclaimed, "Lord Sloth has declared you the most delectable of delicacies. Do not resist. I shall savor you slowly." In his eyes, Min was merely food, even though she wielded a seemingly sharp longsword. As the merman drew closer, the specter of death loomed ever nearer, intensifying Min's fear. "I must survive. I cannot die." The desperate yearning for life surged within her, pressing her right hand against her left chest. She felt her heart racing with fervor. Just as the merman's serrated jaws were about to claim her neck, a surge of power emanated from her heart, coursing through her limbs. What is this? There was no time for contemplation. With both hands grasping her sword, she summoned all her strength and thrust it upward. With a resounding slice, akin to a strong man tearing through a decayed cloth, she cleaved the merman before her in two. The merman's corpse fell apart. His brain still struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events, his eyes lingering with a bloodthirsty, exhilarated grin. Yet, at this moment, Min remained strikingly composed. She did not linger in shock or retch, but instead cast aside all negative emotions. Swiftly, she maneuvered behind another merman whose legs had been shattered by gunfire, seizing his head and slicing through his neck with her sword. With a swift thrust, another merman was vanquished. Rather than continue the fray, she turned to retreat. She recalled Zhang Shaoqiang's promise, "Slay 2 mermen, and you may join us." "Father, are you aiding me?" Min felt the surging strength of her heart as a blessing from her father. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her father had sacrificed his own heart to save her. Before her father's gravestone, she vowed to live life to the fullest. "Father, I promise I will live well, just as one might insist on being fruitful." She would stop at nothing to survive. She ascended the watchtower, unimpeded by the infantry below. Upon reaching the upper floor, she discovered another male survivor, whose demeanor was quite refined. Had he also slain 2 fishmen? Indeed, he had. The only ones left to confront the fishmen were the 2 of them. According to their agreement, he was now considered one of her subordinates. Zhang Shaoqiang willingly provided answers to Min, though his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the commander of the Fishman army, the 4-armed Naga Slow, was also surveying the situation. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Humans were utterly vulnerable, and his forces had already breached the enemy camp, sending forth less than 100 worthless souls to their demise. In mere moments, these wretches were dispatched by his troops. It was evident that, apart from those stationed in the tower firing from a distance, the rest were of little consequence. Drawing from past experiences, he knew that once the initial wave of resistance from the human tribes was shattered, the spoils of war would soon be his. Yet, why did an unsettling feeling persist and intensify? Since the onset of the campaign, an unease had settled in his heart. Suddenly, mechanical constructs, the nature of which he could not discern, whizzed overhead. He found these contraptions exceedingly displeasing and unleashed a magical sphere towards one of them. Boom! The machine attempted to evade but was too late, exploding in midair. How feeble! Slow felt a sense of relief and redirected his attention to the front lines. The Fishman warriors had finally engaged the human infantry. In this encounter astonished Slow. Charge. Kill. 500 human infantrymen formed 3 phalanxes, 1 at the front and 2 behind, arranged in AV formation. With a united battle cry, their great swords cleaved forward, severing the tridents held by the fishmen. Those fishmen who attempted to defend with their bare hands found themselves losing limbs in an instant. Following advancements in technology at the secondary stronghold, the human infantry had widely adopted upgraded gear, elevating their prowess to the initial stage of the second tier. The sheer superiority of their weapons and armor rendered the fishmen momentarily helpless. While third-tier fishmen could contend with them, they were currently being meticulously targeted by the marksmen. Cowering in the trenches, Slow was somewhat taken aback, though more so by elation. It seemed that this human tribe was not insignificant. A well-equipped army of this size was not something just anyone could sustain. If the scale of the human tribe was substantial enough, he could amass vast life energy to forge more fisherman troops. However, the advantages of the outpost forces were merely temporary. Their numbers were far too few. As anticipated, within mere moments of the Merman battalion landing, the dwarven musketeers found themselves nearly ineffective, their numbers a scant 30. The resultant effect was that a multitude of third-tier mermen drew near to the infantry, whose strength paled in comparison. The human soldiers could no longer withstand the onslaught. One third-tier merman, wielding a trident, struck a soldier's shield with tremendous force, producing the impact of a heavy weapon, causing the infantryman to stagger backward, with his comrades rushing to support him. Yet, another third-tier merman leapt into the air, aiming to disrupt the infantry formation from above. Thud. His body was intercepted by the shields of 4 or 5 soldiers. With great effort, he thrust his trident downward, piercing through the gaps in the shield and into a soldier's shoulder. Observing this, he twisted the shaft of his weapon, causing the barbed tip to shred the soldier's innards. Just as he intended to withdraw the trident for another strike, he found it ensnared. The soldier, gritting his teeth, clutched the weapon, while several others grasped at his legs. With a sickening squelch, screams of agony erupted from the merman as the soldiers, holding onto his legs, relentlessly thrust their swords upward, several blades brutally penetrating his rear. Clutching his injury, he succumbed to a gruesome fate. Though a third-tier combatant, in the chaos of battle, he was no match for the combined might of the second-tier infantry. His demise no different from that of a first-tier merman. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce struggle, Lin Feng finally arrived above the battlefield with his Dragon Eagle squadron. The distance from Shanjin town to Shanjin Lake spanned approximately 40 kilometers, requiring the infantry 2 hours to traverse, while the Dragon Eagles soared in mere minutes. As he surveyed the fray, he spotted the merman commander, Slow, flanked by numerous third-tier mermen and four-armed Nagas. Slow towered over the average four-armed Naga, brandishing a weapon in each of his forearms, a knife, a sword, a shield, and a staff, with a massive bow slung across his back. His striking appearance made him the most conspicuous figure on the battlefield. Thus, Lin Feng summoned his magical prowess to address Slow, mighty and formidable Naga general. What compels you to assault our humble tribe? He aimed to buy time, knowing that his main force was still en route and would not arrive for at least another 20 minutes. In the nearby hilly terrain, he had arranged for thousands of farmers to construct arrow towers and magical towers atop various elevations, a task that required time. Once these preparations were complete, he could abandon the outpost and draw the battlefield to that advantageous hilly area. Ha ha ha, foolish humans. How can you be so naive? It is a simple truth that the weak must suffer, Slow mocked Lin Feng with a booming laugh. The outcome of this conflict seemed all but assured. Upon hearing Si Luo's response, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. As long as he engaged in conversation, he could buy more time. Meanwhile, over 60 kilometers away from the battlefield at Shanjin Lake, in the town of Huqiao, the soldier swung his long sword forward. A crescent-shaped surge of energy, approximately 3 meters wide, swept through the horde of zombies with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, regardless of whether they were low-tier or first-tier zombies. Any that came into contact with the energy wave were effortlessly cleaved in two, much like tofu sliced by a knife. With just one swing, over 100 zombies met their demise. In an instant, a brief vacuum was created around the soldier, devoid of the undead. However, the zombies below the third tier lacked intelligence. They felt no fear and were unperturbed by death. As the front line of zombies was severed, the ones behind surged forward, quickly filling the void left behind. Yet, against the human forces present, their numbers were rendered inconsequential. On a hill 5 kilometers away, 100 mortar teams simultaneously loaded their ammunition, aimed, and fired in unison. With the fuses ignited, the mortars emitted a thunderous roar, and the shells soared through the air like arrows released from a bow. The projectiles accurately struck the densest cluster of zombies before the soldier. In an instant, the ground shook, flames erupted, and smoke filled the air. The zombies, caught unawares, were sent flying, or rather, their limbs were propelled into the sky. The firepower of the magical mortars exceeded that of the fourth tier, rendering these lowly first-tier zombies as fragile as paper under the barrage. Following the initial round of fire, the mortar teams did not cease their assault. They continued to target various concentrations of zombies. Once all viable targets within their range had been depleted, the artillery units, shielded by the infantry, would relocate to seek new positions. Under such a formidable onslaught, the zombies in Huqiao town were cleared away at an astonishing pace. The 15,000 survivors, organized by Wang Hong, had long since spread out, scouring the villages and streets of Huqiao town for the resources Lin Feng required. Zhang Jian remained unaware that his goddess had joined the maid division. In a bid to ensure her well-being, he volunteered to join the logistics vanguard. As the infantry completed their sweep of a residential building, the members of the vanguard swiftly entered in search of supplies. Upon securing the resources, they dashed at full speed for 100 meters to deliver them to another team positioned just a short distance away. After a brief respite, they would return to the front lines to continue their collection efforts. The receiving team, in turn, would transport the supplies to the rear with utmost haste. In order to swiftly procure resources and convert them into combat power for the battlefield of Shanjin Lake, Wang Hong deployed dozens of individuals every 100 meters along the route from Huqiao town to the main city of Shanjin town. Through a continuous relay system, the resources collected from Huqiao town were transported with utmost efficiency to the main city of Shanjin town. Viewed from above, the main road from Shanjin town to Huqiao town resembled the trunk of a tree, while the village paths leading from Huqiao town appeared as its branches. Survivors scurried like ants, tirelessly transporting supplies along the various branches to the trunk, ultimately delivering them to the roots, which represented the human stronghold of Shanjin town. It was a truly magnificent sight. Lin Feng gazed at the scene unfolding on the system map, utterly astonished by Wang Hong's capabilities and grand vision. Wang Hong consistently executed his commands with perfection, always taking into account the broader perspective, allowing Lin Feng to remain untroubled by any concerns. As Lin Feng silently admired Wang Hong, he transformed all the resources he had gathered into defenses against the fishmen, arrow towers, magic towers, and troops. This was one of the reasons Lin Feng had not recalled his vast army. Having exhausted his resources, he knew that without opening new channels, his forces would dwindle with each battle. Now, with the zombies incapable of retaliating against his troops, he considered it merely a deployment of soldiers to lead a mining expedition. Esteemed Naga Lord, might I, in my humble existence, be granted the knowledge of your true name before my demise? Lin Feng requested, urging his dragon hawk knight to descend and donning a smile of obsequiousness, all the while stalling for time. Not far from the battlefield, within a 5-kilometer radius, in the hilly terrain, arrow towers and magic towers were emerging at the rate of 100 each every 5 minutes. Moreover, his infantry was less than 10 minutes away from the hills. Ha ha, you humans possess quite a sense of self-awareness, Slow said cautiously in the presence of Vashki, yet transformed into a different persona outside. I am the illustrious Lord Slow, the future general of the Naga Sea. Slow coveted power and yearned for respect. But Vashki persistently referred to him as Little Slow, which he perceived as contempt. Each time he led his forces into battle and triumphed, he insisted that the opposing leaders kneel and kiss his toes, relishing the sensation. Great Lord Slow, should you spare me, I would be willing to do anything for you. Lin Feng feigned caution as he spoke. Slow, not lacking in cunning, decided to extract some information. Human, tell me all that you know. Perhaps I may spare your life. That is certainly not an issue, Great Lord Slow, but might I request that your subordinates show mercy? Lin Feng replied. The troops below will be your loyal subjects henceforth. Slow pondered briefly before acquiescing to Lin Feng's request. These humans exhibited commendable combat prowess, and if they could be utilized, it would be most advantageous. After all, the entire forward outpost had been encircled by the fishman's army, leaving these humans with no escape. Very well, human, inform me of your tribe's situation and its location. Lin Feng, while covertly directing all infantry to converge towards him, spoke nonsensically. My lord, our tribe descends from the ancient fire god and the yellow god. It is said that when the heavens and the earth first opened, silence, foolish human. I inquired about the population and warriors of your tribe. After listening for a while without hearing any useful information, Slow rudely interrupted him. How can humans be so foolish? Ah, I beg your pardon, Great Lord Slow, I misunderstood. Lin Feng leisurely explained. Our tribe is the most formidable among the surrounding human tribes. We boast a population of over 1 million, with more than 500,000 men and 500,000 women. Slow felt a throbbing in his forehead as he observed Lin Feng's unhurried demeanor, a foreboding sensation creeping in. Could it be that he was stalling for time? Human, are you mocking me? Slow exclaimed, his anger erupting as he cut off Lin Feng's ramblings. Lin Feng gazed at the map interface in his mind, his forces already arrayed in the undulating terrain, while the hilltops bristled with various towers. The second line of defense had taken shape. Consequently, the smile that once adorned his face faded, and he turned to mock Slow with a grin. Foolish Slow, have you only just realized? My delay was to await reinforcements, and what of you? Why have you refrained from attacking? Brother Feng, I suspect he may be waiting for his demise, huh? Zhang Xiaoqiang interjected with perfect timing. His companions joined in the raucous laughter. Ha! A foolish donkey may be common, but a foolish donkey with 4 arms is indeed a rarity. Lin Feng gazed at the group of reckless individuals, rendered speechless. He was aware of Zhang Xiaoqiang's tendency to speak indiscreetly, but he had not anticipated that his underlings would exhibit the same audacity. Curiously, he inquired, have you always been this bold? Zhang Xiaoqiang, still laughing, replied, Boss, isn't this your reinforcements arriving? Otherwise, how could we possess such courage? Lin Feng's expression was peculiar as he exclaimed, Reinforcements? They are 5 kilometers away. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others felt a wave of panic wash over them. Don't jest with me, I am timid. If reinforcements are indeed 5 kilometers away, by the time they arrive, we might already be reduced to mere fragments by these fishmen. Slow, witnessing these incompetent humans daring to mock him, was filled with rage. Humans. Do you think that sitting atop a flying beast renders you invulnerable? Dare to provoke the great Lord Slow, and face your demise. Slow brandished the enormous bow strapped to his back, drawing it with both hands on the left, and knocking 2 arrows with both hands on the right. With a resounding twang, the bowstring sang, and before the sound echoed, the arrows had already reached Lin Feng and Zhang Xiaoqiang. The Naga and fishmen brandished their weapons, uttering bizarre sounds in a chant of encouragement for Slow. Among the Naga, many could shoot 2 arrows in quick succession, but it was merely an optical illusion created by their rapid hand movements, giving the impression of simultaneous shots. This technique, while visually impressive, lacked the power due to insufficient charging. However, Slow's skill was different. The crisp sound of his bowstring and the twisting trajectory of the arrows attested to his genuine ability to shoot 2 arrows at once. With his initial 5th-tier strength, combined with the Naga's heavy bow, Slow envisioned the 2 humans who dared to mock him being obliterated by his arrows. What use was mere banter on the battlefield? It was merely a rush towards death. Yet, the reality may have been about to defy his expectations. At the moment the arrows were about to strike, a dazzling golden light enveloped Lin Feng's body, with mysterious runes radiating a rich golden hue encasing him entirely. An arrow capable of slaying a 5th-tier warrior merely produced a dull thud upon contact with the golden runes, as if it had lost all its power, falling ineffectually to the ground. What? How is this possible? Slow could hardly believe his eyes. Even Vasky would have no choice but to evade such an arrow. How could a frail human withstand it? Despite his disbelief, as a commanding general, Slow's mental fortitude was far superior to that of mere background characters. If one arrow was ineffective, then he would unleash a volley. With a series of crisp sounds, multiple arrows surged forth with unmatched force, colliding against Lin Feng's golden runes. Yet, like the first arrow, they too floated down harmlessly, leaving Lin Feng utterly unscathed. Slow's eyes widened in astonishment. What sorcery is this? Lin Feng, smiling, replied. Save your effort. Beneath the extraordinary, it is impossible to breach this shield. He had deceived Slow once again. It could be said that since their first encounter, Lin Feng had never spoken a single truth. This divine light was a rule-based skill. As long as its duration persisted, even demigods would find themselves helpless against it. He has upgraded the divine light to level 2, allowing it to persist for 45 seconds. This signifies that for the next 45 seconds, Lin Feng shall be invincible. Slow, skeptical at first, fired several more arrows, but upon witnessing the unchanged runic shield, he ultimately chose to believe Lin Feng's words, succumbing to an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Lin Feng observed him with leisurely amusement, relishing in his futile efforts, precisely as he intended. Had this Slow chosen to unleash a massacre upon Lin Feng's surviving forces at that moment, he might have found himself utterly powerless to intervene. As the skill neared its conclusion, Lin Feng spoke once more. Foolish Slow, your intellect is truly touching. You believe everything I say without question. In truth, I have deceived you. My shield can only withstand 30 attacks of extraordinary caliber or below. Lin Feng activated a city return portal, and instantly, a luminous blue circular rune appeared beneath him, with a pentagram at its center, placing Lin Feng right in the heart of the star. Haha, this is utterly hilarious. You are even more foolish than that pack of jackals to the north. Lin Feng perched upon the back of the dragon eagle, clutching his abdomen, laughing uproariously as if he might tumble off the beast at any moment. Do you realize that just moments ago, I was in a state of trepidation, fearing you might release another volley of arrows? Haha. Slow's face turned a deep shade of blue with rage, reminiscent of the azure blood of the Naga, a clear manifestation of his frustration. In a flurry, he drew his bow and unleashed a rapid succession of arrows towards Lin Feng, intent on eliminating him on the spot. However, as these arrows struck the blue runes, they fell harmlessly to the ground, much like before. Bewildered by this spectacle, Slow questioned the integrity of his own weaponry. Just as he contemplated targeting Lin Feng's troops, Lin Feng's mocking voice resonated once more. Perhaps you should reconsider calling yourselves the Naga tribe. Foolish donkey tribe would be more fitting. Those subordinates of yours that you cannot retrieve shall be considered gifts to you. Haha. Upon hearing this, Slow abandoned the notion of slaughtering Lin Feng's forces. Cunning human, I shall make your subordinates wish for death. He bellowed at Lin Feng, eager to vent the fury Lin Feng had incited within him. Meanwhile, Chun Min gazed at Lin Feng in despair, as if she were on the verge of being forsaken. Is survival truly this arduous? The moment arrived. With a pitying gaze, Lin Feng bid farewell to Slow, saying, "Goodbye, Mr. Foolish Donkey." His face bore a look of condescending affection, leaving Slow utterly baffled. What trickery is this? Before he could process the situation, a flash of white light enveloped them, and Lin Feng, along with his entire contingent, vanished without a trace. Slow stood there dumbfounded, realizing he had indeed been deceived once more. Lin Feng, through his scornful words, insinuated that he could only escape alone without taking his troops, which led Slow to abandon the immediate desire to vent his fury on Lin Feng's subordinates. Instead, he contemplated capturing Lin Feng's men to torment them slowly. Now, Lin Feng and his entire entourage had fled. In a short span, having been repeatedly deceived by the same individual, the self-proclaimed intellectual of the Naga clan, Slow, suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Observing the Naga beside him, who appeared to stifle laughter, Slow could not contain his fury and spat out blood. "Cursed humans! I will capture you and tear you apart," he screamed, clutching his chest in a fit of despair. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, transported back to the main city, looked quizzically at a portly figure beside him and asked, "How is it that you are still alive?" Outside of Shanjin town, a series of blue runes illuminated the sky above the secondary main city, and moments later, a flash of white light erupted. Lin Feng led the troops he had rescued from the battlefield to the entrance of the main city. He was somewhat curious about how Zhang Xiaoqiang had managed to survive. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at Lin Feng with a hint of resentment, exclaiming, "You have deceived me most painfully." Like Chun Min and the others, he had assumed that Lin Feng would abandon them to save himself. Ha ha ha. If I cannot deceive you, how could I possibly deceive the enemy? Lin Feng casually replied, "I am here to protect you. Had I not taken this course of action, I fear that very few would have returned." He then inquired, "By the way, who is this by your side? Was it he who saved you just now?" Lin Feng observed that when Slow's arrow was aimed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, an individual beside him swiftly pulled him aside, evading the attack, an apparent manifestation of spatial abilities. "Brother Feng, these are my subordinates," Zhang Xiaoqiang introduced. "These two are recent additions to our ranks. This is my elder brother. Why don't you introduce yourselves?" He discerned that Lin Feng seemed intrigued by the newcomers, though he himself was unfamiliar with them. "Boss, I am Chun Min," one of them stated. "I am Lu Chang," the other followed suit. As Lin Feng was eager to return to the battlefield, he permitted the two to provide brief introductions. Chun Min revealed his awakening of a power-type ability, while Lu Chang disclosed his talents in spatial blinking and invisibility. Of course, these were merely their self-introductions, and whether they concealed any truths would require further verification. "Xiao Chang, you and your subordinates take a moment to regroup here. I have requisitioned these two." Lin Feng swiftly mounted the Dragon Eagle and soared back towards the second line of defense. Lu Chang and Chun Min, however, trailed behind the infantry, making their way back at a leisurely pace. Chun Min felt a sense of reluctance, but with Lin Feng's subordinates surrounding her, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Lu Chang, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement. The apocalypse, supernatural powers, and warfare were all that he had longed for. As Lin Feng returned to the second line of defense, the army of fishmen also arrived. These aquatic beings commanded the tides, transforming the land into a vast ocean, within which they navigated with ease, their strength amplified in the water. Fortunately, the second line of defense was situated amidst a series of hills. Though the mounds were not particularly high, they were certainly not susceptible to being submerged by the less than 2-meter deep floodwaters. Towering hills rose prominently, and the soldiers remained composed, fully prepared for the impending confrontation. Lin Feng soared above the army of fishmen, carried by the dragon eagle knight. "Come forth, you foolish sloth," he taunted, yet what greeted him was a torrential rain of arrows slicing through the air. Sloth was equally astonished to reunite with Lin Feng so swiftly. Yet he was aware of Lin Feng's cunning nature and was disinclined to engage in conversation. He commanded the Naga archers to unleash their arrows. Each Naga was a natural marksman, their projectiles striking with both precision and swiftness. "Once I breach your tribe, we shall have a proper discourse," Sloth muttered. His fists clenched as he gazed upward at Lin Feng. He did not harbor the hope that a single volley of arrows would fell Lin Feng. Indeed, before the arrows could near their target, a radiant golden light enveloped Lin Feng. Countless arrows fell impotently to the ground, inadvertently striking a few unfortunate fishmen. "Oh, little sloth, you are truly dull," Lin Feng lamented, observing the throng of fishmen below. He had intended to continue to toy with Sloth, aiming to demoralize the opposing forces. Should they lose their composure, it would greatly benefit him. However, with Sloth refusing to emerge, his plans were thwarted. After all, Sloth was renowned among the Naga as a brilliant strategist, not easily ensnared. Lin Feng rode the dragon eagle, soaring back, as arrows began to rain down upon them. Delay would spell danger. Advance the entire army, Slow commanded, observing the distant silhouette fading into the sky. The fishmen rallied, chanting their battle cries as they surged toward the mountain peaks. The sound of their calls echoed like the croaking of frogs in a summer night's field, resounding in the air. The noble Naga twisted their tails, gliding forward with grace. Some of the Naga murmured incantations, and as the spells concluded, deep blue water elementals manifested before them. Towering at 3.5 meters, these water elementals unleashed magical water arrows, their strength comparable to that of mid-tier level 3 beings. Indeed, these Naga possessed the ability to summon water elementals. Among them, distinguished warriors had grasped various magical abilities. As they approached the mountain summit, a distance of 600 meters, the towering structures began their assault. Arrows fell like rain, and the sound of gunfire rumbled like thunder. Countless magical orbs shimmered as they struck at the exposed fishmen, while over 100 mortar shells soared through the sky, bombarding the most concentrated clusters of the fishman army. This was the magic mortar squad of Lin Feng, positioned at Mount 1.5 kilometers away, executing pinpoint strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The force of the shells remained unaffected by the tides. Upon impact, fishmen within a 5-meter radius were hurled into the air, and when their bodies plummeted, they emitted the aroma of roasted flesh, becoming a feast. Through the magical array within the cannon's barrel, the energy of the shells was meticulously condensed, resulting in a smaller, yet astonishingly destructive impact. Only the more powerful level 3 fishmen, enveloped in a faint magical aura and endowed with robust physiques exceeding 3 meters, could withstand a shot or two. Yet even they faced inevitable demise against such a relentless barrage. The advancing fishmen fell in droves, as if combed through, their crimson blood staining the waters. Faced with this formidable ranged assault, many fishmen displayed terror and sought to retreat. However, those who dared to withdraw were met with a hail of arrows from the Naga. The fleeing fishmen fell despairingly into the tide. Hear the horn for assault. Hear the conch for retreat. Who dares to disobey shall be executed without mercy. Slow's cold voice echoed through the battlefield via the magical amplifier. The lifeless bodies of their comrades did not enlighten the fishmen to the mercilessness of military law. Their intelligence was insufficient to comprehend such concepts. Yet fear gripped them, and they rushed back in panic. That was sufficient. A cruel smile spread across Slow's face. Truth be told, the resistance they faced was the fiercest he had encountered throughout his campaigns against human tribes. But as the commander of the entire army, if he were to be deterred by such sacrifices, he would surely meet a grim fate upon his return. Moreover, to him, these fishers were merely cannon fodder. The life force of an ordinary human could yield 3 fishmen. The loss of lives was inconsequential as long as the human tribe was vanquished. He was ruthless, and Lin Feng's forces were even more merciless. Presently, the second line of defense boasted over 2,000 dwarven musketeers, with more than 500 magical towers and arrow towers. The saturation of firepower exacted a tremendous toll on each advance made by the fishmen. Were it not for the third-tier fishmen on the battlefield, rugged and resilient. They would never have been able to ascend any hill. Slow observed the fisherman's arduous progress and began to feel anxious. Had humanity not always been exceedingly weak? How could this tribe be so formidable? Reluctantly, he turned his gaze towards a four-armed Naga beside him, draped in priestly robes with closed eyes. Skoway, High Priest, I beseech your assistance. Our forces are encountering difficulties and require a modicum of courage from you. Slow addressed the priest with politeness. However, the priest did not even open his eyes, seeming as though he were in slumber. Slow felt a twinge of embarrassment. High Priest Skoway, the prince has ordered you to accompany the expedition. Do you truly disdain me, your commander, in this manner? He contemplated leveraging his title to coerce Skoway. Yet the priest remained unresponsive. How audacious, Skoway. Should your delay in seizing the opportunity lead to our defeat, I shall certainly report to the prince, holding you accountable for disobeying military orders, he declared, his tone stern. Skoway merely lifted his eyelids slightly, casting a glance at him, before closing his eyes once more. Slow felt a surge of frustration. However, he had no recourse. The priestly order was the heart's desire of Vasky, and each member was invaluable. It could be said that Vasky would rather eliminate him, the commander, than harm a priest. Commander, perhaps you should temper your expectations. A two-armed Naga clad in apprentice priest robes taunted. The priestly order has long circulated tales that you are a miser, unwilling to part with even a single coin. You are even more stingy than rumored, Commander. Upon hearing this, Slow not only refrained from anger, but felt a hint of embarrassment wash over him. He dismissed those around him, leaving only Skoway and the two apprentice priests. Once this battle is won, the spoils will be divided, with you receiving 30%. The spoils he referred to encompassed 30% of the total loot from each battle, which was traditionally split between the commander and the participating four-armed Naga. As Vasky's treasured assets, the two-armed priests were also entitled to a share, a practice tacitly approved by Vasky. However, Slow had previously engaged in battles without the participation of other four-armed Naga, and the spoils claimed by the accompanying apprentice priests had always fallen entirely to him, leaving them with nothing. Thus, Slow had earned a notorious reputation within the priestly order. A 50-50 split, or I shall take my leave. Let us see whether the prince will hold you accountable as the commander or punish me. Finally, Scow spoke up, his patience wearing thin due to Slew's incessant demands. Slew, visibly distressed by the heavy losses on the battlefield, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Very well. I implore you to justify the expense of this endeavor." Forced by circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Humph. Scow cast a cold glance at Slew, whose miserly nature was unprecedented in his experience. Were it not for his desire to avoid jeopardizing the prince's grand plans, he would never consider aiding Slew in battle for such meager spoils. From beneath his robe, Scow produced a blood-red conch and began to chant an incantation, Sinima, Si-Hi, Hong. As his voice resonated, the conch emitted a sound perceptible only to mermen and Nagas, swiftly spreading across the battlefield. This was not the sound of retreat. Rather, it was a mysterious whisper. Upon hearing this murmur, the merman warrior's eyes turned crimson, their movements becoming extraordinarily swift. This was the bloodlust spell of the Nagas, capable of enhancing the recipient's strength and speed, rendering them fearless. Naga priests could cast this spell on a single target or unleash it through the sacred artifact, the blood-red conch. While the potency of the bloodlust spell released from the conch was diminished, it could nevertheless affect a vast swath of merman warriors. The extent of the influence depended on the caster's magical prowess. A four-armed Naga could bestow the bloodlust spell upon warriors within a 1-kilometer radius. Thud, thud. Under the influence of the bloodlust spell, the mermen fearlessly charged forward, swiftly scaling the hill to engage in fierce hand-to-hand combat with Lin Feng's human infantry, the third-tier mermen. Leveraging their height and superiority in rank, combined with the enhancement of the bloodlust spell, wielded their tridents with devastating effect, pushing the infantry back relentlessly. Although Lin Feng's soldiers were equally fearless, the disparity in strength became apparent, leading to casualties. The merman forces advanced steadily up the hill, their objective to breach the summit and annihilate the artillery positions behind it. This information was relayed by a priest apprentice who had utilized the eagle eye technique to scout the area, reporting the incessant barrage of artillery fire decimating the merman ranks. He suggested to Slough, "My lord, I have located the enemy's artillery position, situated on a small hill behind the largest mountain at the front. We have encountered this type of human force before, but their firepower pales in comparison to Lin Feng's artillery, and they are hampered in their mobility. Consequently, Slu commanded the army to concentrate their forces and attack in that direction. Concentrating our strength to attack here? Do they intend to destroy my artillery positions? Lin Feng's words were somewhat amusing. My mortar squad could scarcely keep pace with you fishmen even while bearing artillery. Nevertheless, concentrating the assault on a singular direction proved advantageous for him, as the enemy's formation became increasingly compact, amplifying the lethality of his artillery. Consequently, he repositioned all his mage units to the summit of the hill. With the arrival of Lin Feng's mages, the scales of war began to tip precipitously. On the front lines, an infantryman, recently deprived of an arm, found his wounds staunched and flesh regenerating rapidly under the ministrations of a priest's healing spell. The soldier retrieved his severed limb and reattached it, receiving several more healing incantations. Within 30 seconds, he was restored to full health, rearming himself to engage the fishmen once more. Subsequently, the priest cast a purification spell upon the front line, unleashing a wave of magical energy that cleared the blood-red haze from the eyes of the fishmen, causing their enhanced speed and strength to evaporate. Purification can cleanse any magic below the extraordinary tier. Before the fishmen could react, they suddenly felt their tridents becoming exceedingly heavy. Not only the tridents, but their limbs too became burdensome. Each movement required greater effort and was significantly slower than before. This was the slowing curse of the human witch. The fishmen afflicted with this curse saw their attack and movement speeds drastically diminished, reducing the combat effectiveness of once third-tier fishmen to merely second-tier. One such third-tier fishman, unable to withstand the disparity, furiously swung his trident in wild arcs. Just as he paused to catch his breath, a long sword pierced through his throat and emerged from the back of his skull. A soldier's silhouette materialized, having been rendered invisible by the witch's spell. He approached the third-tier fishman and seized the moment to deliver a fatal blow. Another infantryman found himself encircled by several fishmen, on the brink of being beaten to death. The witch cast an invisibility spell upon him, and in an instant, he vanished from their sight. The fishmen lost their target. As these fishmen turned in confusion, several infantrymen emerged from behind, delivering swift backstabs, and the fishmen could only fall in reluctant defeat. The spellbreakers chanted their incantations, raising their right hands high. The bloodthirsty enchantments on the group of fishmen before them dissipated, replaced by the blood-red eyes of the infantrymen nearby, who surged with newfound strength. The mage units on the front line unleashed their spells, instantly destabilizing the previously deadlocked battlefield. The fishmen were driven back, teetering on the brink of retreat down the hill. Back to the waters. Slo did not anticipate such formidable strength from the human tribe this time, yet he knew he must secure victory in this war. Except for the priesthood, all the Naga must join the fray. With that declaration, he led the charge to the front lines. With no path of retreat left, he was all in. Following behind him were 10 four-armed Naga and 1,000 two-armed Naga. With a hint of determination, Sclavi murmured under his breath. Rather than asserting that Slo possessed courage, it would be more accurate to say that he found himself in a predicament from which there was no retreat. Since the onset of hostilities, the losses among the fishmen forces had exceeded 5,000, a staggering toll compared to their previous engagements against human tribes. Should he fail to secure a sufficient bounty, Slo feared that Vasky might devour him whole. As he led the Naga troops to within 500 meters of the battlefield, they were met with a sporadic barrage of arrows and magical orbs. When one of the magical orbs struck a four-armed Naga, his expression darkened. "My lord, although this magical orb lacks formidable offensive power, it diminishes my magical energy." "By how much?" "Approximately 1/50th. Upon hearing this, Slo and the other four-armed Nagas also wore somber expressions. While lower-tier warriors might fear the enormous arrows launched from the towers, for the four-armed Nagas, whose average level hovered around the 4th tier, those arrows posed little threat. Instead, it was the magical orbs that were far more perilous. Should they be targeted en masse? Their magical energy could be depleted in mere moments. Without their magic, their physical prowess paled in comparison to that of the third-tier fishmen warriors. Moreover, without a magical barrier, a single slowing spell cast by the enemy which could render them powerless. The four-armed Nagas hesitated, yet the two-armed Nagas pressed forward, with over 100 summoning water elementals. They sheltered behind these giants to evade the arrows from the towers. Meanwhile, some two-armed Nagas conjured ice armor shields, while others enchanted their arrows and prepared to unleash a volley against Lin Feng's infantry. Bolstered by magic, their arrows soared to an alarming distance of over 600 meters. Truly, the Nagas were favored by the ocean, among 1,000 two-armed Nagas. More than 300 had awakened their innate magical abilities. They advanced over 200 meters with remarkable speed. It appeared the enemy was running out of options. Observing the steady advance and counterattack of the two-armed Nagas, Slow could not help but feel a sense of relief. After all, they were merely humans. Achieving such a level was already their utmost limit. However, as the two-armed Nagas closed in to within 300 meters of the battlefield, they encountered a sudden surge in pressure, as half of the arrow towers redirected their fire towards them, and the dwarven gunmen within the towers relentlessly opened fire. One Naga, shielded by an ice armor, was struck by multiple magical orbs in an instant, feeling his very essence drained away. Subsequently, the ice armor was shattered by the bullets of the dwarven marksman, and in the next moment, a massive arrow pierced through his body. A water elemental giant was obliterated under concentrated fire from the dwarven gunmen, and the Naga sheltered behind it, chanting incantations to summon another water elemental. However, a magical orb struck him, and he suddenly realized the dire situation he was in. His magical prowess was insufficient to summon another water element giant. How could this be? I could summon 2 water element giants effortlessly each time. No one would divulge the answer to him, and the answer had become irrelevant, as a magical bullet had already pierced through his brow. The range of an ordinary Naga bow was approximately 300 meters, while the nearest tower stood over 500 meters away. The disparity in range resulted in their passive subjugation, with only a handful of enchanted Naga archers capable of retaliating. Their magical arrows possessed considerable might, creating significant breaches upon striking the arrow towers. Yet, that was the extent of their effectiveness. Following the technological advancements of the second-tier human city, the defensive capabilities of human structures had been significantly enhanced. Unless they amassed over 30 Naga magical archers to concentrate their fire, it was utterly impossible to demolish the human arrow towers. The remaining ordinary Naga archers, upon reaching their effective range, began to direct their arrows towards the human infantry. A buzzing sound reverberated as a rain of arrows descended upon the ranks of human soldiers. Although the infantry had long raised their shields in preparation, numerous soldiers still found themselves pinned to the ground by the onslaught of arrows. After all, the dual-armed Naga were at least of the 3rd tier. Among them, some distinguished individuals had nearly developed new appendages, advancing to become 4-armed Nagas. The casualties among the human infantry were indeed a result of their assault. However, a similarly dense volley of arrows was rebounded in return. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The quick-witted Naga deflected the arrows with their tridents, while some of the slower ones were struck by the arrows that had ricocheted back. Over 10 unfortunate souls fell victim to their own arrows. This exemplified the human infantry's defensive skills, which countered all piercing ranged attacks. Had it not been for the substantial disparity in strength between the two sides, this round of rebounded arrows would have inflicted casualties on the Naga exceeding 3 figures. The infantry of Lin Feng, those who still had a breath of life, were revived by several healing spells from the priest. The Naga lacked such priests, and as a result, after a round of attacks, the enemy merely raised their shields without effect, while those launching arrows suffered even greater losses. Undeterred, the Naga attempted to target Lin Feng's mage units, yet their shields held firm against the onslaught. Meanwhile, over 100 water elementals on the Naga's side unleashed magical water arrows, but before they could launch several attacks, they abruptly turned their aggression against the Naga. What is happening? My connection with the water elementals has been severed. Mine too. Whose water elementals are these? Why are they attacking me? The battlefield descended into chaos. This was, of course, the work of the spellbreakers, whose magic-stealing abilities allowed them to usurp control over the summoned creatures of their opponents. As long as the summoned beings did not exceed the extraordinary tier, they could be commandeered. Now, the Naga found themselves utterly helpless, severely constrained, and before they could even fully engage in the battle, they had already suffered significant casualties. Most of the Naga began to retreat, while a few still fought desperately against overwhelming odds. However, it wasn't long before they were systematically eliminated by the dwarven gunmen. From the very outset, victory had been an impossibility. The dwarven gunmen's firepower matched that of the Naga, yet their range was superior, bolstered by the protection of arrow towers. And they held the high ground with numbers more than twice that of the Naga. If this battle was unwinnable, Lin Feng might as well uninstall the system altogether. Thus, the Naga and fishmen retreated in disarray, and when all the fishmen were forced back into the water, Slow realized the dire situation. He commanded a portion of the fishmen to hold the rear, while he fled with the remaining 400 Naga. Unlike the expendable fishmen, he dared not execute them under the guise of desertion. On the contrary, each additional Naga he brought back increased his chances of survival significantly. Lin Feng stood atop the Dragon Eagle, commanding the Dragon Eagle Knights to pursue their quarry. Each magical orb wielded by the Knights held the potential to vanquish a merman. However, their chase was short-lived, as the opposing priest, Scow, turned to the heavens and began to chant an incantation, instilling Lin Feng with a foreboding sense of dread. In the next instant, crackling thunder erupted. Dark clouds converged in the sky, and a chain of lightning illuminated the atmosphere. The lightning chain. A formidable fourth-tier lightning spell typically mastered by four-armed Naga priests, unleashed its devastating power. In a swift and merciless manner, the lightning chain surged through the 6 Dragon Eagle Knights. They were caught utterly unawares, losing consciousness along with their mounts, plummeting from the great heights. Falling from several hundred meters, their fate was sealed. After casting the spell, Scow cast a lingering glance at Lin Feng. "Humans, await our return," he declared, summoning a wave and departing with 2 apprentices upon its crest. Scow had little magical energy remaining. Lin Feng watched as the Naga twisted their tails and fled, yearning to pursue them, yet feeling utterly powerless. He lacked a navy. It was hardly feasible to send infantry into the lake in pursuit. Until more formidable troops could be summoned, it appeared he had no means to contend with them. A desperate foe should not be pursued. Lin Feng summoned the Dragon Hawk Knights, uncertain whether the enemy still possessed the magical ability to unleash another chain lightning. However, with so few Dragon Hawk Knights, their pursuit would hardly inflict significant damage upon the adversary. Indeed, it might even result in the loss of all the Dragon Hawk Knights, a trade not worth making. Just as Lin Feng resigned himself to watching as Saikwai slaughtered his foes and made his escape, a swift sound pierced the air. A blade plunged into Saikwai's neck. A figure materialized. It was Lu Chang. He and Qin Min had been present on the battlefield for some time, and upon witnessing Saikwai's arrogant withdrawal, he realized his opportunity had arrived. If he could vanquish that four-armed monstrosity, the leader would undoubtedly favor him. Lu Chang had always been a man willing to take bold risks. Without regard for the disparity in their levels, he activated his stealth and blink abilities, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with a decisive thrust of his sword. Alas, a flicker of regret crossed Lu Chang's eyes. The gap in their strengths was too vast, and his standard infantry longsword only penetrated halfway. Resolutely, Lu Chang relinquished the attempt, forcibly activating his blink ability once more and returning to Lin Feng's side. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 5 seconds. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim, "Beautiful." Meanwhile, the once arrogant Skoe found his blood gushing from the wound, as if it were flowing without cost. In a hurry, he used his magical power to cover the injury on his neck, staunching the bleeding forcefully. Struggling to control the waves beneath his feet, he fled in a disheveled manner, akin to a stray dog bereft of its home. Lin Feng felt a sense of relief in his heart. With a bold yet meticulous approach, "You shall accompany me from now on." Lin Feng expressed his appreciation to Lu Chang, saying, "Thank you, leader." Lu Chang, filled with excitement, bowed deeply, believing that if he had not slain his opponent, Lin Feng would not accept him. Zhang Xiaoqiang cast a resentful glance at Lin Feng, hesitant to speak further. It was a rare opportunity to have a powerful subordinate, and yet it had been seized by his superior. Lin Feng made a rough estimate that the opposing side had withdrawn with less than 10,000 fishmen. Unfortunately, today the Dragon Eagle Knights did not perform to their potential. However, it is of little consequence, for in future encounters with enemies possessing air forces, it is these Dragon Eagle Knights who shall shine. Within 5 minutes of the Naga's retreat, the 2-meter-deep tides swiftly receded, leaving 1,000 fishmen staring helplessly at Lin Feng's infantry as they encircled them, frail and pitiable. The remaining fishmen turned their gaze towards Fizz. Fizz was a peak Tier 3 fishman, unlike those who had recently emerged from the Naga's evolution pools. He had evolved into a fishman over a decade ago, becoming one of the earliest companions of Vasky in their journey to Moon Lake. After enduring the trials of over 10 years, his wisdom had grown comparable to that of an ordinary human. Due to his formidable strength, many two-armed Nagas held him in high regard. He had married several beautiful mermaids at Moon Lake and fathered a number of little fishmen. However, fishmen are ultimately just fishmen. When war broke out, Fizz was assigned under the command of the Naga captain with whom he had previously shared a good rapport. Relegated to the role of an expendable soldier. Given his strength, he was appointed as a centurion, leading a 1,000-strong fisherman army. During the initial wave of attack, he was commanded to charge to the front. When half of his subordinates fell, he sought to retreat, only to be shot back by a rain of arrows from the Nagas. Following their defeat, he was tasked with covering the rear. In that moment, his heart felt extinguished. Must I perish? Fizz pondered gloomily. Slow's actions had indeed wounded his spirit. He understood that his humble life could not be compared to that of the noble Nagas. Yet after more than a decade, his experience and contributions did not warrant such treatment. The infantry tightened their encirclement, their gleaming swords stained with the blood of fishmen. The encircled fishmen bared their teeth, howling incessantly. Such desperate howls, akin to cornered beasts, served no purpose. Even a fool could see they were merely posturing. You have all been forsaken, Lin Feng observed from atop the dragon eagle, looking down upon them. How tragic. They are the bravest of warriors, yet discarded like refuse. These words stung Fizz's eyes. He had fought valiantly for the Nagas for over a decade, clawing his way from the depths of despair on numerous occasions, only to receive such treatment. Surrender. At least he might witness the sun rise again tomorrow, and with a stroke of luck, reunite with his family. Lin Feng continued to incite. Most of the mermen showed no response to his words. He was unaware that the majority of these mermen had only recently been created. Much like his own troops, devoid of kin and possessing limited intelligence. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, struggling to communicate. The reason he urged the surrender of these mermen was that he currently lacked a navy and could only adopt a passive defense against their onslaught, which was far from his desire. Just as Lin Feng's patience was on the verge of depletion, and he contemplated issuing orders to massacre this batch of mermen. A merman named Fizz, speaking in halting common tongue, expressed that Lin Feng's words had profoundly affected him. The crux of the matter was that he had family. He yearned to return home. If he perished here, his young mermen might very well be devoured by thoughtless third-tier mermen the very next day. Most of them had only recently come into existence and could not comprehend his words. Oh, it was now Lin Feng's turn to be astonished. What did this mean? Fizz patiently elucidated. Many of the mermen behind me were recently created by Prince Vasky of the Naga. Vasky must possess an artifact capable of mass-producing mermen. Lin Feng was astonished. Mass production? Rapid manufacturing? How is this so similar to his own system? Could it be that Vasky also possesses an external enhancement? Lin Feng's thoughts surged. If Vasky possessed a similar advantage, he would find himself at a considerable disadvantage. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Their proximity would inevitably lead to continuous clashes, culminating in the emergence of only one victor. Though Lin Feng was unafraid, he harbored no desire to squander considerable time and effort on endeavors that bore no fruit. In truth, during his previous life, the incursions by the fishmen were comprised of relatively small forces. If Vasky truly possessed an advantage, it would be inconceivable for a mere tribe of wargs to restrain him. In this lifetime, Lin Feng had engaged with both the warg tribe and the Nagas, perceiving little disparity in their strengths. Therefore, the likelihood of Vasky acquiring an advantage this time around seemed slim. Otherwise, his combat prowess would not be so meager. With clarity of thought, Lin Feng exhaled in relief. At that moment, Fizz, having observed Lin Feng's prolonged silence, mistakenly assumed that Lin Feng undervalued his capabilities. After all, the remains of third-tier fishmen were strewn about in abundance. In a bid to assert his worth, he hastily declared, "My lord, I possess the ability to tame terrifying sharks, which are fifth-tier magical beasts." Lin Feng's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Oh, then why did you not bring them along? Fitz felt somewhat embarrassed. There are no terrifying sharks in Moonlight Lake. He then recounted the tale of how he tamed the fearsome sharks. I was conjured in the Naga Sea, fleeing alongside Vashch. Once, I was gravely injured and left to perish on the ocean floor, only to unexpectedly swallow a luminous pearl, after which I lost consciousness. When I awoke, not only were all my wounds healed, but my strength had also significantly increased. To my astonishment, I discovered that I could communicate with the terrifying sharks. Humph. If it weren't for the fearsome sharks I had tamed, that scoundrel Vashch would never have escaped from the Naga Sea. Eventually, we fled to Moonlight Lake. But my tamed sharks could not adapt to this environment, so I released them all back into the sea. After finishing his story, Fitz felt a twinge of embarrassment. My lord, please believe me. If you allow me to return to the ocean, I shall prove my worth. What is your name? Lin Feng inquired. My lord, I am called Fitz. Lin Feng's expression was peculiar. Merfolk? Fizz? Great white shark? After all you've said, are you willing to surrender? He paused, dismissing some rather malevolent thoughts. Of course I am, but I wish to rescue my family first. Fizz replied earnestly. You have no room for negotiation, Fizz. You are merely a captive now. Lin Feng remarked coolly, as he did not wish for future captives to bargain with him. Fizz's eyes darkened, genuinely worried for his family. However, in a show of mercy towards my subordinates, I shall not only permit you to return and save your loved ones, but I shall also extend a modicum of assistance. Lin Feng's mastery of human nature has become increasingly refined. A direct agreement now yields far greater results than ever before. Thank you, my lord, Fitz exclaimed, moved by the moment. He cast aside his trident and knelt down. The other mermen followed suit, discarding their tridents and surrendering in submission. Upon departing, Slow entrusted the command of these mermen to Fitz, who now had their unconditional obedience. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. However, prior to that, I must ascertain your loyalty. Shortly, there will be a test administered to you. Do not resist. Lin Feng would certainly not return them directly. Even the most foolish individual would not lack such caution. He had already informed Dingjin to come over, as Dingjin possessed the extraordinary ability to perceive the affections of others. This particular scenario was most fitting for his talents. Lin Feng piloted his Dragonhawk, soaring towards the rear. The Grand Mage, accompanied by the Wargen forces, had already arrived. And the Paladin Uther was present as well. Lin Feng's current system vision extends to a radius of 50 kilometers. And the maximum distance for experience sharing among his subordinates is also 50 kilometers. Perhaps there is a correlation between the two? This is something to explore further in due course. Lin Feng is on the verge of ascending to the 5th tier, while Uther has garnered enough experience to reach the 2nd tier. Yet, the Great Mage Mediv remains at the 5th tier. The experience required for transcending to the 5th tier is exceedingly vast. It is likely that Mediv will need to partake in 3 or more wars of such magnitude before he can advance. Lin Feng taught Uther a skill known as the Aura of Focus. This ability envelopes allies within a kilometer radius in a protective layer akin to standard infantry armor, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. It is an exceptionally potent passive skill that bolsters the strength of the group. My lord, this is the Wargen Sentinel, Hawk, who has been introduced to Lin Feng by Mediv. Hawk stepped forward and knelt in reverence, proclaiming, My lord, Hawk shall henceforth be your sharp sword. Such audacious words. Lin Feng internally lamented, You are perhaps the most inferior sword in my possession. However, given the amiable demeanor of the other party, he refrained from discouraging them. Rise. I have heard you wish to meet me. What is it that you seek? Lin Feng said with a warm smile. It is essential to treat the worthy with respect. My lord, Hawk said cautiously, I have observed that your forces have been amassing silver, gold, and other precious metals. By chance, I am aware of a location abundant in silver and gold. He spoke with trepidation, wary of Lin Feng's potential displeasure, as he, being a captive, had overstepped his bounds by secretly observing the actions of Lin Feng's troops. Lin Feng was overjoyed, yet he maintained a fade of composure. Indeed, you have truly surprised me. Pray tell, what manner of place is this? Hawk, unable to discern Lin Feng's emotions, felt an increasing reverence for him and did not wish to withhold information. He respectfully replied, To the east of my former tribe. There lies a goblin settlement that occupies a mine rich in silver. I have even witnessed goblins carting away loads of gold from the mine. Silver mine, gold mine. This is exhilarating. Lin Feng erupted into laughter. Ha! Hawk, your tidings have proven immensely beneficial to me. You shall now accompany Usher and guide him. Once you secure the gold mine, all the Wargens under my command shall be at your disposal. Lin Feng was indeed elated, for nearly all of his troops' production relied heavily on silver and gold. These two resources were perpetually scarce in his possession. Relying on pillaging villages and towns for silver and gold was not only a slow endeavor, but there would inevitably come a day when such foraging would cease. A stable and productive mine would allow him to amass troops without any concerns. Hawk was also struck dumb by this extraordinary surprise, with the formidable strength Lin Feng displayed. Sweeping through the surrounding werewolf tribes would be effortless. Once the werewolf tribes submitted to Lin Feng, he would ascend to become an unprecedented werewolf chieftain. Some rejoiced while others were filled with dismay. Lin Feng was joyfully cleaning up the battlefield, gathering captives, and discussing the acquisition of the gold mine. However, Slow, the four-armed Naga, was filled with anxiety after suffering a devastating defeat. This battle not only resulted in the loss of over half of his forces, but also yielded nothing. And the priest Skoe was gravely injured. As the commander, he bore the brunt of the responsibility. Returning under such circumstances, the likelihood of being killed by Vashki was exceedingly high. Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly face a dismal fate. Observing Skoe, who was tirelessly using his magical energy to tend to his wounds, Slow silently resolved to change their course. He commanded the troops to redirect their march, no longer heading towards Coral Island, but instead. This was not the route back, Slow. Skoe quickly sensed something amiss. What do you intend to do, priest? If I were you, I would refrain from wasting my breath. Otherwise, if your wounds burst open and you perish, you cannot blame anyone but yourself. Slow threatened brazenly. You. Skoe was about to shout, but upon noticing the cracks in his wounds, he hastily fell silent. This insufferable human, despite being only a lowly first tier, had managed to inflict harm on him, and he felt a lingering fear. Had the force been a tad stronger, he would have been dead. After approximately half an hour, Skoe stabilized his condition, only to discover Slow commanding the mermen to retrieve numerous jade chests from the depths of the water. In the Naga culture, such chests were exclusively used to contain life energy pearls. Unbeknownst to him, Slow had amassed such a fortune, staring at the hundreds of chests filled with life energy pearls. Skoe's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Slow, how could you possibly possess so many energy pearls? No wonder Slow was so miserly, but it didn't add up. No amount of stinginess could yield hundreds of chests of life energy pearls. Slow, confess honestly, where did these pearls come from? Ha ha ha, since you are so eager to know, I shall enlighten you, Slow replied with a manic laugh. Over the years, Vashki has sent out several trading expeditions, and some have returned. Do you remember? Skoe's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare. Life energy pearls serve as hard currency in the Naga Sea. Although Vashki himself dared not venture into the Naga Sea, he had not abandoned the hope of returning. Each year, he would dispatch Naga under the guise of trade to glean information and procure necessary supplies. Skoe, could you please be a little smarter? That fool Vashki, what has he done besides weaving illusions for us? After all these years, if he could have fought his way back, he would have. The Crown Prince attained the extraordinary 5 years ago. Slow laid bare all the facts. Do you intend to seek refuge with the Crown Prince? Skoe's understanding finally dawned upon him. I advise you to think carefully. If you return and apologize to His Highness, there may still be a glimmer of hope for your survival. Otherwise, ha ha ha, having suffered such a significant defeat, would he ever spare me? Slow did not believe it at all. Vashki was notoriously cruel, imposing a regime of oppression on them, the Naga commanders. Moreover, I do not require his mercy. A smile spread across Slow's face as he declared that the Crown Prince had promised him that if he returned with this army, he would immediately be appointed as the Grand General. The Grand General of the Naga Sea, not merely the Grand General of this insignificant moon lake. Do you truly believe that? Skoe was taken aback by his words. What of the current Grand General, who has achieved great merit in service? It matters not. With these jewels, I could return and live as a wealthy man. I have no desire to remain in this moon lake any longer. Slow, with a smile, began to envision a life of freedom and comfort in the Naga Sea. Alas, it seems you will have to linger in this moon lake a while longer. A voice imbued with coldness and fury echoed through the air. Slow's smile instantly froze. Your Highness. The figure of Vashki materialized, his anger unmistakable. Your Highness, how could you be here? Slow, you have audacity. Vashki would not entertain him. How foolish of me to have trusted you so deeply, treating you as my own son. Slow, having shed his fear of Vashki, boldly retorted, spare me your flattering words. We shall forever remain your mere tools. After spending over a decade in Moon Lake. Do you truly understand how I feel? Humph. Since you dared to storm into my army alone, you might as well accompany me to meet the Crown Prince. It would only further my path to becoming Grand General. 10 four-armed Naga surrounded him, having long conspired with Slow. Yet, Vashki wore a peculiar expression, a mysterious smile creeping onto his face. Little Slow, you cannot genuinely believe that the command of this fisherman army belongs to you, can you? And your comrades? Do you truly think they will join you in rebellion? A sense of foreboding crept into Slow's heart. What do you mean? Vashki produced a horn resembling a devil's horn and brought it to his lips, blowing gently. Instantly, all the four-armed Naga around them, except for Skoe, became vacant-eyed. Slow felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, losing control of his body. His mind remained alert, yet his body no longer belonged to him. As Skoe witnessed this scene, he reverently remarked, Your Highness, I have advised against it, but to no avail. It matters not. This is not your fault, Vashki replied nonchalantly. It is merely a pity, Skoe sighed once more. However, after they transform into battle puppets, although their intelligence diminishes, they become ferociously fearless and easier to command. Indeed. Take these puppets back to the Temple of Sacrifice. When the time comes, we shall summon them to confront our foes. As you command, Your Highness. Upon the conclusion of their conversation, Slow felt an uncontrollable urge to swim towards Coral Island. The Naga royal family, upon sounding the demon horn, can directly imprison the souls of any non-royal Naga, transforming them into battle puppets. Vasky, as a member of the Naga royal lineage and the wielder of the demon horn, has never feared rebellion among his subordinates. This is one of the reasons the Naga clan has come to dominate the Naga Sea. Regrettably, his father had divided this pair of horns between the two brothers. Otherwise, even if he were extraordinary, what difference would it make? He had not anticipated the strength of this human tribe, which led to the loss of tens of thousands of troops. Fortunately, Slow, this foolish one, possessed a batch of life energy orbs that could restore some of my vitality. Vasky pondered deeply. Each orb could produce 5 mermen, and Slow's life energy orbs could potentially replenish around 15,000 mermen. However, even with a restored army, he was uncertain if they could triumph over this human tribe. Vasky had secretly observed the entire war and was acutely aware of the formidable strength of Lin Feng's forces. Even if he included himself and all the priests of Coral Island, it would merely result in a stalemate with Lin Feng. Before establishing an alliance with the Northern Wolfman tribe, I must turn my focus eastward. He knew when to bend and when to yield. Recognizing his current inability to defeat Lin Feng and unwilling to engage in a futile confrontation, he resolved to attack from a different direction. His scouts had also discovered traces of human tribes in the east, albeit at a greater distance and with a smaller population, which initially deterred him from landing there. Nevertheless, he had no intention of letting Lin Feng off easily. After suffering such a significant setback, how could he concede defeat? The scouts had already made contact with the Wolfman chief, Hog, but the latter was preoccupied with the annexation of smaller Wolfman tribes and had yet to respond. Until today, Vasky had also been somewhat reluctant to forge an alliance, primarily seeking to gauge the other party's strength. While Vasky ruminated on how to counter Lin Feng, what was Lin Feng up to? After the great battle, our leader Lin Feng was, of course, indulging in some well-deserved relaxation. He was reclining with closed eyes, relishing the exquisite massage service provided by a pair of stunning twin sisters. Lily, apply a bit more pressure, Ouch. Shuang Shuang, be gentle. Is that a spot where you can press hard? What if you break it? If you do, the blissful life of you sisters will be over. Lin Feng has now developed an affinity for massages. It is no wonder that in the past, upon receiving his salary, Zhang Xiaoqiang would hasten to indulge in some luxurious pampering. By the way, where is Wang Yitian? Summon her. Outside the presidential suite of the Maple Leaf Pavilion Hotel. Wang Yitian stands respectfully at the door, outwardly calm, yet internally brimming with excitement. She has finally been summoned by the leader. Only Wang Yitian knows how long she has yearned for this moment. You may enter, but remember to observe the proper decorum. Zhou Kiki advises as she steps out from within the room. If anything goes awry, you shall not fare well. Understood. Wang Yitian responds dutifully. Zhou Kiki is the head of the maid department and also serves as Lin Feng's chief steward. She has ascertained that, at the Maple Leaf Pavilion Hotel, aside from Chun Yao and the twin sisters Lily and Shuang Shuang, this woman standing before her is the most formidable. It is said that in a moment of audacity, she had thrown all shame aside, lying on the ground for Lin Feng to step upon like a dragon soaring high. It was this very act that propelled her to prominence, earning her the admiration of the maids in her department. Wang Yitian gracefully glides into the bathroom. The space is expansive, surrounded by several gentle and beautiful young women, with a magnificent bath at its center. Lin Feng was leisurely soaking in the bath, indulging in a moment of semi-slumber, while his twin sisters pampered him with massages. My lord, Wang Yitian chirped sweetly into Lin Feng's ear. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to a delicate tickler teasing every hair on Lin Feng's ear, sending delightful shivers through his being. Wang Yitian, you truly ought to pursue a career as a voice actress, Lin Feng remarked, opening his eyes to behold this unparalleled beauty. Her brows arched like crescent moons. Her eyes curved like hooks, and her lips resembled fragrant cherries. After cleansing her visage and applying a hint of makeup, Wang Yitian's beauty ascended to new heights, likely reaching a score of 9. 8. My lord, you flatter me, she replied, bowing modestly, though a flicker of joy ignited within her. Her exaggerated allure and the subtle fragrance she exuded hinted at a burgeoning awakening. Have you sensed any unusual changes in your body lately? Lin Feng inquired. Wang Yitian, puzzled, did not comprehend the meaning behind his question. Summoning her courage, she stole a glance at Lin Feng's expression, only to find it as inscrutable as a still pond, nothing discernible. In response to my lord, I have not noticed any peculiarities in my body, she cautiously replied, unable to fathom Lin Feng's thoughts. So, it seems you have yet to awaken? No matter, for the Xianbing Chanu is ever close at hand. There is no escaping this destiny. Now, we await our journey to the Xiaonan Temple to acquire the indestructible skill. Lin Feng pondered deeply within himself. The indestructible skill he acquired in his previous life possessed significant flaws, and he had always sought ways to rectify them. After ascending to the position of a leader within a base, he came into possession of numerous ancient texts, aided by the talents among his subordinates who assisted in translation and research. At last, he devised a method to compensate for the deficiencies of the indestructible skill. This technique, characterized by its utmost yang and rigidity, was originally intended to incorporate the principle of yin-yang harmony. However, such knowledge had been lost during its transmission. After all, prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, practicing this skill yielded no results whatsoever. Consequently, the monks of Xiaonan Temple did not regard it with much importance, and the loss of certain content was deemed normal. Ancient texts record that in antiquity, there existed an extraordinary being known as Xianbing Chanu, embodying the essence of utmost yin and softness. By uniting with such a being, one could not only harmonize the yang energy within, but also significantly enhance the practitioner's cultivation speed. Xianbing Chanu was fervently sought after by martial artists who practiced pure yang techniques during that era. In his previous life, Lin Feng discovered that Wang Yitian bore a striking resemblance to the Ice Empress from ancient texts. However, after ascending to the extraordinary realm, he was unable to locate her. In this lifetime, upon laying eyes on Wang Yitian, he instantly recognized her as the Ice Empress. This revelation implied that Wang Yitian had not merely awakened the ice powers in her past life, but had instead manifested the inherent traits of the Ice Empress. Alas, the process of dual cultivation with the Ice Empress requires her voluntary consent. Otherwise, the efficacy would be significantly diminished. Lin Feng could only gradually train this woman. Wang Yitian, observing Lin Feng's prolonged silence, felt a wave of anxiety surge within her. You can take over for Lily, Lin Feng's calm voice broke the stillness. Learn some skills from Shuang. Wang Yitian felt an immense weight lift from her chest, releasing a deep sigh of relief internally. She stepped forward to assist Lily, one of the twin sisters, her delicate hands resting gently on Lin Feng's shoulders, kneading softly. Look, what goddess! As long as she desires. Her capacity to learn is indeed formidable. Lin Feng exhaled lightly. Wang Yitian's hands were exquisitely tender. Though her technique was somewhat lacking, it possessed a unique charm. The surrounding maidens gazed enviously at Wang Yitian, for in the days past, apart from the twin sisters, none had the opportunity to massage the leader, Lin Feng. This Wang Yitian, arriving today, has already made her mark. They thought bitterly. Indeed, beauty is the greatest justice. Half an hour later, Wang Yitian emerged from the bathroom. Her face flushed from her forehead to the nape of her neck. Clearly, massage was quite a physically demanding task. Well done. You've worked hard. Head to the kitchen and claim a first-rate delicacy. Zhou Kiki spoke to Wang Yitian with genuine warmth, her eyes sparkling with a semblance of concern. Wang Yitian scoffed internally. Just moments ago, you were so stern. Now that you see me favored, your demeanor has completely shifted. Such hypocrisy. Yet, she wore a mask of surprise and gratitude. Thank you, Section Chief. Oh, calling me Section Chief feels too formal. We are of similar age. Just call me Sister Kiki, Zhou Kiki replied with a beaming smile. As if they shared an intimate bond. Old fox. No, sly fox, Wang Yitian silently ridiculed, while outwardly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Kiki Jie. Zhou Kiki noticed a lingering distance in Wang Yitian's demeanor. This would not do. Such a stunning little vixen, if she ever gained power, could turn the tables on her. It was imperative to cultivate a good relationship. Since Wang Yitian joined the maid department, Zhou Kiki had not held back, employing harsh words and even physical discipline to mold her. Thus, she dropped a bombshell. By the way, the leader is quite fond of you. You should move to the hotel next door, right beside the leader, making it easier to serve him. This statement struck directly at Wang Yitian's emotional defenses. Since the apocalypse, she had lived in a cramped room of less than 5 square meters. The space contained only a bed, a table, and a thin blanket, nothing more. The restroom was communal, and due to water shortages, flushing required a rotation to fetch water from a pond 2 kilometers away. Wang Yitian, lacking sufficient points, was assigned a room close to the toilet. Whenever someone neglected to fetch water, the foul odor would waft directly into her room. The foul stench enveloped her, leaving her in despair. Moreover, in the biting cold of winter, the summer air conditioning blanket was utterly ineffective. She could only wrap herself in her quilt to gain a modicum of warmth. Each night, this small room was dark, cold, and reeked of unpleasantness. The moment she entered the dormitory, she yearned for the dawn of the next day, for at least the daylight offered a semblance of warmth. And if there was nothing to occupy her, she could retreat to the maintenance department to escape the chill. This was also the reason the maintenance department was perpetually overcrowded. As for why, despite the abundance of houses in Shanjin Town, she did not seek other accommodations, the answer was rather disheartening. All these properties belonged to Chief Lin Feng. To reside in a house with a private bathroom? That would cost 6 points per night. And to purchase a candle? 5 points for a single one. Like most others, Wang Yitian struggled to earn enough points each day, even for meals. Thank you, Sister Kiki. Wang Yitian finally forged a warm connection with Zhou Kiki. She desperately needed a comfortable room. As a 4-star hotel before the apocalypse, the Maple Leaf Pavilion offered an unparalleled living experience. Crucially, it was the only place in all of Shanjin Town with electricity and heating. Residing here felt almost akin to staying in a 4-star hotel from the pre-apocalyptic era, where one could even turn on the television or computer for various offline entertainment activities. In stark contrast to her cramped room of less than 5 square meters, this was nothing short of paradise. Zhou Kiki took her to the kitchen to share a meal. Dompa pork, spicy diced chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, and a variety of exquisite pastries. Wang Yitian's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the feast before her. She could hardly believe her luck. Sister Kiki, is this really for me? Of course. But Sister Kiki also benefits from your fortune to enjoy such delectable food. Zhou Kiki beamed with joy. This spread was not something she could frequently indulge in either, as the standard meal for their department consisted of 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish, worth 30 points. This banquet, however, was nearly 200 points. In that moment, Wang Yitian felt an unparalleled happiness, as if it were the pinnacle of her life. She ceased to be polite, devouring the food like a famished tiger, oblivious to her genteel image. Tears welled in her eyes. This meal, once so commonplace before the apocalypse, had become a distant memory. Since the onset of the end times, she had not tasted a single warm meal, starving for so long. Her daily sustenance consisted of merely steamed buns and instant noodles, and at times, even the buns were a luxury beyond her reach. Zhou Kiki sat across from Wang Yitian, savoring her meal while contemplating how to win Wang Yitian over completely. Unfortunately, after learning about her past, Chen Yao regarded her as overly cunning and had begun to distance herself. Despite being a beauty in her own right, with suitors aplenty before the apocalypse, she recognized that she paled in comparison to a stunning figure like Wang Yitian, and thus felt her chances of entering Lin Feng's harem were slim. Yet, she needed a powerful ally. Without it, her position remained precarious. Perhaps she could impart some secrets of the boudoir? Wang Yitian, will you be my girlfriend? No, that was too direct. Yitian, being so reserved, would surely not appreciate such bluntness. Yitian, even in the face of the apocalypse, I shall remain your steadfast support. What I mean to convey is that my love for you could transcend the bounds of eternity. Zhang Jian, carrying a bag filled with 8 treasure porridge, canned peaches, and other snacks, stood before the dilapidated and modest rented room of Wang Yitian, rehearsing his confession repeatedly. Just the previous morning, while delivering breakfast to Wang Yitian, she had casually mentioned how delightful it would be to enjoy some canned fruit. Thus, in hopes of earning more points, he enlisted in the logistics vanguard, transporting supplies through perilous areas, narrowly escaping zombie attacks on multiple occasions. Nevertheless, he deemed it worthwhile, for this endeavor had garnered him hundreds of points on the front lines. Upon his return, he exchanged his points for a bag of Wang Yitian's favorite snacks and canned goods. Perhaps I should express gratitude to the apocalypse. Otherwise, how could I ever have the chance to pursue Yitian? Zhang Jin mused. Before the end of the world, their disparities had been insurmountable. Upon seeing these treats, Yitian would surely be delighted, wouldn't she? Might she even grant him a kiss? The mere thought of possibly experiencing her sweet lips soon brought a radiant smile to his face. The sound of footsteps drew nearer, and Wang Yitian, glowing with vitality, appeared before Zhang Jian. She wore light makeup, a black and white maid outfit, and white stockings that accentuated her long, beautiful legs, complemented by a pair of elegant black flats. Zhang Jian raised the bag of snacks and waved at Wang Etian, rushing towards her, eager to profess his feelings. Etian, why are you here again? Wang Etian interrupted him with a frown, her expression cold. She wished to minimize her entanglement with Zhang Jian. Lin Feng had taken a keen interest in her, and her future appeared bright. If others were to see Zhang Jian approaching her, it would spell trouble. Although their relationship was entirely innocent, Zhang Jian had never even touched her hand. However, should any of the maids seek to gain favor by spreading rumors, and Lin Feng happened to overhear some idle gossip, Wang Etian was unwilling to take even the slightest risk. She had endured enough hardships of going without food. Zhang Jian felt a sense of unfamiliarity with Wang Etian, who was now starkly different from the girl who had taken steamed buns from him just a few days prior. All the heartfelt confessions he had rehearsed were now trapped in his throat. I brought you some snacks, he stammered, awkwardly extending a bag of treats towards her. Zhang Jian had arrived too late. Had he delivered the snacks before Wang Etian's meal, perhaps it would have brought her some joy. Yet now, she regarded the canned goods with disdain. Wang Etian took a step back, covering her nose with her small hand. You smell terrible. Zhang Jian had encountered numerous corpses of zombies that day, and in his haste to deliver the snacks, he had neglected to wash or rest. The sweat mingled with the stench of zombie blood evoked memories of their shabby rented room, filling Wang Etian with revulsion. Zhang Jian stood there mortified, with the snacks suspended in the air. Suddenly, he noticed how differently Wang Etian was dressed today compared to the past few days. Given their struggle to make ends meet, how could she possibly afford such attire? His mind raced with images of women in the alleyways, beckoning to passers-by for survival, and his expression shifted to one of alarm. Could it be that while he was out earning points, Wang Etian had, like those women, sold her body for material gain? Etian, where did you get those clothes? Zhang Jian asked, urgency lacing his tone. Wang Etian felt a flicker of guilt. Zhang Jian had been devoted to her for years, always caring for her. Even in the apocalypse, he often sacrificed his own meals to ensure she had enough, yet he had never laid a hand on her. And just moments ago, as she had massaged Lin Feng, there had been physical contact, which seemed quite natural in that context. I earned them through work. It's none of your business, Wang Etian evasively replied as she retreated into her room. The door slammed shut behind her, leaving Zhang Jian outside, anxiously raking his hands through his hair. What did her expression earlier mean? Why did it seem tinged with guilt? The outfit she wore, along with her adornments and perfume, must have cost at least 100 points. Who in the base could possibly afford such luxury? Before he could ponder further, Wang Etian emerged once more, this time clutching toothpaste and a toothbrush among other necessities. She was preparing to move to the Maple Leaf Hotel. This visit was merely to pack up. Though there was little to take, she primarily wished to glance back and bid farewell to her cramped past. Wang Etian cast a glance at Zhang Jian without uttering a word, then proceeded towards the hotel with her small bundle of belongings. Let us bid farewell to this cramped existence alongside Zhang Jian. As he gazed upon Wang Etian's graceful silhouette, a profound sense of loss enveloped him, for he feared that this parting would mean losing her entirely. His lips quivered, and with great effort, he called out to her. Wang Etian turned, her expression one of confusion as she inquired about his intentions. Zhang Jian felt an unbearable dryness in his throat and asked where she was headed. A gnawing sense of foreboding intensified within him. Wang Etian pondered for a moment. Serving Lin Feng at Maple Leaf Pavilion was indeed her occupation, was it not? Off to work, she declared. Work? Zhang Jian echoed incredulously. It was late at night, the lights were dim. What sort of work could it possibly be? Could it be that Etian truly? His discomfort grew ever more acute. Can't you skip work? He pleaded, his tone tinged with desperation. Skip work? And who will support me? Wang Etian retorted, her words laden with sarcasm. Support you? Zhang Jian mustered his courage, summoning every ounce of strength to exclaim. I will take care of you. As a devoted admirer, even if Wang Etian were to toil in a back alley, he would still embrace her. However, his words struck her deeply, shattering her composure. Once the proud daughter of a wealthy family, the elegant belle of H University, she now found herself reduced to serving others and vying for attention among women. If only Zhang Jian possessed half the talent of Lin Feng, she mused. Perhaps she would not be enduring this torment. Support me? She scoffed. With this dim, cramped room of less than 5 square meters? Or with meals consisting of steamed buns and instant noodles? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she wept, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Do you have any idea how long it has been since I last bathed before last night? I don't want to struggle just to enjoy a hot shower. Every night, I yearn for dawn to break. I can't bear it any longer. I refuse to live like a rat in the sewers. Wang Etienne poured forth the grievances she had harbored since the apocalypse. Zhang Jian, witnessing her breakdown, found himself at a loss for words. He longed for her to experience a better life, yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Wang Etienne wiped her tears, striving to regain her composure. She cast a glance at the small room behind Zhang Jian, then at him, silently vowing never to endure such a life again. With a cold demeanor, she told him, "You take care of yourself first. Do not seek me out again. There is no possibility for us." With that, she turned and left swiftly. Zhang Jian watched her retreating figure, gradually sinking to the ground, cradling his head in despair. The snack bag he held fell to the ground, cans rolling and clattering about. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed. Tap, tap, tap. A pair of flat-soled high heels approached him, clad in black and white. Could it be that Wang Etienne had returned? Zhang Jian, filled with anticipation, lifted his gaze and exclaimed, "Etienne, I knew you would." "Who are you?" she interrupted, leaving him stunned. Upon seeing the newcomer was not Wang Etienne, Zhang Jian's disappointment was palpable. The visitor, resembling Wang Etienne in attire, possessed a tall stature and a beautiful oval face. Yet her expression was as cold as ice. It was none other than Zhou Qixi, who scrutinized the disheveled and despondent Zhang Jian and coldly remarked, "You cannot even recognize what you are wearing, yet you dare to entangle yourself with Etienne? A toad aspires to eat swan meat. You and Etienne inhabit entirely different worlds. Should you dare to pursue her again, I shall make your existence a relentless torment. Do you understand?" Wang Etienne had taken leave, claiming she needed to return to tidy up her belongings. At that moment, Zhou Qixi sensed something amiss. What was there to clean? The trivial, everyday items held no worth, as the hotel was well equipped. In fact, akin to life before the apocalypse, new bedding, towels, and toothbrushes were replaced daily. Cleaning was unnecessary. Thus, Zhou Qixi stealthily followed, only to discover the man before her intent on pursuing Wang Etienne. It was entirely reasonable. A beauty of Wang Etienne's caliber would undoubtedly attract many suitors. Her objective was to dissuade these persistent suitors from obstructing Wang Etienne's entrance into Lin Feng's harem. What does this attire signify? Zhang Jian stared blankly at Zhou Qixi, admitting he struggled to comprehend. Witnessing Zhang Jian's bewildered expression, Zhou Qixi's temper flared. "Let me make this clear. Etienne is currently in a phase of career ascension. If you truly care for her, keep your distance." After delivering her warning, Zhou Qixi turned on her heel and departed. The following day, Zhang Jian, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the logistics hall. Clutching 2 steamed buns, he instinctively scanned the hall. Wang Etienne was absent. Where had she gone? Why had she not come to seize a task? Zhang Jian pondered. Previously, Wang Etienne would rush to the logistics hall each morning, eager to claim easy tasks that offered substantial points. He approached a girl with a doll-like face, one of the 6 who had hidden with him in the cold storage. "Shin Xiao. Xiao, have you seen Etienne?" he inquired. "No, she didn't come yesterday either. I thought perhaps you were keeping her." Shin Xiao teased. "What? Back to deliver breakfast again?" Zhang Jian felt a tinge of embarrassment, recalling the words of the woman who had appeared after Wang Etienne the previous night. "Let me ask you something." But Shin Xiao, hurrying to seize a task, interrupted him. "If you have something to say, wait until later. I'm in a rush." Zhang Jian, however, had lost patience. He had tossed and turned all night, tormented by his thoughts. He seized Shin Xiao's arm. Xiao, if you can answer this question, I shall give you these 2 buns." At this moment, Shin Xiao also noticed Zhang Jian's unusual demeanor. She scrutinized the haggard Zhang Jian and cast a glance at the steamed buns in his hand. The points required to purchase 2 buns were sufficient for her to work the entire morning. "Go ahead and ask." Zhang Jian organized his thoughts. "Are there some women in the town who are uniformly dressed in pristine black and white maid outfits, resembling the cosplayers from the pre-apocalyptic era?" He described some characteristics of the woman he encountered last night. "You mean the maids from the maid department?" "Of course I know." Shin Xiao immediately understood. When the twin sisters came to the miscellaneous department to assign tasks, she had envied them for quite a while. Zhang Jian hastily inquired about their purpose. "I mean, what are their identities?" "They are maids from the maid department. Aside from Minister Chen, they are the happiest women in Shanjin town." Shin Xiao responded enviously. As long as they serve the leader well, their needs for food and clothing are met. They are living more comfortably than before the apocalypse. "I wish I could join the maid department, but alas, I do not possess sufficient beauty. If only I had half of their looks." She expressed her bewilderment at why Wang Etienne did not pursue such an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian's heart sank. The leader's maid. Shinshasha observed Zhang Jian's expression and began to form a rough guess. She swiftly snatched both buns from his grasp and continued. Did Etienne go to serve the leader as a maid? I think you should wish her well. You two are from entirely different worlds. You were never worthy of her before the apocalypse, and even less so afterward. She follows you, yet struggles to find enough to eat and wear. Living in a stinky little room, having the chance to serve the leader is her opportunity and blessing. You cannot possibly hinder her from pursuing a better life. Her words flowed like a rapid-fire machine gun, growing increasingly fervent, as if Zhang Jian were obstructing Shun Xiaoxiao's pursuit of happiness. In truth, she genuinely believed that someone like Wang Etienne, a goddess, should not be wasting her time here. Am I really from a different world than her? This was the second person in 2 days to convey such sentiments to him. Zhang Jian felt a tumult of emotions. Wang Etienne going to the maid department was undoubtedly preferable to her ending up in the alleyways. However, it also meant she was drifting further away from him. He despondently exited the miscellaneous department. No one noticed the mysterious black runes subtly emerging from Zhang Jian's brow. This is our goblin's mine. Please leave at once. The leader of the gnolls, Doug, raised his sharp voice in an attempt to drive away the enemies surrounding the mine. As his words echoed, a chorus of barks resounded from within the cavern, the voices of his tribe's gnoll warriors. The gnolls, timid magical creatures with canine heads and rat-like tails, generally stood under 1-2 meters tall and preferred to dwell in caves. Among their ranks, ordinary gnolls possessed little combat prowess, while the gnoll diggers and gnoll sorcerers wielded varying degrees of power, typically between levels 2 and 3. Doug himself was a level 5 gnoll, an elite template, and it was through his formidable strength that they had managed to seize this mine. Doug, I have a business proposition to discuss, spoke Hawk, the Wurg at Uther's side. Business? When have transactions ever occurred with an army blocking the doors of commerce? Doug retorted, his voice tinged with indignation. At that moment, Kashin Mine was completely encircled by Lin Feng's forces, with the barrels of the mortar teams all aimed squarely at Doug and his gnolls. Above, Dragonhawk's sword. Adding to Doug's mounting anxiety, Hawk continued earnestly, our esteemed leader has instructed us to engage in friendly trade with our neighbors, to demonstrate our goodwill. We have brought a rather large contingent. I hope you won't take offense, Doug. Initially, Lin Feng had intended to eradicate the gnolls occupying his silver mine. But Hawk cautioned him. If the tribe were not entirely eliminated, retreating into the mine would pose complications for future mining endeavors. What if we refuse to trade? Doug sought to resist. Fire. Uther commanded with a wave of his hand. The 200 magical mortars stationed not far from the mine entrance unleashed a barrage. Boom, boom, boom. The magical shells struck the hillside near the cavern with tremendous force, leveling the area instantly. The shockwaves from the explosions sent trees spiraling into the sky, only to take their time descending back to earth. The mine where Doug and his kin resided also felt the tremors, as numerous stones were dislodged. The deafening cannonade rendered the gnoll warriors nearly deaf. The majority of them, once fierce in their barking, now cowered in whimpers. Doug, the boldest and most resolute among them, found himself quaking in fear at the overwhelming power of the magical mortars. May I inquire, esteemed lords, what you require of my tribe? Doug softened his tone. Bah! Pathetic wretch. Hawk spat at the groveling Doug, showing no regard for his surrender. Doug's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he dared not speak further. The gnolls were inherently fearful, and the magnitude of this artillery barrage was so immense that not even their former masters, the ogres, could have withstood it. He has been utterly terrified, and at this moment, faced with ridicule, he can only pretend he has not heard. Silence. Hawk, he is to be your future colleague. Uther is a true knight, characterized by his impartiality and a compassionate heart for the weak, provided it does not conflict with Lin Feng's commands. Do not forget the hardships you endured at Medivh's hands due to your foul mouth. When Hawk first encountered Medivh, he looked down upon the two-tiered Medivh and mocked him. After being captured by Lin Feng, Medivh certainly made life difficult for Hawk while training the war gen. Upon hearing Medivh's name, fear flickered across Hawk's face, and he promptly shut his mouth. Yet internally, he couldn't help but grumble about the eccentricities of Lin Feng's subordinates. Medivh is petty, and though Uther appears gentle, his methods are more ruthless than anyone else's. Uther then addressed Doug, stating that Commander Hawk merely has a sharp tongue, but is fundamentally a decent individual. He asked Doug not to take offense. We require your goblin kin to assist us in developing this mine. In return, we shall provide you with a certain amount of food. Doug, perplexed, replied, but isn't this mine ours? We have ample food ourselves. Uther gently clarified. This mine and everything surrounding it now belongs to Chief Lin Feng. His declaration of robbery was delivered as if it were an indisputable truth. Doug gazed at Uther's softly smiling face, nearly convinced he was hallucinating. Huh, yes. Uther continued. Furthermore, you and your immediate family must accompany me to meet the chief. If you wish to annex my tribe, you could simply say so instead of pretending this is a business deal. Doug looked at Uther, managing a smile that was more pitiable than tears. Very well, my lord. Doug arrived at shimmering Gold Town to meet Chief Lin Feng 3 days later. Lin Feng received Doug in the main city of Shanjin Town. He sat upon the throne in the Grand Hall, while Chun Yao reclined languidly on his left thigh, resembling a contented feline. The twin sisters stood attentively on either side, and Zhou Qixi, accompanied by Wang Yitian and other maidens, could only stand at the lower flanks. They remained in their roles as handmaidens, lacking the privilege to sit beside Lin Feng as casually as Chun Yao did. Lin Feng gently caressed Chun Yao's hair and spoke casually. Doge, introduce your tribe. Doge replied with utmost respect. As for the chief, my tribe currently boasts a population of 20,000, with 3,000 second-tier warriors and 200 third-tier warriors, as well as over 100 tribal shamans. On the journey here, he had witnessed the formidable strength of Lin Feng's influence, observing the mermen and gnolls that had aligned themselves with Lin Feng's power, leading him to resolve to pledge his loyalty to Lin Feng. Lin Feng gently tapped Chun Yao's shoulder, signaling her to rise. With an air of authority, he proclaimed, Doug, you should consider yourself fortunate for having not opposed my forces, thus earning the opportunity to pledge your allegiance to me. Now, approach and kiss my boot as a token of your loyalty. Without hesitation, Doug crawled to Lin Feng's feet, bowing his head to kiss the boot, uttering, My lord, I and my tribe shall serve you with unwavering loyalty. These rituals had been instilled in him by Zhou Qixi. Doug, you are the first chieftain to kiss my boot, but you shall not be the last. Lin Feng continued. As a reward for being the inaugural, you shall be granted the status of a first-class citizen in Shanjin Town. Your people will receive the status of fourth-class citizens. Lin Feng sought to acquire horses of great value, bestowing generous rewards upon the first tribe that pledged allegiance to him, thus setting a commendable example for subsequent tribes. Doug was filled with elation, for he was already aware that the residents of Shanjin Town were categorized into 5 tiers of citizenship, with the 5th tier being the most deplorable, akin to that of slaves. The first tier, the most esteemed, was currently inhabited only by a select few, including Wang Hong and several ministers fortunate enough to be elevated to this rank. The remaining human citizens were all classified as 4th tier. Grateful for your lordship's grace, your servant shall devote himself wholeheartedly to repay your kindness. The dog-headed people were considered a weak race in their former world, often relying on powerful entities such as dragons and ogres, as dependency on the strong was ingrained in their nature. The maids, including Wang Yitian, were profoundly shocked yet immensely relieved to witness Doug kissing Lin Feng's boots. Serving Lin Feng, they were well acquainted with the unfolding events, recognizing that some humans, like those in Lin Feng's psychic science team, had begun to awaken, albeit the strongest among them only reached the 1st tier. In contrast, Doug, a 5th-tier powerhouse and leader of a tribe, took pride in his loyalty to Lin Feng, even kissing his boots, a testament to Lin Feng's overwhelming strength. The maids, who had not seen the front lines, gained a clearer understanding of Lin Feng's might through Doug's loyalty ceremony. Furthermore, they felt fortunate to have joined the maid division ahead of others. It is noteworthy that, with the army sweeping through the 6 towns, the number of survivors under Lin Feng's command had exceeded 100,000. Compared to their situation in Shanjin Town, where they had been rescued early and spared much suffering. The newly joined survivors had endured over 10 days of struggle in the apocalypse. These individuals had witnessed numerous human tragedies, and upon arriving in Shanjin Town, it felt as though they had stepped into paradise. Some women, aware of the existence of the maid division, were desperate to join, leading to long queues of thousands of women applying for interviews each day. Thus, Zhou Qixi was exceedingly stringent in selecting maids, dismissing those who did not achieve a score of 9 or above in appearance or were no longer maidens. As Lin Feng accepted Doug's allegiance, the outskirts of Jianan County were besieged by fully armed human infantry, with aircraft occasionally soaring overhead. At this moment, after 5 days of sweeping operations, the army had successfully incorporated all surrounding villages and towns under Lin Feng's command and had completed the encirclement of Jianan County. The reason for this encirclement? To prevent any old acquaintances from escaping, of course. Lin Haoyan, Hu Jiao, He Xiaoling, and Lu Shishir are currently in Jiaonan County. In comparison to Lin Haotian, the deep-seated enmity between Hu Jiao and Lin Feng pales in significance, as do the grievances held by Lu Shishir and He Xiaoling against him. Nonetheless, should the opportunity arise, Lin Feng would not hesitate to extend a warm welcome to these two individuals. Upon receiving news transmitted by the Dragon Eagle Knights, Lin Feng did not rush to Jiaonan County, confident that the army had them thoroughly encircled. Based on his memories from a previous life, he knew these individuals were destined to survive for 3 more years, so their demise was unlikely at this juncture. With the reclamation of the villages and towns surrounding Jiaonan County, Lin Feng's resource list has expanded significantly. He intends to utilize these resources to enhance his strength. The current resource list includes 568,000 units of gold, 25,200,000 units of silver, an unspecified quantity of wood, an unspecified quantity of stone, and 4,000 units of spiritual essence. Since Lin Feng's farmers have been occupied with logging and mining, the quantities of these two resources have skyrocketed, prompting him to focus his attention elsewhere. Shanjin Town remains superior, as the spiritual essence collected from the other 6 towns barely amounts to a little over 3 times what Shanjin Town has gathered. However, upgrading the human base to level 3 requires 8,000 units of spiritual essence, which is currently insufficient. It is now feasible to initiate development of the other 3 races. Previously constrained by the availability of spiritual essence, the bases for the undead, beast, and elf races had yet to be constructed. As the resources for upgrading the human base fall short, the priority will now shift to developing the other 3 races. The elf and beast troops are more suited for combat in jungles and mountainous regions. Therefore, their bases will be strategically positioned at the Kashan mine, where the extraction of gold and silver will form the foundation for future development. As for the undead troops, their combat effectiveness increases with the abundance of corpses. Thus, their base will be best situated in the desolate human cities, rife with remnants of the fallen. Lin Feng swiftly devised the most suitable plan for the current development. First, he would head to the Kashin mines to find an appropriate location to establish the bases for the Elven and Beast clans. Lin Feng activated the return scroll, and a magical radiance enveloped him as the return portal shrouded both the ground beneath him and the heavens above. After 10 seconds, whoosh, his figure vanished from the throne. Simultaneously, within the human base at Kashin Mine, Lin Feng and Wang Yitian gradually materialized. Wang Yitian, still reeling from the astonishing teleportation magic, was met with Lin Feng's unabashed gaze, brimming with possessiveness. Her heart raced like a startled deer. It was just the 2 of us here. And if he desired to claim me, what should I do? To be frank, Lin Feng found it increasingly difficult to resist. This stunning beauty paraded before him daily, her exaggerated curves and breathtaking allure rendering him utterly captivated. This morning, owing to a summons for the goblin chief duck, he had been unable to have Qinyao temper her fiery presence. Just at the final moment of the teleportation, Lin Feng caught sight of Wang Yitian, whose figure was so voluptuous that it almost burst the seams of her maid outfit. Her pure and exquisite visage compelled Lin Feng, almost instinctively, to bring her along. Lin Feng initially contemplated mastering the indestructible skill and engaging in dual cultivation with Wang Yitian, believing that the pure yin energy of the Xianbing maiden could significantly expedite his progress. However, upon reflection, he questioned the necessity of suppressing his desires for the sake of cultivation in this lifetime. After all, in his previous life, he had endured years of restraint merely to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. This time, armed with extraordinary advantages, why should he continue to deny himself pleasure? Was he seeking to inflict suffering upon himself? Come here. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed intently on Wang Yitian, as if he were on the verge of devouring her. Wang Yitian, feeling timid, cast a shy glance at him. The flickering candlelight in the hall accentuated her flushed cheeks. Though apprehensive about the impending encounter, she also felt a twinge of anticipation. If she could capture Lin Feng's heart this time, she believed her allure would soon render her the sole object of his affection, thus elevating her status above that of Chen Yao. Recalling how Chen Yao had barely acknowledged her of late, Wang Yitian's competitive spirit surged, emboldening her to stride confidently towards Lin Feng. With each step, her long, exquisite legs and flawless figure captured his attention. Her visage a striking blend of cold beauty and coy invitation, leaving Lin Feng parched with desire. Having previously enjoyed her services, He was well aware that this woman was a paragon of natural beauty. Just as he prepared to fully indulge in Wang Yitian, a resounding roar, imbued with the might of a king, erupted from outside. A tremendous crash followed as something collided forcefully with the walls of the town hall, causing the structure to visibly buckle and bricks to tumble down. Another heavy object struck the walls with a deafening thud, and the commotion from outside surged in. "Uther!" A voice cried out. "It's the Earth Bear. The leader is inside. Protect the leader at all costs." Unlike the previous destruction wrought by the Earth Bear sending soldiers crashing into the walls, as the colossal creature approached the town hall, it rose on its hind legs. Towering nearly 10 meters high, with a mighty paw raised, it struck the walls of the hall with a tremendous force, creating a gaping hole as debris flew inward. Upon sensing the precarious situation, Lin Feng swiftly activated his divine armor and enveloped Wang Yitian in a protective embrace. The shattered stones, akin to cannonballs, ricocheted off Lin Feng's figure, falling to the ground without inflicting any harm upon him. Lin Feng gazed towards the opening, where an extraordinarily large magical bear extended its head. Its colossal snout was formidable, with canines exceeding 1/2 meter in length, and its blood-red eyes glowed ominously. A crescent moon mark adorned its forehead, emanating a faint golden light. Sunlight streamed through the opening alongside the bear's massive head. In his previous life, he had heard descriptions of the Earth Bear. A fully grown Earth Bear was at least a pinnacle 9th-tier magical beast, standing upright and towering over 100 meters. Yet, the creature before him was evidently still a cub. Lin Feng secretly sighed in relief. It was merely a cub, for if it had been an adult Earth Bear, he would have had to temporarily abandon this space, and perhaps even the entire mine. However, the condition of this Earth Bear cub was concerning. It appeared to be afflicted by poison or a curse. Yet, now was not the time for such inquiries, as the Earth Bear cub launched another assault. Bang! Bang! With 2 resounding slaps, it struck the walls of the town hall, creating a sizable opening through which it could pass, and then it advanced towards Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was filled with excitement. The Earth Bear stood as the monarch among magical beasts, embodying the essence of a heroic archetype. The Earth Bear cub before him had yet to reach the extraordinary tier. Thanks to his relentless slaying of zombies, Lin Feng had ascended to the 5th tier. He was determined to engage in a contest of strength with this cub. In the past, having never acquired the sacred armor, he would typically retreat during great battles. However, he was now gradually embracing a more audacious demeanor. System, with my ascension to the 5th tier, all additional attributes are allocated to strength. Lin Feng, a commander of the 4 clans, gained extra attribute points with every tier he ascended. His primary attribute was intelligence, and he had originally intended to pursue the path of a mage. Yet now, captivated by the allure of the Earth Bear's formidable physique, his mindset began to shift. Having been reborn with a unique advantage, how could I still restrict myself to the mage's path? Retreating during battles is no longer an option. I desire powerful spells, and I yearn for the might of the great physique as well. Lin Feng came to a profound realization. Merely enhancing one's intellect would not suffice. Even if he ascended to demigod status, he might still fall prey to a 7th-tier warrior in close combat. Take, for instance, the legendary demigod Cenarius of the Elven race, who was astonishingly slain by Grom, a 7th-tier warrior from the Orcish Empire's Warsong clan. Even more incredulous was the fact that Grom later met his own demise in a mutual destruction with a Lord of the Abyss. Lin Feng was determined not to repeat the mistakes of those two, even after achieving invincibility. After all, his position as a commander of the 4 clans would bestow upon him a significant augmentation of attributes. Thus, he decided to develop simultaneously in the realms of both warrior and mage. As Lin Feng completed his allocation of points, his physique visibly transformed. His height rapidly soared from the original 1.78 meters to an impressive 1.9 meters, with his muscles swelling and expanding, causing his shirt to burst open, revealing his robust musculature. Lin Feng's power attribute surged to a terrifying 59 points, nearing the extraordinary. With a gentle push, he sent Wang Yitian backward, tossing her beside the approaching Uther and others. Then, with a powerful thrust of his legs, he leaped high into the air, delivering a punch aimed at the forehead of the Earth Bear cub. The ground beneath his feet cracked like a spider's web. Although the cub was young, its ferocious temperament rivaled that of an adult Earth Bear. With a roar, it swung a massive paw imbued with unmatched strength towards Lin Feng. As Wang Yitian's body touched the ground, she shouted in desperation, no. Her motives for approaching Lin Feng had always been varied, seeking a better life, desiring to surpass Chen Yao, but never out of affection for him. Similarly, in her heart, she believed Lin Feng was merely lusting after her body. The several bathing sessions and his unabashed gaze earlier had confirmed this notion. However, when the monstrous bear charged, Lin Feng disregarded the peril, shielding her with his own body. In that moment, he seemed to be rushing toward the earth bear as if courting death to protect her. Deep within her, she felt that, given Lin Feng's strength, escaping would be effortless. It was merely her presence that burdened him. Radiating golden light, Lin Feng soared toward the demon bear, colliding midair with the creature's colossal paw. This scene was eternally etched in Wang Etien's tear-filled gaze and forever imprinted in the deepest recesses of her heart. Bang! Two resounding booms erupted simultaneously, one from the collision between Lin Feng and the earth bear. Lin Feng was hurled away, colliding with the wall and creating a gaping hole upon impact. Lin Feng heavily landed on the ground outside, stirring up a cloud of dust. The bear cub of the earth was also forced back more than 10 meters, landing heavily on its rear. A resounding boom echoed, unheard by others, resonating deep within Wang Etien's heart. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's selfless act of saving her, her heart thumped with a sudden intensity, as if a barrier had been breached, unleashing a surge of mysterious power throughout her being. Her Shebing Chana body awakened. Yet, she had no time to investigate, tears streaming down her face. She rushed out of the base, sprinting towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, please be safe. Woo-woo. From within the haze, Lin Feng's voice emerged. Don't come over and cause trouble. Stay back and watch from a distance. Lin Feng staggered out from the haze, positioning himself protectively between Wang Etienne and the young earth bear, maintaining his stance of shielding Wang Etienne behind him. Combat, after all, is a matter for men. In that moment, Wang Etienne's emotional defenses crumbled completely. With teary eyes, she disregarded everything and embraced Lin Feng tightly from behind. How immense! Feeling the warmth radiating from her embrace, Lin Feng experienced a stirring within his heart. Undoubtedly, he was unscathed. His sacred armor could withstand even demigod assaults, let alone an earth bear cub that had yet to reach the extraordinary. He had been propelled by the bear's brute strength, but amidst the swirling dust, he caught sight of Wang Etienne's genuine concern for him, which altered his perception of her slightly. Moreover, in their future dual cultivation, her willingness and cooperation would significantly enhance the effectiveness of their practice. Since she believed him to be injured, he decided to seize the opportunity to feign injury, thereby increasing Wang Etienne's favor towards him. It is said that while a forcibly squeezed fruit quenches thirst, it cannot compare to the sweetness of one given willingly. Lin Feng was more than eager to savor the sweetness of such a rare fruit as Wang Etienne. Meanwhile, the young earth bear shook its head, curiously observing Lin Feng's performance. In Lin Feng's eyes, the aura remained unchanged, yet outwardly, it bore a facade of frailty. However, it did not dwell on this perplexity. Rather, the allure of the woman behind Lin Feng grew increasingly potent. It had been cursed by the shaman of the ogre tribe, suffering from a splitting headache. Yet, the ice goddess, possessing a calming and soothing aura, could alleviate its torment. Thus, upon sensing Wang Etienne, it rushed over with fervor, for proximity to the ice goddess promised relief. In its perception, only Wang Etienne existed, leading her to mistakenly believe that the great bear was drawn to her. It was indeed a beautiful misunderstanding. The recent collision had brought hardship to the young earth bear, yet its wariness of Lin Feng was eclipsed by the agony in its mind. With a mighty roar, it charged once more at Lin Feng, who swiftly pushed Wang Etienne aside, engaging in a fierce struggle with the young bear. A fierce exchange ensued. Each blow exchanged between man and beast resonated with visceral intensity. A battle of unmatched fervor. Lin Feng was encased in divine armor, rendering him immune to all forms of assault, despite the excruciating pain inflicted upon it. The earth bear cub, a formidable beast among its kind, possessed a hide so tough and sinewy that Lin Feng could not deliver any substantial injury. It would not retreat easily. The clash between the two was nothing short of astonishing. Wherever they battled, structures were reduced to ruins by the shockwaves of their confrontation, and trees were uprooted from the ground. 3 minutes later, Lin Feng, driven to the brink of madness, uprooted a colossal tree and relentlessly struck the earth bear cub. The cub, now reduced to mere defense, raised its massive paw in a desperate attempt to block, its furious roars gradually transforming into whimpers of submission. Slowly, fear began to take root within it. Lin Feng appeared as an indomitable machine, tireless and unyielding to pain. Although the cub landed multiple blows to Lin Feng's vital points, sending him flying, he would rise again as if unscathed, continuing the brutal exchange with unwavering resolve. The Earth Bear cub had never encountered such a terrifying adversary. At last, as the duration of Lin Feng's divine armor ability neared its conclusion, the Earth Bear cub was utterly subdued. It lay on the ground, no longer retaliating, as the crescent moon magic rune upon its forehead emanated a mysterious magical sigil, which then flowed into the palm of Lin Feng. On the back of Lin Feng's hand, a tattoo resembling a mighty bear of the earth emerged. Lin Feng was filled with rage. You, the bear cub with thick brows and large eyes, appear so honest and simple. To resort to underhanded tactics when you cannot fight. He raised a massive tree, ready to strike again. The Earth Bear cub whimpered on the ground, looking rather aggrieved. Hawk, who had been watching the spectacle for some time, hurried forward to explain, "My lord, please do not strike. This is the bonding ceremony of the Earth Bear cub. It must be frightened into recognizing you as its master." At that moment, Hawk was utterly astonished. He had never heard of anyone managing to compel a bear of the same rank to submit through mere physical confrontation. It was already rare for someone of the same tier to defeat an Earth Bear. His former leader, Hog, certainly would not have triumphed over the Earth Bear cub. Once fully grown, the Earth Bear would undoubtedly become a peak-tier magical beast of the 9th rank, with the cub acknowledging Lin Feng as its master. Lin Feng would need do nothing more than nurture it to maturity, and he could reign supreme in the Qinling Mountains. Hawk felt a surge of relief at having pledged his allegiance to Lin Feng. Oh, is that so? Lin Feng's heart leaped with joy upon hearing of the cub's recognition, as it would serve as a formidable ally. He tentatively leaped onto the back of the Earth Bear, commanding, "Bear, carry me around for a couple of laps." He promptly bestowed a name upon the Earth Bear cub. The cub, possessing considerable intelligence, accepted the name Lin Feng had given it. It rose to its feet and began to walk slowly with Lin Feng atop its back. Its enormous size was impressive. Standing upright, it was over 10 meters tall, and even on all fours, its shoulders reached 5 meters. However, having just endured a beating, coupled with the effects of the curse, it limped as it walked. After only a few steps, it fell to the ground, looking quite pitiable. Upon merging with the soul-binding rune of Bearbig, Lin Feng gradually began to establish a telepathic connection with him. He hastily summoned dozens of human wizards to assist in healing and dispelling the curses afflicting Bearbig. As the healing progressed, the wounds on Bearbig slowly faded, and the crimson hue in his eyes began to dissipate. He extended his tongue and gave Lin Feng a gentle lick. However, he overlooked one significant detail. His tongue was nearly as large as Lin Feng's entire body. Consequently, Lin Feng found himself drenched, as if he had just emerged from a refreshing bath. Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened, and he appeared ready to strike. Xiongda hurriedly covered his head with his paws, leaving a small gap between his claws to sneak a glance at Lin Feng. He was somewhat perplexed about where he had gone awry, as his intentions were merely to express affection and camaraderie. After all, he was still just a year-old bear cub, albeit one weighing several tons. Wang Yitian watched the playful scuffle between Lin Feng and Xiongda, stifling her laughter. Her gaze captivated by Lin Feng's chiseled chest and defined abs. He exuded strength, charm, and an undeniable aura of authority. Just moments ago, he had risked his life to save her, embodying the ideal prince charming Wang Yitian had always dreamed of. Her eyes sparkled with admiration for Lin Feng, almost as if she were enthralled, completely forgetting that during their first encounter, he had seemed to her just an ordinary passerby. Lin Feng gazed at Wang Yitian's appearance, acutely aware that she had succumbed to her emotions, yet he resolved to stoke the flames further. Approaching her, he gently tidied her somewhat disheveled hair and, with a tone laced with concern, inquired, "Are you unhurt?" Wang Yitian found herself at a loss, unable to determine how many times her cheeks had flushed that day. She fixated on Lin Feng's visage. "How tender he is." Wang Yitian mused dreamily. "Leader, I'm perfectly well. Are you unscathed?" "Ah, that is reassuring. Please take some time to rest. I have matters to attend to," he replied with a nonchalant demeanor before leading Hawk to search for the base's designated area. After enduring a fierce battle, Lin Feng found his turbulent thoughts considerably subdued, allowing reason to reclaim its dominion. As the saying goes, he had entered the moment of the sage. Meanwhile, Wang Yitian was utterly captivated by his every gesture. From the moment Lin Feng had teleported her, a mere span of 10 minutes had elapsed, yet her emotions had soared through 3 tumultuous peaks. The first occurred when he sought to claim her. As a college student who had never even held a proper relationship, Wang Yitian was naturally filled with anxious anticipation. The second emerged when he shielded her from the formidable bear, an act of selfless bravery that few could resist, especially since she had long sought ways to draw closer to Lin Feng. The third, after the battle, saw Lin Feng, bare-chested, tenderly arranging her hair, exuding an intoxicating blend of masculine allure and gentle affection, which ensnared Wang Etian entirely. It could be said that had Lin Feng not turned away with such swiftness, she might have willingly offered herself to him. Wang Etian gazed longingly at the imposing figure upon the back of the earth bear, instinctively tightening her legs. The once aloof and frigid Wang Etian, who had kept men at bay from a distance, was now completely ensnared by Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. In an expansive clearing, he dismounted from the back of the earth bear, reflecting inwardly. It became evident why, before the apocalypse, all successful men would lavish extravagant sums on luxury automobiles. The allure of a striking vehicle possesses an almost lethal charm for men. Just envision the grandeur of presenting oneself atop a creature as towering as a two-story building, in stark contrast to the mere act of walking into view. The disparity in prestige is truly remarkable. Lin Feng had already made up his mind to take a leisurely ride on Big Bear around Shanjin town. My lord, this place is not far from the mine, and the terrain is open, making it quite suitable for establishing a base. Uther's words interrupted Lin Feng's reverie. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings and declared, "This shall suffice." With a swift motion, he utilized the system to position the Orc Hall of the Beast clan and the Tree of Life of the Elven clan upon the open ground. The two factions began their construction countdown. Uther, accompany me to the battlefield of Nanshan. Your presence is urgently required there. As you command, my lord. Uther replied with utmost respect. Can Hawk defend his territory? Hawk possesses great intelligence but lacks decisiveness. It is said that the Carson mine was once occupied by the Ogre tribe. Should these formidable beings return, Hawk may not be able to hold the line. Furthermore, reports from the aerial scouts indicate that the Warjin tribe appears to be incessantly merging and devouring one another. Uther, once a legendary member of the Silver Knight Order, possesses a keen instinct for warfare. Indeed, I anticipated this. That foolish dog Hog will not relent easily. Lin Feng was acutely aware not only of the nefarious intentions harbored by the Warjin tribe, but also of the recent attempts by the Naga of Shanjin Lake to establish contact with them. Their objectives were unmistakably clear. Hawk, being a Warjin himself, what are your thoughts on this matter? Hawk was on the verge of tears. As they spoke of his inadequacies in his presence and then inquired about his opinions, he felt utterly powerless. What could he possibly say? What significance would his views hold? Returning to the Lord, I believe we should take the initiative. While Hog has yet to fully unify the Warjin, we should strike first. Despite his emotional turmoil, Hawk articulated his perspective. If Lin Feng did not possess the Warcraft system, Hawk's strategy would indeed be sound. It is a commonplace notion to seize the moment when the adversary is still vulnerable and unprepared for battle. Lin Feng nodded in agreement and remarked, indeed. You should venture out more in the coming days and recruit some small tribes to join us. Hog can persuade them to come on board, as can you. Hog felt a sense of exasperation. He wondered how this directive correlated with the plan he had proposed. By the way, regarding the Kashin mine, I will establish a presidential command here to oversee the significant military and political affairs in the vicinity. You must cooperate fully when the time comes. The distance from here to Jiaonan County exceeds 100 kilometers, and currently, Lin Feng's system view only extends to 50 kilometers, making it impossible to monitor this area in real time. Thus, establishing a branch office is the most prudent course of action. However, they have yet to determine the leader for this new command. The most suitable hero from the Beast clan to assume command is undoubtedly the Seer, while the most fitting hero from the Elven clan would be the Jungle Guardian. His resources are insufficient for upgrading the base to level 2 for all 3 clans, which means only one hero can be summoned per clan. Nonetheless, Lin Feng is not particularly fond of the skills possessed by these 2 heroes. With the establishment of 3 clans, he will gain the privilege of learning the skills of the 3 summoned heroes. Once a skill is learned, it cannot be changed or modified without a learning book, so he must proceed with utmost caution. Well, the base construction will take another day. Allowing me time to contemplate further, Lin Feng returned to Shanjin town with Usher, Berda, and Wang Etian, holding Wang Etian in his arms while riding Berda. He slowly made his way from Gufeng Street into the town. On Berda's back, the two exchanged hushed words. Have you awakened? Lin Feng gently caressed Wang Etian's delicate waist, which felt fragile in his embrace. It seems so. Just now, when you charged towards Berda to protect me, A mysterious power surged within my lower abdomen. Wang Yitian, languidly leaning against Lin Feng, reveled in his affection. Chief, do you not fear Minister Qin's disapproval with you holding me in front of so many people? If she has an issue with it, would you be willing to dismount from Berda? After awakening the physique of the ice goddess, Wang Yitian's beauty reached near perfection, radiating an ethereal and otherworldly aura. Her skin glimmered like exquisite white jade, each inch emitting a gentle glow, reminiscent of a celestial goddess descended from the heavens. Upon hearing Lin Feng's teasing inquiry, she nestled closer into his embrace, responding earnestly, I wouldn't want to. At that moment, Gufeng Street, indeed the entire Shanjin town, stirred with excitement as Lin Feng made a grand entrance riding Berda. Crowds surged to the sides of the street to witness the spectacle. The imposing size of Berda provided a tremendous visual shock to the survivors who had never encountered such a creature. What on earth is that? It looks like a bear. What bear is bigger than an elephant? How impressive is Chief Lin Feng for taming such a fierce beast as his mount? The reactions varied. Fearful, envious, and awestruck, they were all present. Among them was one with a rather unique perspective. I do not envy the bear mount. I envy the beautiful lady riding with the chief. A man gazed longingly at Wang Yitian, who resembled a goddess. As soon as these words left his lips, the crowd around him hurriedly retreated, leaving him standing alone in an empty space. Confused, the man wondered why such a reaction occurred. Just as he contemplated asking someone, a squad of uniformed security personnel rushed over, seized him, and began dragging him away. Gentlemen, I have just arrived in Shanjin town. If I have offended anyone, I sincerely apologize. However, the security personnel remained cold and unresponsive, even covering his mouth to prevent him from disturbing Lin Feng. As he was pulled away, whispers filled the air. This unfortunate soul was likely to be demoted to a fifth-class citizen, at the very least. It was even possible he could face execution directly. Even if merely demoted to a fifth-class citizen, his life would be effectively over unless he awakened extraordinary abilities and achieved great feats. Otherwise, even his descendants would be affected. The Shanjin Code stipulates, descendants of fifth-class citizens, unless they accomplish significant merits, remain fifth-class citizens. The Shanjin Code is a legal compilation crafted by Wang Hong, drawing inspiration from multiple ancient laws and tailored for a post-apocalyptic context. This code delineates various aspects of the survivor's work and life, aiming to fortify Lin Feng's rule and to better mobilize the survivors to serve his regime. After Wang Hong drafted the code, he submitted it for Lin Feng's review. Upon reading it, Lin Feng was exceedingly pleased and issued it with scarcely a word altered. Although the code is replete with elements of authoritarianism, its enactment revitalized the governance, social atmosphere, and morale within the territories under Lin Feng's dominion, achieving an almost unparalleled level of order. Even the number of people loitering along the ancient-style street diminished significantly. Lin Feng, having achieved the aim of showcasing his steed, arrived at the Maple Leaf Pavilion with a sense of satisfaction. To his surprise, he discovered Chun Yao waiting at the entrance, casting a sour glance at him, and the charming Wang Yitian in his arms. The sly vixen. Just a moment's inattention and you've managed to ensnare him. Although she was well aware that with Wang Yitian's striking looks, his ascendance in the maid department was inevitable. She had been raised in a society governed by modern laws and civilization, making it difficult for her to accept the sight of her man with another woman. Consequently, she had not been particularly kind to Wang Yitian in recent days. Xin Yao gazed at Lin Feng with longing, evoking in him a fleeting sensation of being caught by his wife, a feeling that stirred a peculiar thrill within him. Witnessing this, Zhou Qiqi felt a surge of satisfaction, praising Wang Yitian for his remarkable prowess. Flowers do not bloom for 100 days. If you, Minister Chun, do not value me, I shall seek another patron. She stepped forward to extricate Lin Feng from the situation. My lord, the attendees have arrived and are awaiting you in the conference room. Oh. Very well. I shall be there at once. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and prepared to enter the meeting. Xinyao hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Lin Feng's sleeve. Her eyes filled with a sense of grievance as she gazed at him. Lin Feng felt a surge of frustration. He still harbored feelings for Chen Yao, as affection often grows with time. Yao, why don't you join us for the meeting as well? Lin Feng, with a sidelong glance, engaged in idle chatter. In this apocalyptic world, even for the sake of personal strength, he could not possibly favor only one individual. Moreover, there was a woman in Jiaonan who, in his previous life, had bestowed grace upon him, leaving him with lingering thoughts. If in this lifetime he were truly to favor only one, it certainly would not be Chen Yao. At the Maple Leaf Pavilion Hotel, in the conference hall, a stark contrast to the previous meeting with only a handful of attendees. This time, heads of various departments were permitted to observe. Ding Jun, the head of the Psychic and Security Department, sat upright in his chair. Seizing the moment before Lin Feng's arrival, several other department heads attempted to ingratiate themselves with him. After all, apart from a few ministers, Ding Jun wielded the most power. However, Ding Jun remained reserved, his gaze unwavering, deliberately distancing himself from their overtures. His supernatural ability allowed him to discern the true intentions of others, and he was acutely aware of the ulterior motives that lay in their hearts. Ding Jun, please report on the recent developments in your work. Upon entering, Lin Feng's first mention was surprisingly of Ding Jun. A wave of anxiety washed over Ding Jun, but fortunately, his meticulous nature had prepared him for this moment. Reporting to the Lord, the Spiritual Energy Department currently boasts 85 first-tier awakened individuals, including 3 second-tier awakened, myself among them. The Security Department consists of 600 members, with 300 stationed in Shanjin Town and 50 in each of the other 6 towns to maintain order. Indeed, Ding Jun has ascended to the second tier, and his abilities now allow him to delve deeper into the hearts of others. What are the abilities of the other 2 awakened individuals? As time progresses, these extraordinary individuals will undoubtedly become an indispensable force under Lin Feng's command. One is named Zhang Nan, who has awakened the ability to control fire. The other is Wang Kai, who possesses magnetic powers. Lin Feng's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. Both of these abilities held considerable potential, and they could be elevated to the second tier immediately, with the prospect of advancing to the extraordinary in the future. Excellent. He would inform them after the meeting and take them along on military expeditions, expressing his admiration. By bringing promising talents close to him, he could enhance their rapport and allow them to witness his formidable prowess, preventing any foolish actions in the future, much like Lu Chang, who was currently following closely behind him. Your command. Ah, my lord, there is yet another matter I wish to report. After receiving Lin Feng's consent, Ding Jun continued, this morning, 3 individuals expressed their desire to join the Psychic Department. Although they have not awakened any extraordinary abilities, their strength and speed far exceed that of ordinary individuals, and they possess knowledge of ancient martial arts. I have arranged for someone to test their combat capabilities, and they have proven undefeated against physical-type ability users below the peak of the first tier. I dare not make a decision without your guidance, my lord. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Wang Hong's eyes. He was Ding Jun's immediate superior, and this matter had not been disclosed to him prior. Upon hearing Ding Jun's account, Lin Feng discerned that the 3 individuals were practitioners, specifically martial artists. He took his seat at the foremost position, having formulated a decisive plan in his mind. He promptly declared that the Department of Spiritual Energy would be divided into 2 branches, one for supernatural abilities and the other for martial cultivation. The 3 individuals you mentioned will be assigned to the martial cultivation branch. Furthermore, from the other 6 towns under our jurisdiction, each shall be dispatched 10 first-tier awakened individuals for safeguarding duties. You shall oversee the precise allocation of personnel, implementing a rotation system where a shift occurs every month. After Lin Feng finished the arrangements, Ding Jun reluctantly withdrew. His decision to bypass Wang Hong and report directly stemmed from a desire to ascend to the position of department head. After all, the scope of his responsibilities had grown significantly, with various branches under his command, which could easily warrant the establishment of an independent department. Attaining such a rank would elevate his status to that of a first-class citizen, consequently enhancing his privileges. Despite the risks of offending his superior Wang Hong, Ding Jun was determined to take the chance. However, he ultimately failed, as Lin Feng had no intention of allowing the Spiritual Energy Department and the Security Department to separate so soon. Thus, Ding Jun's prospects in the near future appeared grim. Following this, each department head approached to report on their progress. The first soldier, having returned swiftly using a teleportation scroll, announced, my lord, I led the army to successfully sweep through 6 towns, incurring negligible losses during our engagements with the undead. However, while encircling Zhao County, we encountered a goblin tribe of approximately 5,000. After an hour-long battle, we eliminated 500 goblins and captured 200, though 300 managed to flee into Zhao County. Our losses amounted to over 20 infantrymen, primarily due to the 2-tier goblin warriors and 3-tier goblin elites. Oh, so soon did you encounter them? Lin Feng expressed his surprise. In his previous life, it was said that this goblin tribe had caused significant trouble for the survivors of Zhao County. Had it not been for the intervention of the Dragon Kingdom's forces surrounding the county, the survivors there, aside from the monks of Putuat Temple, would likely have faced total annihilation at the hands of this goblin tribe. It seemed that this army had undergone a change in leadership. Now, the identity of its current commander remained uncertain. Bing E. Allocate 1/3 of your forces to continue expanding into the surrounding areas, but refrain from advancing towards H City for the time being. I do not wish to disrupt the internal power struggles of the Dragon Kingdom's army station between H City and Zhao County before they reach a resolution. Understood. Sir. You shall lead the newly formed troops to fortify the entire perimeter of Zhao County. It is now my private possession. After the war with the Fishmen, Lin Feng intensified the production of troops, amassing an additional 50,000 infantry, 10,000 dwarven musketeers, and 5,000 units from each of the 3 types of ground mage battalions, along with 2,000 mortar squads and 1,000 Dragonhawk riders. Had it not been for the necessity to conserve resources for the production of troops from the other 3 races, the number of Lin Feng's forces could have multiplied several times over, excluding the human farmers. His system forces are nearing the count of the surviving Blue Star humans under his command. It is noteworthy that all these troops are at least of the 2nd tier. His forces are indeed formidable. Subsequently, Lin Feng assigned the Archmage Mediv to lead the majority of the mage battalions towards Jianan County. Wang Hong stepped forward to report on the recent developments in Shanjin Town. My lord, this is the current situation regarding our 100,000 survivors. We are currently in dire need of highly skilled talents. There exists a technical college for electrical engineering in Jianan County, and if sufficient teachers from this institution have survived, perhaps in the near future, we can achieve full electricity supply for Shanjin Town. The issue of power supply has remained a persistent challenge in the post-apocalyptic era. The deity's intervention instantaneously obliterated all electronic devices. Although repairs are possible, the ever-changing rules have rendered the lifespan of repaired equipment exceedingly short, necessitating frequent maintenance. This requires a substantial amount of precise materials from before the apocalypse, as well as a plethora of professionals in related fields. In the last life, ordinary bases could only sustain the electricity needs of their upper echelons. For common folk, electricity was a luxury. I will soon take action to reclaim Jianan County. But the fate of those talents remains uncertain. Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly, we must establish schools to cultivate our own talents, allowing the existing skilled individuals to dedicate some time each day to teach the surviving children. Lin Feng merely proposed a vague direction, firmly believing that with Wang Hong's capabilities, he would discern the appropriate course of action. Ultimately, it was the astute Zhuge Mingji from the logistics department who spoke up. My lord, due to the substantial influx of supplies concentrated in Shanjin Town, our existing warehouses can no longer accommodate them. We require the construction of several large warehouses. After delivering his report, Zhuge Mingji posed a question to Lin Feng. Such matters can be deliberated among you. Is there anything else to discuss? Lin Feng was reluctant to involve himself in trivial matters. He entrusted Wang Hong and others precisely to resolve such issues. Wang Hong exchanged a glance with Zhuge Mingji, then stepped forward with solemnity and spoke. My lord, our influence and strength are flourishing. However, your residence still appears somewhat modest and cramped. At this point, Wang Hong discreetly glanced at Lin Feng, and upon noticing his composed demeanor, he continued. We respectfully request the demolition of all structures within a 500-meter radius of the Maple Leaf Pavilion Hotel. We propose to redevelop the area as your temporary residence. We humbly seek your approval. With that, Wang Hong and Zhuge Mingji both knelt in reverence. The other department heads followed suit, kneeling in agreement, internally commending Wang Hong. It is no wonder you have ascended to the position of minister. When it comes to flattery, you excel. One might wonder why ancients were so fond of treacherous advisors. Lin Feng merely needs to nod, thereby reaping all the benefits without incurring a notorious reputation for indulgence and extravagance. Lin Feng, with a grand gesture, expressed his unequivocal agreement. Lin Feng was on the verge of announcing the conclusion of the meeting when Chen Yao suddenly stood up and said, My lord, I have an earnest request to make. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. This was indeed the first time Chen Yao had raised a request in the meeting. What is it, master? Since our resources have become so abundant that they cannot be accommodated in the warehouses, why do we not distribute some to the common folk, particularly to the newly joined survivors, who often find themselves in dire need of sustenance? They are emaciated and famished. If we were to allocate the surplus resources to them, They would undoubtedly express their heartfelt gratitude towards you. Chen Yao's words caused Lin Feng's expression to darken. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense. Many gazed at Chen Yao in confusion, questioning how Minister Chen had suddenly acted so foolishly as to publicly challenge Lin Feng. Chen Yao hardly gets out of bed each day, let alone inspects the town. The fact that she could utter such words surely indicates that someone has been stirring her up. Lin Feng pondered briefly before arriving at a conjecture. Zhuge Mingji. He spoke coldly, declaring that the first task of the newly established Internal Affairs Investigation Department would be to probe into who had recently been approaching the enchanting Yao Yao. Feng Ge. Chen Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Yao, accompany me to Jiaonan County. We must depart immediately. Lin Feng interrupted Chen Yao's explanation with a frigid tone. The meeting is adjourned. Chen Yao's heart raced in panic. Feng Ge has not referred to me as Yao Yao this time. Since Lin Feng became intimate with her, he has always called her Yao Yao, granting her every wish and indulging her to the fullest. However, this time, even the way he addressed her has changed. She felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, afraid to utter another word. After the meeting, Lin Feng took Chen Yao, along with her twin sister and others like Wang Kai and Zhang Xiaochong, towards Jiaonan County. As they entered the county road of Jiaonan, several jeep vehicles crawled along at a slow pace. The apocalypse had descended for over 10 days. This road, which should have been bustling with traffic, was now desolate, littered with the wreckage of cars and sporadically roaming zombies. Zhang Xiaochong, seated in the front passenger seat, curiously asked Lin Feng why they didn't ride on a bear instead. I have my own plans, Lin Feng replied coolly, falling silent thereafter. Chen Yao sat beside Lin Feng in the back seat, resembling a remorseful little deer, leaning against him with a pitiful demeanor. In truth, Lin Feng had come to realize that his excessive protection and pampering of Chen Yao had rendered her like a canary, completely shielded from the harsh realities of the apocalypse, which explained her foolish remarks. Reflecting on how Chen Yao had diligently catered to him since the onset of the end times, Lin Feng found himself less angry with her. He pondered how best to guide this naive woman. On a stroke of luck, thoughts often materialized. Suddenly, at a junction, dozens of various vehicles completely blocked the intersection. Damn it, we're stuck again. Wang Kai, driving the lead jeep, cursed as he halted the vehicle. Not far from the military camp of Unit 1, abandoned cars frequently obstructed the road. These were the vehicles that had been on the road when the apocalypse began. Due to sudden electronic failures, drivers turning into zombies, or simply being left behind, they had become trashy barricades. Some cars still contain zombies, banging against the windows, unable to escape. Each time the Lin Feng convoy encounters such a situation, it requires Lu Chang and others to push the vehicles obstructing the lane one by one, allowing the cars to proceed forward. Consequently, the convoy's speed is particularly sluggish. Fortunately, several of them are awakened, possessing physical abilities far superior to those of ordinary individuals. Otherwise, they would be utterly incapable of moving those vehicles. Let us get to work. We must not keep our lord waiting. As the vehicles came to a halt, Wang Kai and the others had just disembarked and were preparing to clear the obstructing cars. Suddenly, over 30 armed men surged forth from both sides of the county road, encircling Lin Feng's convoy. Each of these men was clad in headscarves, their faces bearing a menacing countenance that exuded an air of ferocity. Upon witnessing these fearsome individuals brandishing firearms and surrounding her convoy, Chen Yao clutched Lin Feng's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with terror. Lin Feng observed Chen Yao's reaction and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The opportunity to mold Chen Yao had arrived. He halted Wang Kai and the others' intentions to take action. Hold on, let their leader come to see me. After a moment's consideration, he added, never mind, I shall go down to meet him myself. Lin Feng intends to offer Chen Yao an authentic day tour of the apocalypse, allowing her to experience the true essence of the end times. However, if the opposing leader were to come and meet him, his plans would be utterly thwarted. Lin Feng alighted from the vehicle, accompanied by Chen Yao and her twin sisters. The phrase femme fatale aptly captures the essence of beauty in a post-apocalyptic world. As these enchanting young women stepped out, the armed robbers were instantly captivated, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. What stunning beauties! They exclaimed. Look at those waists, those legs. Truly impressive. And those two appear to be twins. What a delight! Lin Feng cast a cold glance at the group, commanding them to be taught a lesson. He intended to masquerade as an ordinary individual, allowing Chen Yao to experience the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world. However, this did not imply that these buffoons could toy with his woman. Instilling fear in them would serve his purpose just as well. Upon hearing Lin Feng's command, Zhang Nin effortlessly summoned several fireballs, directing them towards the most brazen bandits. In an instant, the fireballs erupted upon contact with them. In that moment, flames engulfed their bodies. Ah, help! They abandoned their firearms, shrieking in agony as they burned. The remaining bandits, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, were seized by panic yet remained ferocious, brandishing their guns and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. However, as the bullets soared through the air, they were inexplicably halted by an unseen force. Subsequently, they reversed course at an even greater speed. Wang Kai had made his move. His magnetic abilities rendered the feeble bullets utterly trivial to deal with. Just as it seemed the bandits were on the brink of annihilation, a wall of water surged from the ground, halting the bullets mid-flight. Once the water wall had intercepted the projectiles, it transformed into droplets, cascading down upon the burning bandits. With a splash, the flames enveloping the bandits were swiftly extinguished. Yet, several of them emerged charred and blackened, clearly suffering severe injuries. Observing that the fire had been quelled, Zhang Nin summoned fireballs once more, preparing to launch another assault. A burly bandit, with a muscular frame, hastily shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. Brothers, please, have mercy. This is all a misunderstanding." Lin Feng smiled gently and waved his hand. Wang Kai and Zhang Nin then retracted their abilities. The fireballs that swirled around Zhang Nin lined up one by one and flew into his mouth. What a remarkable technique. The bandit clapped his hands, showering Zhang Nin with praise. He wore a broad smile, as if he had not just clashed with Lin Feng and the others. "I am Hua Qinghu, a man who cherishes friendship above all else. The previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. I implore my brothers to not take it to heart." Hua Qinghu presented himself as a figure of gallantry, seemingly unfazed by the earlier conflict, eager to forge camaraderie with Lin Feng and his companions. This aligned perfectly with Lin Feng's intentions. Hua Qinghu appeared to be a novice water ability user at the early second tier, if the confrontation continued. Lin Feng feared he might not withstand a few blows and could meet a dire fate. That would thwart Lin Feng's plan to mentor Qinyao. "I am Lin Feng, and these are my brothers. Since brother who has deemed it a misunderstanding, we shall take our leave." Lin Feng, employing a strategy of feigned disinterest, refrained from directly expressing his desire to visit Hua Qinghu's base, fearing that such candor might arouse suspicion. Indeed, Hua Qinghu promptly urged him to stay. "Ah, brother Lin Feng, our meeting is serendipitous. The night is swiftly approaching, and continuing on the road could be perilous. If you regard me favorably, why not join me for a hearty meal and a drink?" Since childhood, Hua Qinghu had admired the heroes of Liangshan. In the pre-apocalyptic world, he often gathered friends to drink and revel, indulging in the camaraderie of the streets. After the world fell into chaos, he awakened his water-based abilities and, alongside his surviving comrades, established the hero gang, engaging in rampant plunder and forcibly recruiting capable survivors. To this day, he has indeed managed to cultivate the hero gang into a formidable entity. Lin Feng displayed a carefree demeanor, laughing heartily. "Of course, no problem. However, my brother has quite an appetite. If you do not host us well, I might just throw a tantrum." With a chuckle, Hua Qinghu and his men boarded their vehicle, leading the way. Once inside, a subordinate leaned closer and asked, "Boss, they have harmed our brothers. Are we truly going to let it go?" At that moment, Hua Qinghu's smile vanished, replaced by a shadow of seriousness. "Open your eyes wide and observe. Excluding Lin Feng, they have more than 5 formidable opponents, and 2 of them are second-tier experts like myself. What do you intend to confront them with?" He gazed through the car window, watching as Lin Feng's men cleared the obstructing vehicles. Wang Kai and the others effortlessly pushed or lifted the cars aside. What strength do ordinary people possess? In this apocalyptic world, survival demands keen awareness. The subordinate, unwilling to relent, inquired, "So, are we truly not seeking revenge?" Hua Qinghu chuckled, regaining his boisterous spirit. "Once they step onto our territory, if they are willing to join us, they become our own. Do not dwell on the details. I will provide compensation. If they remain uncooperative, I have my ways to deal with them. When the time comes, those alluring women will be enjoyed by me and the second-in-command, then released for everyone to savor." Upon hearing this, the subordinate imagined the ethereal Qinyao and others, his face twisting into a lewd grin, feeling as if his own wounds had dulled in pain. After clearing the abandoned vehicles, the convoy slowly made its way to Hua Qinghu's base. As they approached, The desolate scenery outside the windows grew increasingly stark. Corpses littered the ground, homes emitted thick black smoke, and bodies dangled from utility poles. Even larger trees bore the weight of the deceased. Some corpses had begun to decay, while others were freshly hung, still oozing crimson blood. If the land was a desolate wasteland following the apocalypse, this place resembled a hell on earth. Chen Yao's face was etched with terror. She had glimpsed such horrors only on the first day of the apocalypse, thereafter shielded by Lin Feng. She had never ventured beyond Shanjin town, rarely stepping outside the Maple Leaf Pavilion. Before the apocalypse, Chen Yao came from modest means, a struggling university student. However, in this new world, she had transformed into the esteemed Minister Chen, the favored woman of leader Lin Feng, living in luxury without a care. Perhaps for her, the apocalypse, despite the absence of the internet, had surprisingly improved her living conditions compared to the pre-apocalyptic era. Brother Feng, why are they doing this? Chen Yao asked, gazing out the window at a house. Several bandits, clad in headscarves, hurled torches into the courtyard of the dwelling. Suddenly, the gasoline-soaked home was engulfed in flames. A man, engulfed in flames, desperately attempts to break free from the confines of the yard, only to be thwarted by the robust figures wielding long poles who force him back. Outside the yard, a woman is being dragged by the assailants. She struggles fiercely, yet her efforts prove futile. She can only continuously cry out towards the interior of the yard, for perhaps the burning man is someone of great significance to her. Lin Feng did not provide an explanation. He merely murmured, "This is indeed his damn apocalypse." In truth, Lin Feng was acutely aware that the man in the courtyard was beyond salvation. With the venom of decay infiltrating his brain, he was destined to transform, whether consumed by flames or not. Yet, he refrained from elucidating this to Chen Yao. At times, the journey of growth is a solitary revelation, impervious to the interference of others. The vehicle came to a halt on the outskirts of a street. Evidently, this area had once been a suburban sprawl before the end of days. Not far beyond the street, a patch of farmland lay, where a group of children, scarcely into their teens, were foraging for wild vegetables. They appeared gaunt and emaciated, their inexperience in foraging leaving them as muddy as little monkeys. Lin Feng alighted from the vehicle and cast a glance at the street, which was teeming with armed robbers. From the shadows of concealed windows, glimmers of light reflected in the waning sunlight, indicating the presence of snipers. Sniper rifles. It is no wonder that Hua Qinghu, fully aware of his own formidable strength, still dared to bring him to his stronghold. So this is what he had in his arsenal. Humph. Lin Feng scoffed inwardly. Is this truly the trump card of Hua Qinghu? Ridiculous. Hua Qinghu was well aware that ordinary firearms posed little threat to those above the first tier. However, a sniper rifle was an entirely different matter. Anyone below the third tier struck in a vital area would undoubtedly meet their demise. He did not believe there was anyone capable of surpassing the third tier at present. Brother Xian, come, let us indulge in wine and meat. Hua Qinghu enthusiastically led Lin Feng and the others to the most opulent house on the street. Darling, you're back. Two stunning young women, clad in form-fitting kipeos and adorned with smiles, advanced from either side to embrace Hua Qinghu's arms. Hua Qinghu chuckled heartily, reciprocating their embrace, and brazenly began to caress them in front of the gathered company. The expressions of the two women shifted slightly, yet they dared not reveal their discomfort. Forcing smiles upon their faces, Zhang Feng, have you prepared the food and drink for our guests? Hua Qinghu inquired of the attractive woman to his left. Zhang Feng suppressed her unease, her smile nearly frozen. Darling, it is all ready. Please, enjoy your meal. Suddenly, the woman on the right, feeling the painful squeeze on her voluptuous form, could not contain a gasp of pain. Hua Qinghu's expression darkened as he swiftly struck her across the face. Do you wish to visit the henhouse? Upon hearing this, the woman, instead of retaliating, knelt down and bowed her head in apology, tears welling in her eyes. Brother Hu, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. She wept silently, unable to voice her cries or wipe her tears away. Chen Yao, unable to bear the scene, attempted to assist the woman to her feet. To her surprise, the woman shoved Chen Yao away, nearly causing her to stumble. Ignoring everything, she continued to plead for mercy. Hua Qinghu observed Lin Feng and remarked with a grin, Brother Xian, your strength is formidable, yet your skills in training women seem lacking. Lin Feng chuckled softly, non-committal in his response. Chen Yao's face flushed with indignation, yet she refrained from expressing her anger, mindful that she was in someone else's territory. Having never witnessed Lin Feng in action, Her understanding of his capabilities remained vague. In an effort to maintain the jovial atmosphere, Hua Chenghu addressed the kneeling woman, saying, "Enough. Our guests should not be subjected to such sights. Let it be this time. You may leave." The woman, visibly relieved, exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Hu." Before hastily exiting the scene, Hua Chenghu laughed heartily, calling out, "Bring out the dishes. We mustn't let my brothers go hungry." At that moment, a bevy of graceful and alluring women entered, bearing fragrant dishes that they placed upon the table: stir-fried snails, sautéed chicken, steamed cured pork, and a bowl of wild greens whose variety was unknown. Although the fare paled in comparison to the lavish meals Chun Yao was accustomed to, it was steaming hot and enticingly aromatic. Having learned earlier that Lin Feng and Wang Yitian had ventured out, Qin Yao had been too upset to eat. Now, feeling her hunger pangs, she was ready to sit down for a meal. However, Zhang Feng approached her and whispered, "Miss, there isn't enough space here. Let us dine outside." Qin Yao glanced at the large table, which could easily accommodate over a dozen people, perplexed by the claim of insufficient seating. Yet, acquiescing to the host's wishes, she followed Zhang Feng outside with her twin sisters to another table. To her surprise, the woman who had been struck by Hua Chenghu was also seated there, sporting a handprint on her cheek and red-rimmed eyes. Observing the composed demeanor of Wang Feng and another woman, Qin Yao sensed they were only slightly older than herself. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "I am Qin Yao. What is your name? What is the purpose of the chicken coop?" Upon hearing the term chicken coop, both Zhang Feng and the other woman visibly paled. As if recalling some dreadful memory, Lilan, the woman, replied coldly, offering no further words. The atmosphere grew tense. A group of children peeked curiously from outside the yard, and a sturdy man emerged, soon returning with a large bucket of wild greens for the kitchen. At last, a large basin was placed on the table before Chen Yao and her companions, containing a thin porridge of wild greens. Chen Yao and her twins exchanged glances. Dismayed at the meager offering, she found herself unable to lift her chopsticks. Li Lan and Zhang Feng, however, swiftly filled their bowls and drank heartily, as though savoring a delicacy. Seeing this, the twins hesitantly followed suit, but upon tasting it, they promptly spat it out. Bitter, astringent, and oddly unpalatable. How can anyone eat this? Is this fit for human consumption? Chen Yao grimaced, echoing their disdain. Witnessing their reactions, she too filled a bowl, sampled a spoonful, and immediately discarded it, her expression hardening as she poured the entirety of the wild greens porridge onto the ground. Why were we not allowed to eat inside? Is this the kind of swill you serve to your guests? Li Lan and the others remained silent, merely bowing their heads to consume their food voraciously. Before Qin Yao could further express her indignation, several children, who had been peering in cautiously from outside, timidly entered the room. They crouched down, eagerly gathering the wild vegetables to eat and scooping the thin porridge into their mouths with abandon. Qin Yao and the others were utterly unprepared to intervene. After finishing their meal, they gazed longingly at Qin Yao and her companions. The intensity of their stare caused Qin Yao's heart to ache, and her eyes began to well up with tears. She was reminded of her childhood meals in the countryside, where the family dog would patiently wait for food to be tossed to the ground. When it was not fed, it would watch with longing, silent and uncomplaining. Qin Yao looked at the children with compassion. "How can you eat food from the ground? It's so dirty." The youngest child, with a bright and innocent voice, replied, "Sister, we are so hungry. We haven't eaten anything for an entire day. Sister, we fear not the dirt, but the hunger." Observing the child's mud-streaked hands, red from the cold, Qin Yao vaguely recalled that this child was among those who had been foraging for wild vegetables outside. "Weren't you just digging for wild vegetables? Where are they?" she inquired. The child responded, "Sister, the wild vegetables must be turned in to Brother Hu, or he will catch us and feed us to the zombies." The child spoke with such sincerity. At this revelation, Qin Yao could no longer contain her fury. Everything about this base shattered her moral compass. She shouted at Li Lan and the others, "Do you have no conscience? Even such small children are being exploited." Whether they were sated or simply cowed by Qin Yao's reprimands, Li Lan and her companion finally paused, ceasing their eating. Their expressions twisted, seemingly enduring some inner turmoil. Especially Li Lan, whose eyes had begun to redden. Yet, Qin Yao pressed on, continuing to admonish them, "You are utterly ruthless. You are like snakes and scorpions." In response, the previously silent child suddenly struck Qin Yao's arm. "Bad woman, you must not insult my mother." Qin Yao stared in disbelief at the little boy, who stood with arms outstretched, shielding Li Lan. His neck arched defiantly as he glared at Chun Yao with fury, despite his small stature. He embodied the spirit of a hero, standing guard over his mother. Witnessing her 8-year-old son protect her ignited a flood of tears from Lin. As if a dam had burst, she crouched down, embracing the boy, rubbing her forehead against his face while repeatedly murmuring, "Hao, I'm so sorry." Hao attempted to wipe away her tears, yet they flowed ceaselessly, prompting him to weep as well. Woo. Mother, please don't cry. Hao is very obedient. Today, I dug many wild vegetables with my brother. Brother who won't hit Hao today. Woo. Hao will never eat dirty things again. Mother, do not weep any longer. The mother and child clung to one another, engulfed in tears. Chun Yao, along with the twins, stifled their cries, their eyes reddened. Zhang Feng glanced around, noticing that the guards had left for their meal. With a choked voice, she addressed Chun Yao. "Miss, we merely wish to survive. It is evident that the man you are with treats you well and protects you. You can continue to live as you did before the apocalypse, indulging in luxuries and throwing tantrums. However, our reality is starkly different. We subsist on a meager bowl of wild vegetable porridge daily. If Brother Hu or those men become displeased, we risk being sent to the chicken coop." As she uttered these words, her voice dropped, and she cast a wary glance towards the house where Lin Feng and the others were dining. "Where's this chicken coop? What exactly is it?" Chun Yao pressed for answers. Fear flickered across Zhang Feng's face as she replied, trembling, "Miss, trust me, you do not wish to witness it. Then why do you not flee?" Shuang interjected, her lively spirit contrasting with her sister Lily's demeanor. She noticed that at mealtime, the guards had left, and if they acted swiftly, they might still escape. Flee? Zhang Feng realized that these individuals seemed to inhabit an entirely different world. Outside, zombies roamed freely. Where could they possibly run to? This revelation made Shuang lower her head in shame. Like Chun Yao, she had scarcely endured the tribulations of the apocalypse. Having been well protected by Lin Feng in Shanjin town, they had nearly forgotten how lethal zombies could be for ordinary people. Moreover, apart from this street, all the nearby houses had been torched by those men. Zhang Feng sighed. "You surely do not find this pig feed appealing. Let the children have it." She distributed the bowl of wild vegetable porridge to the eagerly awaiting children. Chun Yao watched in heartache as the children devoured the unpalatable porridge. Her heart was heavy with emotion. Which of these children, before the apocalypse, was not a cherished treasure to their parents? Before the end of the world, they would not even consider eating such unappetizing vegetable porridge. They would need to be coaxed even to eat chicken legs. Yet now, Chun Yao struggled to comprehend why, in the same world of human survivors, those at Lin Feng's base, despite their hardships, could still fill their stomachs through labor. At Lin Feng's base, while the notion of ladies first had faded, equality was upheld. Some brave female survivors, willing to venture to the front lines to transport supplies, could even earn themselves a few stylish down jackets in exchange for cosmetics. Lin Feng is even preparing to establish a school for the children at the base. Although Lin Feng's rule is authoritarian, the order within the base remains commendable, and everything is progressing positively. In stark contrast, however, here, the notion of gender equality is but a distant dream. Judging by the meager rations provided to the women and children, it is evident that Hua Qinghu does not regard them as human beings. Instances of verbal and physical abuse are commonplace. To prevent the survivors of the base from fleeing, he has gone so far as to incinerate all the surrounding houses. Chun Yao felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Is this truly the most authentic depiction of the apocalypse? Before long, the children had devoured the kanji, leaving their bowls and plates impeccably clean. At this moment, Lin appeared somewhat steadied, softly expressing, "Though he lacks humanity, being with him allows me to save a bit of food for Hao each day. We all dread being sent to the chicken coop. Once there, we would be utterly worn out within days. If I were to perish, what would become of Hao?" Tears streamed down her face as she cradled Hao's head. "Mom, don't be afraid. Hao will eat well and grow up quickly. Hao will protect you." The child comforted Lin with innocence and sincerity. Chun Yao, witnessing this pair of unfortunate mother and son, felt her heart ache. She reached into her pocket, retrieving a few pieces of chocolate, and handed them to Hao. "Hao, you truly are a little hero. This is a reward for your bravery in protecting your mother." Hao's eyes lit up at the sight of the chocolate, yet he glanced at Lin first. Only after receiving her approval did he take the treat from Chun Yao. With utmost seriousness, he said, "Thank you, fairy sister. You are a good person. My mother is also a good person. She is the best mother in the world. Please do not scold her anymore. If she has erred, I will help her correct it. Chen Yao was amused by his little adult demeanor and reached out to pat his head, prepared to shower him with praise. Just then, Hua Qinghu's boisterous voice rang out once more. Ha! Brother Lin Feng, I never imagined you would also take an interest in the chicken coop. Truly, we are kindred spirits. Come, let me show you my masterpiece. Hua Qinghu pulled Lin Feng out of the room, the two seemingly intoxicated, sharing brotherly camaraderie and appearing quite close. As they passed by Chen Yao and the others, Hua Qinghu shot a glare at Hao Hao, barking, "You little brat, I warned you, if you come seeking this again, I will break one of your legs. Do you treat my words as mere wind?" Hao Hao and the other children, frightened, scattered in all directions. Huagu, let us go. Take the little brother to see the chicken coop you boasted about. The little brother can hardly wait. Lin Feng, appearing genuinely inebriated, pulled Hua Qinghu along. Ha ha, all right. Let us go. Hua Qinghu responded with a hearty laugh. As the group departed, Lilan expressed her concerns. It seems your men are about to join the fray. With your beauty, it's hard to guarantee that Hua Qinghu won't covet you. Zhang Feng, with a furrowed brow, expressed her concerns. On the surface, Hua Qinghu appears to be a man of loyalty, yet in reality, he is the most treacherous of all. Those firearms he possesses are akin to brothers, brought to him from the inspection bureau, only to be met with his treacherous demise. After he grew weary of his brother's wife, he cast her aside like refuse into a henhouse. Now, she is likely their conversation caused Chen Yao's heart to race, although she was aware of Lin Feng's formidable influence. This time he had come with but a handful of companions. The thought of being deceived by Hua Qinghu sent shivers down her spine, and the potential consequences were indeed dire. Thus, she hurriedly set off in pursuit, accompanied by Lily and Shuang Shuang. As Chen Yao caught up with Lin Feng and the others, she found him pausing to observe a dilapidated tin factory before them. Following the direction of his gaze, she was immediately taken aback by the scene that unfolded before her. The factory before Lin Feng and his companions spanned approximately 200 square meters, its floor covered with a layer of dried straw. Inside, around 20 women occupied the space, most lying upon the straw while a few sat against the walls. Their attire was disheveled, hair unkempt, and their gazes vacant, filled with despair. An unpleasant odor permeated the air, wafting outward. At that moment, two bandits, having finished their meal, engaged in post-dinner activities within one corner of the factory, without any form of concealment, right beneath the watchful eyes of the other women. The sight rendered the women numb, devoid of vitality, as if they had surrendered all hope in the world. The scene sparked an intense wave of discomfort in Chen Yao, compelling her to turn and vomit. In the distance, a few bandits approached, their faces adorned with lewd grins, discussing how they would proceed. It was evident that this was a designated venue for the after-dinner activities of Hua Qinghu's subordinates. Two reckless bandits, noticing Chen Yao and her companions, brightened with excitement and exclaimed to Hua Qinghu, "Brother Hu, we haven't seen these girls before. Are they new? How generous of you to bring such exquisite beauties here for everyone to share." As they spoke, they reached out to grab the twin sisters. Observing this, Hua Qinghu's eyes narrowed slightly, refraining from intervening as he sought to test Lin Feng. "Kill them," Lin Feng replied coolly. Immediately, he handed Chen Yao a tissue. Zhang Nan summoned two large fireballs, hurling them towards Hua Qinghu's two underlings. "What?" Hua Qinghu was taken aback. The Lin Feng who had just been brotherly with him had suddenly turned decisively lethal. Regret welled within him. He should have delayed his test of Lin Feng's resolve. "Stop," he shouted, conjuring a wall of water to shield his underlings. The fireballs were thwarted, but the next moment, a sickening sound echoed as the two scoundrels, who had attempted to seize the twin sisters, clutched their throats, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. They gazed down in disbelief to find metal pipes embedded in their throats. With a thud, they fell to the ground, unwilling to accept their fate. It was Zhang Nan's magnetic powers at work. "Lin Feng, you dare." Hua Qinghu roared in fury. Lin Feng had shown him a blatant lack of respect for mere women. How could he dare to kill his brothers before him? "If you cannot provide me with an explanation, you shall surely meet your end tonight." Despite his reluctance to lose a talented individual, if Lin Feng refused to heed him, he would have no choice but to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. The Lin Feng who had once been so affable now ignored him entirely. "Yao Yao, are you all right?" Lin Feng gently spoke to Chen Yao. Noting that today's training session appeared quite successful, albeit somewhat intense, and he feared that she might not be able to endure it. "I'm fine, Feng Ge. There is something important I need to discuss with you," Chen Yao said, wiping her mouth with a tissue. Ignoring her discomfort, she cautiously glanced at Hua Qinghu and warned, "Feng Ge, This watching who is not a good person. You must be wary of him. With a calm smile, Lin Feng replied, as long as you are well. What does he amount to? Why should I be cautious of him? Chen Yao seemed to have made considerable progress, even expressing concern and offering a warning. With his objective achieved, Lin Feng chose to drop the pretense. What did you just say? Hua Qinghu exclaimed, incredulous. Lin Feng exhibited no intention of providing any explanation. Instead, he ruthlessly disparaged him. Did he truly possess no fear of death? The underlings surrounding Hua Qinghu brandished their weapons and encircled Lin Feng. Eliminate them all. Lin Feng spoke with a nonchalant tone. Lu Chang vanished from sight in an instant. Around Zhongnan, dozens of fiery orbs emerged, scattering in all directions. Anything touched by these fireballs ignited like dry grass, flaring up into a raging inferno. The sound of gunfire erupted like firecrackers, bullets raining down from all sides. Yet, it was utterly futile. Wang Kai had long established a magnetic field around the crowd as the bullets approached. They froze midair as if time itself had come to a standstill. Following the divine alteration of the world's rules, firearms became increasingly irrelevant with the rise of awakened beings. Otherwise, Hua Qinghu would not have exerted such effort to win Lin Feng over. Suddenly, a burly man wielding an AK-47 felt a sharp object slice through his carotid artery. Blood gushed forth, spraying 3 meters into the air. The man collapsed helplessly. Behind him, Lu Chang's figure materialized slowly. Another stout man, upon witnessing Lu Chang's emergence, unleashed a barrage of gunfire. However, the space where Lu Chang stood distorted slightly, and he vanished once more. The man's bullets inadvertently struck his own comrade. Damn it. Are you blind? You shot my leg. Ah, you fool, do you wish to die, firing at me? Chaos reigned at the scene as Hua Qinghu manipulated a wall of water to extinguish the flames. However, it was evident that Zhongnan's level of ability surpassed his own. His water wall managed to rescue less than half of those caught in Zhongnan's fireballs. Even his own safety was in jeopardy. 5 fireballs converged in a line towards him, and he barely managed to raise a water wall. This barrier only succeeded in blocking 3 fireballs. Boom. The remaining 2 fireballs detonated upon impact, launching him into the air before he crashed to the ground. Had it not been for his second-tier physical constitution, he might have been severely incapacitated by that blow. Lin Feng, are you truly willing to engage in a fight where we both perish? Watching who sought to buy time. He noticed a sniper had already set up a rifle on a distant balcony, merely waiting to take aim. Perish together? You think you're worthy? Lin Feng retorted with a hint of derision. He paid little attention to the battlefield. 3 second-tier awakened beings could easily dispatch these minor adversaries. In the dilapidated factory, nay, a henhouse, a familiar silhouette seemed to emerge amidst the chaos. Bullets flew haphazardly, and water and fire danced wildly. Lin Feng's visibility was compromised, rendering him uncertain. Bang! A colossal sniper bullet pierced through the sound barrier, hurtling towards Lin Feng. The sniper had fired. However, Lin Feng merely extended his 2 fingers forward, and the swiftly advancing bullet abruptly ceased its trajectory, halting between his fingers. Hua Qinghu's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? Pinching a bullet between his fingers? A sniper's bullet, no less? Is this a scene from a film? Does it really require such exaggeration? Lin Feng flicked his fingers, and the bullet sped back with an accelerated velocity. A soft thud echoed as a gaping wound appeared on the forehead of the sniper, who then plummeted from the upper floor. Within mere minutes of the skirmish, the underlings of Hua Qinghu lay scattered, their numbers dwindling significantly. Those who remained, demoralized, cast down their weapons and knelt in surrender. After such a prolonged confrontation, they had not even managed to graze the hems of Lin Feng and his companions. What was the point of continuing? Observing the dire situation from a distance, the remaining subordinates fled the scene, not daring to look back. Inside the factory, 2 robbers, engrossed in their labor, had just emerged from their hiding place when Zhongnan's control over the bullets swiftly ended their lives. In just a matter of moments, everything had settled into an eerie silence. Is this your trump card? Lin Feng queried disdainfully. Watching whose eyes widened in realization, he understood that he had encountered insurmountable obstacles. With a sudden crash, he fell to his knees and pleaded, Brother Lin Feng, I was wrong. It was all my brother's fault. I should never have attempted to rob your convoy, nor should I have allowed my subordinates to harass your sister-in-law. If you spare me, all these women, the provisions in the warehouse, and everything here will belong to you. Lin Feng crouched down, leaning closer to him. Fool. If I kill you, all of this will belong to me. Watching who wept bitterly, kneeling before Lin Feng, incessantly begging for mercy. Just moments ago, he was the leader of a survivor base, wielding the power of life and death over the several hundred survivors under his command, living a life akin to that of a local tyrant. Yet now, he was merely a defeated foe of Lin Feng, a pitiable wretch who only yearned to survive. Lin Feng, my brother. No, Lin Feng, my father. I beg you, do not take my life. I can serve you like a dog. I am a second-tier awakened, and I still possess value. Lin Feng gazed at him with a faint smile. As a reward for your earlier hospitality towards me, you have 30 seconds to persuade me to spare your life. Yao Yao commenced the countdown. Hua Qinghu, engulfed in despair, could not fathom what words could possibly convince Lin Feng to grant him mercy. Chen Yao coldly initiated the countdown. The sights and experiences within this base had instilled in her an intense loathing for this heartless scoundrel. She wished for nothing more than his immediate demise. 28. 27. I know of a place where there is an abundance of gold and jewels. Hua Qinghu exclaimed desperately. This was a mere act of a drowning man clutching at straws. Although Lin Feng had a need for such treasures, he had already intended to conduct a thorough search, rendering this information of little value. 16. 15. Hua Qinghu's forehead glistened with sweat, tears of desperation welling in his eyes. What else? Is there anything else of worth? 8. 7. Hua Qinghu's complexion began to pale, his lips quivering. He seemed to have resigned himself to his inevitable fate. 3. 2. Lin Feng had already signaled Wang Kai to take action, as he wished to keep his hands clean. Wait, I have information regarding the corpse king of Jiaonan County. At the last moment, Hua Qinghu shouted with all his might. Oh? Lin Feng was intrigued. This chapter has entered the dark room multiple times and has undergone several revisions. At the last moment, Hua Qinghu finally moved Lin Feng with the news of the corpse king from Jiaonan County. His back was entirely drenched in sweat. A foul odor emanated from between his legs. Lin Feng Rao expressed his curiosity, exclaiming, has Jiaonan County actually evolved to the point of producing a zombie king? Speak of what you know. Perhaps I shall spare your life. It is said that a zombie must reach the third stage of evolution to regain a fragment of its memories from before its transformation, thus acquiring a semblance of intelligence. And this entity is referred to as the Zombie King. Although the Zombie King retains human memories, it is no longer human. Its essence is steeped in brutality and a thirst for blood. Like ordinary zombies, the flesh and blood of humans possess an irresistible allure for them. The Zombie King has the ability to command regular zombies and possesses a degree of intelligence. If a city were to awaken a Zombie King, the survival of its inhabitants would be rendered nearly impossible. It is no wonder that in the previous life, the survivors who escaped Jiaonan County were few and far between. With hundreds of thousands of zombies in Jiaonan County, if the Zombie King were to conceal itself and command the horde against Lin Feng, it would undoubtedly pose significant trouble for him. The distinction between zombies guided by a leader and those left to wander aimlessly is a concept of profound difference. Hua Qinghu, worthy of his position as the leader of the base, despite being thoroughly terrified, still mustered the courage to negotiate terms with Lin Feng. You must first agree to my conditions. Once I have spoken, you shall not kill me. No. You and your subordinates must not take my life. Otherwise, even if you were to slay me, I shall remain silent. Lin Feng's face bore a menacing smile. You must understand, you have no leverage left to negotiate with me. Do you comprehend? If you refuse my terms, whether I speak or remain silent, it leads to inevitable demise. It would be better to succumb to death right now. Hua Qinghu persisted stubbornly. Should you acquiesce to my demands, I shall reveal to you the location of the treasures I previously mentioned. Very well, very well, very well. I concede to your request. And upon your completion of the tale, I shall spare your life. Lin Feng appeared to relent, smiling as he spoke. My subordinates, my woman, shall not meet their end at your hands. This should suffice, yes? Hua Qinghu exhaled in relief, finally prepared to divulge the information regarding the corpse king. During my attempts to expand influence within the county, I encountered an extraordinarily powerful zombie. Its strength is astonishing, impervious to blades and bullets. The most terrifying aspect is its ability to command other zombies. We were utterly outmatched and could only flee in a panic. As he recounted this, a look of dread crossed his face. I had a dear brother who perished during our retreat. Before the apocalypse, he served as the captain of the inspection team, having risen to the second tier. Had he been present, I doubt I would have so easily succumbed to you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao scoffed derisively. A dear brother? More like a brother to betray. You scoundrel. Once your good brother met his end, you seized his wife, and when you grew weary of her, you discarded her here. Chen Yao gestured towards the chicken coop, from which the women were slowly emerging. You truly deserve to die. Chun Yao's indignation intensified, wishing fervently to end his life at that very moment. Watching Hu's expression revealed a hint of embarrassment as he retorted, Lin Feng has promised not to kill me. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Yes, please continue. Where's the location of the Corpse King? The Corpse King resides in a neighborhood approximately 20 kilometers to the east, known as by Gui Yuan Chengnan Shoufu. When we encountered the Corpse King, it had already reached the 3rd tier. It may have progressed to the 4th tier by now. Adjacent to the neighborhood is a bank, the largest gold and silver reserve center in Jiaonan County. By the way, the Corpse King was likely a spirited young man before the apocalypse. With his distinctive yellow hair, he is easily recognizable. Watching Hu, having divulged all that he knew, concluded, I have shared everything I know. Can we leave now? Suddenly, 4 iron rods flew from a distance, piercing Hua Chenghu's limbs and pinning him to the ground. His body turned upside down. Ah! Hua Chenghu cried out in extreme agony, his voice filled with rage. Lin Feng, you are untrustworthy. You scoundrel. An iron wire shot forth, sealing his mouth shut. MMM. Lin Feng smiled as he declared, I, Lin Feng, am a man of my word. If I say I will not kill you, then I shall not. However, I can only control my subordinates and my women. What happens to others is beyond my jurisdiction. Would you not agree, Wang Qianqian? The women from the hen house had all emerged, dressed and glaring at the pinned-down Hua Chenghu with a loathing that suggested they would relish the opportunity to consume his flesh and drink his blood. Among the crowd stood a plump woman who had been keeping her head down. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, she trembled and reluctantly lifted her gaze to respond. Brother Feng, you speak the truth. This was the very same chubby girl who had mocked Lin Feng on the eve of the apocalypse when he was dismissed. Now, Wang Qianqian was devoid of her previous acerbic wit. Her eyes were dim, her hair disheveled, and she had lost considerable weight, her face marred with bruises. It was unclear who had been so indiscriminate in their appetites, perhaps driven by sheer hunger. Wang Qianqian's pitiful appearance extinguished any thoughts Lin Feng had of punishing her further, and he inquired curiously, weren't you in H-City? What brings you here? On the morning of the apocalypse, our company organized a collective research trip to Xiaonan County for a new project. Wang Qianqian replied, her expression dazed. Perhaps due to her salvation, a flicker of light had returned to her eyes. But we could not return. Zhou Qian and the others have all turned into zombies. And only Hu Shaoan and I remain unscathed. We fled here, only to be captured by this beast. Hu Shaoan, unable to endure the torment in the hen house, has already taken her own life. Lin Feng felt a sense of lamentation. On the eve of the apocalypse, he was dismissed by He Shaoling, and those individuals mocked him mercilessly. Yet now, only Wang Qianqian has survived, enduring untold suffering in the process. Lin Feng found himself torn between reveling in the misfortune of others and lamenting the brutal reality faced by ordinary individuals in this apocalyptic world. What are you still waiting for? This beast has already succumbed to my control. If vengeance is not sought now, then when? Lin Feng held a deep disdain for the actions of Hua Chenghu. In a world ravaged by calamity, one need not aspire to be virtuous, nor even to be a paragon of goodness. However, certain fundamental principles and boundaries must still be upheld. The women, tormented within their makeshift haven, could no longer restrain themselves. They surged forth, unleashing a flurry of fists and kicks upon Hua Chenghu, their teeth bared in fury. Despite possessing the physical prowess of a second-tier warrior, Hua Chenghu found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of these ordinary individuals. He was not in immediate danger of death, yet his cries of agony echoed through the air. Survivors in the streets, upon hearing of Hua Chenghu's defeat and subsequent subjugation by Lin Feng, flocked to the scene, eager to join in the quest for retribution. Even the children led by Hao Hao hurled stones at Hua Chenghu with youthful exuberance. Observing the battered and breathless Hua Chenghu, Chen Yao felt a surge of satisfaction. She rose on her toes and planted a kiss on Lin Feng's cheek. Blushing, she whispered, "Thank you, darling. I shall repay you handsomely tonight." Li Lan, Hao Hao's mother, knelt before Lin Feng with her son, bowing 3 times in gratitude. "Thank you, kind sir. Thank you." Hao Hao, emulating Chen Yao, chirped, "Thank you, big brother. When I grow up, I will repay you well." Instantly, both Li Lan and Chen Yao flushed crimson, while Lin Feng erupted in hearty laughter. He ruffled Hao Hao's hair and turned to Li Lan, inquiring, "What are your plans moving forward?" Li Lan appeared bewildered. She had yet to awaken any latent powers. A frail woman, both beautiful and devoid of strength, alone in this harsh world with a child. What could she possibly do? Lin Feng sighed and instructed, "Xiao Chong, Launch the signal flare. Whoosh. A flare soared into the sky, trailing vibrant smoke. Within 5 minutes, a squad of Dragon Eagle Knights arrived. Lan, you and Zhang Feng are to organize the survivors for a public trial of the remaining subordinates of Huaqinghu. Those guilty of heinous acts shall be executed on the spot. Then, assemble the remaining survivors and relocate to my base with the Dragon Eagle Knights. For Lin Feng at that moment, rescuing a group of ordinary individuals was merely a trifling task, a decision made with little contemplation. After orchestrating the plan, Lin Feng felt somewhat fatigued. Disinterested in dealing with the mundane affairs, he retreated to rest with Chen Yao and the twin sisters. That night, influenced by a shift in her mindset, Chen Yao performed exceptionally well, nearly overpowering Lin Feng in their spar. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, Lin Feng steadied himself, forcing her to yield and plead for mercy. Ultimately, a series of inequitable agreements were signed, allowing Lin Feng to concede to her request for external assistance. This led to Lin Feng's temporary defeat. Meanwhile, as Chen Yao expressed her gratitude to Lin Feng, an old acquaintance of his found herself in dire straits at the Putuwa Temple in Jianan County. At Putuwa Temple, He Xiaoling, once alluring, now bore no resemblance to her pre-apocalyptic self. Her makeup was no longer meticulous, her gaze was vacant, and her frame appeared somewhat emaciated, giving her a weary appearance. Has Master Zhu Yuan returned? She inquired of a young acolyte. The young acolyte, known as Liao Zhen and in his 20s, replied, Madam, my master has gone out in search of provisions and has yet to return. Do not worry. His Buddhist skills are profound, and his lion's roar technique is unfathomable. The zombies outside cannot harm him. I am concerned about the lion's roar technique. He Xiaoling retorted. Once unleashed, zombies within a kilometer will hear its sound. Even with Master Zhu Yuan's deep understanding of Buddhism, he cannot battle countless foes alone. Liao Zhen's reassurances offered little comfort, and He Xiaoling remained anxious. Young master, do we have enough food stored in the temple for several more days? We will run out of supplies tonight. Liao Zhen's expression grew serious. Did we not agree to eat only 1 meal a day? He Xiaoling questioned in distress. For the past 5 days, the temple has mandated that the 30 survivors may only partake of 1 meal daily. Liao Zhen explained. I had not anticipated we would run out so soon. Madam, the temple's provisions were limited to begin with, and much was allocated to you guests. Had the acolytes been the sole consumers, it would not have been depleted so quickly. His tone carried a hint of reproach. Then, feigning contrition, he added, Madam, my apologies. I was being overly attached. He Xiaoling felt embarrassed by his words. Since the apocalypse, she had been living off the kindness of the monks at Putuwa Temple, who had indeed shown remarkable generosity. However, she, born into nobility, harbored a certain arrogance and could not utter words of apology to a mere novice monk. With a dismissive tone, she remarked, It's nothing, little master. I shall return to my chamber to rest, and turned to leave. Liao Zhen observed He Xiaoling's curvaceous silhouette, and the glimmer of regret in his eyes faded, replaced by an unmasked desire for possession. Humph. After 2 or 3 days of hunger, you will inevitably return to me, pleading for mercy. Deep within, Liao Zhen had long coveted the exquisite and noble He Xiaoling. Master Zhu Yuan, the elder responsible for imparting teachings at Putuwa Temple, had trained diligently in martial arts. When the apocalypse descended, he absorbed spiritual energy, elevating his strength to the first tier. Confronted by the initial wave of first-tier zombies, he heroically rescued most of the unturned individuals within the temple, including the incense offering, He Xiaoling and Lu Shishir. On the 3rd day, he awakened an extraordinary ability and, accompanied by the monks practicing martial arts under him, eradicated all the zombies within the temple. Subsequently, he closed the mountain gates, preparing to hold steadfast until help arrived. According to temple tradition, the mountain was to be sealed during chaotic times. Initially, Zhu Yuan did not perceive the situation as an apocalypse. He believed it merely to be an unusual virus. Thus, he intended to await governmental intervention. As time passed, however, Jin began to sense something amiss and ventured outside to investigate. Had Putuwa Temple truly run out of provisions? In truth, prior to the apocalypse, Putuwa Temple possessed its own farmland and granaries, sufficient to sustain the remaining 30 individuals for half a year. Apart from Zhu Yuan, the other young monks were morally compromised. Now, half a month into the apocalypse, human hearts had already transformed. Most of the incense-offering visitors were female pilgrims, many of whom were alluringly beautiful, stirring the lascivious thoughts of these unscrupulous monks. A few days ago, they deceived Zhu Yuan, claiming food supplies were insufficient and proposing a policy of rationing. Jue Yuan acquiesced. Yet these false monks tampered with the food, leaving the pilgrims perpetually famished. They then lured and coerced many female pilgrims, who fell victim to their schemes, becoming subservient to them. Due to their special status, He Xiaoling and Lu Shishir received considerable protection from Jiyuan and had yet to face malevolent intentions. However, yesterday, when Jue Yuan ventured out to ascertain the situation, he had not returned. Liaojin and the others could no longer contain their impatience. Yet, they dared not act overly, as Jue Yuan was still unaccounted for. Thus, they resorted to their previous tactics, intending to coerce He Xiaoling and Lu Shishir through food. As He Xiaoling entered her room, she was suddenly embraced from behind. The hands of the assailant directly covered her ample bosom. "Auntie, you claim to have been hungry for so many days. Yet how is it that you haven't lost any weight?" Lu Shishir's playful voice resonated from behind. It turned out that He Xiaoling was indeed Lu Shishir's aunt, and their relationship was exceptionally close. No wonder she would in turn at He Xiaoling's company. Shishir, stop messing around. We're about to run out of food. Save your energy." However, He Xiaoling was not in the mood to indulge Lu Shishir's antics. Run out of food? How could that be? I saw those monks today, delivering a large pot of food to the alluring foxes in the next room. Humph. That old monk Jue Yuan even claimed to have a good relationship with uncle and promised to take care of us. The rations we receive daily are barely half of what those two vixens next door get. Upon hearing of the potential food shortage, Lu Shishir indignantly recounted her observations. What? Are you telling the truth? He Xiaoling sprang to her feet. After all, she was more experienced than Lu Shishir and being part of a large family. Quickly sensed the oddity of the situation. Jue Yuan had grown up alongside her husband. He would never treat them this way. I witnessed it with my own eyes this morning. Those two monks brought in food early, and then we heard the sounds of those vixens next door. I haven't had breakfast in a week. Lu Shishir huffed. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoling's heart sank further. Jin had been away for a day, and these young monks were eager to cut off their food supply, surely with ill intentions. Yet, even if they sensed the danger, what could two powerless women do? He Xiaoling fell into a deep melancholy. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Jiaonan No. 1 Middle School, Hu Jiao, who had betrayed Lin Feng with her first time in her previous life, lay in her bed. She had not eaten for 3 days. Now, she felt utterly weak, dizzy, and her eyelids felt as heavy as mountains. But she knew she could not close her eyes. If she did, she might never open them again. Therefore, with little strength, she called out to Wang Feng, who was on the lower bunk. Feng, I would do anything for just a pack of instant noodles. No, half a pack would suffice. I would repay him like a diligent servant. No one responded. She then turned to Luo Wenwen on the opposite bunk. Wenwen, what do you think happened to Lulu and the others? When the apocalypse struck, they were in the school cafeteria. Surely they aren't starving. Her incessant chatter received no replies. Wang Feng on the lower bunk had succumbed to starvation 2 hours prior. As for Luo Wenwen, she was also nearing the end of her strength. Hu Jiao believed both of them had perished. She felt like crying, but due to dehydration, her eyes could no longer produce tears. If no one came to rescue her, she too might succumb to starvation. At this moment, Lin Feng was not far from the urban area of Jiaonan County. Lin Feng and his companions were en route to Jiaonan No. 1 High School, traversing a path seemingly ravaged by some unknown force. Numerous locations resembling diminutive human outposts lay abandoned, devoid of life. The remnants within these bases were predominantly male corpses, with not a single female body in sight. Take, for instance, this forsaken supermarket before Qinyao. The entrance was barricaded with an array of tables and chairs, ostensibly intended to seal the door. However, it appeared that some formidable entity had forcibly breached it, leaving a gaping hole. Inside, male corpses were strewn haphazardly across the floor, yet not a single female body could be found. Brother Feng, it seems these survivors have endured a cataclysm. The sights and experiences along this journey had catalyzed Chun Yao's rapid maturation, as she gradually acclimated to the grim reality of a world where human life held little value. The absence of female corpses prompted Lin Feng to recall that just days prior, his subordinates had decimated a small goblin tribe, from which approximately 300 goblins had fled. Contemplating this, Lin Feng sneered, "Cataclysm? Merely a horde of sewer rats. Brother Feng, why not deploy troops to reclaim Jiaonan County directly?" Qinyao inquired, somewhat perplexed. Lin Feng offered no elaborate explanations, nor did he find it necessary to do so. Why would he refrain from launching a full-scale assault on Jiaonan County? The answer was clear. At this moment, alongside He Xiaoling, Luo Wenwen was also present. This woman had saved Lin Feng's life in his previous existence, forging an unbreakable bond between them. In that past life, when Lin Feng was on the brink of starvation, she had bestowed upon him 2 buns, enabling his survival. A full-scale military offensive would create too much commotion. The ensuing butterfly effect might lead to the untimely demise of Luo Wenwen, who would otherwise have survived. Given his capabilities, Lin Feng was determined to rescue the woman who had once been his savior in a previous life. Yet, it was not merely a matter of gratitude. Both Hu Jiao and Luo Wenwen were extraordinary individuals, each carrying significant fortunes. Particularly, Luo Wenwen might hold the key to the truth behind the world's convergence. Thus, Lin Feng, accompanied by a select few, hastened towards Jiaonan No. 1 Middle School. According to Luo Wenwen's own account from her past life, she should currently be at Jiaonan No. 1 Middle School, perilously close to starvation. Given the pace of Lin Feng and his companions, they would reach the school in approximately 10 minutes. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jiaonan No. 1 Middle School, a heavy truck collided violently with the gates, reducing them to a mere semblance of their former structure. The sound echoed through the air. The previously aimless zombies wandering the campus were suddenly invigorated, rushing towards the truck with alarming speed. Lin Haoyan, this place is exceedingly perilous. The number of zombies within the school is perhaps the densest in the city. Behind the wheel sat a bespectacled, frail-looking young man, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear as he witnessed the horde emerging from the campus. Stop wasting words, Four Eyes. My girlfriend Wang Feng is still inside. I must save her, Lin Haoyan declared emphatically. If you enchant the truck, these zombies will be nothing more than mere pests. Insignificant and easily dealt with. Lin Haoyan summoned a magical machine gun from another dimension, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the horde of zombies. His awakened ability was the power of dimensional summoning, enabling him to call forth monsters or weapons of equal rank from alternate realms. Lin Haoyan has now reached the 2nd tier. The weapon he summoned is a magical machine gun, and the beast he conjured is the 2nd-tier wind leopard. Once these entities are summoned, they can exist in the real world for an entire day unless Lin Haoyan chooses to dismiss them. The magical machine gun incessantly spews fire, capable of dispatching a 1st-tier zombie with just a few bullets, while 0-tier zombies are grievously wounded upon mere contact, meeting their demise instantly. Such terror. Shuyan harnesses the extraordinary abilities within him, channeling magical energy into the heavy truck. Much like a chemical reaction, the already robust truck body becomes even more fortified, with its thin metal skin inexplicably thickening 2- or 3-fold. When the truck collides with a zombie, it is as if a rotten tomato has been crushed, leaving behind nothing but a splattered mass of flesh and dismembered limbs flying in all directions. Both individuals are 2nd-tier abilities users. One enhances the vehicle's defenses while the other provides formidable firepower with the magical machine gun. With their combined strength, they can reach the female dormitory in mere minutes. In the trajectory of their previous life, they easily made their way to the female dormitory. However, upon their arrival, Lin Haoyan's girlfriend, Wang Feng, had already succumbed to starvation. They managed to rescue her roommates, Hu Jiao and Luo Wenwen. Grateful for their act of salvation, Hu Jiao became Lin Haoyan's girlfriend. Luo Wenwen, in her gratitude, frequently praises Lin Haoyan in front of Lin Feng, who, after mastering the indestructible Vajra technique, has always taken great care of the duo and holds them in high esteem. Moreover, the two had been roommates prior to the apocalypse and, having shared life and death experiences, they communicate without reservation. Hu Jiao also learned of Lin Feng's vulnerabilities regarding the indestructible Vajra technique through Luo Wenwen. Ultimately, she utilized her own body to break Lin Feng's defenses. In this life, Lin Haoyan is on the verge of reaching the female dormitory, with Hu Jiao already faintly hearing the gunfire. Meanwhile, Lin Feng is still some distance away from the dormitory. Must he allow Lin Haoyan to arrive first? If Lin Haoyan rescues Luo Wenwen first, she will undoubtedly still harbor feelings for him, which would be detrimental to Lin Feng's plans. It must be said, the world is indeed a curious place. At this juncture in the previous life, they should have been at the goblin tribe on the outskirts of Jiaonan. Yet this time they were eradicated by the forces led by Bing Yi. Around 300 goblins escaped the onslaught, their spirits shattered in fear as they fled. During their escape, they destroyed numerous newly established small survivor bases. It is unknown how many human female survivors fell victim to their malevolence. They fled to Jiaonan No. 1 high school, where they discovered a multitude of female survivors. Not having detected any pursuers behind them, they brazenly decided to settle here. At this moment, Within the cafeteria, goblins were zealously engaged in the perpetuation of their lineage when the sounds of automobile engines and magical gunfire pierced the air. The goblin elite, Carlo, was disturbed from his fervent endeavors. He halted his actions and commanded a nearby large goblin, Casa, to investigate the commotion outside. Casa, with an expression of reluctance, protested. "I am nearly finished." "Casa, send another goblin instead." "Do you wish to meet your demise?" "Hurry." Carlo barked with fury. As the leader of this domain, Carlo was known for his ruthless temperament. Though Casa was disinclined, he ultimately ceased his activities. "Cag, Key, accompany me," Casa ordered, summoning the two smaller goblins to join him in the reconnaissance. The age-old truth of the food chain, larger fish consume smaller ones, and smaller ones feast upon shrimp, was equally applicable within the goblin tribe. As Casa stepped outside, he was met head-on by a barrage of magical bullets. Lin harbored no concern for whether one was a zombie. If they were not human, they would be dealt with swiftly. The other two small Karami were reduced to a sieve in an instant, while Casa, albeit a mere two-tiered being, managed to survive despite sustaining several gunshot wounds. In a state of panic, it fled back to the cafeteria, shouting, "Casa! The enemy is upon us! Help! Casa!" This cry startled Casa, jolting it into a furious rage. Just as it was about to unleash its wrath, a chilling thought crossed its mind. Were those the armored foes wielding longswords? Casa's face paled with fear. The army led by Bing Yi had inflicted upon it an indelible psychological scar. Those infantrymen, utterly indifferent to life and death, were as unyielding as iron cans. The incessant rain of magical artillery from the sky extinguished any flicker of resistance within Casa. It had resolved that if these enemies were in pursuit, it would not hesitate to flee. However, the foes were merely a vehicle of goblins, whose intelligence was hardly commendable, rendering an accurate description of the situation a challenge. Nonetheless, as long as they were not the armored adversaries, all would be well. Casa, now filled with indignation, vented its frustration upon the other goblins. Delivering blows with fists and feet, it bellowed, "Fools! The enemy is at our doorstep. Come with me and slay them." Lin wielded his magical machine gun, relentlessly spraying bullets at the advancing horde of zombies, each one toppling down in droves. He felt an exhilarating ease, akin to playing a zombie video game. Moments ago, a few goblins had peeked out from the cafeteria, and with a swift burst, he had dispatched two of them, leaving only one to retreat back inside. "Can it run?" "Lin don't fire recklessly. It will lead to trouble." Sigway felt a knot of anxiety within. "What are you afraid of?" "I must say, your courage is rather lacking. These are nothing but trash." Lin dismissed the caution with disdain. Little did he anticipate that the goblin would not remain hidden for long. Bang! The cafeteria door burst open with great force, and a throng of goblins charged towards the two of them, howling ferociously. Sigwai, filled with rage, exclaimed, "I warned you not to shoot recklessly. Now we are in deep trouble." Lin not only remained unconcerned but also reproached the bespectacled one, exclaiming, "It is your ominous words that have brought this upon us." Deep within, he felt no trepidation. The goblins that had just assaulted him were woefully feeble beneath the barrage of his machine gun, akin to the frailty of zombies. If they were of such a caliber, their numerical advantage would be rendered futile. He unleashed a hail of bullets from his machine gun towards the advancing goblins. The foremost goblins fell in droves, just as those fragile level 0 zombies had. Lin laughed maniacally. "Ha! All of you shall perish." He did not forget to mock the bespectacled one. "I must say, with 4 eyes, how come your vision is still so poor? Take a good look at this refuse. Is there any reason for us to be afraid?" His extraordinary powers indeed set him apart, as the formidable might of his magical machine gun, coupled with an almost limitless supply of ammunition, allowed him to rampage through the early days of the apocalypse with utter dominance. The bespectacled one, stung by Lin taunts, clenched his fists in silence, yet dared not retaliate. His ability to repair and enhance various mechanical creations, though formidable, was more of a supportive nature in the early stages of the apocalypse. Without Lin high output clearance of the minions, his fortified heavy truck would easily succumb to the encroaching sea of corpses, once surrounded. The truck's destruction would be merely a countdown away. Thus, he found himself reliant on Lin Conversely, Lin even without his heavy truck, could summon the Gale Leopard and thrive just as well. As the saying goes, the reckless shall eventually reap the consequences. At this stage of the apocalypse, Lin strength could be deemed commendable, yet it scarcely approached the realm of invincibility. Upon witnessing his adversary wielding a machine gun, effortlessly reaping the lives of his subordinates. Carlo was consumed by a furious rage. He gathered his strength, activating his bloodline ability for a ferocious charge. Whoosh! A pale green aura enveloped Carlo's form as he surged forth at an astonishing velocity, barreling towards the heavy truck occupied by Lin Haotian. Boom! In the horrified gazes of Lin Haotian and the bespectacled man, Carlo collided with the truck, forcibly separating its front end from the body. Bang! The truck's cab spun and rolled like a tin can for several dozen meters before crashing into a female dormitory, where it finally came to a halt. Inside, Lin Haotian and the bespectacled man were similarly disoriented by the violent upheaval. The brutal impact left both men battered and bruised, causing the enhanced abilities of the bespectacled man to falter entirely. Lin Haotian was somewhat incredulous. How could this fellow be so formidable? Si Yin struggled to articulate. Lin Haotian, did you not proclaim that they were all worthless? What now? Lin Haotian gazed through the car window at the approaching Carlo, whose grotesque visage now instilled within him an overwhelming sense of dread. What to do? Escape. He kicked the window open and summoned the Windwalker ability, fleeing in a frenzy without a thought for the fate of the bespectacled man or any intention of rescuing Wang Feng. He had previously believed himself invincible in this apocalyptic world, considering the act of saving Wang Feng to be a mere trifle. Moreover, her two roommates, Luo Wenwen and Hu Jiao, were rare beauties, which had motivated him to rush toward them. Yet now, Carlo, a peak-tier goblin elite, stood formidable before him. His power far too overwhelming. If he lingered any longer, he might very well be trapped here forever. The bespectacled man, in a fit of rage, shouted, Lin Haotian, you wretched cur, I curse you to an untimely demise. This man had initially dragged him into the fray to save others, only to brazenly open fire. And now he was fleeing, leaving him to face the consequences alone. Carlo, witnessing Lin Haotian mounting the Windwalker and dashing away at breakneck speed, seized a shard of truck debris and hurled it towards him. The fragment struck Lin Haotian's back, causing him to lurch, nearly toppling from the back of the Windwalker. Blood spilled from his mouth as he commanded the creature, Windwalker, utilize wind speed now. Following his directive, powerful gusts enveloped the beast's four limbs, augmenting its speed by 50%. In the blink of an eye, the Windwalker leapt and bounded, whisking Lin Haotian away from Carlo's sight. Though Carlo possessed great strength, speed was not his forte. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Haotian escaped right before his eyes. However, all was not lost. One target remained. Carlo's gaze shifted to the bespectacled man, now trapped by his leg in the driver's seat, utterly immobile. Unbeknownst to Lin Haotian, the truck had collided with the very dormitory building where Hu Jiao and her companions resided. In this lifetime, due to the butterfly effect, he and Hu Jiao were destined to miss each other. In a daze, Hu Jiao heard a loud bang, felt the tremor of the dormitory, and then heard someone shouting, Lin Haotian, you scoundrel. Wait, Lin Haotian, has he come to save us? Could it be merely an illusion? Hu Jiao forced herself to gather her wits. She summoned the last vestige of her strength, attempting to rise from her bed. However, what was once a simple action now felt insurmountably arduous. As she descended from the upper bunk, she misstepped, her foot slipping into thin air. In a frantic bid to grasp the handrail, she found herself utterly devoid of strength. Hu Jiao tumbled backward, crashing heavily onto the ceramic tiles of the dormitory floor. The commotion outside roused Luo Wenwen from her slumber. She sluggishly lifted her head. Jiao, are you all right? I'm fine, Wenwen. You're still alive. Hu Jiao weakly replied from the floor, her tone imbued with relief. The realization that Luo Wenwen had survived and that Lin Haotian was coming to their aid filled her with hope. Wenwen, Lin Haotian is here to save us. I just heard someone calling his name. Lin Haotian? Is that true? Luo Wenwen managed to muster a faint smile. Lin Haotian is the scion of a powerful family, and ever since Wang Feng became involved with him, she has frequently boasted before them. Thump, thump, thump. Hu Jiao, hearing the footsteps pass by their dormitory and recede into the distance, called out impatiently, Haotian, we are here. Outside, Carlo's face brightened, revealing an exuberant smile. There was indeed a human woman inside. It turned and approached the door of Luo Wenwen's dormitory, gently pushing it open as if it were a mere toy. The expressions of Hu Jiao and Luo Wenwen changed dramatically upon seeing the grotesque figure enter. Was this not Lin Haotian? This was a goblin, a creature notorious for abducting and tormenting female beings for the purpose of reproduction. Having seen numerous anime featuring goblins, The two understood all too well that women captured by them only faced a fate worse than death. Despair washed over their faces. With pointed ears and nose, dark green skin, a protruding belly, and crimson eyes, was there any doubt this was a goblin? Why must they endure such a fate? Luo Wenwen and her companion were engulfed in hopelessness. Carlo, an elite goblin standing over 5 meters tall, blocked the doorway, casting a shadow that obscured the light from outside. With a lecherous grin, he remarked, "My beautiful ladies, your situation appears rather dire. Do you require a bit of assistance?" Speaking in a somewhat clumsy version of the common tongue, his crimson eyes glinted with lust. He had yet to enjoy such exquisite prey. Indeed, within goblin tribes, female beings were merely vessels for reproduction. Each captured vessel was condemned to ceaselessly bear offspring until their last breath. Yet lost, Luo Wenwen summoned her last ounce of strength to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Hu Jiao Jiao, gripped by fear, gradually retreated. But the dormitory was hardly large enough for her to escape. Soon, she found herself with nowhere to flee. He. Carlo found great amusement in Hu Jiao Jiao's predicament. He bent down and stepped into the cramped dormitory, instantly filling the small space. Carlo cast a glance at Luo Wenwen, finding her too fierce and uninteresting, especially in her current weakened state, which seemed incapable of enduring his torment. Thus, he ignored her and crouched down, reaching out to seize Hu Jiao Jiao. Don't come any closer. Hu Jiao Jiao screamed desperately as she retreated. Carlo's grotesque visage loomed closer to her, his elongated nose nearly brushing against her face. She could distinctly see the yellowed teeth and the thin strands of crimson flesh lodged between them. Just as Hu Jiao Jiao seemed destined to fall victim to his vile intentions, an unexpected force struck Carlo's filthy ear, a clothes hanger wielded by Luo Wenwen. Witnessing Hu Jiao Jiao in peril, an inexplicable surge of strength propelled her to rise unsteadily, swinging the hanger toward Carlo's head. Although her aim was true, the hanger merely connected with his ear, her strength waning. Carlo, incredulous, turned his head. Did this woman dare to strike him? If she sought his affection, then so be it. A flicker of anger ignited within him. Such a foolish woman deserved her fate. Rising to his full height, Carlo smashed his head against the ceiling light fixture, nearly pressing against the overhead. With a sinister grin, he reached out for Luo Wenwen. Yet, Luo Wenwen, a remarkably tenacious girl, wielded the hanger with all her might, relentlessly assaulting Carlo's hand. Unfortunately, her strength barely lifted the hanger, which then limply fell against Carlo's grasp. This feeble attempt was akin to a mere tickle, only serving to invigorate Carlo further. Just as he was on the verge of capturing Luo Wenwen, a deafening sound pierced the air, growing ever closer, transforming from a low rumble into a thunderous roar. Without time to react, a golden-hued fist collided with his chest, propelling Carlo through the air. He soared like a tennis ball struck with immense force, crashing through several walls in rapid succession, ultimately slumping against the wall of a dormitory like a heap of mud. His chest caved in, eyes wide with shock, peering through the hole he had created. A radiant figure stood before him, a human shimmering with golden light. Carlo was bewildered. His head drooped, yet his eyes remained wide open, refusing to close in death. At last, Lin Feng arrived. Spotting Luo Wenwen, who had yet to fall prey to the goblin's malevolence, he exhaled in relief. It turned out that as he walked, he sensed something amiss. Realizing that the goblin had fled in the direction of Yizhong, fearing for Luo Wenwen's safety, he summoned all his strength and dashed toward Yizhong. Along the way, obstructing structures crumbled to ruins, and blocking zombies were reduced to mere pulp. He barely made it in the nick of time. Inside the room, the two women stared in awe at the golden glowing man before them. He was stunning. In their moment of utter despair, a tall and handsome man had arrived just in time, vanquishing the wretched goblin and saving them. Was this not the very essence of a fairy tale? As Hu Jiao Jiao attempted to express her gratitude, she unexpectedly fainted the moment she opened her mouth. After enduring immense tension, she ultimately could not withstand it any longer. In contrast, Luo Wenwen, who had always been more fragile, exhibited remarkable willpower to remain conscious. She parted her cracked lips and managed to utter, "Thank you." Sob. However, before she could finish her sentence, another mouth silenced her. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Even if you have rescued me, that does not grant you the liberty to kiss me without consent." Subsequently, she felt Lin Feng lift her from the bed, as he continuously poured a sweet liquid into her mouth. Luo Wenwen's face flushed crimson, and she felt as though she were on the brink of suffocation. Soon after, she too succumbed to unconsciousness. After Lin Feng administered a vial of life elixir entirely into Luo Wenwen's mouth, he gazed deeply into her eyes. Even when considering his previous life, this was his first kiss with this woman. He had longed to do so, yet in his past existence, he never managed to kiss Luo Wanwen before she was tragically killed by a fifth-tier zombie during the outbreak in H City, all in an effort to protect him. She often playfully teased him, urging him to cultivate diligently, saying she would wait for him to become extraordinary and protect her. Yet, time and again, it was she who shielded Lin Feng. "This time, I shall protect you," Lin Feng whispered. Upon hearing his words, Luo Wanwen's heart felt as if it had been struck by a depth charge. Previous life? Transmigration? Male protagonist? What is my role in this narrative? She became acutely aware. The life water acted instantaneously. Although she still felt hungry, most of her adverse conditions had dissipated. However, she hesitated to open her eyes. Despite the fact that this man had saved her, his immediate affection, kissing and embracing, was overwhelming. Anyone would feel apprehensive in such a situation. "Stop pretending," Lin Feng chuckled. "Your face is not much better than a monkey's backside." Luo Wenwen's cheeks flushed crimson as she opened her eyes and forcefully extricated herself from Lin Feng's embrace. "Thank you," she said, adjusting her attire to mask her embarrassment. "Everyone expresses gratitude, but what about actions?" Lin Feng teased. "Are you planning to devote yourself to me? Or perhaps repay me in the next life by being my servant?" In his previous life, he had always communicated with Luo Wanwen in this manner. To Lin Feng, they had been on the cusp of romance, merely a thin veil away from breaking through. "You cannot hold me to your favors." Luo Wanwen began to blush even more deeply, her face aflame. "I need a moment to reflect." Lin Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable upon seeing Luo Wanwen in this state. In his previous life, Luo Wanwen was a spirited and resilient woman, characterized by her tenacity and playful demeanor. She never easily bowed her head in defeat. When she was with Lin Feng, she always exuded an air of carefree confidence. When had she ever blushed or felt shy? In that past life, Luo Wanwen would respond to Lin Feng's teasing with a playful punch or a lighthearted laugh. She would even recount some of his embarrassing moments to mock him. Shyness was never part of her nature. What could possibly be the issue here? Had he perhaps saved the wrong person? Lin Feng tentatively inquired. "Do you happen to have a twin sister or brother?" "Huh." Luo Wanwen appeared utterly perplexed. "No, I don't. I am an only child." Lin Feng pondered for a moment and soon grasped the underlying reason. In his previous life, he had been rescued by Luo Wanwen when he was on the brink of starvation. At that time, Luo Wanwen had already attained the second tier of ability, while he was merely an unawakened novice. By the time Luo Wanwen sacrificed herself to protect him, she had reached the fourth tier, whereas he had only progressed to the third. Their dynamic was perpetually characterized by a strong female and a weak male. It is indeed challenging for a woman to develop romantic feelings for a man who is weaker than herself. In his past existence, Lin Feng, owing to Luo Wanwen's rescue and her constant care and protection, mistakenly believed that their bond was one teetering on the edge of romance. However, in Luo Wanwen's eyes, their relationship was merely one of friendship with a hint of something deeper. Her protective instincts towards Lin Feng were more akin to those of an elder sister towards her younger brother. In this new life, Lin Feng, embodying the role of a hero, rescued Luo Wanwen during her most vulnerable and desperate moments, complemented by his striking height of 192 meters and handsome visage. Undoubtedly resembling a Prince Charming, he appeared like the legendary Sun Wukong, descending on a cloud of vibrant colors to vanquish the villains and save her. This is the dream that resides in the heart of every young girl. Women are enamored with the formidable Sun Wukong, not a mere pony. Strong women are no exception. Brothers who have dated numerous strong-willed women understand that even the most independent woman can blush and reveal her softer side in the presence of someone she admires. Had Lin Feng's romantic experiences in his previous life been a tad more enriching, he might have comprehended this truth. After Lin Feng came to a realization, he felt that the woman before him, Luo Wanwen, seemed somewhat unfamiliar. He understood that his affections were for the Luo Wanwen of his previous life, rather than the woman standing before him now. Lin Feng also fell into silence. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Suddenly, Hu Jiao Jiao let out a soft sound and awakened. It must be said that even though she had not yet awakened the nine-tailed fox constitution, her innate abilities still surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Lin Feng produced 2 loaves of bread and tossed them to the 2 individuals, instructing, "You 2 eat first. I shall step outside and deal with the intruders." With that, Lin Feng's figure swiftly exited the room. This Hu Jiao Jiao was entangled with a rather valuable treasure. Once the treasure was secured, he could take his time to address the matter further. The two hurriedly consumed the bread, for it had been several days since they had last eaten. Outside, the goblins, having noticed a shadow enter the girls' dormitory, were startled by a sudden loud noise from within. With their leader still absent, Carlo and the other goblins ventured into the dormitory building to investigate, standing at around 2 meters tall. The corridor of the girls' dormitory was crowded with these towering figures. As Carlo led the way, it spotted a diminutive human emerging and inquired, "Hey, who are you?" Before the question could fully escape its lips, a searing pain surged through its abdomen, and its body was propelled into the air, rendering it unconscious as it fell to the ground. The fates of the other goblins were similarly grim. Lin Feng harnessed his strength and charged at them. In the narrow corridor of the girls' dormitory, Lin Feng bulldozed through the goblins. There was no refuge for the towering goblins to escape. With a single punch, one goblin was sent flying, and with a swift kick, another was hurled out of the dormitory corridor. Lin Feng's movements were remarkably swift. Often, as one goblin was sent flying, another would ascend before the first even had a chance to descend. Thus, in a matter of moments, the sky above the girls' dormitory was filled with an abundance of goblins. Some of these goblins, due to an improper angle, veered towards the neighboring dormitory buildings, leaving them marred with dents and craters. It was only then that Zhang Nan and his companions arrived, their mouths agape in astonishment at the exaggerated scene before them. Those goblins appeared to be of the second tier, yet before their master, they seemed no more threatening than mere fodder. Was this the extent of their master's prowess? The group was left in awe of Lin Feng's strength. Although he had not struck often, each blow he delivered suggested a depth of power beyond comprehension. No longer dazed, the others began to unleash their abilities, clearing away the low-tier goblins. By the time Luo Wenwen and her companion emerged, both the large and small goblins had been thoroughly vanquished. Wang Kai was seen holding a flare, releasing it into the sky. Whoosh! Boom! Lin Feng gazed at the flare illuminating the sky, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With Luo Wenwen now rescued, he felt unencumbered by any reservations. The zombies and myriad monsters of Zhaonan, brace yourselves for the impending retribution from the formidable adversary. This, benefactor, may I inquire your name? Hu Jiao Jiao stepped forward, her voice laced with charm. As a morsel of bread digested in her stomach, the color began to return to her cheeks. Lin Feng turned his head, gazing at the peculiar expression of Hu Jiao Jiao before him. In his previous life, Hu Jiao Jiao had aided Lin Haotian, sacrificing her virginity to break Lin Feng's indomitable skill, thus becoming his adversary. To be fair, Hu Jiao Jiao was not inherently malevolent. Had it not been for the events of this very day in his past life, where she was rescued by Lin Haotian, their relationship might never have blossomed into romance, and she would not have conspired to assassinate Lin Feng. In this lifetime, however, Hu Jiao Jiao found herself saved by Lin Feng, and it seemed she harbored a budding affection for him. It appeared that there was an opportunity to take advantage of Hu Jiao Jiao. Lin Feng contemplated silently, finding it impossible to forgive Hu Jiao Jiao so readily. While it could be argued that both had suffered losses, she, in taking his life with her untouched innocence, and he, in facing such betrayal, Lin Feng was by no means a magnanimous individual. As he cast another glance at Hu Jiao Jiao, he was surprised to discover a surge of desire rising within him. In Lin Feng's mind, images of Hu Jiao Jiao linger persistently, long legs clad in stockings, a snow-white silhouette, and a gracefully flowing fox tail. Lin Feng's eyes gradually turned a deep crimson. Hu Jiao Jiao instinctively recoiled, feeling as though she stood before Lin Feng utterly unclothed. How could the gaze of her savior appear more terrifying than that of a goblin? Lin Feng shook his head, extinguishing the flames of desire that flickered in his eyes, his heart secretly vigilant. What was amiss? Although his temper had been volatile lately due to his rapid ascension in rank, leading to a decline in self-control, it was not as if he would be overtaken by such thoughts merely upon the sight of a woman. Wait a moment, according to the lunar calendar, today marked the 15th day of the month. This meant that tonight would witness the full moon. On such a night, the fox maiden, who has preserved her maidenhood, would uncontrollably unleash her alluring demonic power. This ethereal force, imperceptible and colorless, carries a subtle, mysterious fragrance, possessing an irresistible allure for male beings. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, and indeed, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. As he drew closer to Hu Jiao Jiao, the scent intensified. The moment the aroma reached Lin Feng's nostrils, a surge of uncontrollable desire surged within him. It was utterly overwhelming. It appeared that Hu Jiao had awakened her fox girl essence, leading Lin Feng to a conclusion. Should he perhaps seize the opportunity to relieve his pent-up passion? Lin Feng cast a dangerous glance towards Hu Jiao. Both Hu Jiao and Luo Wenwen felt a shiver run through them. Having just escaped the tiger's den, they now found themselves in the wolf's lair. The man before them was tall and handsome, seemingly the quintessential hero destined to rescue the damsel in distress. How could he resemble the perverse fiends depicted in certain educational materials from the island nation? Lin Feng certainly did not execute Hu Jiao on the spot. He could not be so rash. Generally speaking, Lin Feng had an aversion to coercing others. He found a pretext and sent the two women to a hotel in Vienna that his subordinates had already occupied. Ostensibly for their protection, it was, in reality, a form of house arrest. The one guarding Hu Jiao was a powerful sorcerer of the third tier, capable of nullifying magic, making it impossible for any human to escape from their grasp. It would not be long before Hu Jiao was captured by the foxes of Qingqiu Mountain. When she returned, she would bring back a remarkable treasure. At that time, oh my, a signal flare erupted in the sky, releasing pink fireworks. While Lin Feng silently issued orders to the soldiers of the system in his mind, the fireworks served merely as a distraction. The various functions of the system could remain somewhat concealed. Caution. Upon receiving Lin Feng's command, Commander Yi led the army towards the interior of Xian County. A swarm of dragon eagle knights soared through the sky. One of them landed beside Commander Yi, allowing him to mount on the backs of the dragon eagles. In addition to the knights, each carried 2 soldiers. There were infantry, riflemen, and various types of mages and artillery. Their objective was to behead the corpse king. In the southern capital of Baigui Yuan, a strikingly beautiful woman burst into a security room. She quickly locked the door and prepared to find some heavy objects to barricade it. Turning around, she was startled to see a man sitting at the computer desk in the security room, nearly jumping out of her skin. She hastily covered her mouth, terrified of attracting more zombies. The man raised his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. He flashed a sinister smile at the woman. His laughter was hoarse. As the woman recognized the man's face, she let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Peng, you're still alive. Is there any food left here? Jiang Peng opened the drawer beneath the computer desk, revealing a box of compressed biscuits. The woman's eyes lit up, and without waiting for Jiang Peng's consent, she snatched the biscuits, tore open the packaging, and began to eat voraciously. Had she not been so famished, she would never have risked her life to venture out amidst the threat of zombies. Jiang Peng, I always said, among the security guards in the community, you are the best. She mumbled, her mouth full, trying to strike up a conversation with Jiang Peng. He merely chuckled hoarsely in response. They all say you don't deserve to be a 5-star general in Baigui Yuan, that you deliberately spit in the owner's takeout while working as a security guard. I never believed it. You're too good for that. The bag of compressed biscuits quickly vanished. The woman finally lifted her head and noticed Jiang Peng staring at her with an intense longing. His eyes were even redder than before. The woman, upon seeing the situation, wore an expression of understanding. With a cheerful smile, she began to undress. Sister knows the rules, 1 pack of instant noodles at a time. In truth, I have long wished to engage with you, yet I feared you might not afford the price. I cannot breach the rules, for other clients would be displeased. As she continued to disrobe, her chatter flowed incessantly. It was precisely this audacious and open character that had allowed her to thrive until now, full of life and energy. Just as she had removed her top, before she could shed her trousers, Jiang Peng stepped forward and embraced her, inhaling the scent of her neck. He opened his mouth to reveal a set of sharp fangs. Ha ha ha, you are quite eager, little brother. The woman, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, laughed and teased him. You must still be a virgin. Let me tell you, not removing your trousers means. Jiang Peng sank his teeth into the woman's shoulder, tearing away a sizable chunk of flesh. He did not chew, but swallowed it whole. The woman's cries of pain were short-lived as he swiftly severed her neck with a single bite. A mere 10 minutes later, Jiang Peng sat in the security room, staring blankly at the severed leg before him. Sigh. I couldn't hold back again. I was truly trying to control myself. The delay in information had been too harsh. Had he known that spending money could achieve his desires back when he harbored a crush on that wretched woman, he would have considered taking out a loan. Jiang Peng tossed the remaining leg out the window. Instantly, the outside world erupted with the growls of zombies. 4 or 5 exceptionally robust second-tier zombies began to brawl over the discarded limb. Annoyed by the cacophony, Jiang Peng let out a low growl towards the window. The noise outside ceased immediately, and several zombies stealthily wandered off to continue their skirmish elsewhere. Indeed, Jiangping was the king of corpses in Jiangnan County. That was the name he had retained from his human days. After regaining consciousness, he could think of no better name and simply continued to use it. For him, a name was an inconsequential matter. The current zombies were mindless creatures incapable of communication. After his transformation, the structure of his throat had changed, limiting him to uttering simple syllables like other zombies. Thus, he could not converse with humans. Moreover, humans who crossed his path seldom survived beyond 3 minutes before becoming his meal, much like the owner of this severed leg. Buzzing. The sound of a helicopter resonated in the sky. Jiangpeng leaned out to investigate. Another helicopter? Do they think they can fly for free? He pondered, perplexed. Just a few days prior, a helicopter had flaunted its might before him, only to be shot down. The helicopter's machine guns had merely tickled him, causing no harm whatsoever. He casually picked up a wheel rim and hurled it with force at the helicopter, bringing it crashing down. It seems that an army is stationed around the city. Have they set their sights on me? Jiangpeng thought nonchalantly. It matters not. Soon I shall ascend to the 4th tier, and then I shall seek you out for some amusement. In recent days, he has discovered that the might of conventional firearms is woefully inadequate, even struggling to fell a 1st-tier zombie. However, this time, Jiangpeng was mistaken. What soared above was not a helicopter, but rather a flying apparatus crafted by the Warcraft system. The entity that had taken notice of him was an unfathomably terrifying existence. One by one, the flying machines whizzed past Jiangpeng, much to his annoyance. With a powerful leap, he ascended to the balcony of the 5th floor and, after several more bounds, reached the rooftop. He wrenched a steel pipe from the rooftop railing and hurled it with vigor at the flying contraptions above. Bang! One of the flying machines had its rotor struck, belching black smoke as it spiraled downward. Bang! Another aircraft was hit in its fuel tank. Boom! This machine erupted in a fiery explosion in midair. Jiangping relentlessly hurled section after section of the steel pipe into the sky. Before long, several flying machines lay in ruins as Jiangping engaged in his aerial assault with fervor atop the rooftop, while not far away, in the Qingsong Park of the community. The scene unfolded. A smile graced Lin Feng's face as he exclaimed, "At last, I've found you, little corpse king. All units, take flight. Within 5 minutes, we shall vanquish the corpse king." This time, Lin Feng resolved not to engage directly. If he had to do everything himself, what purpose would his vast army serve? The wings of the dragon eagle stretched 10 meters wide, and as hundreds of them took to the skies simultaneously, they nearly enveloped the entirety of Qingsong Park. Jiangpeng, engrossed in aerial combat, suddenly sensed impending danger. Turning around, he beheld hundreds of dragon eagles soaring towards him, resembling a colossal black cloud. The situation appeared dire, and he quickly decided to retreat. Ignoring the disturbances from the aircraft, he hastily descended while shouting commands with great authority. His voice resonated powerfully, and within mere seconds, every zombie within a 5-kilometer radius erupted into chaos, sprinting towards Bai Gui Garden. Bang! Bang bang! Gunfire erupted as the dwarven gunmen mounted on the backs of the dragon eagle riders unleashed a barrage upon Jiangpeng. Several magical bullets struck his back, causing him to stumble perilously close to falling. The dwarven gunmen had upgraded their weaponry, achieving a formidable 3rd-tier attack power. Even though Jiangping was a leader template on the verge of reaching Tier 4, he could not emerge unscathed from such an assault. At this moment, he had landed, surrounded by a horde of zombies that shielded him as he sought refuge in a building. Some dragon eagle riders commanded their mounts to descend, and as they hovered about 10 meters above the ground, the infantry aboard leapt downwards. Clad in full armor, each soldier weighed nearly 300 pounds. When they plummeted from such heights, the zombies beneath them were reduced to mere pulp. As soon as these soldiers landed, they swiftly cleared a space, allowing the mage unit to descend. Upon securing their footing, they did not advance towards the building Jiangpeng had entered. Instead, they faced outward, shields raised, ready to snipe the zombies rushing in for rescue. Tasked with the assault were others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of magical mortar shells descended from the sky, launched by a mortar squad capable of striking targets 5 kilometers away. Boom, boom, boom. The building housing the corpse king, Jiangpeng, was battered to a state of ruin, teetering on the brink of collapse. Before long, a thunderous crash echoed as the entire structure crumbled, with Jiangpeng narrowly escaping at the last moment. However, the shockwaves from the explosions left him battered, his body resembling that of a beggar, just as he emerged from the wreckage. He was ensnared by a slowing spell cast by a human witch. Already gravely injured, Jiang Peng found himself rendered even more feeble. A throng of dispellers surrounded him, and a flurry of dispelling blades drained his magical energy. Without the support of his magic, his control over the zombies significantly diminished. Many of the zombies that had surged to his aid suddenly seemed to lose their purpose, wandering aimlessly in confusion. Within a mere kilometer, the relentless horde of zombies surged forth, heedless of their own lives. Led by the formidable second-tier zombies, they persistently assailed the infantry's defensive formation. Yet, the very individuals they sought to rescue had already been seized by the enforcers, lifted like a ragdoll onto the dragon eagle. At this moment, Jiang Peng found himself bereft of any power to resist, resorting solely to his bloodline talent to emit a distress signal. The zombies, driven into a frenzy, launched suicidal assaults on the soldiers who remained. Upon witnessing this, the soldier known as Bing Yi's expression turned icy. Without hesitation, he leaped from a height of 30 meters. His legs enveloped in battle energy, as he brandished his sword in swift, cross-like strikes. A thunderous crash resonated as his feet struck down upon the most densely populated area of zombies. A mysterious force cleaving through them into a gory mist within a 30-meter radius. The ground itself sank over 30 centimeters. Observing from Qingsong Park, Lin Feng heard the system notification chime in his mind. Your subordinate Bing Yi has comprehended the grounded cross-slash and has ascended to the 5th tier. Lin Feng gasped, astonished. So, it turns out Bing Yi is the true protagonist. Lin Feng never anticipated that a mere human infantryman could attain such remarkable heights. Upon reaching the 5th tier, his combat prowess against the undead surged, achieving an efficiency that surpassed tenfold. Once all the troops had mounted their dragon eagles, he unleashed a powerful aura slash, cleaving the zombies before him in twain. He then gracefully ascended upon his dragon eagle, departing with elegance. The zombies below could only gaze in despair. Meanwhile, the Corpse King had already been brought before Lin Feng. The entire operation, from initiation to the capture of the Corpse King, lasted less than 2 minutes. Lin Feng wore a satisfied smile on his face. The Corpse King, Jiang Peng, was bound by the demon-suppressing chains wielded by the lawbreaker. It appeared feeble and seemingly resigned to its fate, as if it had relinquished all hope of resistance. Lin Feng approached it, having heard that the Corpse King had awakened to memories of humanity and possessed wisdom. And what of you? Can we engage in discourse? Jiang Ping weakly nodded. For how long have you regained your memories? Jiang Ping emitted a faint, indistinguishable sound, as if he were extraordinarily feeble, his voice too soft for Lin Feng to perceive. A faint smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. This undead king was rather unruly. He deliberately approached Jiang Ping, leaning in slightly to feign attentiveness. A glimmer of pride flickered in Jiang Ping's eyes. He concentrated the power of his bloodline into his sharp fangs, knowing that if Lin Feng drew just 10 more centimeters closer, he would be within biting range. With the potency of his current venom, he was confident that no one in this world could withstand it. Lin Feng drew ever closer. The satisfaction in Jiang Ping's eyes grew increasingly pronounced. 10 centimeters. 8 centimeters. 6 centimeters. Foolish humans, you are about to pay the price for your carelessness. The triumph in Jiang Ping's gaze was nearly unmasked. 5 centimeters. Jiang Ping's mouth was slightly agape, his sharp fangs barely concealed. 3 centimeters. Do you wish for me to approach you? Lin Feng abruptly halted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He was merely 3 centimeters away from being able to bite Lin Feng. Jiang Peng grew anxious, desperate to continue deceiving Lin Feng into coming closer. Lin Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. Let me take a wild guess. Your magical powers have waned, and your body below the neck is shackled by enchanted chains. Your only chance for a comeback lies in your venom. In other words, you wish to bite me? Yet your body is restrained. Unless I place my face perilously close to your mouth, you cannot reach me. Unless, of course, you possess an ability that enables your head to expand instantaneously or your neck to elongate. Am I correct in my assumptions? Jiang Ping felt a tremor of disbelief and raised his head in astonishment. How could this be? From such scanned information, the opponent could deduce my innate bloodline talent? Enraged, he suddenly expanded his head 5-fold, his neck stretching an additional 50 centimeters, and in a flash, he lunged at Lin Feng. Snap! Regrettably, his cavernous mouth, capable of engulfing a human head, clamped down on nothing but air. Then, like a rubber band, his neck recoiled back into place. A mere 3 centimeters separated him from success. Jiang Peng seethed with fury. This was one of his innate abilities, delivering an attack power nearing the 4th tier. He was utterly convinced that if he managed to bite down, Lin Feng would undoubtedly meet his demise. Lin Feng stood leisurely in place, gazing at him with a smile, and remarked, "What a pity. It's just this little bit." As he spoke, he gestured with 2 fingers to indicate a minuscule distance. Roar! Roar! Jiangping strained against the magic binding chains, but they remained utterly immovable. These chains were forged by the combined efforts of several master blacksmiths over 3 days, utilizing materials designed to craft armor that counters sorcery. Not only Jiangping, but even a 5th-tier werewolf leader like Hog would be utterly incapable of breaking free when ensnared. Contemplating this, Lin Feng's expression turned icy. To use magic binding chains to confine such a worthless being is a sheer waste. Someone, cut him into 8 pieces. Bring the remains back to the mysterious sanctum for study. The sorcerers behind Jiang Peng raised their blades and struck down with force. This flesh-eating corpse king, Jiang Peng, was cleaved into 8 neatly arranged pieces. Even in dismemberment, these fragments of flesh continued to writhe incessantly. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim, "What an extraordinary physique! Perhaps the zombies are indeed the protagonists of this world?" The corporeal strength and regenerative capabilities of advanced zombies are remarkably potent. If a 5th-tier zombie's brain matter is not obliterated on the spot, it can recover. In his previous life, survivors sought to harness greater power, deriving numerous beneficial resources from the flesh of zombies. However, the 3rd-tier Jiang Peng lacked such formidable regenerative abilities. Its corpse gradually lost vitality. With its complete demise, the zombies in Baigui Garden also lost their focus, causing the lower-tier zombies to wander aimlessly, while the 2nd-tier zombies began to engage in fierce combat. If left unchecked, these 2nd-tier zombies would devour one another, ultimately giving rise to a new zombie king. Yet, Lin Feng would not passively witness such an occurrence. The mortar squad relentlessly bombarded these 2nd-tier zombies, systematically eliminating them. Lin Feng stood on the 7th level of the Qingsong Tower in Qingsong Park, the highest point in Jiaonan County, offering a panoramic view of the entire city. His vast army had already entered the city, commencing the eradication of the zombies. The undead were no match for Lin Feng's synthesized troops. The mage units were hardly needed, relying solely on infantry, dwarf musketeers, and mortar squads. The speed of extermination was nearly akin to a standard march. Deprived of the zombie king's command, these zombies could not even impede the advance of Lin Feng's forces. If the zombies in Jiaonan County were as dense as snow blanketing the town, then Lin Feng's army resembled boiling water, swiftly melting away the snow upon contact. Lin Feng gazed intently as a soldier brought an elderly monk before him. "My lord, this old monk was discovered in the vicinity of the corpse king's domain. At first glance, he appears utterly lifeless. However, I sense that he may still possess life within him." Lin Feng cast a glance at the old monk, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, he was still alive. The eminent monks of Putuo Temple possess a remarkable ability to preserve their lives, ranking among the top 5 in the contemporary world. Wouldn't you agree, Master Zhu? As a prelude, what follows is a segment where Lin Feng journeys to Shaolin Temple to devise a plan for the Shaolin scriptures. In this passage, Lin Feng's physical prowess and one-on-one combat abilities will see significant enhancement. Some readers may perceive this narrative as a deviation, however. It serves as a crucial foundation for the forthcoming events, and the protagonist's inherent strength remains the most steadfast guarantee. This segment, crafted with considerable effort by Gontan, is expected to be quite captivating. Of course, for those readers who find it less to their liking, it can be skimmed over, as by chapter 73. The scriptures will be acquired. The appearance of Jue Yuan filled Lin Feng with delight. He had 3 primary objectives in Shaonan County: to rescue Luo Wen, to seize control of the county, and to obtain the complete Vidra unyielding skill. Lin Feng was still unaware that he had crossed paths with Lin Haotian. Even if he were to find out, it would merely prompt him to intensify his subordinate search efforts, and he would not feel any sense of regret. Where can Lin Haotian possibly escape to? With the combat prowess of the Lin Feng troops, it would take no more than 2 days to seize the entirety of Jiaonan County. At that point, Lin Haotian will undoubtedly emerge. Akin to a grasshopper in late autumn, he shall not be able to leap for long. The first objective has been accomplished. The second poses no challenge within mere hours. The entire Jiaonan County will bear the Lin surname. Now, only the third task remains, to uncover the complete version of the indestructible diamond technique. In his previous life, the version he cultivated was incomplete, resulting in his ascension to the extraordinary, yet a fleeting existence. Thus, even though he possesses the techniques in his mind after rebirth, he hesitates to practice them. Master Jue Yuan, in his past life, was renowned as a mobile repository of scriptures. Before the apocalypse, he meticulously studied the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin, along with various martial arts manuscripts. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy post-apocalypse, Jue Yuan's power soared, swiftly elevating him to the extraordinary, eventually leading to his cultivation by the Shaolin Temple within the martial arts realm. Lin Feng lamented. Who could have anticipated that this emaciated monk before him, devoid of color, once held such great renown in a previous life? However, as Lin Feng's inquiry lingered in the air, a gradual flush of vitality returned to Zhu Yuan's countenance. Moments later, Zhu Yuan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath, uttering, "Amit. May the Buddha's grace be upon us." It is thanks to this turtle-breathing technique. Zhu Yuan was a staunchly traditional monk, his thoughts rigid and unwavering, devoted solely to the Buddha and the Dharma. Wang Kai, irked, exclaimed, "Old monk, it is our Lord who has saved you, yet you offer your gratitude solely to the so-called Buddha. I believe you have lost your senses." A glint of sharpness flickered in Zhu Yuan's eyes as he replied calmly, "The Buddha saves all beings. I advise you, benefactor, to tread carefully with your words." Wang Kai found himself both infuriated and amused, poised to retort. Lin Feng waved his hand at him, and Wang Kai had no choice but to relent. Lin Feng earnestly addressed Master Jin, saying, "Master Jin, I have long admired the profound culture of Buddhism since my youth, and have yearned to take refuge in the Buddha for quite some time. However, I have yet to find the opportunity. Might I implore you, considering that I have saved your life, to grant me the chance to embrace the Buddhist path?" Master Jue Yuan is renowned as a mobile repository of sacred scriptures, with nearly all the elite techniques of Shaolin residing within his mind. Among these ancient texts, some possess the ability to facilitate an unimpeded journey to the 9th tier of cultivation. Any single volume cast into the world would incite a fervent scramble among seekers. Furthermore, certain martial skills, even for those at the 9th tier, can yield significant benefits and markedly enhance their combat prowess. Lin Feng had long coveted this opportunity, having never had the chance in his past life. This time, he was determined to seize the moment and reap some benefits. Ahem. Chen Yao quickly covered her mouth, feigning a cough. Would Brother Feng truly embrace the Buddhist path? If so, he would no longer indulge in fleeting romances. Reflecting on the 2 enchanting fox spirits that Lin Feng had just rescued, Chen Yao felt a wave of exasperation. How many more could he possibly handle? Was he not concerned about the burden it would bring? Oh. Zhu Yuan gazed at Lin Feng in surprise, questioning the sincerity of his words. He harbored a passion for Buddhist teachings and instinctively felt a deeper affinity for those who cherished the culture of Buddhism. Lin Feng earnestly stated, "Of course. As I devote myself wholeheartedly to the Buddha, I kindly ask for your esteemed guidance, Master." Zhu Yuan fixed his gaze intently on Lin Feng, perceiving a sincerity in his words that suggested he was not merely acting. His heart eased, and he found himself believing a little more. In these tumultuous times, it is indeed rare to find someone who can remain steadfast in their devotion to the Buddha. Prior to the apocalypse, one could only dream of joining the Putuwa temple without any prior merits. The monks there enjoy a leisurely lifestyle, earning over 10,000 a month, along with year-end bonuses, all whilst having secure positions. In an era where jobs are scarce, such opportunities are highly coveted. Typically, Zhu Yuan would not even cast a glance at a mere undergraduate hoping to join the temple. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, what treasures could the Buddhist realm still possess that would attract outsiders? Furthermore, someone capable of rescuing themselves from the King of Corpses must possess extraordinary abilities. If they were to join the Putuwa temple, the temple's capacity for self-preservation would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. "Master Zhu Yuan, you must be hungry. Please have something to eat," Lin Feng urged, as he gestured for his subordinates to present some bread and bottled water to Zhu Yuan. He attentively provided a chair, a towel, and a basin of water, appearing as if he had already become a disciple, devotedly serving his master. Chen Yao and the others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Lin Feng's true intentions, yet they dared not expose him, instead choosing to play along with his performance. Wang Kai even took the initiative to apologize to Zhu Yuan. After this series of actions, they managed to gain a measure of Zhu Yuan's trust, and he began to lead them towards the Putuwa temple. Lin Feng stealthily maneuvered his forces, directing the horde of zombies towards the inevitable path leading back to Putuwa temple. Hence, Lin Feng and his companions encountered numerous perils on their return journey. On several occasions, Zhu Yuan found himself besieged by second-tier zombies, teetering on the brink of death. It was Lin Feng, along with his loyal subordinates, who fought valiantly to rescue Zhu Yuan, resulting in their own bodies being battered and bruised. At long last, after enduring a multitude of trials, they finally arrived at Putuo Temple. Upon seeing the grand entrance, Master Zhu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He remarked to Lin Feng and the others, "We have finally returned. It is quite perplexing, though. There seems to be an abundance of high-tier zombies along this route, nearly rivaling the stronghold of the Zombie King." Lin Feng panted, "Indeed, how peculiar." Qin Yao and the others, though they suspected the underlying reasons, averted their gazes and chimed in unison, "How strange. We owe our lives to our Lord. Otherwise, we would surely meet our demise." "I feel the same." Master Zhu Yuan, though obstinate and self-assured, could not escape the pull of human sentiment. He inquired with genuine concern, "Is everyone well? Let us proceed inside and have something to eat." Despite his stubbornness, he was truly touched. Lin Feng and the others had rescued him countless times throughout their journey, and their scars bore testament to their trials for his sake. He stepped forward and lightly rapped on the temple door. Bang, bang, bang. Liao Zhan opened the door. The zombies outside had long been cleared away by him, so there was no need for concern. Jue Yuan's voice sent the young monks within the temple into a frenzy. After his departure, they had begun to engage in misdeeds within the temple. Now, apart from He Shaoling and Lu Shishir, all the female devotees had succumbed to their tyrannical influence. The male devotees had been bound and confined in the firewood room, along with 2 small monks who refused to compromise their integrity. "What do we do now, Liao Zhan? If the master finds out, he will surely punish us severely." Liao Jie was overwhelmed with anxiety. Previously, Jue Yuan had been extremely strict with them, meting out harsh penalties for even minor infractions. This time, their actions would undoubtedly provoke his wrath. Liao Zhan, though apprehensive of Juan, recognized that panic would be futile. If he succumbed to fear, this group of inept individuals would surely reveal their misdeeds. Maintaining a facade of calm, Liao Zhan declared, "What is there to panic about? Look at your pitiful states." Indeed. Upon witnessing Liao Zhan's composure, the other monks relaxed slightly. Liao Jie inquired, "Liao Zhan, what do you propose?" "We shall follow your lead." Liao Zhan felt a surge of frustration. "Follow my lead. So if things go awry, I become the mastermind while you all claim to be mere followers of my orders?" He understood the foolish intentions of the group, but in the absence of anyone willing to take the reins, they all faced peril together. Reluctantly, Liao Zhan stepped forward, for he was the eldest disciple. He no longer held back and issued commands. "Liao Jie, you and Liao Yuan need to deal with those individuals in the firewood room. Remember, suffocate them with wet cloths. Jue Yuan should not notice. Liao Qing and Liao Jing, you shall handle those lascivious women. If anyone dares to breathe a word of this, they shall face certain death. Liao Jing and Liao Ru, ensure the obvious filth is cleaned up. Make it spotless. Humph, I warned you all against such behavior in public. If Zhu Yuan discovers this, we shall all perish. Everyone, work swiftly. I and Liao Hai will do our utmost to buy you time." Liao Jing promptly accepted the task of cleaning, yet inwardly he harbored deep resentment. How could he, after all, have the audacity to admonish us? "Aside from you, master brother, none of us would dare to bring the female bodhisattva into Zhu Yuan's chamber for frivolous antics." After a flurry of commands, Liao Zhan struck Liao Hai squarely in the face. "Ouch! Liao Zhan, what are you doing?" Liao Hai exclaimed, bewildered by his actions. "What do you think I'm doing? I'm merely acting." Liao Zhan was exasperated with these foolish individuals. "What are you standing around for? Hit me." Oh. Liao Hai finally comprehended and retaliated with a forceful punch to Liao Zhan's face. Liao Zhan stumbled back, nearly losing his balance, and in a fit of fury, exclaimed, "You fool, why are you using so much strength?" Liao Hai, however, responded earnestly, "If we're to act, we must do so convincingly." This demeanor left Liao Zhan momentarily perplexed, uncertain whether Liao Hai was seizing the opportunity for personal revenge or genuinely attempting to enhance the verisimilitude of their performance. Regardless of his motives, retaliating was indeed justified. And soon they were embroiled in a scuffle. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuan had been knocking persistently at the door, but no one answered. Were it not for the faint sounds emanating from within, he would have considered climbing over the wall to gain entry. Just as he was on the brink of doing so, Liao Zhan and Liao Hai emerged, their faces bruised and battered. "Why did you take so long to answer the door? And what happened to your faces? Have you been fighting again?" Zhu Yuan suppressed his anger. He had risked his life to investigate the dangers outside, delving into the lair of the Corpse King, and had narrowly escaped being devoured, all for the safety of his disciples. Yet, upon his return, he discovered that these students, in this dire apocalyptic world, were behaving like children, bickering within the temple. Liaozhen and Liao Hai exchanged glances, and Liaozhen stepped forward to deliver the prepared excuse. Master, we have differing views on the martial arts you have taught us. Which led to a dispute. With you absent, there was no one to arbitrate, so we sought to validate our respective positions with one another. Liao Hai chimed in, Master. We have yet to determine who is superior. Perhaps we should each demonstrate our martial skills before you, and you may judge our merits. This was Liaozhen's ploy to buy time, hoping that by the time they finished their respective demonstrations, the situation within would have settled. However, Zhu Yuan did not acquiesce to their wishes. Nonsense. How can monks concern themselves with distinctions of superiority? He pointed at them, his voice laced with unyielding ire. You two are clearly lacking in foundational strength. I suspect you've been slacking off while I was away. Practicing a few flashy moves, and then mimicking others in combat. I shall discipline you both later. Unbeknownst to Zhu Yuan, his beloved disciples had not merely been negligent. Since his departure, they had entirely abandoned their training, devoting themselves instead to coercing the female devotees into submission, seeking solace in the pleasures of joyous meditation. If he returns any later, it would not only be a matter of unsteady steps, but perhaps he would even be unable to stand upright. Well, this is our soon-to-be junior brother at Putuo Temple. Lin Feng, please prepare some food. Everyone is quite hungry. Zhu Yuan wished to avoid embarrassing himself in front of Lin Feng. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Once Lin Feng's head is shaved and he is adorned with the monk's robe tomorrow, Liaozhen will officially become his senior brother. It would not bode well for their future interactions if he lost face during their very first meeting. Liaozhen and Liao Hai exchanged worried glances. What should they do? They had no idea if the people inside had tidied up properly. Suddenly, Liaozhen had an idea and clutched his chest, crouching down. Oh dear, master. Liao Hai just struck my chest with the iron sand palm, and now I feel a dull ache. I can hardly breathe, fearing I might have sustained internal injuries. He had hoped to buy some time, but alas, his act had faltered this time. Jin frowned. It was clear that neither of them had cultivated any internal energy. Liao Hai's iron sand palm was still rudimentary. How could it possibly harm Liaozhen? These two seemed to be stalling, as if they were reluctant to let him enter the temple. Was there something within that they did not wish him to see? He snorted coldly, pushing the two aside with one hand, and strode directly into the temple. I shall see what mischief you are up to. Liaozhen and Liao Hai exclaimed in alarm. Master, wait. They attempted to hold Zhu Yuan back, but how could these two inept individuals hope to restrain a second-tier practitioner like him? Zhu Yuan waved them off with a hand and marched purposefully inside. Liaozhen and Liao Hai hurried after him, eager to explain and remedy the situation. As Lin Feng and his companions anticipated the unfolding drama, they followed closely into the temple. Zhu Yuan entered first, with Liaozhen and Liao Hai closely behind, their expressions grave, while Lin Feng and the others brought up the rear. Two young monks sweeping the floor spotted Zhu Yuan and hurriedly greeted him with delight, exclaiming, Master, you have finally returned. We were so worried about you. Zhu Yuan, sensing no peculiarity, merely nodded in response and proceeded to the chanting hall. Inside the hall, 4 monks were present, alongside 4 female devotees, all with their eyes closed in prayer. To Zhu Yuan's astonishment, one of the women was clad in black stockings. A frown creased his brow, and cold sweat began to bead on Liaozhen and Liao Hai's foreheads. Liaozhen inwardly cursed, these foolish individuals. They can't even maintain decorum in the chanting hall, and fail to manage their own appearances. Zhu Yuan approached the woman and said, though we are in apocalyptic times, since you have come to this sacred space to chant and pay homage, it is imperative to dress with due reverence. The woman opened her eyes, clasped her hands together, and replied, Thank you for your guidance, master. I shall change my attire once this passage is complete. Zhu Yuan nodded, scanning the room and finding no further irregularities, before making his way to the Hall of Great Heroism. Liaozhen and Liao Hai wiped the sweat from their brows and hurriedly followed. Once outside, several monks released a collective sigh of relief, mopping their brows and giving a thumbs up to the responding woman. Upon entering the Hall of Great Heroism, Zhu Yuan observed 2 monks diligently polishing the Buddha statues. Everything appeared to be in order. Gradually, he relaxed. Convinced that all his disciples were behaving normally, surely they could not conspire against him? A flicker of pride filled his heart as he turned to Lin Feng and remarked, Lin Feng, you must learn from these senior brothers. Despite the trials of the apocalypse, they remained steadfast in their duties, chanting and honoring the Buddha each day. Such dedication is truly commendable. The good conduct of my disciples reflects well on my guidance as their master. Lin Feng exhibited a peculiar expression. He was unlike Zhu Yuan, who had maintained his innocence since childhood and remained oblivious to the strange scent emanating from the sutra hall. In contrast, Lin Feng had already attained the 5th level of mastery, with keen senses that surpassed those of ordinary individuals. He had surmised a great deal about the various petty intrigues within the temple. Subtly, he remarked, "Master, I observe that these senior brothers seem rather unsteady on their feet. I wonder what troubles them." Liaozhen and Liao Hai initially believed they had evaded scrutiny, but Lin Feng's words left them in a state of dismay. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they fixed their gaze upon him, astonished that this junior disciple would dare to undermine them before he had even formally joined. Fortunately, Zhu Yuan had set aside his suspicions and took the initiative to explain, "The temple is running low on provisions. Before I departed, I established a rule limiting each person's food supply. They are likely struggling to practice while also going hungry, leading to their weakened state. Let us dine first. We shall conduct Lin Feng's initiation ceremony tomorrow." With Zhu Yuan's reassurance, Lin Feng was unfazed. However, Liaozhen and Liao Hai harbored resentment towards him. After dinner, Master Zhu Yuan retired early, having endured considerable fatigue and narrowly escaped peril on multiple occasions. As soon as he lay down, he fell into a deep slumber. In contrast, the room of Liaozhen was brightly lit, as the monks of Putuo Temple, save for those submerged in the well of the back courtyard in Zhu Yuan, were gathered there. Everyone performed admirably today. We managed to avoid revealing ourselves before that old fellow, Liaozhen declared in a summative tone. Indeed, senior brother, you maintained your composure under pressure, demonstrating true leadership. Liao Jia complimented Liaozhen. The other impostor monks then engaged in a mutual exchange of flattery. When the atmosphere seemed sufficiently relaxed, Liaozhen and Liao Hai exchanged glances before Liaozhen solemnly spoke. "Although we have evaded detection today, the truth cannot remain hidden forever." Liao Hai echoed with gravity, "Yes." During dinner, that old fellow inquired why Liaozhen and Liao Hai were absent. Thankfully, senior brother Jin quickly devised an excuse, claiming they were unwell and had already retired. Liaozhen and Liao Hai were the two monks unwilling to conform to the deceit. Liaozhen continued, "We have managed to navigate today's challenges, but what of tomorrow? Sooner or later, that old fellow will uncover the truth." Liao Hai added, "Moreover, with him around, we must remain on edge during our discussions with the female bodhisattvas, which is quite distressing." Their exchange prompted the other monks to discern their intentions. In the days since Zhu Yuan's departure, they had been enjoying a rather indulgent lifestyle, now reluctant to return to their previous austere existence. The desires within them had quelled their fear of Zhu Yuan, prompting someone to inquire, "What do you plan to do, senior brother? That old fellow's strength is formidable. Combined, we would scarcely be able to muster the courage to challenge him." He spoke of Master Zhu Yuan's lion's roar, a single cry that could easily extinguish the lives of those mere novices who had yet to reach the first stage. Liaozhen mysteriously smiled, saying, "A few days ago, while perusing ancient texts, I came across a remarkable elixir known as the Shixiang Wanjin San. It is colorless and tasteless, and those who inhale it will feel utterly fatigued and drained of their inner strength within 3 hours." "Brother, are you speaking the truth?" The monks rejoiced. If Liaozhen's words held any merit, then Zhu Yuan would no longer be a source of fear. "Of course, can I deceive you on such matters?" Liaozhen assured them solemnly. Liao Jia then inquired, "But where can we procure the Shixiang Wanjin San now?" Liao Hai slapped him lightly on his bald head, exclaiming, "Foolish. Brother Liaozhen has his methods. Otherwise, how would he have shared this with everyone?" Liaozhen regarded Liao Hai with appreciation and calmly stated, "You need not worry about the Shixiang Wanjin San. I shall arrange for it." Since all agreed and wished to no longer be manipulated by that old curmudgeon Zhu Yuan, they resolved to unite their efforts the following day to finally bring an end to the old man. Liao Hai and the others raised their hands in agreement. They then began to deliberate on the action plan for the next day. Once their discussions concluded, Liao Jia casually asked, "By the way, Liao Jia and Liao Yuan, how did you handle those corpses? We must not allow any slip-ups before the shaving ceremony tomorrow noon." Liao Jia confidently assured, "Rest easy, brother Liaozhen. After we suffocated them one by one, we bound them with stones and cast them into the abandoned ancient well in the back mountain. Even if they weren't dead then, they surely must be by now." Liaozhen nodded in approval. "Good job. He continued, "Let me make this clear. This time, the strategy is mine. And the Shixiang Ruanjing San is also my contribution. Once we succeed, I will indulge in He Xiaoling and Lu Shi for 3 days all to myself." Is everyone in agreement? The group pondered briefly and expressed no objections, though they harbored unspoken desires for He Xiaoling and Lu Shi. It mattered little since Liao Zhan was not one to monopolize for long. Satisfied with their consensus, Liao Zhan felt a swell of pride within him. Only he understood the true value of He Xiaoling and Lu Shi. He delighted in studying ancient texts and had discovered a secret dual cultivation technique in the scripture repository. Before the apocalypse, he had dismissed it, but after witnessing Ji Yuan's impressive martial prowess, he hastily sought out the technique to practice. After experimenting on the female patrons over the past few days, he had confirmed the technique's authenticity and immense power. He had a premonition that he was on the verge of advancing to the first stage. The secret technique detailed 4 types of female physiques. Ideal for dual cultivation: the Ximbing Chani physique, the Qingmu Chani physique, the Lihua Chani physique, and the Zifeng Chani physique. Through careful observation, he was certain that both Lu Shi and He Xiaoling possessed the Qingmu Chani physique. Only 3 days of enjoyment. That was merely a ruse spun by Liao Zhan. Although the initial dual cultivation with the enchanting Aoki yielded the most remarkable effects, subsequent endeavors would gradually diminish in efficacy. Nevertheless, she remains one of the finest partners for such cultivation, far superior to engaging with an ordinary woman by several magnitudes. Liao Zhan would certainly not share this secret with anyone else. A bunch of fools. Once I ascend to the first tier, or even higher, through our dual cultivation, you shall all serve me as loyal subordinates. Liao Zhan mused inwardly. Why did he conspire with others to murder Zhu Yuan? Merely to usurp his position. The other monks foolishly believed they could soon escape Zhu Yuan's control and attain great freedom. Unbeknownst to them, their enthusiastic discussions about overthrowing Zhu Yuan and reclaiming their liberty were being overheard by Liao Zhan, who already regarded them as mere pawns. Outside the window, hearing their conversation about seducing women, the invisible Lin Feng stealthily approached Master Zhu Yuan's chamber. The ensuing information held little value. As the time for the invisibility skill bestowed by the witch was nearing its end, Lin Feng pondered. These young monks intended to conspire against the venerable Zhu Yuan during my shaving ceremony tomorrow. What course of action should I take to maximize my gains? Mount Putuo is a branch of Shaolin, and the martial arts practiced within its walls are rooted in Shaolin traditions. Lin Feng would certainly not stoop to the task of chopping wood for 10 years or fetching water for a decade merely to learn the Shaolin martial arts. He wouldn't even adhere to the ritual of shaving his head for tomorrow's ordination. The loss of his hair would detract from his handsome visage. As a mere pretender, his invincibility is merely a matter of time. Other methods to enhance one's strength are but mere embellishments. He sees no reason to sacrifice anything for such trivial pursuits. Just as he was pondering how to swiftly persuade the old monk to impart the complete version of the indestructible Vajra technique, an opportunity presented itself at his doorstep. Lin Feng contemplated briefly and had already devised a plan in his mind. However, before proceeding, he wished to offer Master Zhu Yuan another opportunity. Lin Feng arrived at the Zen master's abode and knocked on the door of Master Zhu Yuan. Knock, knock, knock. Master, may I ask if you are asleep? Zhu Yuan replied. After much effort, I have finally drifted off to sleep. Considering that this young disciple had yet to shave his head and was somewhat unfamiliar with the decorum, Zhu Yuan patiently responded, What is the matter, Master? The mere thought of joining the Buddhist order tomorrow and delving into the teachings of Buddhism fills me with such joy that I cannot find rest. Lin Feng exclaimed. I was wondering if I might request you to impart some secrets of the I Ching Jing or the indestructible Vajra technique, so that I may study them in advance and soothe my restless heart. Lin Feng, this situation is akin to a dagger revealed at the end of a scroll. Zhu Yuan suddenly comprehended. So this was your intention. However, he bore no resentment towards Lin Feng, for in this apocalyptic era, who wouldn't desire greater martial prowess? Remaining composed, he stated, Tomorrow, after your head shaving ceremony, I shall test you for a month. Upon passing the trial, I will impart these techniques to you. Zhu Yuan considered his expectations to be quite lenient. In the world before the apocalypse, to learn martial arts, one would typically endure 3 years of grueling labor, such as fetching water and chopping wood. Yet, for Lin Feng, a month felt like an eternity. He could hardly afford to squander his time in idleness. Lin Feng smiled faintly. All right, Master Juan, I understand. I shall take my leave now. By the way, Master, my subordinates have matters to attend to, so I will depart first. If Master Jue Yuan could impart the martial arts techniques to Lin Feng in advance, he would certainly disclose the intentions of a few young monks who plotted against him. Since Jue Yuan does not cherish this opportunity, Lin Feng must resort to his own means to acquire the secrets of martial arts. Lin Feng would not attempt to sway Zhu Yuan with sincerity. He had no need to do so, for Zhu Yuan was not one to be moved by such gestures. His obstinacy had become renowned in the previous life. Alas, Lin Feng's eagerness is rather excessive. With a sigh, Zhu Yuan returned to slumber. In truth, the conflict between Lin Feng and Zhu Yuan stems from their hierarchical relationship. Zhu Yuan perceives Lin Feng as his disciple, an inferior, thereby feeling entitled to test him. Conversely, Lin Feng does not share this perspective. No one has the authority to test him. Lin Feng's expression remained unperturbed. This path was one chosen by Zhu Yuan himself. He had already afforded Zhu Yuan an opportunity. While Zhu Yuan believed he was testing Lin Feng, was Lin Feng not also evaluating him? This group of fools in the temple, incapable of even killing a person without leaving traces behind, now expected me to clean up their mess. Lin Feng made his way to the ancient well on the back mountain, intending to silence Zhen and others. Indeed, he had ended the lives of 2 individuals but had not executed the task thoroughly. Those 2 monks, unwilling to compromise their principles, had survived. This information was relayed by the witches under Lin Feng's command. On the surface, it appeared that only Lin Feng and a few monks remained at Putua Temple. However, in reality, Lin Feng had hundreds of subordinates, rendered invisible by the witches' enchantments, all concealed in various corners of the temple. At the ancient well, the 2 monks removed the stones bound to them and prepared to climb out. Master, it is fortunate you imparted the turtle breathing technique to me. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly meet my demise this time. The monk Liao Wen expressed his gratitude, vowing to fulfill any request in return. Let us discuss this later. We must conclude the matter of those who sought to kill us today. There was a slip of the tongue, Lao Chan asserted confidently. Indeed. Otherwise they would not be so eager to silence us. Liao Wen replied. Since the master has returned to the temple, he should be resting in the meditation room at this hour. Let us hasten to find him and report the recent misdeeds of Jin and others. The 2 conspired as they climbed out of the well. However, at the well's mouth stood a tall man, smiling at them. Startled, the 2 nearly fell back into the well. Fortunately, the newcomer was not bald. Otherwise, they might have been terrified to death. Upon recognizing that the person was not one of his merciless brothers, Lao Chan felt a sense of relief and promptly jumped out of the well. Who are you? And what business do you have here? Liao Chan demanded assertively. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that if you do not relinquish the turtle breathing technique, you may never see your master again, the man replied, revealing himself to be Lin Feng, his smile unwavering. He had overheard their conversation and was intrigued by the turtle breathing technique, which could entirely conceal a person's presence, rendering them as undetectable as the dead. A master of this technique could even make adversaries subconsciously overlook their existence. It was terrifying. For instance, Ruo Jiyuan had managed to remain undetected for several days in the Corpse King community, thanks to this very skill. The 2 monks exchanged glances, contemplating how to persuade Lin Feng. Yet before they could speak, Lin Feng's cold voice interrupted. Should you dare utter a single word of defiance, I will not hesitate to end your lives. Upon hearing this, their bodies trembled. They were already weak and had been submerged in the icy water for so long. The imposing figure before them, towering over 9 meters with solid muscles, appeared formidable. If he truly harbored murderous intent, they feared they would never see their master again. With no other option, they reluctantly agreed to impart the turtle breathing technique to Lin Feng. Very well, benefactor, we shall teach you the turtle breathing technique, but afterward, we implore you to grant us our lives. Lin Feng smiled and said, rest assured, my only desire is for the martial arts technique. I seek not to take any lives. However, the 2 of you must each impart the technique in its entirety. Should there be any discrepancies along the way? Haha. Lin Feng maintained a smile, yet to the 2 observers, it appeared utterly terrifying. At that moment, both individuals imparted the turtle breathing technique to Lin Feng in its entirety. During the instruction, Lao Chan frequently cast glances toward Lin Feng, anxious that his junior might misremember the incantation. Once the 2 had completed their teachings, Lin Feng silently recited the technique several times before attempting to execute it. Indeed, within less than a quarter of an hour, the aura emanating from Lin Feng began to gradually diminish. A glimmer of joy illuminated Lin Feng's face. He had acquired the mastery of the turtle breathing technique. Casting a glance at the two individuals, he urged, "You may depart. My heart is devoted to the Buddha. I shall not harm monks." The two exchanged astonished glances, unable to believe that Lin Feng truly intended them no harm. Fearing that he might alter his decision, they refrained from expressing their gratitude and hastily made their way towards the temple. However, they had not ventured far when suddenly an enormous bear paw descended from above, crushing them into a mere puddle of flesh. The owner of the bear paw gradually emerged from its cloaked state, revealing a colossal figure towering 10 meters high, akin to a two-story building. Who else could it be but the formidable Bear Da? Lin Feng patted Xiong Da's head and remarked approvingly, "Well done. Throughout my life, I have loathed those who lack manners. Xiong Da, do not emulate those two. They cannot even spare a simple thank you. One careless moment, and they become nothing more than a puddle of mud." It was as if the command to eliminate these two monks had not originated from him at all. How could Lin Feng possibly allow two individuals to return and jeopardize his meticulously crafted plan? His purpose for coming here was solely to eliminate witnesses. After silencing them, Lin Feng leisurely rode towards the temple on his great bear. Unbeknownst to him, beneath a towering tree not far from the ancient well, there stood a voluptuous woman, her back pressed against the trunk, her form radiating a faint green luminescence that seamlessly merged her with the tree. To any passerby, she was utterly invisible. The woman bore witness to the entirety of Lin Feng's ruthless act, her eyes wide with terror as she watched his retreating figure. She desperately covered her mouth, stifling any cries that might betray her presence to him. Once Lin Feng had departed, silence enveloped the area. The woman dared not emerge, hardly even to move. The flora and trees around her whispered warnings, affirming that the man had not yet left. After a prolonged moment, Lin Feng's silhouette reappeared. He murmured to himself, Truly no one here? Or perhaps my senses have betrayed me. Could it be that the other party has employed some secret art to escape?" He paused for a moment before continuing towards the temple once more. Soon after, he vanished from sight again. The woman beneath the tree remained silent, even hesitant to draw a breath, her eyes filled with dread. For the trees surrounding her continued to communicate that the man was still nearby, prowling and searching, while her own eyes could not discern his presence. The woman's intuition, guided by the trees, was undeniably correct. Lin Feng has returned to the shadows once more, his instincts alerting him to an unsettling presence. It seemed as though he were being watched. Yet, regardless of how he probed the surroundings, no one revealed themselves. After several attempts of returning incognito, he found nothing amiss. Setting fire to the mountains or calling upon his troops for a large-scale search were simply not options. Such actions would create too much commotion and jeopardize his plans for the following day. Reluctantly, he decided to conclude this game of cat and mouse and retreated to rest. Before departing, he stationed a few concealed witches to remain vigilant and monitor the area. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, there were several instances when his body nearly collided with the woman beneath the great tree. At that moment, the woman leaning against the tree was almost frightened to death. It was only after Lin Feng had walked away for quite a while that she finally let out a sigh of relief. The surrounding flora and fauna informed her that the terrifying man had departed, yet several other enigmatic beings lingered nearby. However, from the feedback she received, the danger posed by these individuals was not nearly as formidable as that of Lin Feng, though a tinge of fear gripped her. She knew she could not remain in this spot indefinitely. Staying motionless was not a viable solution. I must devise a way to return to the temple and inform Master Jueyuan of this matter. To be prudent, she refrained from revealing herself immediately and waited a little longer. Once she was thoroughly convinced that Lin Feng would not return, she began to move her body slowly, inching closer to another tree. Each time the trees signaled that someone was approaching, she halted her movements. And when the trees indicated that the presence had receded, she would stealthily advance a few steps. As the woman traversed the gap from the tree she had been leaning against to another, the green glow enveloping her dissipated, revealing a voluptuous figure, with a waist so slender it could be grasped with one hand and a bosom and hips that were extravagantly full. Her form created an exquisitely alluring S-curve. Accompanying this revelation was her face, exuding an air of aloofness tinged with a hint of weariness. Reminiscent of the eldest princess of one of South Korea's largest conglomerates, the Samsung family. However, her visage appeared slightly younger than that of the aforementioned princess. This woman, who had witnessed Lin Feng silencing others, was none other than He Xiaoling, who had come to draw water from the ancient well. She had been in dire need of a bath, having gone far too long without one. Shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, The power outage had been followed swiftly by a cessation of water supply. The temple relied on the well in the backyard for water. But that well was under the control of the Monkshan and his associates, and Xiaoling dared not approach it. Fortunately, prior to the apocalypse, she had frequently visited Putuwa Temple to pray. Thus, she was aware of another ancient well located behind the temple. Before Jiyuan's return, the monks had eyed her with desire, preventing her from venturing out for water. Today, however, with Jiyuan back at the temple, she had seized the opportunity to draw water from the rear mountains under the cover of night. Alas, she stumbled upon Lin Feng in the act of silencing others. What terrible luck! Thankfully, she had awakened her abilities. Otherwise, she might have been killed by that man tonight. Xiaoling patted her ample chest, secretly grateful. Little did she know that what she had awakened was not merely a special ability, but the physique of the Aoki Chanu, a being innately attuned to the trees. When in proximity to trees, she could merge with them seamlessly, rendering her nearly invisible to the untrained eye. In addition, she could engage in a form of telepathic communication with the trees, gaining valuable information. However, Lin Feng, whose strength far surpassed hers, still faintly sensed her presence. Yet, even he could only vaguely perceive that someone was observing him from the shadows. The Aoki Chanu, in the depths of the forest, was indeed a terrifying force. Why does this person so closely resemble Lin Feng? It cannot be Lin Feng. He is not this tall. Xiaoling pondered to herself. With an extraordinary memory, she still had a vivid impression of Lin Feng, the uniquely spirited employee she had dismissed. As she contemplated, she made her way closer to Putuwa Temple, her figure vanishing each time she approached the trees, only to re-emerge as she stepped away. Meanwhile, the witch associated with Lin Feng was stealthily searching the vicinity. Both parties possessed the ability to conceal themselves, engaging in a game of hide and seek on the back mountain of Putuwa Temple. Xiaoling's ability to become invisible relied on proximity to trees, which was not as effective as the witches. However, given the abundance of trees in the forest, the gap in their stealth capabilities was not substantial. Xiaoling was able to observe the witches' movements through the trees, while the witches wandered aimlessly in their search. Thus, as time passed, Xiaoling surprisingly drew closer to Putuwa Temple. Time swiftly advanced to the following noon. The Great Hall of Putuwa Temple was rather enclosed, and though it was daytime, the absence of electricity rendered the interior dim. The monks, including Liao Zhen, hurried about, preparing for Lin Feng's shaving ceremony. Zhu Yuan entered the Great Hall and saw Liao Zhen and the others lighting numerous candles, their flickering flames casting a warm glow. The illuminated Buddha statues gleamed radiantly, exuding an air of solemnity. Zhu Yuan gazed upon this vibrant and joyous scene, his heart brimming with delight. Curious, he inquired, Liao Zhen, given the current scarcity of resources, why such extravagance? The busy monks paused in unison, turning their attention to Liao Zhen. Their expressions were somewhat inscrutable, tinged with an air of peculiarity. Liao Zhen chuckled softly, maintaining his composure as he stepped forward to respond. Master, after Lin Feng's shaving ceremony, who knows when the next one will occur? The brothers discussed and felt it fitting to make this one grand and festive, to bring a touch of positivity to the remaining survivors in the temple. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuan felt a profound sense of relief. A rare smile graced his face. You all have put in great effort. I initially thought you lacked capability, but it seems you have matured significantly. Truly heartening. Even the scent of the candles brought a warmth to his heart. The other monks, witnessing Zhu Yuan not only failing to notice any irregularities, but also praising everyone, internally gave Liao Zhen a thumbs up. Truly, as the senior brother, his quick wit far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Consequently, smiles spread across the faces of the monks in the Great Hall. Only Lin Feng, trailing behind Zhu Yuan, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, internally scoffing. The candles smell warm? Wait a moment. The aroma of the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder will leave you feeling utterly limp. Suddenly, Lin Feng furrowed his brows as he spotted Lu Shirshir within the crowd. What was this woman doing here? In his previous life, he was only aware that Lu Shirshir and Xiaoling were in Jianan County during the early days of the apocalypse, but he had no knowledge of their exact whereabouts. To his astonishment, they were actually at Putuwa Temple. Without his unforeseen presence, how had they survived in the previous life? Wait a moment. In his former existence, Xiaoling possessed a somewhat renowned ability as well. Xiaoling, a 5th-tier powerhouse, suspected of having awakened wood-type abilities, capable of merging with wood to evade detection, controlling trees, and awakening trance. Could it be that the sensation of being watched on the mountainside last night was emanating from Xiaoling? A sense of foreboding arose within Lin Feng. As if to confirm his apprehensions, Lu Shirshir stepped forward and grasped the sleeve of Master Jue Yuan, her expression fraught with anxiety. Master Jue Yuan, she implored. My aunt went to fetch water from the ancient well on the back mountain last night, and she has yet to return. I fear something may have befallen her. Please, Master, assist me in locating my aunt. Lin Feng felt a heavy weight in his heart. Indeed, Xiaoling had ventured to the back mountain last night. Master Zhu Yuan was overwhelmed, exclaiming, Amiba, my dear disciple, we are on the verge of commencing the shaving ceremony for our new disciples. Once the ceremony is concluded, we shall seek your aunt. At this moment, Lu Shirshir was in a state of frantic urgency, disregarding the formalities. Master, I implore you, please help me find my aunt. The temple is not safe, especially lately. Before she could finish, Zhu Yuan interjected with urgency, Master, lives are at stake. I find Lu Shirshir's concerns to be quite valid. He feared that Lu Shirshir might reveal something inappropriate. Believing that the effects of the softening incense would not manifest so swiftly, let us first assist in locating He Shirju. Indeed, there is still some time before the auspicious hour of the shaving ceremony. We should search for her. The monks, feeling a sense of guilt, eagerly chimed in. Lu Shirshir was almost led to question her understanding of these monks, who seemed so different from the lecherous figures she had known. Nevertheless, finding her aunt was paramount, and she chose not to voice her doubts further. Zhu Yuan, bound by the importance of tradition, was anxious about missing the timing of the ceremony. However, since Xiaoling was the wife of an old acquaintance, he too harbored concerns, especially with everyone urging him on. Thus, he resolved, very well. Let us all go in search of Xiaoling. If we miss the time, we shall hold the ceremony tomorrow instead. At this moment, Lin Feng had already discerned through the witch's vision that Xiaoling had entered the temple from the back mountain. Zhu Yuan and the others would undoubtedly encounter her as soon as they stepped outside. Aware that he could not prevent their meeting, a clever idea suddenly struck him. He still possessed a trump card to deal with Xiaoling. Thus, Lin Feng took a step forward and said, Master Zhu Yuan, I am suddenly beset by excruciating abdominal pain. I must attend to this matter first. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhu Yuan did not dwell on them and replied, Very well, let us proceed to find her. Subsequently, Zhu Yuan led the group out of the great hall to search for Xiaoling. Lin Feng smiled faintly and, in his mind, commanded Soldier 1, please inform Wang Hong to record a video for Wang Song. The survivors under Lin Feng's command have managed to repair a small number of mobile phones. Although there is no internet, they can still be used to record videos. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that he might not have the opportunity to show the video to Xiaoling later. Thus, he required a more explicit token. He decided to have Wang Song provide an item, something that his mother, Xiaoling, would instantly recognize. He intended to leverage Wang Song as a means to coerce Xiaoling, ensuring that she was aware of Wang Song's predicament before she could expose his heinous act of murder and silencing. Surely, Xiaoling would hesitate to speak recklessly in front of Zhu Yuan. This scheme carried risks, yet it was the only viable plan Lin Feng could conceive at that moment. Moreover, should the plan falter, he could simply overturn the table, resorting to threatening Zhu Yuan with the lives of over 30 individuals within the temple, compelling him to surrender the secrets of the indestructible skills. However, such a course of action would likely preclude any opportunity to acquire other Shaolin techniques. Lin Feng, having arranged the troops, stepped out of the Grand Hall of Great Heroism. He knew that Xiaoling had already returned to the temple, and that Jue Yuan and the others would soon follow. Wang Hong required some time to handle matters until the video and token were in his possession. Lin Feng resolved to avoid any encounters with Xiaoling. Let the bullets fly for a while. Indeed, Lin Feng's intuition proved correct. Shortly after Jue Yuan and his companions exited the Grand Hall, they encountered Xiaoling, who was hastily returning in a state of distress. Xiaoling shared a profound bond with Lu Shirshir, akin to that of sisters. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, they had relied on one another, further deepening their emotional connection, viewing each other as their spiritual anchors. Lu Shirshir rushed forward to embrace Xiaoling, weeping profusely. Witnessing this poignant scene, Jue Yuan and the others were subtly moved. Jue Yuan was touched by the sincerity of their relationship, while the other monks' feelings remained inscrutable. Once the tears subsided, Jue Yuan led the group back to the Grand Hall. The candles within still burned brightly, and the smoke they emitted seemed more fragrant than usual. Jue Yuan felt a warmth enveloping his heart, akin to the tranquility following a hearty meal, accompanied by a slight drowsiness. However, he dismissed the sensation, attributing it to a restless night prior. Meanwhile, He Shaoling was contemplating the words she would use to convey the events of the previous night to Juan. Lu Shishir inquired, "Aunt, what transpired last night when you went to fetch water? Why did you not return until dawn? I was so worried about you." He Shaoling hesitated, her concern stemming from the possibility that there were accomplices of last night's intruder within the hall. Sensing her unease, Jue Yuan asked He Shizhu, "Is there something you find difficult to disclose? I am here. Feel free to speak openly." With that encouragement, He Shaoling resolved to be forthright. If there were indeed accomplices inside, it was imperative to disclose the truth. She had already exposed herself. If she failed to clarify the situation, Jiyuan Master might not be able to unearth the true culprits, putting both her and Lu Shishir in jeopardy. "Master Jiyuan, it is as follows. Shishir and I had not bathed for several days, and feeling quite uncomfortable. I went to the ancient well on the back mountain to fetch water last night." Jiyuan, puzzled, responded, "There is a well within the temple. Why venture to the back mountain for water?" He Shizhu. He found it perplexing that a woman would venture to the back mountain alone at such an hour. Lu Shishir impulsively remarked, "Isn't it because she feared being accosted by those young monks of your temple?" He Shaoling quickly interjected, "Shishir, one must not speak without evidence or basis." Reflecting on her words, Lu Shishir realized she had no substantial proof. The monks in the temple were adept at their duties and had never directly pressured them to do anything. Thus, she fell silent. Jue Yuan felt increasingly warm. His thoughts somewhat dulled. He defended his disciples, Lu Shizhu, "Such jesting is unbecoming for monks. Please exercise caution in your words and actions." Lu Shishir had always been outspoken and had previously caused quite a stir at the Putuwa temple before the world fell into chaos. Thus, Jue Yuan harbored profound skepticism regarding her words, which elucidated his prior hesitation to promptly agree to assist her in locating the missing individuals. The Zen monks, including Liaojin, collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Liaojin lowered his head slightly, his eyes ablaze with animosity towards the vile woman, nearly jeopardizing my grand undertaking. "This evening? No. This afternoon. This very afternoon, I shall ensure you comprehend my formidable prowess." He Shaoling continued her narrative. "Master, let us resume our earlier discourse. The reason for my return is that last night, by the ancient well on the back mountain, I witnessed the tragic demise of 2 young monks from your esteemed temple." "What?" Liao Zhen, Liao Jie, and Liao Yuan all exclaimed in unison. Jian was equally astonished, casting a glance at his disciples. Indeed, 2 were missing. The 2 monks had not joined them for dinner last night, and at that time, Liaojin had claimed they were unwell and resting in their chambers. He could not help but believe her to some extent. Could it be? Had they met their fate at that very moment? Liaojin shot a glare at Liao Jie and Liao Yuan. These 2 imbeciles could not even manage such a trivial matter. Yet they had assured him with unwavering confidence that the individuals had already been eliminated. Jin urgently inquired, "My dear disciple, are you certain of what you say? At what hour did you witness their demise? Were you able to discern the appearance of the assailant?" Jue Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. Among the individuals at Putuwa Temple, only his other disciples and the soon-to-join Lin Feng possessed the capability to slay Jue Yuan's apprentices. Whether it was Lin Feng or another disciple responsible, it was a scenario Jue Yuan wished to avoid at all costs. He Shaoling replied emphatically, "Absolutely. I departed around 8 o'clock last night and arrived at the ancient well shortly before 8:30. I scrutinized the assailant's appearance clearly." Jue Yuan, in a state of agitation, pressed on, "What did he look like? Is he still within the temple?" He Shaoling carefully gathered her thoughts and slowly articulated. The assailant was robust and towering, standing at least. Before she could complete her sentence, her attention was captivated by a string of handbeats. This was a black, hand-woven bracelet of unique design, mysteriously appearing upon Lu Shishir's shoulder. It went unnoticed by all, yet He Shaoling perceived it. One reason was the angle, and the other was, this was the very bracelet she had crafted for her son, Wang Tsung. The bracelet comprised 2 strands. He Shaoling's eyes widened, filled with terror. The individual from last night could also be cloaked in invisibility. The bracelet upon Lu Shishir's shoulder was highly likely to be his doing. Seeing He Shaoling abruptly halt her speech, Jiyuan swiftly implored, "My dear disciple, do not withhold information at this juncture. How tall is the assailant?" At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from outside the Great Hero Hall. "Indeed. Mrs. He, do share, how tall is the assailant?" He Shaoling trembled as she turned her head to behold the source of that hauntingly familiar voice. Lin Feng's tall silhouette strode in, a smile gracing his face. And on his right hand, he wore a unique black bracelet, identical to the one resting on Lu Shirshir's shoulder. Indeed, the bracelets adorning both Lin Feng's hand and Lu Shirshir's shoulder were intricately woven by He Xiaoling for Wang Tsong, designed by her own creative vision, which she instantly recognized. Upon receiving Lin Feng's directive, Wang Hong felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Wang Tsong, as a fifth-class citizen, had been assigned to accompany the army in Jianan County to clear out zombies and search for supplies. Otherwise, Wang Hong would have found it exceedingly difficult to complete his task at that moment. Wang Hong promptly sought out Wang Tsong and presented him with two choices. Wang Tsong, he stated, 2 paths lie before you, and it is up to you to choose. First, you may continue as a fifth-class citizen, toiling daily in the most grueling labor, subsisting on the poorest rations until one day you perish in some nameless corner. Alternatively, you may provide an item that your mother would recognize at a glance, and I shall elevate you directly to a fourth-class citizen. Wang Hong's expression remained cold and inscrutable, concealing his inner thoughts. Wang Tsong had recently endured a dramatic fall from privilege, relegated from a wealthy heir to the status of a near-slave fifth-class citizen. This month of servitude had rendered him utterly despondent. Fifth-class citizens were devoid of rights, laboring in the most perilous and arduous tasks without accruing a single point. Living in the most abject conditions, they lived in constant fear of being casually slain by a first- or second-class citizen, with no recourse for justice. The Golden Law explicitly stated that a first-class citizen could kill a fifth-class citizen without consequence, while a second-class citizen would only be required to compensate a fifth-class citizen based on the circumstances. Thus, Wang Tsong's greatest aspiration was to become a fourth-class citizen, where diligent labor would be justly rewarded, affording him rights and alleviating the dread of being slain at the whim of a powerful individual. Wang Tsong was not naive. He understood that Wang Hong's request for a token recognized by He Xiaoling was intended to use against her. Overwhelmed with emotion, he wept, having already made his decision. Perhaps this would be the last time He Xiaoling could protect him. Wang Hong observed him with indifference, knowing that Wang Tsong had acquiesced. After a moment of weeping, Wang Tsong presented 2 bracelets. Minister Wang, these are crafted by my mother. She will surely recognize them at once. I implore you, Minister Wang, to look favorably upon my cooperation and extend your kindness in the future. With tears still glistening on his cheeks, he forced a sycophantic smile. Who could have imagined that this man, willing to betray his own mother and feign servility, was once a prominent heir in H City? Yet now, he was merely a fifth-class citizen striving for survival. Wang Hong nodded and promptly arranged for an aircraft to deliver the bracelets to Lin Feng. A touch of fortune, combined with exceptional competence in execution. Just as He Xiaoling was about to reveal critical information, Lin Feng timely appeared to intervene. He Xiaoling gazed at Lin Feng with a face full of despair. The fact that the other party could present these 2 strands of bracelets indicated that her son, Wang Tsong, was in their hands and, moreover, still alive. Jian, filled with impatience, urged once more, please speak quickly. Lin Feng ceased to interject, merely smiling as he observed He Xiaoling. He was aware of the choice she would ultimately make. After a moment's hesitation, He Xiaoling composed herself and stated, the perpetrator is over 2 meters tall and is currently not at the temple. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's smile broadened. Jian exhaled a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him that deep within, he harbored a profound fear of discovering that the assailant was his own disciple. Soon, a look of sorrow emerged in Jian's eyes. His 2 most cherished disciples had perished, unlike the other disciples who had joined later. Liao Chan and Liao Yuan had been abandoned at the temple when they were mere infants. They had grown up within its walls, forging a bond with Jue Yuan akin to that of a father and son. He yearned to visit the ancient well on the back mountain to witness the scene for himself. However, as he took a step forward, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Liao Zhen and Liao Hai exchanged glances, both recognizing the joy reflected in each other's eyes. They feigned concern, exclaiming, Master, are you all right? And rushed to support Jue Yuan. Assuming his distress was merely a consequence of overwhelming sorrow, Jue Yuan instructed Liao Zhen, Liao Hai, please retrieve the bodies of your junior brothers. Yet, the typically obedient duo remained motionless, their expressions peculiar and their gazes unfamiliar. Suddenly, Jue Yuan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw Liao Zhen's right hand gripping a dagger, which had been plunged deep into his own belly, hilt deep. Liao Hai was also brandishing a dagger, lunging towards his chest. Zhu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, rage surging within him. He exerted all his internal strength to strike at Liao Zhan and Liao Hai. Yet, his normally abundant energy seemed to have vanished entirely, causing his palms to merely graze their bodies without inflicting any real harm. Nevertheless, his counterattack frightened them considerably, prompting them to retreat hastily, fearful of any residual strength he might muster. Liao Hai, trembling with fear, had even managed to misplace his thrust with the dagger. He lamented, half reproachful and half regretful. "Why did you strike early? You caught me unprepared." Liao Zhan's countenance twisted into a sinister grin as he declared, "I could not wait any longer." Wounded gravely, Jin collapsed onto the ground, furiously pointing at the two, hurling curses, "You beasts! How dare you commit regicide?" He commanded his disciples, "Seize these treacherous disciples." Yet, not a single one responded, remaining rooted in place with expressions of bewilderment, avoiding his gaze. Only Lu Shishir and He Shaoling hastily approached to assist Zhu Yuan. Wide-eyed, he surveyed his disciples, incredulity washing over him. Had they all turned against him? He Shaoling pressed her hands against his wound while Lu Shishir inquired with concern, "Master Zhu Yuan, are you all right?" She remained oblivious to the impending danger and called out to the other monks, urging them to assist her without delay. As she touched Master Zhu Yuan's wound, a profound despair enveloped her heart. Their sole reliance, Master Zhu Yuan, had returned less than a day ago, only to face the threat of demise at the hands of these individuals. Moreover, there was that fiend who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Feng. He had murdered 2 young monks in the temple the previous night, likely in collusion with Jin and his associates. This time, it appeared that not only was Master Zhu Yuan's life in peril, but she and Lu Shishir were also facing grave danger. Yet, unexpectedly, an unforeseen event unfolded. Lin Feng hastily approached Zhu Yuan, his voice resounding with authority. "Have you all lost your conscience? How dare you commit such an act of treachery against your master? Are you not afraid of divine retribution?" He bore an expression of righteous indignation, reminiscent of a valiant warrior willing to face death for a noble cause. He Shaoling gazed in astonishment at Lin Feng's retreating figure, perplexed by his devilish antics. Zhu Yuan, touched by Lin Feng's brave stance, reflected on how this apprentice, yet to formally enter the fold, was willing to risk his life to defend him. He lamented the misunderstanding from the previous night, believing Lin Feng had joined Putuo Temple solely for the martial arts secrets. Weakly, Zhu Yuan implored, "Lin Feng, step aside. Do not throw your life away needlessly. Their target is me." Lin Feng stood resolute and declared, "No, in my heart, I have long regarded you as my master. If you wish to harm my master, you must first step over my corpse." Liao Zhan laughed heartily, as if witnessing a farcical spectacle. "Ha ha, do not be hasty. One by one, they shall all perish." He dismissed Lin Feng entirely, believing that, given Zhu Yuan's rigid nature, the inexperienced Lin Feng could never grasp the essence of Shaolin martial arts. Moreover, even if he did, what would it matter? Zhu Yuan had succumbed to the 10 fragrance softening powder, losing all his martial prowess. How could Lin Feng fare any better? Ha ha. I've seen those eager to enter the bridal chamber, but never those eager to court death. Ha ha. Truly, a profound master-disciple bond. Akin to the journey to the West for scriptures. With a tinge of mockery, he added, "Such rhymes? Are you preparing for graduate studies?" The other monks erupted in laughter, having long forsaken their humanity, spiraling into the abyss of desire. Zhu Yuan gazed weakly at his once disciples, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. He mustered the strength to ask Liao Zhan, "I have treated you all as my own children since your arrival at the temple. Aside from this martial arts knowledge, I possess nothing else that could incite such treachery. Why have you chosen to commit such heinous acts against me?" His skills were never hoarded. He had always shared them willingly with those eager to learn. Thus, Zhu Yuan could not comprehend why his disciples sought to harm him. The laughter of the traitorous monks ceased. Liao Zhan, sensing the tide had turned, sought to address Zhu Yuan. "Old man, the world has drastically changed. Yet you cling to your antiquated beliefs. What use is it to have everyone chant scriptures and worship daily, if there truly is a Buddha? And if he genuinely cares for humanity, why then has the world descended into chaos? How many devout followers have turned into zombies at the brink of the apocalypse?" The more he spoke, the more convinced he became of his righteousness. "Ask around, who still believes in the Buddha?" Liao Hai chimed in, expressing his dissatisfaction. "In this apocalyptic world, who knows if we will survive until tomorrow? We cannot be left guarding a horde of women, only to die without ever experiencing their allure." Zhu Yuan, exasperated, retorted, "If you no longer wish to uphold the precepts of vegetarianism and prayer, and desire to marry and return to secular life. Just tell me. If you fancy a virtuous woman from the temple, I can act as a matchmaker. Why resort to such disastrous actions? The group laughed menacingly, offering no response to Zhu Yuan. He Xiaoling sighed. Master Zhu Yuan, they must have committed some unspeakable acts, fearing your retribution in due time. I have not seen the other surviving males in the temple for days. They may have already fallen victim to their treachery. Lu Shishir added, Master, they do not require your mediation. The female devotees in the temple are entirely at their mercy. During your absence, the temple has been inundated with incessant sounds. And Putuat Temple is on the verge of becoming a den of iniquity. Lu Shishir's sharp tongue remained as venomous as ever. The only flaw was her inability to perceive the gravity of the situation. Liaojin chuckled. Do not slander the virtuous. Are there not 2 female bodhisattvas before us whom we have not dared to touch? Since you are so eager, I shall not be partial. Shortly, I shall allow you both to join with other women. I want your cries to resonate the loudest and most passionately. Ha! The thought of imminent dual cultivation with these exquisite maidens made Liao Zhan roar with laughter. The other monks joined in, their faces gleaming with lust. It appears this little minx is yearning for spring. She seeks brother Liao Zhan's assistance in breaking her seal. You brazen temptress. Did you not claim that Putuwa Temple was a brothel? Fear not. We shall elevate you to the position of our star attraction. Lu Shishir, unaccustomed to such lewdness, felt overwhelmed by the monk's lustful gazes as if they were ready to devour her. Panic gripped her heart, and she could only muster a feeble shout, How dare you? However, her frightened demeanor only incited the lascivious desires of the false monks further. Their vile words left her flushed with embarrassment. Had it not been for Liao Zhan securing the rights to Lu Shishir and her companion 3 days prior, those ravenous monks would have surely descended upon them in a frenzy. He Xiaoling hurriedly pulled Lu Shishir behind her for protection, but her voluptuous figure quickly became the target of the lascivious monks. Zhu Yuan regretted his negligence. Yesterday, Lin Feng had warned him of Liao Zhan and the others' unsteady footing, but he had dismissed it. Had he trusted Lin Feng and conducted a more thorough investigation, the malevolent deeds of these rebels would have been laid bare. How could such a dire predicament have arisen? Now, the blood from his wounds flowed rapidly, rendering even the slightest movement of his fingers a challenge, let alone engaging in battle. Lin Feng was uncertain of his opponent's strength, however, having also fallen victim to the 10 fragrant soft tendon powder. He believed that regardless of their prowess, they would undoubtedly lack the capability to engage in battle. Lin Feng's subordinates had also departed, yet to return. Jue Yuan had relinquished all hope. Amidst, it was truly lamentable that Lin Feng and the 2 benefactresses were dragged into this predicament. Jue Yuan's voice grew increasingly feeble as he expressed his heartfelt apologies to Lin Feng and He Xiaoling. Liao Zhan, with a reckless laugh, taunted. Why do you not beg for mercy, old Jue Yuan? Perhaps if you did, I might spare you. He aimed to toy with Jue Yuan, seeking to exact revenge for past grievances. However, Jue Yuan merely lowered his head and recited the scriptures, Namo Amidst. He chose to ignore Liao Zhan. Bored with the exchange, Liao Zhan decided to hasten the conclusion. It was time to settle matters. Lin Feng must perish. His disdain for Lin Feng had long been festering. Liao Zhan and the others stepped forward, employing the dragon claw technique that Jue Yuan had taught them, directing their assault towards Lin Feng. Under Jue Yuan's stringent tutelage, they had practiced this technique for over 3 years. Their foundation remarkably solid. Moreover, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the potency of various martial arts had dramatically increased. As they unleashed the dragon claw, it seemed to rend the air itself. The outcome, should it strike Lin Feng, was all too predictable. Liao Zhan and his companions wore cruel smiles. Lin Feng had nearly exposed them the previous day, and they had long yearned for his demise. Amidst, Jue Yuan shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight of his fledgling disciple meeting a bloody end. Lu Shishir, too, was gripped by fear and closed her eyes. Only He Xiaoling displayed a peculiar expression, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. As for her concern for Lin Feng, at this moment, she was more apprehensive for Liao Zhan and his cohorts. If they were not allied with Lin Feng, the spectacle would indeed be riveting. He Xiaoling could only hope that Liao Zhan and his companions would prove formidable, ideally leading to a mutual downfall with Lin Feng. However, with a resounding thud, 2 swift and powerful dragon claws grasped Lin Feng's neck and chest, yet only a faint sound of impact resonated. Their claws failed to pierce Lin Feng's skin. Instead, they had deformed upon contact. Lin Feng stood still, leisurely observing the 2 individuals before him. Are you attempting to tickle me? He inquired. As the duo concluded their connection, they unleashed the Dragon Claw technique, aiming for Lin Feng's vital points. However, they were met with the sensation of grasping a steel plate. Their fingers inexplicably bent and deformed. They both cried out in agony, retreating while clutching their hands, their expressions filled with terror as they gazed upon Lin Feng. Why you? Why you? They were momentarily rendered speechless. Lu Shirshi's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, I never anticipated you possessed such prowess. Auntie, we are saved now. Zhu Yuan also regarded Lin Feng with astonishment. Realizing that despite being affected by the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder, Lin Feng remained extraordinarily formidable. A smile graced Lin Feng's face. With my 5th-tier physical prowess, if I were to allow you few first-tier novices to breach my defenses, I might as well throw myself against a tofu block. However, the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder is indeed formidable, as even someone like Lin Feng, who has never practiced martial arts and possesses no internal energy, fell victim to its effects. He felt as though a significant portion of his strength had been sapped away, although the intensity of his physique remained unchanged. The power he could exert was astonishingly reduced to that of merely a 3rd-tier level. Lin Feng could not help but fix his gaze upon Liao Zhan. The formula for the 10 fragrance soothing powder must be obtained in encounters with formidable martial artists. This would serve as a potent weapon. Liao Zhan furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at the two who had come to an understanding, his hands subtly contorted. And the agony etched upon his face appeared far from feigned. A flicker of apprehension towards Lin Feng stirred within him, and he ventured to probe, saying, Your Excellency, your concealment is rather profound. Lin Feng retorted with a mocking tone. How can you claim to hide so deeply when you have deceived even your own master? Liao Zhan coldly snorted. One must look after oneself. Otherwise, the heavens will bring about retribution. This old fool has obstructed our path and deserves this calamity. You are different. Our grievances are not profound. If you can acknowledge your mistakes with them, I may still grant you a chance at survival. Yet, Liao Zhan had no intention of sparing Lin Feng. Setting aside their enmity, Lin Feng's prowess appeared formidable, at least above the 1st tier. Once the effects of the 10 fragrance softening powder dissipated, he would pose a threat to Liao Zhan's ambition of dominating Putuo Temple. Liao Zhan's words were merely a test to ascertain whether Lin Feng still possessed any remaining strength. Lin Feng immediately saw through his probing. Yet he was not in the mood to engage in any psychological games with Liao Zhan. He aimed to swiftly resolve the confrontation and then charm his way into obtaining Zhu Yuan's martial arts manual. A band of insubordinate individuals, daring to demand an apology from him? Who do they think they are? He exerted 7 parts of his strength and charged towards Liao Zhan, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. Liao Zhan, noticing Lin Feng's direct approach, felt a surge of anger. With so many people around, why was he fixated on attacking him? Incensed, he retaliated with a punch aimed at Lin Feng's fist. Liao Zhan thought to himself, with so many targets, why single me out? I will show you the consequences of picking a fight with iron. He was the strongest among the monks, practicing the iron cloth technique. Close to breaking through to the next level, with his mastery of the iron cloth already established. The defensive prowess of the iron cloth combined with the physical strength from his training allowed him to hold his own against 4 or 5 of his fellow disciples during practice. His fellow monks held great confidence in him. Lu Shishi and He Shaoling felt their hearts race. For Lu Shishi, Lin Feng was her last hope. If Lin Feng were to be defeated, both she and He Shaoling would likely face dire consequences. However, when their fists collided, the outcome left everyone flabbergasted. Bang! The sound of fists crashing echoed as Lin Feng remained firmly planted on the ground. Liao Zhan, on the other hand, was sent staggering back over 10 meters, only coming to a halt when 2 of his junior brothers caught him. His right hand, which had just engaged Lin Feng's fist, hung limply at his side. It appeared to be broken. Coughing up blood, Liao Zhan looked at Lin Feng with terror in his eyes. What kind of monster are you? The moment his fist connected with Lin Feng's, he felt as though he had struck a speeding truck. The bones in Liao Zhan's right hand shattered instantly, and the force of Lin Feng's punch reverberated through to his internal organs, causing him to involuntarily spit out blood. Had it not been for his mastery of the iron cloth, that blow might have been lethal. Was it possible that his opponent had not been affected by the 10 fragrant softening powder? No, it was simply that he was too weak. Lin Feng felt a bit awkward. He had intended to hold back a little more to appear to struggle in front of Zhu Yuan. This would have made it easier to deceive him into handing over the martial arts manual. Who would have thought his opponent was so inept? Even with the effects of the 10 fragrant softening powder and having retained 7 parts of his strength, he could still send the opponent bleeding. No, It cannot be that you're this strong. You must not have been affected by the 10 fragrance softening powder. Who gave you the antidote? Liao Zhan was unwilling to believe that Lin Feng truly possessed such formidable strength. He looked skeptically at his junior brothers. If he could betray Zhu Yuan with their help, then surely his loyal disciples could betray him as well. Brother Liao, the antidote for the 10 fragrance softening powder was distributed by you, piece by piece. How could anyone have extra antidote to share with others? Liao Hai hastily emerged to clarify that, aside from Liao Zhan, he held the highest authority among the brothers and was the most likely to betray Liao Zhan. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Liao Zhan declared, "What good is merely speaking empty words? Now, everyone, launch an all-out attack on Lin Feng. Anyone who refrains from attacking is undoubtedly aiding Lin Feng with the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder. They are traitors. Let us first eliminate the traitors together." The monks, who had initially witnessed Liao Yuan and Liao Zhan's defeats at the hands of Lin Feng, were filled with trepidation and hesitated to act. However, upon hearing Liao Zhan's words, they felt compelled to encircle Lin Feng to prove their innocence. In their hearts, they believed Lin Feng could not withstand such overwhelming numbers. A dozen martial monks converged upon Lin Feng, launching their attacks in unison: Diamond Finger, Iron Sand Palm, Arhut Fist, each unleashing their formidable techniques without mercy, vowing to slay Lin Feng on the spot. Lu Shishir and Yi Shaoling felt their hearts race with anxiety for Lin Feng. With so many adversaries, they feared whether he could endure. Even though Yi Shaoling was aware that Lin Feng was no paragon of virtue, she remained oblivious to his true intentions. Should these lascivious monks emerge victorious, both she and Lu Shishir would undoubtedly become mere playthings. To put it another way, even if Lin Feng treated them as objects of amusement, being at the mercy of one individual was preferable to being toyed with by a multitude. Lin Feng had learned from his past experiences, skillfully retreating and feigning engagement with the group of monks. The hearts of Master Zhu Yuan and his companions tightened in anxiety. Meanwhile, Liao Zhan, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, quietly withdrew to the entrance of the Great Hero Hall and slipped away in haste. He was acutely aware of Lin Feng's terrifying prowess. His inept fellow disciples could never hope to rival him. With these ineffectual companions stalling Lin Feng, he took this chance to escape. Inside the Great Hero Hall, Lin Feng was embroiled in a fierce melee with the monks. Their collective attention focused solely on the conflict at hand. It seemed no one noticed Liao Zhan's stealthy departure. Only Lin Feng, after delivering a powerful punch that sent high-flying, cast a fleeting glance at the entrance, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Liao Zhan clutched his right arm, his complexion pale, as he dashed back to his quarters. He retrieved 2 volumes of secret text from a hidden compartment beneath his bed and hastily gathered some provisions before rushing out of the temple. In his heart, he silently prayed that his junior brothers could stall Lin Feng for just a little longer. Once he stepped through the temple gates, he finally exhaled in relief. Casting a bitter glance back towards the Great Hero Hall, "Lin Feng, you wretched cur, how dare you thwart my plans? When my cultivation reaches fruition, I shall return to exact vengeance upon you and your entire family, and toy with your women before your very eyes." He possessed the dual cultivation secret technique and had stolen the supreme Shaolin skill, the I Jing Jing. Given a little time, he was certain he could achieve mastery in martial arts in return for retribution. However, he might not have that opportunity. The figure of Bing Yi slowly materialized, sword drawn with an imposing aura akin to a deep abyss. Liao Zhan furrowed his brow. He had never encountered this individual before. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Who are you? We seem to have no grievances between us." A cold glint flashed in Bing Yi's eyes. In an instant, Liao Zhan felt a sudden loss of sensation in his legs, his body teetering before collapsing to the ground. Excruciating pain surged through him as he looked down to find that both his legs had been severed at the roots. His legs remained upright in place, while his upper body was utterly devoid of support. Bing Yi gazed down upon him with indifference. "To dare insult the Lord, you have committed a grave sin. I shall spare your wretched life for now, awaiting the Lord's personal judgment." Meanwhile, within the Great Hero Hall, after a grueling half-hour of battle, Lin Feng finally vanquished all the rebellious monks. He was drenched in sweat, his body marred with wounds. Performing such a ruse proved to be quite arduous. He feared that a moment's lapse in control might turn his adversaries into mere pulp. Lin Feng, while performing, simultaneously observed Zhu Yuan's condition, remaining vigilant against any pleas for mercy. Should Zhu Yuan show any signs of compassion, It could jeopardize his meticulously crafted plan. Only when he noticed that Zhu Yuan was nearing his limit did Lin Feng strike down the final traitor. Lin Feng pretended to take several deep breaths, as if he were utterly exhausted. Then, panting heavily, he rushed to Zhu Yuan's side, who at that moment was inhaling more than exhaling. It was evident that he was on the verge of collapse. Lin Feng promptly extracted a scroll radiating with a verdant luminescence and tore it open. The scroll was labeled as a consumable, upon use. It would gradually restore a small amount of health to allied units within a certain area, during which they could not be attacked, or else the effect would be nullified. As the scroll was torn, it emitted a vibrant green light brimming with life, and Jun, enveloped in the glow, began to slowly recover. His wound ceased to bleed and instead, flesh began to regenerate and heal. His complexion shifted from ashen pallor to a gradual restoration of vitality. Lu Shir and he Shaoling both sensed their recent fatigue dissipating rapidly, even their hunger pangs lessening. The two women exchanged incredulous glances. Lu Shir exclaimed, "Lin Feng, what was that scroll you just tore open? It's truly miraculous." Truth be told, Lin Feng found it equally astounding. This recovery scroll, commonly referred to as slow healing within the game, was capable of healing allies in a designated area, although its effects were not particularly remarkable. Lin Feng was using it for the first time in reality and was pleasantly surprised by its remarkable efficacy. Fortunately, he did not use the life potion, or else Zhu Yuan might have stood up immediately. After approximately 5 minutes, Zhu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes as he painfully spoke. "Lin Feng, you need not waste your treasures to save me." Zhu Yuan had grown up in Putuo Temple and had spent his entire life as a monk. It could be said that Putuo Temple was everything to Zhu Yuan. And now, he was the last remaining soul of Putuo Temple. Although Lin Feng saved everyone, those he killed were disciples whom Zhu Yuan regarded as his own children. Zhu Yuan could not blame Lin Feng. Instead, he found himself engulfed in profound self-reproach. "I have devoted myself to teaching them diligently and treated them well. So why has this happened?" Lin Feng noticed Zhu Yuan's expression of impending despair and quickly interjected to prevent him from truly losing his sanity. "Master, you still have me. Please do not be overly sorrowful." Zhu Yuan replied with a wry smile, "Lin Feng, you are a good child, but I am unable to accept you as my disciple." Lin Feng was rendered speechless. His elaborate scheming aimed not only to assist Zhu Yuan in quelling the rebellion, but also to establish the unfortunate reality that he was the sole disciple left of the entire Zhu Yuan lineage. Thus, with Zhu Yuan gravely wounded and on the brink of death, devoid of any other disciples to inherit the teachings, he would be compelled to impart the Shaolin martial arts secrets solely to him. "Master, why is this so?" Zhu Yuan did not respond. He gestured for He Shaoling and the other woman to step aside, then mustered his strength to rise. Slowly, he approached the statue of the Buddha enshrined in the center of the Great Hero Hall, gently wiping its surface with his sleeve. As he polished the statue, he addressed Lin Feng, saying, "Lin Feng, I was sent to Putuo Temple by my parents at the tender age of 3. Back then, Putuo Temple was but a dilapidated courtyard, far from the grandeur it boasts today, with a mere handful of monks. There was only an elderly monk and the two of us little novices. This venerable monk raised both me and my senior brother, teaching us to read, write, and recite scriptures. In the blink of an eye, 60 years have passed. The disciples trained by my master have flourished, and the temple now sees a constant stream of devotees coming to pay their respects. However, my senior brother and I, despite our efforts, saw our own disciples turn into traitors. They have all perished." Zhu Yuan's voice trembled, and he struggled to articulate the remainder of his thoughts. After a lengthy pause, he lamented, "The failure of my disciples reflects my shortcomings as a master." He resembled a sorrowful storyteller, his voice hoarse, the dim candlelight casting a melancholic glow upon his tear-streaked face. Zhu Yuan, a staunchly traditional monk, believed the demise of the righteous was a result of his own inability to guide them, and he was engulfed in profound remorse. "Lin Feng, I am unworthy to be your master. Take these 2 noble women and depart." Lin Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Why must it be so arduous to learn a martial arts manual? Whether you choose to take me as your disciple is of little consequence. Simply bestow upon me the manual, and I shall depart at once." "Master, my heart is devoted to Buddhism, immersed in the radiant light of the Buddha while reciting sacred texts. Yet, outside, the world is overrun with zombies. If you refuse to accept me, I truly do not know where I shall turn." Lin Feng emphasized the words classics with a heightened volume, hoping that Zhu Yuan could discern the underlying implications. He now felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty in this current mental state, It seemed that even threatening with the lives of He Shaoling and her companion would prove futile. However, Zhu Yuan's subsequent words filled him with unexpected joy. Rest assured, before the apocalypse, fearing that I might meet with an unfortunate fate and the secrets would be lost, I meticulously recorded all the teachings in books. The scriptures are housed within the secret chamber of the Sutra repository's basement, and here lies the key to that chamber. Everything you seek is there. Zhu Yuan's voice was laden with melancholy as he trembled, retrieving a key from beneath the statue of the Buddha. Following the restorative treatment of the scroll, his injuries were, in fact, not severe. He merely needed to replenish his energy gradually. Yet, the recent betrayal and death of his disciple had struck him profoundly, making him feel as though he had aged 20 years in an instant, leaving him utterly despondent. Master. The suddenness of the revelation left Lin Feng momentarily at a loss for words. Zhu Yuan offered a wry smile. You possess formidable strength and numerous subordinates. I am aware that your attachments linger. Leave the recitation and prayers to this old man. Now go. Take these 2 female benefactors with you. I must perform a rite for my disciples. With hands clasped together, he turned and sat down, beginning to chant prayers for the repose of his departed disciples. Lin Feng felt a slight stir of emotions. In both his past and present lives, he had witnessed an abundance of selfishness and deceit. One could share a joyous drink today, yet betray you with a dagger tomorrow. Lin Feng was indeed betrayed by the ever-trustworthy Lin Haoyan, which led to his rebirth. Zhu Yuan embodies true compassion rather than mere superficial benevolence. In the face of disciples who have committed treachery against their master and ancestry, he still possesses the greatest kindness. When he was first stabbed by those 2 individuals, his immediate response was merely to call for their apprehension, rather than seeking vengeance through their demise. This clearly illustrates his profound affection for his disciples. Thus, Zhu Yuan's feelings towards Lin Feng are intricately complicated. Lin Feng is both his benefactor and the nemesis who annihilated all his disciples. Unable to confront Lin Feng any longer, Zhu Yuan could only allow him to depart with the sacred texts. Lin Feng uttered no further words as he approached the Buddha statue, retrieved the key, and turned to exit the great Buddha hall. He held a profound respect for individuals like Yue Yuan, yet he would never aspire to be one of them again. Lin Feng now embraced the philosophy of survival of the fittest, believing that one must act in self-interest lest they face dire consequences. He Shaoling glanced at Yue Yuan and then at Lin Feng's retreating figure. Gritting her teeth, she quickened her pace to follow him. There was no alternative. Her son, Wang Songsong, remained in Lin Feng's grasp. Naturally, Lu Shishir had no choice but to accompany He Shaoling in her pursuit of Lin Feng. The great Buddha hall was once again enveloped in silence. Not long ago, the monks had been bustling within the hall, joyously preparing for the ordination ceremony, their camaraderie palpable. And Zhu Yuan had experienced a rare moment of happiness. Now, the once lively monks lay lifeless upon the ground, their bodies forming a grim tableau. Only the dim candlelight illuminated the serene visage of the Tathagata, whose presence remained dignified. An elderly monk, his heart as cold as ashes, incessantly chanted the rebirth mantra, his solitary voice echoing through the desolate hall. Lin Feng did not proceed directly to the Sutra repository. Instead, he arrived outside the temple, where a principal culprit awaited his attention. When Lin Feng encountered the truth once more, he found himself in a harrowing state, his legs severed and lying upon the ground. His mouth was cruelly stitched with iron wire. Any attempt to move his lips would painfully tug at the wound, rendering him unable to even produce a whimper. The soldier respectfully presented the 2 volumes of scriptures that Zhen had brought from the temple to Lin Feng. My lord, we have thoroughly examined the contents. And aside from these 2 books, he only carried some provisions. Furthermore, this is the formula for the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder that we extracted under interrogation. Excellent. Lin Feng praised softly as he took the book in his hands, only to discover it was the I Ching Jing, a secret dual cultivation technique of the esoteric Buddhism. His eyes narrowed in surprise. It was indeed the I Ching Jing. What a close call. That scoundrel nearly made off with this most significant treasure. The renown of the I Ching Jing is well known, having been widely recognized even before the apocalypse. In the aftermath, this tome became a coveted gem, with countless individuals vying for it. Practitioners who master it possess extraordinarily pure internal energy, rendering them nearly invincible amongst their peers. Furthermore, it enables a seamless ascent to the 9th tier and even the 10th. It can be regarded as one of the most exalted scriptures of the Buddhist sect. As for this dual cultivation technique, what benefits might it hold? Judging by its name, it likely enhances one's strength through dual cultivation. I shall return and delve deeper into it with Chun Yao and the others. Lin Feng pondered silently. Wait a moment. A monk, the secret art of dual cultivation. Could this true monk be the infamous flower-picking monk from his previous life? In that life, the flower-picking monk roamed freely, violating countless women, sparing even young girls. Exhibiting an utter lack of humanity, this individual possessed formidable strength. It was said that even fifth-tier experts perished at his hands. Fortunately, he was later captured by a high monk from Shaolin. Otherwise, who knows how many more would have suffered at his hands. Betraying one's master and violating innocent children. Upon recognizing this man's true identity from his previous life, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming disgust. He refrained from exchanging any further words and swiftly severed his head with a single strike, ridding the world of a menace. Subsequently, he led his soldiers to the scripture pavilion, where they opened a hidden chamber. The chamber was modest, merely several dozen square meters, with 4 bookshelves arranged against the walls. In the center lay a stone bed, accompanied by a table and 2 chairs. On the table were ink, paper, and an inkstone, beside which rested a jade pendant. Lin Feng first approached the bookshelf and began to sift through its contents. Iron cloth technique, iron arm skill, golden bell shield, lizard wall walking technique. Oh, iron crotch skill. Lin Feng discreetly tucked away this manual. Indestructible Vajra technique. At last, Lin Feng discovered the indestructible Vajra technique atop the 3rd shelf. He was overjoyed and hastily took it down to peruse its pages. However, the more he flipped through it, the more furrowed his brow became. What was going on? The first 6 levels were strikingly identical to the incomplete technique from his previous life, merely supplemented by the additional 4 levels of skill at the end. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had practiced through the first 6 layers, and the more he trained, the greater his internal heat intensified. By the time he reached the 6th layer, he felt as though he were consumed by an insatiable fire, particularly during the full moon each month when the intensity peaked. The crux of the matter was that if he sought someone to relieve this inner turmoil, his vital energy would surge uncontrollably, leaving him utterly weakened. Conversely, if he refrained from releasing this energy, the inevitable conclusion would be an explosive outburst of his vital force, resulting in his untimely demise. Lin Feng, in a state of resignation, contemplated whether to abandon this particular martial art in this lifetime. After all, having already gained an advantage, he would ultimately be invincible. Moreover, the Yi Jin Jing was not without merit. Although its defensive capabilities were somewhat inferior, the profundity of its internal cultivation was unparalleled, rivaling even the indestructible strength of the diamond body technique. Yet, the image of him tearing off his shirt in battle, his entire being radiating golden light as he charged forth, colliding with his opponent's weapon in a spectacular display, was undeniably exhilarating. Did not every young boy, while watching the drama The World's Best, dream of mastering the indomitable diamond body technique, sweeping all foes aside? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a small line of text on the final page of the diamond body technique. It read, "This art must be practiced in conjunction with the Yi Jin Jing and the secret dual cultivation methods of the esoteric school. Otherwise, one may only cultivate up to the 5th level. It is imperative to refrain from attempting the techniques beyond the 5th layer, lest one be consumed by fiery desires and meet certain demise." What a trap! In his previous life, the techniques beyond the 6th layer had been incomplete, and he had never encountered this cautionary note. No wonder, during his cultivation of the first 5 layers, he had felt relatively stable. Yet, upon successfully mastering the 6th layer and entering the realm of the extraordinary, his circumstances had taken a dramatic turn for the worse. Lin Feng brought forth the dual cultivation methods of the Yi Jin Jing and the secret Buddhism, presenting 3 complete volumes of techniques. The joy radiating from his face was unmistakable. The indestructible body technique is unparalleled in its might. While the internal energy of the Yi Jin Jing is as boundless as the ocean, this dual cultivation secret must be intended to expedite the pace of his training. How considerate, Lin Feng thought, feeling quite pleased. Without further hesitation, he instructed the soldiers to remain on alert and settled himself upon the stone bed to commence his practice. He began with the indestructible body technique, which was the easiest to cultivate. In his previous life, he had already mastered this skill thoroughly. Coupled with his now immensely powerful physique, the training proved to be exceptionally efficient. In less than an hour, he successfully completed the first level of the indestructible body technique. Lin Feng felt an immense surge in his strength, his muscles swelling with power. He glanced at his status panel. noting that his strength attribute had risen by a remarkable 5 points, now totaling 64. This was no longer the prowess befitting a mere 5th-tier warrior. In his previous life, this realm was referred to as the half-step transcendent. Lin Feng felt an immense strength within himself. He even contemplated challenging a transcendent being to an arm wrestling match. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that transcendence signifies a fundamental leap in the essence of life, and that, at present, he was not yet a worthy opponent. In his previous life, Lin Feng had ascended to the extraordinary ranks and was well aware of the immense strength possessed by such formidable beings. He restrained the exhilarating rush brought about by the rapid surge in his power and once again devoted himself to the cultivation of the indestructible Vajra technique. To his astonishment, the process of recultivating this skill was remarkably smooth, allowing him to swiftly attain the first level of the indestructible Vajra technique. Lin Feng wished to gather his strength and see how far he could advance in his cultivation. As Lin Feng immersed himself in his cultivation within the secret chamber of the Sutra Pavilion, He Xiaoling and Lu Shishir had already returned to their respective rooms. Initially, they had intended to follow Lin Feng, but as they emerged from the Great Hero Hall, his figure had vanished without a trace. Lu Shishir, filled with trepidation, remarked, "Aunt, Lin Feng has also disappeared. What shall we do now?" She felt utterly lost and overwhelmed. In the days prior, they had been perpetually on guard against the likes of Zhao Zhan and his cohorts, taking turns to sleep. Yet now, with Zhao Zhan and his group extinguished, their confusion only deepened. With Jue Yuan appearing to be on the brink of death, she wondered how much longer he could endure, and with Lin Feng now absent, whom could they rely on for support? In contrast to Lu Shishir's uncertainty, He Xiaoling was gripped by a more profound anxiety. Her son remained in Lin Feng's custody, and now that Lin Feng had vanished, she yearned for someone to guide her on the next steps to take. Nevertheless, being the elder, she felt compelled to reassure Lu Shishir. "Shishir, do not worry. Everything will turn out well." Everything will turn out well? Who would believe such a thing? Suddenly, He Xiaoling recalled something. Sure. Earlier Master Jue Yuan mentioned that the secret manual is in the Sutra Pavilion. Do you think Lin Feng might have gone there? Lu Shishir's eyes brightened with realization. Yes. Lin Feng must have gone to retrieve the manual. Let us hurry to find him. At this moment, Lin Feng had become the sole figure of reliance in Lu Shishir's heart. Moreover, he was tall and handsome. Who wouldn't he have a crush on such a youth? The two made their way toward the Sutra Pavilion, engaging in conversation along the path. "Aunt, I've noticed that Lin Feng resembles the Lin Feng from our previous company. Lin Feng has now grown taller by more than 10 centimeters, with muscles bulging and a robust physique, although he retains some resemblance to his former self. A stranger would hardly dare to associate the two. It is conceivable that they share a slight likeness and bear the same name." He Xiaoling, however, wore a worried expression, for deep down, she was already nearly certain of her suspicions. If it were an unfamiliar stranger, it would be manageable. However, if it were Lin Feng from the former company, it would pose a significant problem. Just a day before the apocalypse, she had dismissed Lin Feng, and it was possible that he harbored resentment. Lu Shishir, on the other hand, cheerfully remarked, "It must be Lin Feng. He is surely here to rescue me. Perhaps he has awakened some extraordinary ability that transformed his physique." As the two conversed, they passed by the temple's cafeteria. The remaining women in the temple, likely already aware of the demise of the true believers, were gathered outside the cafeteria, engaged in hushed discussions. Upon noticing Lu Shishir and her companion, they abruptly ceased their conversation, casting an eerie gaze upon the two. Lu Shishir and her friend felt a shiver run down their spines and quickened their pace towards the sutra repository. Once the two had distanced themselves, the remaining women resumed their chatter. "Humph, those two are living quite well, not having to share a bed and yet thriving," remarked a woman in her 30s, her voice laced with jealousy. "After all, they were noble women before the apocalypse," interjected another woman with short hair. "What a fortunate fate, born with a silver spoon." Even in the face of the end of days, those men still regard them with admiration. "The heavens are so unjust. I toil each day for a mere morsel of food, tormented by several filthy monks. And look at those two harlots, who need not sacrifice anything yet still appear so vibrant." This woman, rather voluptuous and also in her 30s, bore bruises around her neck, indicating the harshness of their reality. Why is it that all women are not equal? How can these two wretches enjoy such comfort? The woman's trousers were worn at the knees, suggesting she had endured much. "Sisters, those two filthy bitches avoided us the moment they spotted us," the short-haired woman hissed again. The derogatory term ignited a firestorm of indignation among the women. They clamored to confront Lu Shishi and He Xiaoling, but judging by their fierce demeanor, it was clear that their intentions extended beyond mere discussion. These women, who had resorted to selling their bodies to survive, could tolerate a shared filthiness, where no one could cast stones at another. However, Lu Shishi and He Xiaoling, who had never engaged in such transactions, appeared untouched and rosy-cheeked, like two pristine white flowers. In stark contrast, the others felt as if they were the muck in a filthy drain. Naturally, this bred resentment towards Lu Shishi and her companion. It is human nature to lament not the scarcity, but the inequality. He Xiaoling and Lu Shishi had reached the entrance of the sutra repository, unaware that the vitality restored by the scroll had rendered them targets of scorn among the remaining women in the temple, who were now armed and seeking trouble with them. Outside the sutra repository, a throng of armored sentinels had gathered, their presence both imposing and enigmatic. Some donned infantry armor, wielding longswords, while others were clad in enchanted battle gear, brandishing blades designed to counteract magic. Among them floated sorceresses with striking figures, their feet barely touching the ground, alongside male wizards whose eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light as they clutched their staffs. Lu Shishi was entirely unfamiliar with these figures and was perplexed by their sudden appearance at the repository's entrance. At the threshold of the sutra repository, a guard with narrowed eyes coldly declared, "No unauthorized personnel may approach the repository." Summoning her courage, He Xiaoling inquired, "May I ask if Lin Feng is inside?" Her gaze fell upon the massive figure of Xiongda behind the repository, its vast bulk sprawled on the ground, its head protruding from the roof. He Xiaoling recognized Xiongda as the great bear that had crushed Xin and his companion the previous night. The guard's eyes snapped open. "You know our lord? What business do you have with him?" "Our lord?" He Xiaoling and Lu Shishi exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't he Lin Feng merely a subordinate of theirs? Despite the apocalyptic world they inhabited, where powers had awakened and strength flourished, when had he amassed such a formidable entourage? "Is Lin Feng truly your lord? That simplifies matters. Please allow us entry. I am his friend." Lu Shishi exclaimed, her spirits buoyed. This was splendid news, with such powerful allies. Her worries about surviving in this new world faded significantly. However, the guard was not inclined to grant entry based merely on her words. Lin Feng's orders were clear: maintain vigilance and allow no one to disturb him. In a frigid tone, he responded, "State your purpose and wait outside. Once our lord completes his seclusion, I shall inquire if he wishes to meet you." His unyielding demeanor incensed Lu Shishi. She was certain that this Lin Feng was the very same who had pursued her in the past. With renewed confidence, she bristled at the audacity of his subordinate for denying her. "You, a mere gatekeeper, presume to act with such arrogance? Let me inform you that your lord has long been enamored with me. I never acquiesced. I have come to offer him an opportunity. And should your obstruction thwart his chances, rest assured, you will not fare well." Lu Shishi declared with haughty pride. He Xiaoling hastily grasped her sleeve, cautioning Shishi, "Please be mindful of your words. Do not provoke this esteemed individual." "Esteemed individual?" Lu Shishi interrupted. "Auntie, why apologize to him? You are unaware of how much Lin Feng cherishes me. If Lin Feng discovers that he dared to obstruct me, he will regret it." With unwavering confidence, Lu Shishi recalled how, just one day before the apocalypse, Lin Feng had professed his feelings for her, only to be met with her refusal. Although Lin Feng scolded her in a fit of rage, she firmly believed that he still harbored feelings for her. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to rescue her at Putuo Temple. He Xiaoling expressed her concerns, saying, "Shishi, I fear that Lin Feng has changed. He is no longer the Lin Feng we knew." It was difficult for her to directly mention the fact that Lin Feng had used her son as leverage against her, subtly warning Lu Shishi. How could he change so swiftly? "Lin Feng loves me deeply. He is but my devoted admirer." Lu Shishi's voice dwindled. Though she was voluptuous and somewhat naive, she was not utterly foolish. The apocalypse was terrifying. Even the monks who practiced vegetarianism and recited scriptures had turned into depraved villains, even resorting to murdering their own masters. What was truly impossible in such a world? Lu Shishi began to feel regret. If only she had not acted foolishly in pursuit of a celebrity and had accepted Lin Feng's confession back then. As her initial excitement faded into clarity, she was compelled to confront the reality she had deliberately overlooked. In her quest to defend her idol, she had seduced Lin Feng into confessing, only to reject him and cause him to lose his job. Although the impending apocalypse meant that losing a job would have minimal impact on Lin Feng, she could not guarantee that he would not harbor resentment. Anxiety began to consume Lu Shirshir. If Lin Feng truly held a grudge, she and He Xiaoling would be in dire straits. The more she pondered, the more her fear escalated. Unable to contain herself, she turned to He Xiaoling and said, "Auntie, perhaps we should leave. I just remembered something important." With that, she tugged at He Xiaoling, attempting to make their escape. However, just as she turned away and had not gone far, they were confronted by a large group of women wielding wooden poles and kitchen knives, marching towards them with fierce intent. The short-haired woman was the first to spot them. She raised her knife and pointed it at Lu Shirshir, exclaiming, "You little hussy, don't run away. Clarify whether you were just mocking us." The vulgarity of her words left Lu Shirshir utterly bewildered. "Who has mocked you?" He Xiaoling, recognizing the danger as the women charged at them, quickly grasped Lu Shirshir, urging her towards the scripture repository. Her greater life experience told her that the women were merely seeking a pretext. Their true intent was to kill them. In the apocalypse, emotions could escalate to terrifying extremes. Simple jealousy could provoke murderous rage. The two hastily reached the front of the guard, pleading, "Please, let us in. Those people behind us have gone mad. They want to kill us." He Xiaoling implored desperately, yet the guard remained unmoved, not even bothering to open his eyes. With a sudden thud, He Xiaoling fell to her knees, her once noble and slightly weary visage now marked by sheer terror. "Please, I beg you." Lu Shirshir, equally terrified, knelt beside her, repeating, "Please, we beg you." She frequently glanced back at the approaching women, her words tumbling out in a frantic incoherence. Those women were now less than 20 meters away. As He Xiaoling witnessed Bing Yi's indifference, she contemplated seeking assistance from other infantrymen. In an instant, Bing Yi swung his sword, cleaving a chasm 30 meters long and approximately 1 meter deep before the entrance of the suture repository. He Xiaoling found herself obstructed by this gaping divide. Intruders shall perish. His chilling declaration undoubtedly pronounced a death sentence upon He Xiaoling and her companion. In despair, she cast a glance towards Bing Yi, who remained immobile, sword poised, his eyes still shut, exuding a coldness akin to the iciest stone. Meanwhile, the group of women pursuing them had arrived at the entrance of the suture repository, their faces etched with fear as they beheld Bing Yi and his comrades. They were baffled by the emergence of such formidable foes. The short-haired woman glanced apprehensively at the chasm carved by Bing Yi, fearful that he might intervene on behalf of He Xiaoling and her companion. After all, the two women were undeniably striking. Had she been a man, she too would have rushed to their aid. A sudden wave of trepidation washed over her, igniting thoughts of retreat. Yet, she soon realized that the line Bing Yi had drawn did not encompass He Xiaoling and the others. Could it be? The other women contemplated withdrawing as well, recognizing the formidable presence of the fully armed soldiers. Nevertheless, the short-haired woman spoke up, "Sisters, wait. It appears these gentlemen have no intention of assisting those two troublesome vixens." The women, upon hearing her words, turned their gazes towards He Xiaoling and her companion. Indeed, it seemed the two had been effectively barred from entry by these imposing figures, eliciting malicious smiles among the women. To ensure caution, the short-haired woman addressed Bing Yi, "My lord, would you mind if we took care of these two bothersome women for you?" Bing Yi, eyes still closed, offered no response. He had made his stance abundantly clear. Intruders would meet their demise. His mind was preoccupied with the continuous refinement of various sword techniques, cherishing every moment of training during this non-combat period. Bing Yi steadfastly remembered his vow to Lin Feng. "I shall be your sharpest sword." He never forgot his origins as a mere foot soldier, transformed from cannon fodder. He was not a hero. How could he fulfill his oath without diligent practice? Seeing Bing Yi's lack of reaction, a smile crept across the short-haired woman's face, mirrored by the other women who donned wicked grins. They encircled Lu Shirshir and He Xiaoling. The two women retreated repeatedly until they nearly stumbled into the chasm cleaved by Bing Yi, forcing them to halt. "What do you intend to do?" He Xiaoling mustered her courage to inquire. "Vixens, were you not so audacious? Did you not consider yourselves above all, residing wherever you pleased?" The short-haired woman's face twisted with disdain. Why the sudden loss of bravado? He Xiaoling recalled the encounter vividly. When the apocalypse first unfolded, she and Lu Shirshir, gripped by fear, had implored Zhu Yuan to transfer them to the room nearest to him. Was it truly necessary to change rooms? He Xiaoling secretly accumulated magical power. Her Aoki Chano body endowed with a unique talent skill, capable of summoning a vine from the ground to ensnare others. However, she had always struggled with insufficient magical energy to manifest it. In her current predicament, she had no choice but to give it a try. Ha ha. Sisters, behold. This is the lofty noblewoman who, with a mere utterance, subjected me to unimaginable torment. And yet, she nonchalantly declared it unnecessary. The short-haired woman's smile began to take on an increasingly deranged quality. Do you have any idea what they did to me when they ordered me to move? 5 of them tormented me for an entire morning. I couldn't even get out of bed for 3 days. Filthy harlot, I want you to experience this feeling too. The short-haired woman's eyes turned crimson, her words spiraling into madness. Sisters, seize them. More than a dozen women surged forward, reaching out to grab He Xiaoling and her companion. He Xiaoling's face turned pale as she executed her vine technique. Several thick vines sprouted beneath the feet of the short-haired woman and a slightly plump woman, binding them tightly and rendering them immobile. However, the other women had already seized He Xiaoling's hands, dragging her forcefully to the ground. A woman wielding a broom raised it high, ready to strike He Xiaoling. Ah! Lu Shirshir screamed in terror. She had never witnessed such chaos. Suddenly, she felt a surge of power within her. Without a moment to ponder, she unleashed it upon the woman attacking her aunt with the broom. Zzz. A barrage of wooden thorns shot forth, piercing the woman's body and face. Oh! The woman shrieked as she collapsed, her visage marred by wooden spikes. The wounds not bleeding but rapidly bubbling and festering. Clearly, the wooden thorns were venomous. The women recoiled in fear, casting bewildered glances at Lu Shirshir. A curly-haired woman cautiously inquired, "What sort of sorcery is this?" Lu Shirshir remained silent, instead assisting He Xiaoling to her feet. He Xiaoling, massaging her hands, threatened, "If you don't leave now, do you wish to court death?" With her hair cascading down, her furious demeanor exuded even greater allure. Yet, the women did not flee outright, for both the vine bindings and the poisonous thorns were not deadly enough to instill true fear. They had formed a bitter enmity with Lu Shirshir and He Xiaoling. Failing to eliminate them now would surely lead to retribution in the future. The woman on the ground, moaning in pain, had risen to remove the wooden thorns, her gaze filled with venomous hatred for Lu Shirshir, wishing to devour her alive. The bound short-haired woman had already used a kitchen knife to sever the vines. Soon to regain her freedom, she rallied the others, saying, "These 2 enchantresses can only use their magic once, otherwise they would have attacked us already. Fear not. Hasten and slay them. Do not wait for their sorcery to recover." Her words served as a reminder to the other women, who exchanged glances and raised their weapons, once more charging at He Xiaoling and her companion. He Xiaoling gazed at the descending cleaver with a visage of despair. She had lost her magical abilities, as someone who had barely reached the first tier. She would have been able to evade these women with her stealth in the forest. Yet now, she found herself utterly defenseless. Lu Shirshir was equally filled with dread. Am I to perish? Having just awakened, her magical energy was scant, and being able to unleash a single thorn spell was already a remarkable feat. Meanwhile, in the secluded chamber of the Sutra repository, Lin Feng was grappling with significant troubles. His eyes burned crimson, steam billowing from his head, enveloping the entire chamber in swirling mist. His upper garments had been entirely shredded, lying in tatters upon the ground. His robust muscles were fully revealed, and he appeared even larger than before his seclusion. This is dire. I should not have advanced to the 3rd tier so hastily. Lin Feng lamented his decision. He had just completed the 2nd tier of the indestructible skill, gaining an additional 5 points of strength, with a surge of malevolent fire rising within him. Yet he felt he could still suppress it. Therefore, he had dared to attempt the cultivation of the 3rd tier of the indestructible skill. To his dismay, as soon as he initiated the mental exercises of the 3rd tier, his entire being erupted with boiling energy and blood, the malevolent fire consuming his mind, impossible to contain. He had perused all 3 volumes of the secret texts and understood that his current physical condition stemmed from the rapid advancement in the indestructible skill. The muscle alteration and dual cultivation techniques had yet to be initiated, failing to harmonize his energy and blood, resulting in the tumultuous surging of vitality and the explosive rise of malevolent fire. The only way to alleviate the malevolent fire within his body was through dual cultivation. Fortunately, he managed to maintain the last vestiges of his consciousness. Lin Feng, while revisiting the esoteric teachings of the tantric dual cultivation, contemplated the necessary precautions as he commanded the soldier, "Bring those 2 women inside." The other ordinary women were of no interest to him. Not only were they unattractive, but they had also been subjected to the torment of others, leaving him entirely disinterested. If he were to use them to alleviate his inner turmoil, he would rather endure the discomfort and return to Shanjin town to seek Wang Etienne. As for whether He Xiaoling and her companion would consent, it was a ludicrous thought. If Lin Feng did not intervene, their fate was sealed. and it would be a grim one indeed. They had no room for objection. Outside the sutra repository, just as a cleaver was about to strike He Shaoling, the soldier opened his eyes and swiftly executed a cheese slash. The crescent-shaped energy cut through the air at an astonishing angle, severing the arms of the three women poised to attack He Shaoling and her companion. Their anguished cries filled the air as they clutched their wounds in pain. The other women looked on in terror at the soldier. With a cold demeanor, he commanded He Shaoling and Lu Shishir, "The master summons you inside. Do so promptly." He Shaoling and Lu Shishir stood in stunned silence, grappling with the surreal nature of the events unfolding before them. They had truly believed death was imminent. It seems Lin Feng indeed cares for me. He must have only intended to frighten me, Lu Shishir thought, feeling a surge of sweet relief. Quickly, do not keep the master waiting, the soldier urged, sensing that Lin Feng's current situation was somewhat precarious. Oh. Lu Shishir exclaimed as she hastily pulled He Shaoling towards the repository. The short-haired woman and her companions dared not obstruct them. After a moment of hesitation, they forced smiles and addressed the soldier, "My lord, you said you would not involve yourself in this matter, did you not?" With an impassive expression, the soldier replied, "What? Do you wish to instruct me on my duties?" "And no, my lord, we would never," the short-haired woman stammered, repeatedly apologizing. The soldier closed his eyes once more and coldly uttered a single word, "Scram." Terrified, the group of women scrambled away. These women had bullied He Shaoling and her companion with increasing ferocity, yet before the soldier, even after losing an arm, they could only manage forced smiles, fearful of inciting his wrath and jeopardizing their lives. It is uncertain whether to label their actions as self-preservation or to condemn them as bullies who prey on the weak. Yet in this apocalyptic world, such behavior is merely the most fundamental survival instinct. In the realm of the strong and the weak, a feeble individual may appear pitiful before a stronger adversary. But when faced with someone even weaker, they can transform into merciless predators. Lu Shishir and He Shaoling arrived at the entrance of the secret chamber, which stood ajar. Inside, steam swirled, and waves of heat emanated from within, accompanied by heavy, labored breathing and a dull thumping sound reminiscent of a heartbeat. They sensed an ominous presence lurking inside. Could it truly be Lin Feng? How could a human produce such sounds? He Shaoling and Lu Shishir exchanged a glance, and with newfound courage, He Shaoling inquired, "Lin Feng, are you in there?" No sooner had her words echoed than a pair of large hands emerged from behind the door, swiftly pulling both women inside. This chapter features multiple entries into the small black room. After several revisions, if there are any discrepancies, please refer to the author's commentary. When Lin Feng regained consciousness, it was already the following morning. The previous night, Lin Feng had acted with undue haste, causing his vital energy to surge and a minor eruption of yang energy. Fortunately, he possessed the esoteric dual cultivation secret method of the tantric school, which harmonized vital energy and harnessed yang energy. Ultimately, this outburst not only posed no danger to Lin Feng but also enabled him to transform the released yang energy into strength. Coupled with the unique physical attributes of the two women, Lin Feng had successfully attained the third layer of the indestructible Vajra technique. Remarkably, he had completed the training of the first 3 layers in just a single day. In his previous life, Lin Feng could scarcely have imagined such a fortune. The benefits are indeed immense. The threefold enhancement of the indestructible diamond art has bestowed upon him a remarkable increase of 15 points in strength, elevating Lin Feng's might to an astonishing 74 points. Yet, the paramount advantage of the indestructible diamond art does not lie merely in its enhancement of strength, but rather in its formidable defensive capabilities. Lin Feng grasped a longsword, typically wielded by infantry, and pressed it forcefully against his own skin. The blade dulled, yet it merely left behind a faint white mark upon his flesh. Lin Feng estimated that at present, those below the 5th tier would likely struggle to breach their own defenses. In terms of physical strength, Lin Feng had clearly transcended the limits of an ordinary person, stepping into the realm of the extraordinary. However, his overall prowess had yet to reach the heights of true transcendence, as extraordinary beings wield powers of a superior echelon. It was indeed unfortunate for He Shaoling and her companion. Had it not been for their unique constitution, allowing for self-healing, they might not have endured. If it were Wang Yitian in their place, he would likely have met his demise here. Nevertheless, Lin Feng felt no remorse. He had grievances with He Shaoling and Lu Shishir prior to the apocalypse, and his decision not to eliminate them outright stemmed from their potential to aid in his rapid ascent to power. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. Are you not going to rise and tidy up? Must I be the one to do it? Lin Feng offered no semblance of kindness to the two. After all, it was merely a furnace. He Xiaoling and Lu Shishir felt a deep sense of grievance, yet they understood they had no standing to negotiate with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I truly lack the strength, He Xiaoling lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow. After an intense battle, she was utterly exhausted. No one could withstand such relentless demands. Moreover, having endured several days of inadequate nourishment, even the slightest movement was a challenge. Brother Feng, we have been famished for far too long, and just moments ago. Lu Shishir gazed longingly at Lin Feng. I genuinely lack the energy to tidy up the room. Lin Feng, unwilling to press too hard, voiced the doubts that lingered in his mind. Mr. He, prior to the apocalypse, I observed the indiscretions between you and Zhao Sihai in the office. At that time, you seemed untroubled by any ailments. He gestured towards a particular part of his anatomy. He Xiaoling's face flushed crimson, while Lu Shishir's expression turned peculiar. That is my sister, the three of us. Including Shishir's mother, are triplets, and we bear a striking resemblance to one another, He Xiaoling replied bashfully. She was born 2 minutes before me, and I was next. Shishir's mother is the youngest. My elder sister and Zhao Sihai were each other's first love. They often. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out to be so. He had previously been perplexed as to why He Xiaoling would take a liking to Zhao Sihai. Lin Feng, filled with curiosity, inquired, haven't you already married and given birth? What? He Xiaoling felt an overwhelming sense of social embarrassment, especially with her niece present. In truth, I do not harbor any affection for him. Our union was a political arrangement. After the birth of our child, Song Tsong, I have not cohabited with him since. Lin Feng suddenly understood. No wonder. The truth behind all the gossip had finally emerged. He took out the I Ching Jing and began practicing on the stone bed. The secret chamber gradually fell into silence. Lu Shishir and He Xiaoling turned their heads away, unwilling to meet each other's gaze. The events of the previous night had been utterly absurd. Having lived in a civilized society for decades, they were momentarily unable to accept it. Although they had been coerced when Lin Feng first captured them, the situation had since evolved. They were still uncertain about how to face one another, and the atmosphere became awkward. Fortunately, after a short while, several witches entered, bringing clothes and food for the two. It was 2 baskets of steaming dumplings. Undoubtedly the work of Wang Hong. With him around, Lin Feng's living conditions were always of the highest standard. Upon seeing the dumplings, the 2 women could not help but salivate, their eyes gleaming with desire. They had been subjected to a meager diet of thin gruel daily to force their compliance. If it weren't for their robust constitutions, they might have already perished from hunger. Lin Feng said softly, go ahead. I prepared this for you too. Upon hearing his words, the 2, disregarding the heat, eagerly stuffed the soup dumplings into their mouths. Ah, so hot. So delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite soup dumplings before. Lu Shishir exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she ate. They devoured the dumplings one after another, and soon, 2 baskets of soup dumplings were consumed. Afterwards, they gazed longingly at Lin Feng. You've been hungry for too long. You cannot indulge too much at once. Lin Feng spoke lightly. Aren't you going to put your clothes on? The 2, clad in the emperor's new clothes, were indulging in soup dumplings before him. With He Xiaoling's commanding figure, Lin Feng found it somewhat overwhelming. Were it not for his intention to cultivate the I Ching Jing, he might have succumbed to the temptation of devouring large buns. The 2 blushed, hurriedly dressing and tidying the disordered scriptures. Time swiftly passed to noon the following day. Throughout the day, Lin Feng devoted himself to practicing the I Ching Jing. However, in comparison to the indestructible Vajra technique, the progress of I Ching Jing was almost tortoise-like in its slowness. After an entire day's effort, he had merely scratched the surface of the first layer. In truth, this was not a slow pace at all. One could even consider it a prodigious rate of advancement, given Lin Feng's high intelligence and commendable comprehension. Yet, for someone like Lin Feng, who was accustomed to extraordinary feats, it felt excruciatingly slow. He could not bear to spend such an extensive amount of time in secluded cultivation. Thus, he decided to pause his training. He planned to return to Shanjin Town and expedite his progress through dual cultivation. He instructed his subordinates to pack the scriptures for transport and then, accompanied by the 2 women, headed to the Great Hero Hall to bid farewell to Master Juan. The venerable Master Juan was deserving of respect. He had bestowed upon Lin Feng numerous advantages, and it would be remiss not to express his gratitude before departing. Lin Feng and the others entered the Grand Hall of Great Heroism, where Jiwei Yuan maintained his original posture of meditation and chanting sutras. Lin Feng let out a slight sigh, lamenting the futility of it all. Master Jiwei Yuan has already passed into the beyond. Both He Shaoling and Lu Shishi, sensitive by nature, could perceptibly sense the absence of vitality in Jin, their expressions inevitably clouded with sorrow. Jiwei Yuan had treated them with kindness. Had it not been for his protection in the aftermath of the apocalypse, they too might have suffered the same fate as the other women in the temple. Reduced to mere playthings for the true elite. Let us ensure Master Jiwei Yuan receives a proper burial, Lin Feng instructed. A few soldiers approached to collect the body. How disingenuous! Came a robust voice from behind the Buddha statue, interrupting them. A middle-aged monk, portly and with a round face, emerged from behind the statue. Amipa, I am Yuanjin from the Shaolin Temple, here to retrieve the disciples of the branch temple back to Shaolin. Only to discover that they have met with a tragic fate, none spared. Might I inquire if you know who is responsible for this atrocity? Yuan Zhan's eyes widened in fury as he pressed for answers. Yuan Zhan was a renowned monk from the Shaolin Temple, part of the esteemed Yuan lineage. Following the merging of worlds, the abbot of Shaolin utilized profound spiritual insights to locate the scattered branches of Shaolin throughout the vast realm. Thus, he dispatched skilled monks to seek out these branches and bring them back to the temple. Yuan Zhan had only recently arrived at Putuwa Temple and was horrified to find the disciples brutally slaughtered, all perishing within the main hall. One particularly gifted disciple had even been forced into a state of meditation and final repose. Fury ignited within him. Shaolin Temple would not simply accept any disciple back, but rather those with exceptional talents, which would yield greater rewards. From the dissipating Buddha light surrounding Jiyuan, Yuan Zhan deduced that this deceased disciple harbored the potential to ascend to the ranks of a 7th-level Vajra, or even an 8th-level Bodhisattva. Bringing such a talent back would undoubtedly be a significant achievement, possibly earning him valuable treasures from the abbot. Yuan Zhan himself possessed only average talent, without extraordinary encounters. His strength might remain stagnant throughout his life. Thus, the murder of Jiwei Yuan amounted to the theft of his opportunity and the obstruction of his path to enlightenment, fueling his uncontainable rage. When Lin Feng beheld Yuan Zhan, he comprehended how in his previous life, Lu Shishi and He Shaoling had evaded the clutches of the True Ones. However, fate is capricious. In this life, Yuan Zhan confronted him directly. Immediately, he responded not with words, but by surreptitiously issuing commands to summon the Grand Sorcerer, Bing Yi, and Xiong to his side. Lin Feng's perception system continuously issues warnings of imminent danger. The figure before him, a perfect circle, undoubtedly embodies an extraordinary power. This is the most formidable adversary Lin Feng has encountered since his rebirth. All of this is my doing. What do you intend to do about it? Will you accompany these worthless scoundrels to the depths? Lin Feng, with a dismissive air, refrained from offering explanations, recognizing that his adversary harbored ill intentions. It was evident that, even if he were not the perpetrator, Lin Feng would not easily escape their pursuit. In his previous life, Lin Feng had experienced firsthand the unreasonable nature of these bald-headed foes. Furthermore, having significantly enhanced his own abilities, he was eager to engage with a formidable opponent to test his prowess. To his astonishment, Lin Feng exhibited no fear and openly admitted to the act of murder. Yuan Zhan, both anxious and amused, remarked, "You are indeed transparent in your actions. This spares me the effort of further discourse. Do you not fear the repercussions of your reckless deeds?" Lin Feng retorted with scorn, "How dare you bald monks cast aspersions upon others? Are those wretched women who survived in the temple not the victims of your own hands?" Yuan Zhan neither acknowledged nor denied the accusation, simply replying, "I have no idea what you are talking about." When he interrogated the perpetrator, he employed a soul-searching technique, yet within the memories of those women, he unearthed the heinous deeds committed by the true monks. Fearing that such revelations might tarnish the reputation of Shaolin, he decided to silence them without hesitation. You bald monks speak of karma and retribution, yet in the end, it all boils down to the power of the fist." Lin Feng scoffed. Yuan Zhan replied calmly, "There is no need for further words. I implore you to choose a method of demise." Lin Feng scoffed. "Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy?" Yuan Zhan confidently replied, "If your confidence stems from the mere presence of a few insignificant ants outside, I fear you shall be sorely disappointed." The Grand Magus and his companions had all taken their positions, and beyond them stood a 1,000-strong battalion of mages. The infantry would prove to be of little consequence against such extraordinary adversaries. Lin Feng cast a fleeting glance at Yuanjun before turning to exit the Great Hero Hall. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Zhu Yuan for imparting his teachings, and he did not wish for the man's rest to be disturbed even in death. As he stepped outside, Yuanjun, filled with elation, followed suit, for this was indeed his temple, dedicated to the Buddha. However, just as he crossed the threshold, a crescent-shaped wave of combat energy surged toward him with alarming speed. It was the combat energy slash of Bing Yi. A mere parlor trick. Yuanjun scoffed disdainfully. Golden Bell Shield. Instantly, a protective aura enveloped his body, resembling an inverted golden bell, securing him within its embrace. The combat energy slash struck the shield, dispersing into a shower of golden light, yet the shield remained steadfast and immovable. What? For the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed Bing Yi's usually impassive face. Since mastering the combat energy slash, he had encountered no resistance, yet this time, it had been thwarted by that barrier. Amidst, is this truly the extent of your capabilities? A mocking smile graced the corners of Yuanjun's lips. Lin Feng refrained from engaging in a battle of wits with the old bald monk, who had already ascended to the extraordinary realm. The group charged forward in unison. Benji swiftly unleashed another wave of energy, propelling himself toward Yuanjun. With a thunderous roar, Xiangda, with his immense physique, lunged towards Yuanjun. The Grand Mage wielded his staff, summoning a level 3 water elemental, towering at 10 meters. This water elemental concentrated its magical energy, launching a formidable water arrow at Yuanjun. Undeterred by the onslaught of multiple adversaries, Yuanjun laughed heartily. With such weaklings as you, even 100 would be mere fodder for my prowess. As the water arrow approached, Yuanjun barely spared it a glance. A mere swarm of ants, he declared. I shall allow you 3 strikes. With his palms pressed together and eyes closed, he stood resolute. The water arrow, imbued with overwhelming force, struck the golden bell barrier, but stirred not a single ripple. Benji, gathering his strength, leaped into the air, descending with a cross slash. With 2 resounding cracks, his longsword shattered upon impact. Yet, the golden bell remained unscathed. Roaring fiercely, Xiongda rose up and struck the golden bell with great force. Thud! His paw was repelled, causing him to stagger back several paces. He clutched his injured paw, howling in pain as tufts of fur were torn away by the bell's protective aura. Grand Mage Medivh pointed his staff skyward, invoking the skill Blizzard. As a torrent of hail descended, although Medivh was at level 5, the blizzard he conjured, while still classified as level 1, had significantly enhanced power and area. Alas, this skill was ultimately still just level 1. While it was effective for clearing lesser foes, it was scarcely adequate against an extraordinary being. In fact, it was even less powerful than a casual fireball he could cast. As the blizzard approached the golden bell, it was swiftly melted before even making contact. Lin Feng and others wore solemn expressions. The shell of this garden truly seemed impenetrably hard, excluding Lin Feng. The other 3 were among the most formidable warriors within the 5th tier, each unleashing their most powerful strikes. Astonishingly, none of them inflicted any damage upon the garden. Is the 6th tier of transcendence truly that invincible? Yuanjun opened his eyes. With such prowess, they dared to challenge me. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be above reproach. The dragon capture technique. Yuanjun extended his right hand, grasping at the air toward Xiongda, and instantly, a terrifying hand radiating golden light materialized from the void. It effortlessly ensnared the massive form of Xiongda, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, the golden hand exerted a crushing force. Roars of agony erupted from Xiongda as blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, being the cub of the earth bear, his physique was immensely stronger than that of an ordinary 5th-tier warrior. Otherwise, with Yuanjun's grip, he would have likely been reduced to a mere pulp. Bing Yi seized a long sword from a fallen soldier and charged at Yuanjun once more. The clash was deafening. Yuanjun countered with his left hand, utilizing the dragon capture technique to effortlessly swat at Bing Yi. Boom! Bing Yi was sent flying by the immense palm of true energy, crashing through 3 massive trees before finally colliding with 2 temple structures, which subsequently collapsed, burying him beneath the debris. Had Bing Yi possessed a health bar, this strike would have nearly depleted it entirely. Bing Yi, take your medicine and withdraw. Lin Feng hastily administered a vial of life potion to Bing Yi. Yuanjun was truly formidable. Bing Yi was not a hero, and once dead, he could not be resurrected. After effortlessly swatting Bing Yi aside, Yuanjun seized Xiongda with his dragon-capturing hand and forcefully slammed him into the ground. A resounding thud echoed, reverberating throughout the entirety of Putuat Temple. The ground where Xiongda's massive form made contact erupted in a shower of debris, leaving behind a gaping crater. With his golden hand still gripping Xiongda, he prepared to strike the earth once more. Roar. Yet, Xiongda was the earth bear. In this life-or-death predicament, it unleashed its primal fury. Howl. From its maw emerged a massive, meter-wide, earthy-hued energy orb, colliding with the wrist of the golden hand, causing cracks to erupt upon impact. Lin Feng also unleashed the indestructible power of the Vajra, delivering a powerful punch towards Yuanjin. Xiongda is his exclusive steed, and he cannot afford to let it be crushed by Yuanjin. Once again, Yuanjin resorted to his old tactics, commanding another golden giant hand to strike at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's skin transformed into a bronzed hue, veins protruding, muscles swelling as he delivered a powerful punch towards the golden giant hand. Yuanjin, witnessing Lin Feng not only refraining from evasion but instead striking towards his chi-infused hand, could not help but scoff, deeming it an act of self-destruction. However, the following moment left him in shock, his mouth agape. Bang! Lin Feng's fist pierced through his dragon-catching hand with unparalleled force. In the palm of the colossal hand, which spanned several dozen meters, a human-shaped void was left behind. Golden light erupted from the breach, and cracks rapidly spread forth. With a resounding shatter, akin to a broken mirror, the giant hand disintegrated into fragments of true energy, which then dissipated into the ether. What a farce! A mere mortal. Yuanjun stared in disbelief at Lin Feng, who radiated with golden brilliance. He was utterly convinced that Lin Feng possessed no extraordinary power, yet how could a mere mortal possibly breach his dragon-catching hand? Lin Feng, regardless of his thoughts, delivered another powerful punch towards the golden bell shield. Bang! Lin Feng felt as though his fist had struck a solid block of iron, having no effect on his opponent whatsoever. Again, bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng's speed in striking was astonishingly swift. Within a single second, he unleashed over 100 punches upon the golden bell shield. At this relentless pace, it would not take long, perhaps merely 3 minutes, before the shield would indeed shatter under Lin Feng's onslaught. Yuanjin sensed that the once immovable shield now displayed a diminishing vitality. He had not anticipated Lin Feng to be such a formidable opponent. Furrowing his brow, Yuanjin relinquished his control over the dragon-subduing hand that grasped the massive bear and instead engaged Lin Feng, with his left hand employing the diamond finger and his right hand wielding the iron sand palm. He was far from being merely proficient in the golden bell shield and the dragon-subduing hand. Among the 72 supreme techniques, Yuanjun was adept in a multitude of martial arts, mastering a dozen or so combat styles. Lin Feng may lack formal martial arts techniques, yet in his previous life during the apocalypse, he endured countless battles over the span of 3 years, endowing him with extensive practical experience. With a series of rapid strikes, Yuanjun, utilizing his agile movements, landed 2 fingers and 4 palms upon Lin Feng in less than a second. However, with an astonishing strength of 74 points and remarkable physical resilience, bolstered by his indestructible technique, Yuanjin's blows merely resonated with a series of dull thuds against Lin Feng's body. Although Lin Feng sustained an injury, it was not severe. He reacted swiftly, as Yuanjun delivered another strike of the iron sand palm towards his chest. Lin Feng not only refrained from evading, but instead leaned forward, willingly confronting Yuanjun. In that fleeting moment, just a fraction of a second before the iron sand palm made contact with Lin Feng's chest, Lin Feng seized the opponent's arm with a firm grip. "I have caught you." A cruel smile crept across Lin Feng's face. Yuanjun was taken aback, astonished by Lin Feng's swift reaction and formidable strength. In a desperate attempt to repel Lin Feng, he unleashed a powerful Luohan fist aimed at Lin Feng's temple. However, Lin Feng neither blocked nor evaded, allowing the strike to land on his temple while he seized Yuanjun, forcefully slamming him into the ground. Yuanjun's fist struck Lin Feng first, yet was thwarted by a radiant golden shield. Astonishingly, Lin Feng emerged unscathed. It was the sacred armor. Faced with this setback, Yuanjun's expression shifted dramatically. This was dire. His body collided violently with the ground. Fortunately, the golden bell shield proved resilient. Otherwise, Yuanjun might have been left utterly disoriented by such a fall. Nevertheless, Lin Feng continued his onslaught, akin to the Hulk mercilessly battering Loki. Lin Feng grasped Yuanjun and hurled him about, akin to tossing a rag doll. Yuanjun's body traced a semicircular arc in the air, before crashing heavily onto the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The ground surrounding Lin Feng is riddled with deep pits, and the once solid stone tiles have been reduced to mere rubble. Yuanjun, in a fit of rage, though unscathed, feels utterly humiliated by this treatment. Enough. What do you take me for? In midair, unable to find leverage to halt his descent, he resorts to unleashing a flurry of alternating punches and palm strikes towards Lin Feng. The thunderous sound of impact echoes as Yuanjun's formidable Luohan fist strikes Lin Feng, sending a shower of golden sparks into the air. The iron palm grazes against the skin of his chest, igniting a flurry of sparks. Lin Feng's lips brimmed with golden blood. After Lin Feng engaged in combat with Yuanjun, he realized that although Yuanjun was indeed more powerful, his strength had its limits. This provided an opportune moment for Lin Feng to assess the resilience of his own physical form, prompting him to disable the divine armor. It appeared that his physique was still unable to withstand the onslaught of an extraordinary adversary, even when bolstered by the formidable 3 layers of indestructible power. Lin Feng consumed a bottle of life elixir, and in an instant, his physical condition was restored to its zenith. He grasped Yuanjun's hand with his right, and, with unparalleled swiftness, unleashed a barrage of strikes towards the golden bell barrier. Bang, bang, bang. He appeared almost frenzied. Naturally, Yuanjun was not one to yield easily. His fist rained down upon Lin Feng with relentless fervor. Having transcended the ordinary and mastered numerous Shaolin secret arts, Yuanjun could not be deemed weak within the realm of the extraordinary. The occupational template of the Lord of the Lin Feng 4 clans renders him invincible among his peers. Even when faced with heroes of equal rank, they prove no match for him. Coupled with the formidable 3 layers of indestructible skills, Lin Feng's prowess, while not on par with Yuanjun, has nonetheless reached a remarkable level of excellence. The clash between these 2 extraordinary combatants is terrifying, reducing the battlefield to mere ruins. A surge of energy radiates outward as he unleashes a series of 5 aura slashes in a desperate attempt to counter the onslaught. This battle is beyond our intervention. Retreat to a safe distance, the Grand Mage declared solemnly. With a flick of his wrist, he propelled a water dragon spell towards Yuanjun. Yet, the water dragon could scarcely approach, dissipating into mist under the overwhelming force of the released energy. Currently, the immense energy orb could only be unleashed as a single projectile. Otherwise, it might have influenced the course of the battle. The onlookers nearly vacated the Putuat temple, ceding the space entirely to Lin Feng and Yuanjun. In the distance, waves of magic destroyers continued to converge, encircling the Putuat temple in layers. They awaited Lin Feng's command to commence their onslaught on Yuanjun. A full half-hour passed. Lin Feng hurled Yuanjun aside and seized the opportunity to consume a vial of life elixir. Sweating profusely, his golden form gradually began to fade. The formidable diamond indestructible technique was originally capable of lasting an hour. However, Yuanjun's relentless assault had halved that duration. Nevertheless, Lin Feng felt exhilarated. Having gained a clear understanding of his own strength through this fierce battle, his current prowess undoubtedly reached an extraordinary level. With the application of the diamond indestructible technique, even ordinary extraordinary beings could never breach his defenses in a short span of time. In his previous life, relying on sheer luck, it took him 3 years to attain extraordinary status. In this life, thanks to the Beast War system, he achieved extraordinary combat power in less than a month. It truly evokes a sense of wonder. The power of sheer luck is indeed formidable. Yuanjun remained stationary, refraining from immediate attack, astonished by Lin Feng's resilience. He had exhausted all his efforts but could not subdue his opponent, although he still possessed some strength. It appeared that Lin Feng was in even better condition than he was. Yuanjun began to contemplate retreat. Master, we have fought for quite some time without determining a victor. It is better to resolve grievances than to deepen enmity. Upon reflection, I find no conclusive evidence that proves my disciple was slain by you. Shall we cease hostilities here? Yuanjun spoke earnestly. Ha. Lin Feng seemed to hear a jest. You lack the strength, don't you? How is it that you've wilted so swiftly? Yuanjun, suppressing his fury, retorted, You must comprehend that should we continue this confrontation, you are by no means my match. Do not deceive yourself. Lin Feng's indomitable strength could not be summoned in such a short span, and the cooldown for his divine armor had yet to expire. Indeed, he was at a disadvantage against Yuanjun. However, is that so? Shall we continue? Lin Feng remained unfazed. Yet, Yuanjun's expression shifted dramatically. Unbeknownst to him, the Putuat temple had been encircled by an innumerable army. These soldiers were clad in enigmatic magical armor, wielding curved blades that radiated with arcane light. Thousands of troops moved in perfect unison, their footsteps the only sound piercing the silence. Clearly, they were the elite of the elite. Yuan Jun discerned at a glance that each of these soldiers possessed third-tier strength. His countenance darkened. It seemed that today's events could not be resolved amicably. Lin Feng, if we continue this conflict, it will yield no benefit for either of us. Do you truly wish to engage in a battle to the bitter end? When Lin Feng smiles, those familiar with him understand that he harbors murderous intent. Yuan Jun, do not blame me for denying you an opportunity. Kneel before me and bow 3 times, and I may spare your wretched life. Yuan Jun gazed skyward, where the skies were filled with dragon eagle knights, formidable figures that exuded an air of intimidation. He felt a sense of dread wash over him. How could he have provoked someone with such immense power? If he failed to navigate this situation carefully, he might very well meet his end today. Thus, he invoked the name of Shaolin Temple. Lin Feng, do you intend to oppress me with your might? Know that our Shaolin Temple boasts 800 Vajras and 300 Bodhisattvas. Before he could finish, alarm bells rang in his mind. What was this? Whoosh. Thousands of magical shells hurtled toward him with alarming speed. It was Lin Feng's mortar squad. Yuan Jun did not recognize these round objects, yet he sensed an overwhelming threat. He hastily employed his lightness skill, attempting to evade. However, it was too late. Hundreds of shells detonated around him. Yuan Jun activated his golden bell shield with all his might. Yet, having battled Lin Feng for half an hour, his internal energy was already depleted. Moreover, the destructive power of the mortar squad's magical shells was staggering. Under the concentrated fire of hundreds, Yuan Jun could not withstand it. The golden bell shield flickered and was shattered by the explosive force. Whoosh! Another volley of shells soared toward him. Lin Feng. Yuan Jun's eyes widened in horror. Lin Feng's disregard for martial ethics is astonishing. It appears he has no intention of letting him escape. Consumed by rage, he turns to flee. Unwilling to further engage with Lin Feng, Yuan Jun understands that if he were to be ensnared by Lin Feng, his demise would be all but certain today. With a powerful push of his legs, he leaps to an impressive height of several dozen meters. A multitude of dragon eagle knights unleashes magical orbs, striking his golden bell barrier. In midair, devoid of leverage, Yuan Jun is struck and plummets into a throng of magical disruptors. Upon landing, he employs the dragon capture technique, an excellent skill for clearing out minor foes. However, the golden giant palm slams into a magical disruptor, only to pass right through it. It proves utterly ineffective. What is this absurdity? Yuan Jun's eyes nearly bulge in disbelief, utterly bewildered. Magic immunity. The dragon capture technique has been classified as a magical skill. Regardless of Yuan Jun's astonishment, the blades of dozens of magical disruptors slice into him. The golden bell barrier shatters, yet he still possesses the iron cloth skill. Although the disruptor's blades fail to breach his defenses, he feels a significant depletion of his internal energy. What? A minor foe with the ability to siphon energy? Yuan Jun finds himself in a state of repeated shock. Ever since Lin Feng entered the fray to challenge him, everything has been testing the limits of his understanding. With a powerful R-hit fist, he strikes a magical disruptor, obliterating him instantly. Yet, at the same moment, he is struck by a barrage of blades from behind, further diminishing his internal energy. In retaliation, he delivers 2 swift strikes of the diamond finger, piercing the foreheads of 2 magical disruptors with astonishing force, eliminating them in an instant. Simultaneously, he suffers another onslaught of blades. Lin Feng gazed coldly at the besieged Yuan Jun, sneering, "Bald donkey. Weren't you intent on a fight to the death with me? Is this all you've got?" Yuan Jun nearly spat out blood in frustration and retorted angrily, "Lin Feng, do you only know how to hide in the shadows? If you have the courage, come and face me for 300 rounds. He aimed to provoke Lin Feng into joining the fray, for this was Yuan Jun's sole opportunity. Lin Feng was perplexed as to where the monstrous army had originated. Not only could they siphon his internal energy, but they also exhibited complete immunity to all forms of internal energy attacks. The only recourse left was to rely solely on physical strength to vanquish them. How could one possibly confront such a challenge? Lin Feng mocked. It appears that Master Yuan Jun's eyesight is rather poor. I remained stationary from the beginning, yet you managed to find the wrong direction. Yuan Jun, infuriated, found himself devoid of the strength to engage in a battle of wits with Lin Feng. In that brief moment, his internal energy had been entirely depleted. He could no longer perform the iron cloth shirt technique. With a sudden thrust, a blade struck him, surprisingly breaking through his skin. Panic surged within Yuan Jun as he retaliated with a punch, shattering his opponent's skull. Yet, he was met with a barrage of dozens of cuts upon his own body, transforming him into a mere figure of blood. A cruel smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. The moment had arrived. With a powerful leap, he reached Yinjin's side and struck a fierce blow to his head. Yinjin's face contorted in terror as he attempted to evade the attack, only to discover that escape was futile, utterly impossible. Without the support of internal energy, the potency of Yinjin's fist and his agility had diminished significantly. He wished to plead for mercy, but before he could utter a word, bang! Yinjin's skull burst apart like a watermelon struck by a mighty hammer, blood and brain matter scattering in all directions. The headless corpse of Yinjin collapsed to the ground. Lin Feng extended his hand, and the witch presented him with a towel. As Lin Feng wiped his hands, he remarked, "To insult someone upon first meeting is exceedingly impolite. Do not emulate such behavior." With that, Lin Feng casually discarded the towel, which fluttered down upon the lifeless body of Yuan Jun. A once great figure has now fallen. Withdraw. With a commanding voice, Lin Feng ordered the troops to withdraw in an orderly fashion from the ruins of Putua Temple. Lu Shishir and He Shaoling hurriedly followed, their hearts tumultuous. Lin Feng's prowess is truly terrifying. The recent confrontation between Lin Feng and Yuan Jun appeared to them as a celestial battle. Even a mere flicker of his energy could obliterate them countless times over. It is utterly bewildering how, in less than a month, an ordinary junior employee has transformed into such a formidable force. The subordinates of Lin Feng need no further elaboration. Even the formidable Yuan Jun was brutally beaten to death. Yet, only a mere 10 or so armored minions perished. Lin Feng possesses several thousand such followers. It seems that he must now resign himself to being a mere furnace. The two of them concealed their ulterior motives. The magical disruptor proved to be an exceedingly effective tool against these skilled adversaries. A singular magical immunity skill can provoke expletives from the majority of the powerful. Relying solely on physical strength to eliminate them one by one would be exhausting. How many can one truly vanquish? Meanwhile, the opponent can continuously sap your magical energy, internal power, and fighting spirit. Jiaonan County is a populous area, home to over 1 million residents. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, that population has transformed into over 1 million zombies. As time has progressed, the zombies in Jiaonan County have been largely cleared by the forces led by Usher. Only a handful of neighborhoods and streets remain, with approximately 200,000 zombies yet to be eradicated. These zombies have been deliberately retained by Lin Feng to facilitate the leveling up of the newly summoned heroes from the Elf, Undead, and Beast clans. Lin Feng arrived at the base of the Undead clan, which was none other than the playground of the former Jiaonan County No. 1 middle school. Even from a distance, the mournful wails of souls could be heard, and as he gazed ahead, a black ancient castle loomed in the air above the playground. The castle was suspended approximately 50 meters above the ground, standing at an impressive height of around 300 meters. Its obsidian walls occasionally emitted a ghastly green glow, while phantoms swirled ominously overhead. Directly in front of it was a colossal skull of an unknown beast, measuring over 100 meters in size. Surrounding the castle, within a 5-kilometer radius, the earth lay scorched and desolate, with flora and fauna wilting into decay. This was a skill inherent to the castle, the wasteland. The combat capabilities of all undead troops and heroes were significantly enhanced within this barren expanse. Furthermore, the construction of undead structures could only take place in such wastelands. "Your Excellency," greeted Arthas, mounted on a skeletal steed as he approached Lin Feng, accompanied by a cadre of ghouls and a group of necromancers. The necromancers wore black ceremonial robes, their faces obscured, though occasionally a cough would reveal the pallid skin beneath. These necromancers, akin to the farmers of humanity, were capable of mining and erecting undead edifices, and could even sacrifice themselves to become shadows. Shadows possessed no offensive capabilities and were immune to all attacks, existing in a state of invisibility while capable of detecting cloaked enemies, an exceptional reconnaissance unit. The ghouls, desiccated and skinless, were merely skeletal forms draped in crimson muscle, their teeth bared in a terrifying grimace. They preferred to traverse the ground on all fours, their forelimbs adorned with razor-sharp bone claws, serving as the foundational combat unit of the undead, with the ability to gather timber. Upon upgrading to ghouls and fanatics, they possessed commendable combat prowess, classified as second-tier troops. At a mere cost of 105 silver coins, equivalent to 105 grams of silver, one could produce a unit, making it a remarkably economical choice. Lin Feng gazed upon the great filial son, Arthas, clutching Frostmourne and adorned with a magical cloak, his skin pale yet strikingly handsome. He truly embodied the allure of a beloved character from the world of Warcraft. However, Lin Feng inwardly mused, I am not your father. So do not be overly dutiful towards me. Rise, Arthas. I eagerly anticipate your arrival. In this world teeming with zombies and corpses, you shall undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Lin Feng helped Alsace to his feet, his heart brimming with exhilaration. The undead. In a world ravaged by a zombie apocalypse, the undead possessed a distinctly greater advantage over the human race. Had it not been for the lack of unlocking prior to the cataclysm, their potential would have been unparalleled. Lin Feng's unequivocal preference lies with the undead. The undead are renowned for a formidable strategy known as the skeleton sea tactic. Necromancers possess the ability to summon the dead, resurrecting them as skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. Provided there are sufficient corpses, the necromancer will conjure an inexhaustible army of skeletons for Lin Feng. No one can resist the allure of the undead catastrophe, and corpses are precisely what the apocalypse has in abundance. Lin Feng contemplated the most optimal development trajectory ahead. Following the conquest of Jiaonan County, he promptly seized all resources, including silver, gold, and jade, through the survivors organized by Wang Hong. The current inventory of resources stands at 1,568,000 units of gold, 125,200,000 units of silver, and 8,000 units of spiritual essence. With this wealth, if all the silver were allocated to the production of ghouls or human infantry, it could directly yield over 1 million units. Lin Feng chuckled. While the variety of cannon fodder units is indeed abundant, prioritizing the upgrade of the base is essential. The ice dragon embodies the true romantic spirit of a man. So let us reluctantly aim for 100,000 first. Lin Feng commenced his consumption. And should the survivors of Blue Star become aware of this, they might well contemplate despairing measures. They struggle for existence like rats in a sewer, desperately striving to enhance their strength, with only the most elite among them barely attaining the second tier. In stark contrast, Lin Feng effortlessly produces an astonishing 100,000 units of second-tier combatants. Truly, the disparity is staggering. However, Lin Feng does not share this sentiment. He has never regarded the survivors of Blue Star as his true competitors, for they are unworthy of such a designation. In his previous life, Lin Feng was already among the elite of the surviving humans on Blue Star, possessing knowledge of numerous secrets. He had gleaned insights through information exchanges with other extraordinary beings from Blue Star and leaders of major bases. After the convergence of worlds, excluding minor factions like the goblins that roamed freely, the former territory of the Dragon Kingdom was encircled by several formidable forces from different realms. To the north lay the Orc Alliance, the Elven Empire nestled within the Qinling Mountains, the Sea Tribe Council in the East Sea, the Kingdom of Rowan to the northwest, and the various martial arts sects and cultivation schools in the south, each flourishing in their own right and teeming with powerful experts. For instance, even a single monk dispatched from Shaolin could leave Lin Feng's top generals at a loss. In his previous life, the major factions refrained from launching large-scale invasions of the Dragon Kingdom's territory, primarily due to mutual restraint and apprehension toward one another. Additionally, the land of the Dragon Kingdom was exceedingly barren compared to other realms. Unlike the rest of the worlds, the spiritual energy on Blue Star had only just begun to rejuvenate, and the survivors were starting their cultivation journeys from scratch. The resources and treasures of Blue Star were also in their nascent stages. Thus, these great powers found little allure in the territory, with only a few desperate individuals or those with ulterior motives, like Yuan Zhan, venturing into the Dragon Kingdom. Their presence undoubtedly posed a dimensional threat to the native survivors of the Dragon Kingdom. However, for Lin Feng, the so-called hanging loser, the situation was far from detrimental. Lin Feng had even devised a plan. Once the Undying Clan's base ascended to level 3, he would summon several million ice dragons to engulf all these formidable powers. Let us not dwell on distant matters for now. Lin Feng expended considerable resources to construct 1,000 spirit towers, utilizing 180,000 units of silver and 200,000 units of timber. These spirit towers can be upgraded to ghost towers and frost towers, and they assist the undead heroes and troops in coalescing souls. Additionally, he established 20 crypts, which required 400 units of silver and 500 units of timber. These crypts are capable of producing ghouls, ogres, and gargoyles. Furthermore, He constructed 4 graveyards, which consumed 200 units of silver and 400 units of timber. The graveyards functioned similarly to the human blacksmiths, enhancing the combat capabilities of the undead forces and periodically refreshing corpses. Subsequently, he upgraded the undead base's grand cemetery to the second-tier necropolis, expending 10,000 units of gold, 100,000 units of silver, and 800 essence. It is imperative that the second tier of the undead base be enhanced, as the necromancers require the upgrade to the second tier to commence production. Lin Feng could hardly contain his eagerness to unleash a cataclysm of the undead. The Dragon Kingdom currently harbors a staggering 10 billion zombies. If all were to be transformed into skeletal warriors and skeletal mages, even passing demigods would feel the sting of his wrath. However, apart from necromancers, the undead possess an alternative method to summon skeletons. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng procured 2 magical staffs from the undead merchant. These staffs allow the wielder to summon 2 skeletal warriors from a single corpse upon usage. They are consumables, with 4 uses available. Lin Feng produced a white bone staff, the apex of which was adorned with a skull, exuding an aura of latent magical energy. This is what is commonly referred to as the skull rod. Lin Feng grasped the staff of sorcery and conducted an experiment on a deliberately brought corpse of a zombie. A surge of emerald light erupted from the staff, swiftly descending upon the lifeless form of the zombie. In an instant, the corpse vanished, replaced instead by 2 skeletal warriors wielding bone blades and bone shields. Standing approximately 7 meters tall, their vital areas were shielded by bony armor, and blue flames of ethereal souls flickered in their eye sockets. Had this occurred prior to the apocalypse, it would surely have terrified many. Meanwhile, Lin Feng noted that the magical energy within his staff had diminished by a quarter. Skeletal warrior level, 1st tier strength, 13 agility, 10 intelligence, 8. This is the attribute panel of the skeletal warriors. Quite impressive, demonstrating the strength of the early 1st tier. Once the various technological advancements of the undead are completed, they should reach the pinnacle of the 1st tier or even ascend to the 2nd tier. Lin Feng pondered to himself. If this skull staff were to fall into the hands of the survivors at this stage, it would surely be revered as a divine artifact. Lin Feng pondered peculiarly. Once all arrangements for the Undying clan were complete, he instructed Arthas, learn the evil aura, and then accompany me to gain levels. Arthas promptly acquired the evil aura, and waves of magical energy began to emanate from him, extending approximately 1 kilometer in diameter. Evil aura enhances the movement speed and health regeneration rate of nearby allies. Lin Feng stepped into the radius of the malevolent aura and immediately felt his footsteps become lighter. His speed seemed to have increased by roughly 10%. It was quite extraordinary. However, Lin Feng had no intention of acquiring aura-type skills. With so many heroic subordinates at his disposal, there was no need for him to learn them himself. Lin Feng had likely formulated his plans. He aspired to master the divine descent of the King of the Hills and the rebirth of the Tyrant Chieftain. His primary concern was survival and safety. As for the remaining skill slot, Lin Feng remained in contemplation. At the junction of Jianjun Road in Jianan County, the imposing Tauren chieftain Cairn Bloodhoof, towering nearly 5 meters, awaited alongside the elven high priestess Tyrant, who rode upon a frost saber. They had hastened to this location using a town portal scroll. Soon, Lin Feng arrived with Arthas, accompanied by the great mage Medivh and the paladin Uther. The 3 newly summoned heroes had been carefully considered by Lin Feng. Each possessed aura skills that would prove immensely beneficial in large-scale battles. Cairn Bloodhoof could acquire the Endurance Aura, which enhances the movement and attack speed of allied forces. Meanwhile, Tyrant could learn the Might Aura, augmenting the attack power of allied ranged units. Once Cairn Bloodhoof elevated the Endurance Aura to level 3, it would synergize magnificently with Arthas' level 3 Corruption Aura. The marching speed of Lin Feng's troops is likely to double. Additionally, the combination of a level 3 Endurance Aura with a level 3 Strong Strike Aura will undoubtedly amplify the ranged units under Lin Feng's command. Furthermore, after reaching level 6, the Tauren can learn the ultimate ability, Rebirth, which, as its name suggests, allows them to resurrect upon being slain. This skill is indispensable for Lin Feng, effectively granting him an extra life. The road to army building and the surrounding neighborhoods have been designated by Lin Feng for newly summoned heroes to level up, preventing any first-tier heroes from recklessly engaging zombies and wasting Lin Feng's spiritual essence on revivals. The Archmage has already reached the pinnacle of 5th tier. with only a sliver of experience remaining. This time, he hopes to ascend to level 6. Once the Archmage attains level 6 and learns the mass teleportation skill, the dynamics of warfare will inevitably shift. Imagine, amidst fierce battles at the front line, sending a cloaked spellbreaker to your homeland, and then utilizing this concealed spellbreaker as an anchor point for the Archmage to teleport a select elite force, resulting in a surprise attack. How would you counter such a tactic? This skill is already formidable in the game, but in reality, it becomes even more unassailable. Thus, the potential strategies are boundless. Greetings, my lord. Tyrant and Karen Bloodhoof respectfully bowed to Lin Feng. Regardless of their illustrious pasts, they are now merely subordinates summoned by Lin Feng. Karen Bloodhoof's physique is remarkably imposing, wielding a blood-red battle axe that measures 5 meters in length, with a blade over 2 meters long, nearly matching his height, exuding an overwhelming presence. Tyrant, on the other hand, possesses an extraordinary beauty. As a member of the elven race, her appearance is already exceptional, and she stands out even among them. The frost saber beneath her adds an element of wild beauty. However, Lin Feng currently harbors no particular thoughts about her. This woman has a tumultuous emotional history, entangled with the other 3 heroes of the elven tribe. Unless Lin Feng decides against summoning the other 3, he cannot act lightly regarding her. Rise. Your levels are too low. The zombies in these streets have been deliberately left for you to train against. You must work together to clear the streets of zombies as swiftly as possible, with each of you reaching at least level 4. Do you understand? Lin Feng assigned the task to the heroes. Although the experience points will be shared among many heroes in the world of Warcraft, the experience required for heroes to level up increases progressively. The experience needed to go from levels 1 to 3 is minimal, but reaching level 4 presents a certain challenge. Understood, my lord. The heroes responded, ready to embark on their mission. Lin Feng also arrived at a conference room within a hotel, where a number of individuals, unable to grasp the situation, awaited his intervention. In the top-floor conference room of the Vienna Hotel, approximately 30 individuals were seated around a circular table. They were all leaders of various survivor bases from Jiaonan County, some in their 40s or 50s, while others were merely in their 20s. The vast majority were men, with only 3 female leaders present. Regardless of age or gender, each bore an air of menace. In a post-apocalyptic world, one could not ascend to the position of base leader without a ruthless disposition. Those who exhibited compassion had either perished or were forced to rely on the survival of others. At that moment, the attendees engaged in a loud discussion, having heard the news that they were all to be classified as 4th-tier citizens. What does being a 4th-tier citizen mean? Inquired a robust young man in his 20s. A scar adorning his face, he was known as Wu Jun, a 2nd-tier power-type ability user. His rise to leadership was achieved solely through the strength of his fists. He possessed intellect, but it was scant. How can you not know this, you worthless base leader? Mocked a burly man in his 30s, Wang Bing, also a 2nd-tier power-type ability user. Their territories were adjacent, leading to frequent clashes over resources. Wu Jun sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Bing and shouted, "If you seek death, just say so, and I shall gladly send you to meet the King of Hell." Wang Bing, equally defiant, stood up in response, gesturing at Wu Jun and retorted, "Come on. Whoever backs down is a coward." Tension escalated as the two appeared ready to engage in combat. A middle-aged man, clad in a suit, interjected, "Enough. Sit down. Today, Leader Lin Feng has summoned everyone to discuss matters concerning our future arrangements. For my sake, I implore you all to cease this disturbance." The middle-aged man, known as Li Jianguo, held considerable authority among the leaders. Upon his command, both Wu Jun and Wang Bing fell silent and resumed their seats. Li Jianguo, once a director prior to the apocalypse, now served as the leader of the largest survivor base in Jiaonan County, boasting a population of over 3,000 individuals, several of whom were 2nd-tier power users, along with a substantial arsenal of firearms. His strength was formidable. Before Lin Feng's arrival, Li Jianguo subtly exhibited a tendency towards monopolization. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, exchanging nods with Wu Jun, clearly pleased with their performance. "Thank you, my brothers, for showing me such respect." Regarding the 4th-class citizens, Li had some understanding. Under the leadership of Chief Lin Feng, individuals were categorized into 5 classes. The 5th-class citizens, the lowest tier, were akin to slaves. The 4th-class citizens fared little better, toiling daily merely to scrape by, residing in dilapidated dwellings of less than 10 square meters. the third-class citizens enjoyed a significantly better existence, akin to public servants before the apocalypse, free from worries about food and lodging, enjoying decent accommodations, holidays, and other benefits. The second and first-class citizens comprised the various department heads and ministers under Chief Lin Feng. The distinction between these two ranks was undeniable, surpassing even the affluent merchants and officials of the pre-apocalyptic era. At this point, Li Jianguo paused slightly, allowing the gathered audience to absorb the information. He then continued. As far as I know, each of you present here will become fourth-class citizens. Upon hearing this, the leaders erupted in an uproar. What? Does this mean we are to return to being mere laborers? On what grounds? I, Wu Jun, have fought tooth and nail to become a base leader. And now Lin Feng wants to reduce me to his slave with a mere word. It's preposterous. We do not require his salvation. We can thrive on our own. We, the people of Jiangnan County, can manage ourselves. Let Lin Feng leave Jiangnan County. Let him depart from Jiangnan County. These leaders, regardless of their previous identities, had risen to power in the post-apocalyptic landscape, wielding control over life and death within their bases, enjoying a life far more prosperous than before. Take Wu Jun as an example. Before the apocalypse, he was merely a lowly thug, struggling to survive, scorned by all. Even his own parents deemed him a disgrace. Yet, after the apocalypse, he awakened extraordinary abilities, becoming bold and ruthless, ultimately rising to lead a base of hundreds. Within this domain, he was akin to a local emperor, claiming numerous women of diverse beauty, relishing a life of unrestrained pleasure. Those who once looked down upon him now found themselves at his mercy, living in torment. One might ask, how could someone like Wu Jun ever desire to return to the days of servitude? A smile graced Li Jianguo's face. His objective had been achieved. If anyone present was averse to Lin Feng's governance of Jiangnan County, it was undoubtedly Li Jianguo himself. Although he had once held the title of director, he had to navigate his dealings with caution, lacking the freedom he now enjoyed. With thousands under his command, he wielded power at will, receiving deference from the other leaders of Jiangnan County. As long as he eradicated the zombies, he would reign as the emperor of Jiangnan County. Little did he anticipate that Lin Feng would intrude and seize his hard-earned fruits. Naturally, Li Jianguo was unwilling to accept this. Lin Feng initially proposed that those who had awakened their abilities could join the Spirit Energy Department and attain the status of third-class citizens after passing capability and loyalty assessments. However, Li Jianguo began to circulate rumors, claiming that Lin Feng intended to demote everyone to fourth-class citizens, inciting discontent and rallying the masses to oppose Lin Feng, urging them to expel him from Chaos County. Lin Feng, with all the bases combined, had over 50,000 supporters present. Now that everyone is against your occupation of Chaos County, I am eager to see how you will respond. Li Jianguo thought with a sense of triumph. Bang! The door swung open, and Lin Feng entered, flanked by 2 rows of magical destroyers. Lin Feng, with an impassive expression, walked to the head of the conference table and took his seat, while the magic destroyers positioned themselves behind each of the leaders. Just moments before, the leaders had been clamoring to expel Lin Feng from Nan County, but his sudden arrival left everyone momentarily uncomfortable. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Lin Feng calmly declared, "From now on, the county of Jiangnan belongs to me. I have spoken. Who supports me, and who opposes me?" Wu Jun, known for his explosive temper, was the first to rise, exclaiming, "Lin Feng, do you think you are playing the role of Li Zicheng in a new world? What are you trying to portray?" The assembly had reached a consensus, unanimously agreeing that he was unfit to lead the survivors of Jiangnan, urging him to vacate the county. Li Jianguo felt a surge of delight within. Wu Jun was indeed a hot-headed youth. Yet he currently needed such a bold individual to take the lead. He watched with a smile, eager to see how Lin Feng would respond. Lin Feng cast a peculiar glance at Wu Jun, truly astonished by the presence of someone so fearless. The enforcer behind Wu Jun swiftly executed his action. And before Wu Jun could react, his head was severed and landed on the conference table, rolling momentarily before coming to rest before Li Jianguo. In Wu Jun's vacant eyes, one could discern confusion intertwined with terror, as if he could not comprehend the reason for his sudden demise. Lin Feng spoke in a calm tone. "Is there anyone who opposes my rule over Jiangnan County? Please, feel free to express your thoughts." The leaders fell silent, each one perspiring profusely, averting their gaze, afraid to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Third tier. The soldiers behind them were all at the third tier. Li Jianguo stared at Wu Jun's head, utterly astonished. How dare he? He was the leader of a base, Did he not fear a rebellion from Wu Jun's base? Did he not fear that these leaders would return to unite their forces against him? Simultaneously, Li Jianguo was engulfed by an overwhelming dread. As he was transported back to the early days of the apocalypse, trembling beneath his desk, aware that death could come at any moment. A few leaders discreetly gestured to him, but he feigned ignorance, terrified of drawing Lin Feng's attention. Nevertheless, he was a skilled actor, his face a mask of tranquility that concealed his true thoughts. Li Jianguo resolved that upon returning, he would secretly ally with other bases. Waiting for Lin Feng to lower his guard, seizing the opportunity to capture him and use his authority to command the vassals. As for why he would not confront Lin Feng directly, the devastation wrought by Lin Feng's forces upon the zombies was evident to all. What chance did they have in a direct confrontation? Even the weakest soldier could easily outmatch half of these leaders, who were essentially the pinnacle of their respective bases' combat prowess. The soldiers clad in magical armor behind him were all third tier. The outcome of a direct clash with Lin Feng was all too predictable. Many leaders silently regretted their earlier loud remarks, realizing they had acted foolishly, hoping Lin Feng had not overheard them. The conference room was enveloped in a heavy silence. Lin Feng then said, "Since no one opposes, what are we waiting for? Let us all return and undergo reorganization." The various leaders promptly rose, and as they departed the conference room, they bowed respectfully before Lin Feng. "You stay." Lin Feng spoke as Li Jianguo approached to bow. Lin Feng's tone was unremarkable, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. Li Jianguo felt a heaviness in his heart. As soon as all the leaders exited the conference room, he cast aside the dignity befitting the leader of the largest base and knelt before Lin Feng. In a hushed voice, he said, "Leader Lin Feng, there were many people present earlier, so I am now kneeling before you." Lin Feng chuckled as he gazed at Li Jianguo, remarking on his exceptional talent for adaptability. "No wonder you managed to secure a foothold in H-City in your previous life." Li Jianguo appeared utterly bewildered, questioning the notion of a previous life. "I had no intention of taking your life. However, regrettably, you have provoked the wrong individual." With a smile, Lin Feng pronounced a death sentence upon Li Jianguo. He had overheard their conversation with crystal clarity. Not only Li Jianguo, but also those leaders outside would meet their demise after completing their handover. In Lin Feng's eyes, there is no room for imperfections. Perhaps these individuals may possess formidable combat prowess in the future, potentially reaching the 5th tier. However, to Lin Feng, do I truly require such limited strength? A mere creation of a vile entity from my end would effortlessly yield 5th tier power. Upon hearing this, Li Jianguo felt as though struck by lightning. Leader Lin Feng, why? He pondered, realizing with dread that his covert actions had likely been uncovered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was less than 3 meters away from him, and he began to quietly gather his strength. Lin Feng nonchalantly remarked, "It's nothing, I simply find you displeasing." Li Jianguo's expression darkened instantly. He immediately summoned the acting skills honed over 2 decades, forcing 2 tears to escape his eyes. On his knees, he crawled towards Lin Feng. "Leader Lin, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. I have a daughter, a beauty of extraordinary grace. If you spare me, I shall offer her to your bed tonight." He wept profusely, snot and tears mingling as he reached Lin Feng's feet. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs nonchalantly as he watched Li Jianguo perform. "Li Jianguo, have you lost your mind? If I were to kill you, your daughter would find herself in my bed tonight. Oh, and let us not forget your newly acquired concubine." As he spoke, Lin Feng bent forward, playfully patting Li Jianguo's head, akin to an adult instructing a child. His neck was less than half a meter from Li Jianguo's. Now is the moment. A flicker of ferocity passed through Li Jianguo's eyes. His right hand transformed into a claw, swiftly seizing Lin Feng's throat. A triumphant excitement spread across Li Jianguo's face. "Lin Feng, you are still too young." He rose, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha. I feel as if I have returned to my youth, when I first entered the political arena, using my courage and strategy to ascend to the position of director. I am genuinely curious. Why is it that you all think of me as a stepping stone in your final moments? Do I appear weak? Yet." Lin Feng displayed no signs of the panic Li Jianguo anticipated. Instead, he inquired with curiosity. "The Corpse King thought this way, and so did Yuanjin. Now." Li Jianguo followed suit. Surrounded by his subordinates, he contemplated taking himself hostage. "Do I truly seem like a soft persimmon?" Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. Li Jianguo felt a heavy sinking in his heart and bellowed, "Enough with the pretense. Step back immediately, or I shall crush you with a single grip." His ferocious claws lunged forward, aiming to pierce Lin Feng's skin and instill fear within him. To his astonishment, a sharp, screeching sound erupted as his claws met an impenetrable barrier, as if striking the hardest metal. What nonsense is this? Li Jianguo was taken aback in disbelief. Undeterred by the bizarre occurrence, he concentrated all his abilities into his claws, intensifying his grip in an attempt to crush Lin Feng's neck. Yet, all his efforts proved futile. Lin Feng's skin resembled the most insurmountable mountain, his own tiger claws twisted and deformed, yet Lin Feng remained utterly unfazed. Li Jianguo's eyes widened in sheer terror. "How can you be so powerful?" he exclaimed, realizing that Lin Feng had not even unleashed his supernatural abilities. Relying solely on his physical strength to withstand the might of his seemingly invincible tiger claws, Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze indifferent. With a single punch, a resounding thud echoed as Li Jianguo lost all sensation, his body crashing through the wall of the conference room and soaring into the air, only to explode in a cataclysmic burst. Boom! Like a firework, a deafening roar followed as the sky blossomed with a stunning crimson display, subsequently showering down a rain of blood. Lin Feng gazed at the crimson fireworks, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It seemed that his mastery over power had made significant strides. Meanwhile, the leaders of various bases, just descending the stairs, looked upon the blood-red display in the sky with overwhelming dread. "Is it Li Jianguo?" Wang Bing trembled as he inquired of those nearby. Zhang Kuei, equally fear-stricken, pointed to a severed finger, asserting, "Look at that ring. It must belong to Li Jianguo." A collective shiver ran through the crowd. They suppressed their various trepidations and resolved to wholeheartedly cooperate with Lin Feng upon their return. Even being fifth-class citizens was preferable to being the subject of such a macabre spectacle. Only Zhang Kuei and Wang Bing could not quell the fear gnawing at their hearts. They understood that Lin Feng would never let them off the hook. With Li Jianguo slain, their conspiring alongside him would undoubtedly lead to their demise after the base's reorganization. Exchanging a glance, they stealthily returned to the conference room. "What brings you two back?" Lin Feng asked with curiosity. Zhang Kuei immediately knelt, crawling before him. "Leader Lin Feng, I am willing to become your servant. I implore you to spare my life," she pleaded, extending her hand toward Lin Feng's trousers. Lin Feng's eyes widened, and with a resounding bang, a crimson firework erupted outside the window. "I harbor a disdain for those who lack self-awareness," Lin Feng remarked coolly to Wang Bing. To be candid, Zhang Kuei was not without her charms. She possessed an alluring figure and exuded the aura of a strong woman. She could easily be considered a 9 out of 10 in appearance, and prior to the apocalypse, she would have attracted a throng of admirers. Alas, Lin Feng's standards had become exceedingly stringent. Only a paragon of beauty could capture his attention. Moreover, since ascending to leadership, Zhang Kuei had become a mere prize among 3,000 suitors, scarcely better than a public bus. Even if offered for free, Lin Feng would disdain her, let alone tolerate her audacity. Ultimately, she became but a fleeting, beautiful firework. Witnessing Zhang Kuei's plight stirred a profound sense of dread within Wang Bing. He hastily knelt, pressing his forehead firmly against the floor, pleading, "Leader, I merely wish to survive. I implore you. I have a son who is merely months old. Please. He has already lost his mother. I do not wish for him to be without a father." He continued to bow fervently, his forehead stained with blood. Lin Feng gazed coldly. "Complete the handover, and depart with peace of mind. Your son shall survive." Wang Bing wept bitterly. "Leader, I implore you. I beg you." He could utter no other words, only pleading for mercy. "Did the husband of the woman you violated last night ever plead with you in such a manner?" Lin Feng said coldly. Wang Bing's cries ceased as he looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. One must acknowledge their mistakes. When facing punishment, one should stand tall. Let one's demise be somewhat dignified. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he exited the conference room, leaving Wang Bing's expression fluctuating between gloom and clarity, ultimately letting out a sigh that seemed to age him by more than a decade. Lin Fengtai has plunged into despair. He finds himself devoid of any alternatives. The only course left is to return to his base and dutifully commence the transfer of operations. Why is Lin Feng so indifferent? Among these leaders of the bases, which one is truly innocent? If we were to administer judgment based on the moral standards of the world before the apocalypse, it is likely that some would be wrongfully condemned to death. However, if we were to execute 8 out of 10, there would undoubtedly still be some who escape retribution. Even if Lin Feng possesses compassion, it is implausible for him to bestow charity upon such individuals. Lin Feng commenced his training once again today. The indestructible Vajra technique significantly enhances his combat prowess, thereby increasing his chances of survival. It is imperative that he continues to improve. It must be acknowledged that Vienna truly lives up to its reputation as a prestigious hotel, boasting superior soundproofing compared to the Maple Leaf Pavilion Hotel in Shanjin Town. Lin Feng and Lu Shishir, along with He Shaoling, were diligently practicing within their room, emitting not a single sound to the outside world. Let us set aside the intricacies of Lin Feng's training. On the 18th floor of the Vienna Hotel, in room 1802, Luo Wenwen and Hu Jiaojiao had just finished their warm baths and were playfully tussling. Luo Wenwen seized Hu Jiaojiao's fluffy white foxtail, causing Hu Jiaojiao to immediately lose all her strength. With a soft whimper, she melted into a languid state, her eyes glimmering seductively. Luo Wenwen couldn't help but exclaim in amusement, "You mischievous vixen! Your Lin Feng brother isn't here. Who are you flaunting yourself for?" Hu Jiaojiao shot a reproachful glance at Luo Wenwen, retorting, "Who told you to grab my tail? Always talking about Lin Feng brother. Do you fancy him too? Let me tell you, I can yield anything, but Lin Feng brother is off limits." A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Wenwen's face, but she quickly concealed it. Teasingly, she remarked, "Oh dear, you're so possessive. You should hurry and claim your Lin Feng brother before I beat you to it." Hu Jiaojiao, slightly flustered, shot back, "You wretched woman. Don't you dare compete with me." The two resumed their playful scuffle, with Luo Wenwen appearing genuinely delighted, laughter spilling from her eyes until tears formed. She was a headstrong woman, fiercely independent. Yet, when she chose to relinquish Lin Feng for Hu Jiaojiao's sake, how could her heart not ache? Sacrifice is always the most painful, and despite her stubbornness, Luo Wenwen remained just a girl at heart. Suddenly, she felt her eyelids grow unbearably heavy. And before she knew it, she lost consciousness, collapsing onto the bed. A strikingly beautiful woman appeared in the room. "Who are you? What have you done to her?" Hu Jiaojiao exclaimed in alarm. The enchanting woman did not respond, but instead gazed at her with admiration, chuckling, "I never expected to find such a fine specimen here. Help! Someone, please." Hu Jiaojiao cried out loudly. However, her voice failed to escape. Room 1802 was enveloped by a mysterious force. "Hee. The alluring woman chuckled, "Do not panic. I merely wish to take you to Qingxiu Mountain for cultivation. I'm not going anywhere. Leave now. If Lin Feng brother arrives, you will surely meet your doom." Hu Jiaojiao attempted to frighten the woman by invoking Lin Feng's name. The enchanting woman's expression shifted. She sensed the presence of several formidable individuals nearby. This place was not suitable for lingering. She would take Hu Jiaojiao away first. Hee. Do not resist. Once you arrive at Qingxiu Mountain, you will thank me." With a flick of her fingertip, a pink glow shot forth, landing upon Hu Jiaojiao, who too succumbed to drowsiness and fainted. The captivating woman lifted Hu Jiaojiao and, in a series of flashes, vanished from the Vienna Hotel. Lin Feng awoke from a pleasant dream, only to learn that Hu Jiaojiao had been abducted. He offered a few words of comfort to Luo Wenwen before shifting his focus elsewhere. From Luo Wenwen's description, it was evident that the culprits were the foxes of Qingxiu Mountain. In his previous life, Hu Jiaojiao had also been taken to Qingxiu Mountain, where her potential was unlocked and her power grew exponentially. When she returned from Qingxiu Mountain, her abilities would have undergone a remarkable transformation. Moreover, she would bring back a valuable treasure, one that would prove advantageous to Lin Feng. Lin Feng rejoiced at the outcome. By noon, all the zombies in Jiaran County had been completely eradicated. Lin Feng summoned 5 heroes to the conference room. Arthas, Tyrant, and Karen Bloodhoof all ascended to the 4th tier, bringing immense joy to Lin Feng. He instructed the trio to elevate their aura skills to level 2, while the remaining skill points were to be allocated at their discretion. The Paladin Uther also reached the 5th tier, and Lin Feng had him learn a level 3 aura, a level 1 divine armor, and a level 1 holy light. To Lin Feng's surprise, yet not entirely unexpected, the Archmage Medivh finally attained the 6th tier. Medivh was the first hero summoned by Lin Feng, and his experience had been stagnating at the 5th tier for quite some time. Now, Medivh emerged as Lin Feng's first transcendent hero to achieve the 6th tier. Stepping forward, Medivh respectfully stated, "My lord, I shall remain eternally loyal to you." Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement, "Medivh, let us initiate the group teleportation." As Lin Feng's command was issued, Medivh's interface transformed to reveal the following. Character: Medivh. Race: human. Level: 6. Skills: Blizzard, level 1. Summon Water Elemental, level 3. Glorious Aura, level 1. Group Teleportation. In order to avoid redundancy, future attribute panels will be succinctly presented. Lin Feng was eager to experiment with the group teleportation. He commanded, "Arthas, you shall remain here to develop the troops. The rest of you, accompany me to the Kaisen mine, where some foolish jesters seek their demise. We shall pay them a visit." The Archmage raised his staff and began to chant incantations. Approximately 3 seconds later, Lin Feng, accompanied by 4 heroes and 5,000 mixed troops, materialized beside the orc and elf bases at the Kaisen mine. Moments later, the soldier utilized a town portal scroll, bringing an additional 5,000 mixed troops with him. He chuckled to himself, realizing that each use of the Archmage's group teleportation saved him a significant amount of gold. A splendid bargain indeed. Lin Feng pondered with a chuckle. The Grand Mage's group teleportation, which consumes minimal magical energy and boasts a brief cooldown period, is undeniably the most formidable skill in large-scale military conflicts. The Wargen Sentinel Hawk and the Knoll Chief Doug had been waiting here for quite some time. As Lin Feng made his entrance, the two rushed forward to report an urgent military situation. "Chief," Doug exclaimed, "my subordinate's dog inadvertently discovered traces of an ogre tribe approximately 30 kilometers north of Kashin Mine. In this vicinity lies a small plain reminiscent of the African savanna. At the heart of the plain, a group of colossal beings has appeared. The indigenous inhabitants of the plain are suffering. Amidst the ruins of a small porcupine tribe, a horde of ogres is indulging in a feast. They arrived at this settlement half an hour ago, and now the porcupines have all become their sustenance. From the northern expanse of the Beastman's grasslands to this nameless plain, any creature devoid of extraordinary strength, be it wolfmen or porcupines, has been devoured by the ogres. The ogre warriors, with their brown skin, typically exceed 3.5 meters in height, their physiques robust and muscular. Armed with spiked clubs and stone hammers, they sport prominent bellies, generally possessing strength levels of 3 to 4. However, some towering nearly 5 meters boast a formidable strength of level 5. The blue-skinned ogres are the ogre mages. Also reaching close to 5 meters in height, their skin adorned with magical runes that grant them the ability to cast spells, typically at level 5. Additionally, there exists a behemoth over 7 meters tall. This creature bears 2 heads, its skin a sturdy brown-black, clad in massive iron armor, the thickness rivaling that of contemporary main battle tank armor. Wielding a solid iron hammer measuring 5 meters in length, it is secured by a thick belt around its belly, which features a disc radiating magical energy, firmly protecting its midsection. This formidable being is the chieftain of the ogre tribe, Daru the Skull Crusher.